Mean is, after breaking the seventh seal, you could kill them all. As for the third seal, if you can break the third seal and swing your sword again, you should at least scare them. Sword of Soulbreaker now seemed uncertain, given Alice's strength was relatively weak. Talking about breaking seals was practically overlooking Alice's current power level. Following William, when did they ever need to calculate such things? It felt absurd even to think about it. Scare them? Alice inquired. What if they're not afraid? Not afraid? If Mr. Johnson steps in to protect you, then you can't possibly die. Alice frowned upon hearing this, wondering whether she doubted herself or William. She doesn't really think William wants to kill her and then get a new wife, does she? No. Or was it that she intended to rely on William forever? William is so powerful. If she always thinks that William will save her whenever there's trouble, then she'll never grow much. A worthy master of the Sword of Soulbreaker? Is she fit for that role? After all this time increasing her strength and going through so much, is she still that timid Alice? You all stay inside. I'll go out for a bit. A determined glint flashed in Alice's eyes as she spoke, ready to head outside. Master, don't go throwing your life away. Jesus couldn't stand to watch. What the sword spirit of Sword of Soulbreaker had said wasn't hidden from them. According to Sword of Soulbreaker, breaking the third seal would barely intimidate those demon lords outside. Meaning, Alice hadn't broken the third seal yet, and she dared to venture out? Never mind me. This is an order. If previously Alice daring to rush into the demonic formation with a wooden sword was considered naive, unaware of the danger, now, she knew very well she might die out there. Even more, she didn't harbor any hope that William would save her. This strike, it must succeed. Alice suddenly appeared outside the alchemy furnace, then grabbed it and threw it towards the ground. Almost instantly, Alice was engulfed by the vast demonic mist. Boom! While the alchemy furnace was still midair, a strand of golden light appeared amidst the oppressive black, demonic mist from above. This sliver of light, like a spark in the dark, seemed ready to burst forth. William looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly, and asked Satan in a low voice, "Do you think it's possible for someone with the strength of a nature deity to survive among your 300,000 demonic soldiers?" Satan pointed to his own mouth. William frowned and said, "You're allowed to speak now." Satan exhaled a puff of black air and said, "Aren't you joking?" He knew he couldn't defeat William, but as the king of demons, he wasn't used to showing William any respect. Just kill him. It's not like he hasn't died before. Is it funny? William looked up at the sky, where that sliver of golden light slowly spread, and Alice's figure gradually became visible to everyone. The woman looked somewhat pale, her robes fluttering. Originally dominated by oppressing darkness, the space around her now cleared, revealing a patch of azure sky. The 300,000 demonic soldiers, unexpectedly, all moved away from Alice. They exist in this world in a spectral form, possessing instincts more acute than those of normal gods and shapeshifters. The sensation Sword of Soulbreaker gave them was too dangerous. Many demon lords had died by this sword. Just as Sword of Soulbreaker had claimed, in terms of killing aura, it fears no one. Even though these demon lords were fully aware that Alice wasn't strong, and even Alice's recent strike hadn't caused them any substantial harm, they couldn't help but succumb to the instinctive fear and desire to stay away from that sword. Alice took advantage of this gap, leaping down. She was acutely aware that she couldn't defeat these creatures, but if after coming down, William insisted she fight again, then she would fight. Chapter 667 The Return of Borak. Charging into the formation of 300,000 demon soldiers at the peak level of a nature deity, and then retreating unscathed. Satan was utterly shocked by what he saw. You gave her the sword? Satan couldn't believe it. To give away a super top-tier divine weapon like Sword of Soulbreaker, just like that? That seemed overly generous. Yeah, she's my wife, William said with a smile, clearly boasting. Unfortunately, Satan had no idea what wife meant. Opening and closing his mouth, he asked, "What's a wife?" "A pet." Alice, already pale, looked even more distressed upon hearing Satan's words. Seeing Alice come down, William nodded at her and then explained to Satan, "A wife means someone you can live with for a lifetime." Understand. Satan then had an epiphany. Alice's ice-cold face finally began to thaw, eventually breaking into a smile. When she heard Satan's comment, she really misunderstood. For a moment, she even thought William really saw her as a pet, as something to play with. Based on Alice's time spent with William, he seemed to always be indifferent to everything. He often deemed it beneath him to explain. Just like a moment ago, she thought William wouldn't bother to explain. "Are you okay?" William asked Alice after explaining to Satan. The reason he appeared to be a boy oblivious in matters of love most of the time was because, before meeting Alice, William was either a powerful monarch or a wealthy man who rarely considered a woman's feelings. The earth of this era has undergone too many changes. Women of this era might not be like those of ancient times, where men hunted and women stayed at home, depending on their husbands for everything. Women's thinking in this era is more independent. William is someone who keeps up with the times and does consider Alice's feelings to some extent. It's nothing. At this moment, Alice finally noticed Satan's presence, this creature enveloped in a black robe, and instinctively took a half-step back. "Don't be afraid. He is just Satan," William said. Alice's grip on her sword tightened even more. The Demon King Satan, she knew, the boss of those monsters in the sky. How could she not be afraid? William pulled out a chair and took Alice's hand, saying, "Sit down. Dinner will be ready soon." He has a very good temper. "Really?" Alice raised an eyebrow and sat down. Hydra shivered beside them. Satan has a good temper? Loki and Jesus had just come out of the alchemy furnace and heard what William said. They both swallowed hard in unison. Satan is known as the cold, ruthless, cruel, and bloody Demon King. If he is considered to have a good temper, then there's no one in the world who has a bad one. After Satan's body was destroyed by William, only a skeletal frame remained, with demonic flames flickering in his eye sockets, looking sinister and frightening. It was impossible for him to show a smile or anything of the sort. "That sword strike you made just now wasn't bad." Satan, sticking to the facts, acknowledged that the secret sword technique used in that strike was indeed quite impressive. Thinking about how his own demon generals were frightened off by a sword strike from someone with the strength level of a nature deity, he felt quite ashamed. But then again, the sword Alice was wielding was no ordinary blade, considering the number of powerful beings that had died by it in the past. Alice offered a forced smile, feeling extremely awkward. Being complimented on her swordsmanship by such a bizarre skeletal creature felt strange, especially since she had almost died at the hands of those demon generals just moments before. "Let's not make small talk anymore. Are you going to eat?" William glanced at Satan. Satan really didn't know what to say to the guy in front of him. What could he eat? Without a physical body, without a stomach, how could he digest food? And even when he had a body, he seldom ate anything. William and Satan exchanged a look, understanding his intention, and said, "If you're not going to eat, you can take your subordinates and leave. We've caught up on old times." Satan lifted his leg, took a half step to leave, but then hesitated and turned back. Extending his claw, he said, "Give me back that abyssal orb. You can keep some of the powder as seasoning." "Stingy," William muttered, pulling out the powdered remains of the abyssal orb from his spatial storage ring. After leaving some powder in the small glass bottle, he poured the rest into his hand, restoring the abyssal orb to its original form, albeit slightly smaller. He disdainfully tossed the restored abyssal orb back to Satan. It was just an abyssal orb condensed from the power of darkness, not something precious. It was barely passable as chili powder in terms of taste. Satan caught the abyssal orb, standing there frozen. If he had blood pressure, it would have spiked, potentially leading to a stroke. Damn it. This was a top-level dark artifact. Do you know what a top-level dark artifact is? To use it as chili powder, and reluctantly at that. The abyssal orb, known as a top-level dark artifact, was downgraded to a legendary level. Only Satan knew the pain of this degradation, wishing he could shove the remaining orb down William's throat. Unfortunately, he no longer had the nerve to do so. He held back. Satan was ready to take his minions back to the Hellfire Blade, and then treat his current state of mental shutdown. "Just now, that young man, I'm back. You're doomed." At this moment, space twisted, and Borak, wearing the bronze mask, appeared in front of William and the others. Satan couldn't help but stop and turn back to look at Borak. What kind of arrogant creature was this? Borak had just signed a contract, sacrificing his own soul to gain the power of a high-level deity for 3 days. He could feel his strength increasing by tens of millions of times, an unprecedented level of power that also made him become overconfident. As long as he killed those 3 individuals from before, seized Alice's alchemy furnace and Loki's ancient dark artifact, and devoured Alice, who possessed the power of the holy aura, he would have the chance to truly become the strongest entity in the divine realm. Sacrificing his soul was a small price to pay. If he became an existence that surpassed high-level deities, what would a mere contract mean to him then? This is an all-in gamble. Boric suddenly appeared, attracting several pairs of eyes. Had this guy gotten his head stuck in a door? Especially Hydra, looking at Boric. Since when did Boric become so arrogant? In the current situation, to speak so boldly with merely the power of a peak supreme deity. Boric also paused for a moment, glanced at the oppressive demon lords above, and then his gaze landed on William, scoffing. "Are you that masked kid from before?" William nodded. "That's me." Boric felt William looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't place where he had seen him. Now, possessing power comparable to a high-level deity, who cared who he was? Boric scanned the people around him. When he saw Hydra and Ghidorah, now missing 2 heads, he chuckled. "Ghidorah, how did you become so cute? From now on, follow me." The remaining 7 heads of Ghidorah looked dumbfoundedly at Boric. Had this guy been kicked in the head by a donkey? When did he acquire power comparable to a high-level deity? Boric used to be very meek in his presence. He must be sick. Chapter 668. Not scared. I fear no one. Boric, as one of Odin's top 10 shapeshifters lords, had always ranked below Hydra and Ghidorah. Initially, Hydra was Odin's strongest force, and after Hydra was subdued, Ghidorah became the leader of the other 9 shapeshifters lords. Boric used to treat Hydra and Ghidorah with great respect, but now, Boric has completely lost himself to the immense power he has suddenly acquired. Naturally, Boric no longer intends to follow Odin with this newfound strength. Today truly is a day of joy for him. Hydra, how have you become like that? Are you a pet in a circus? Where is the dignity befitting the leader of the top 10 shapeshifters lords? Boric didn't even rush to take action, but the way he ridiculed Ghidorah and Hydra verbally gave him an immense sense of satisfaction. Being oppressed for tens of thousands of years, to be able to speak to them so arrogantly now, felt as liberating as relieving a day's worth of constipation. Hydra curled up at William's feet, small and adorable, indifferent to Boric's ridicule and mockery. Just a moment ago, he wanted to warn Boric not to be too arrogant, but now, this shapeshifter really has a problem with his brain, failing to notice Mr. Johnson preparing for a meal and coming over to offer himself as ingredients. How brave. Boric looked around, and finally his gaze settled on the celestial furnace boiling water, his eyes widening in shock. This. Clearly, the celestial furnace was of a much higher quality than Alice's alchemy furnace. Such a thing had little to no use for alchemy to William now. He merely used it as a pot for cooking, and Boric failed to recognize its extraordinary nature at first glance. "All right, what exactly do you want? Don't delay my meal." William had already spared Boric once before, even letting him keep the bronze mask, which fully showed his mercy. If Boric chose to leave now, William wasn't planning to hold his impolite behavior against him. "Still want to eat?" Boric laughed heartily. "Today, those present have 2 choices, submit to me or die." As he spoke, a murderous intent flashed in Satan's eyes. After enduring so much from William the Obliterator, how could there still be someone so foolish as to spout such arrogance in front of him? After finishing his declaration, Boric emitted an aura akin to that of a high-level god-king, as if he could already see everyone before him kneeling and swearing allegiance. Once his aura was released, Ghidorah immediately curled up, murmuring to himself in shock. Has he really reached the power level of a high-level god-king? How is that possible? Boric was quite pleased with Ghidorah's reaction and his shocked words, laughing louder and scanning William and the others. However, he saw no reaction from William's group. They were completely unaffected by his energy aura. The mighty demon king Satan, of course, need not be mentioned. He had reached the strength of a high-level god king years ago. Boric had just achieved the strength of a high-level god king and didn't even possess a top-tier artifact. Did he really think he could intimidate Satan with just his energy aura? What a joke. As for Alice and the others, with William there, Borik's energy aura couldn't really affect them. William flipped the roasting wings and said indifferently, "I am William the Obliterator. You still have time to leave now." William the Obliterator. Borik roared upon hearing these words. "Brat, trying to scare me with the Obliterator's name? Even if you really are William the Obliterator, so what? Do you think I would be afraid of him? Even if the real William the Obliterator stood before me, I would tear him to shreds." Hiss. Hydra took a sharp breath. What a guy. Borik was indeed too young and utterly unaware of what the name William the Obliterator signifies. Relying on the strength of a high-level god king? Even Odin wouldn't dare be so arrogant. Well, this guy is already dead. Hydra, once the leader of the top 10 shapeshifters lords, already mourned for Borik in his heart. Upon hearing Borik's words, William didn't immediately make a move, because he had already sensed the murderous intent emanating from Satan. William and Satan exchanged glances. William raised an eyebrow. Satan's murderous aura dissipated as he looked up at the sky. William made the sound again. The food was almost ready, and enjoying a meal required a good mood. Humph. Satan turned away. What are you two humming and hawing about? Borik was angered. He sneered, pointing at Satan, and said, "You must be a subordinate of the demon king Satan, right? Get lost. I'll spare your life for Satan's sake." Now he even dared to call out Satan by name. The demon king Satan, already harboring a heavy intent to kill, didn't want to act just now simply because he didn't want William the Obliterator, that bastard, to benefit from it. Especially hearing Borik say he would tear William the Obliterator to pieces made him quite pleased internally, even finding this shapeshifter quite interesting. But now, boom, Satan suddenly appeared in front of Borik, his massive bone claw tearing through Borik's chest, instantly staining the ground with blood. Before Borik could react, Satan was already clutching his throat, the demonic flames in his eye sockets flickering unpredictably, as his other bone claw removed Borik's bronze mask and spoke in a sinister tone. "This is considered reaching the strength of a high-level god king? You? What are you worth?" Borik frantically mobilized his soul energy, but the demonic aura from Satan enveloped and suppressed him completely. You're the demon king Satan?" Fear filled Borik's eyes. Other than Satan, he couldn't think of anyone else. "You dare to call out the name of this demon king directly?" Satan raged, throwing Borik onto the ground as demonic energy surged around him. "Spare me, demon king." Borik finally recognized the situation and quickly begged for mercy. Where did his earlier arrogance go? The battle hadn't even started, and it was already over. It was truly pitiful. "Demon king, those people possess treasures." Borik said, "I, from now on, am willing to serve as your servant." Satan's strength had long surpassed that of a high-level god king. The power Borik gained from the contract was nothing in comparison. "Is that so?" Satan turned to look at William. Yes. Especially that kid who claims to be William the Obliterator." Borik was completely panicked now. He should have realized sooner that with so many demon lords in the sky, the demon king Satan must have arrived. Why was he acting so arrogant just now? No wonder Ghidorah was so badly injured, and even Hydra was behaving. It turns out the demon king Satan himself had arrived. "Are you planning to reconquer the divine realm? I am willing to die for you. Just spare my life." Borik, terrified and scared, rephrased his plea eloquently. Satan let out a weird laugh, murmuring, "That person is indeed William the Obliterator." Ghidorah, hearing this, felt somewhat uneasy inside. That person is really William the Obliterator? No wonder his attempt to use a soul-reading spell on him was met with a heavy backlash. This explains everything. "Are you scared now?" Satan asked. "Not scared. Apart from Lord Demon King Satan, I fear no one." Borik's eyes were resolute as he started to swear his loyalty, saying, "Whatever you command, Lord Demon King Satan, I will do." Chapter 669 Mourn for Borik. "You'll do whatever I command?" Satan was becoming less and less inclined to kill Borik. Borik nodded eagerly, saying, "Whatever you command, Lord Demon King Satan, I will do without complaint." Satan slowly released his grip, stepped aside, and stated, What you want to do has nothing to do with me. Do whatever you wish." After saying this, he vanished, and the 30,000 demon soldiers retreated with him. This idiot Boric, Satan was too lazy to bother killing him. William had indeed annoyed him just now, and he felt the need to retaliate. Of course, the most crucial point was that he had casually taken Boric's bronze mask, sensing the remnants of William the Obliterator's energy on it, and its quality might even be higher than his god-slaying spear. Having snatched such a treasure, why wouldn't he make a quick escape? Wait for William the Obliterator to realize and demand it back? Time to slip away. Boric stood there dumbfounded, his blood still flowing. A claw mark from Satan wasn't going to heal easily, but now he was confused about what Satan meant. Did he accept his submission or not? Was Satan uninterested in the treasures he mentioned? Not interested in the power of the holy aura or the golden magic sand? Indeed, the demon king Satan from the ancient times, known for his widespread killings. What a grand scheme. While the power granted by the contract was still present, he decided to deal with William the Obliterator first. Boric didn't consider anyone else present, including the other shapeshifters, worthy of his attention. William the Obliterator, you are very arrogant. Boric's eyes burst. With a murderous intent, and in almost an instant, he appeared in front of William, his claws covered with mist, and his soul energy was terrifyingly strong. Even a supreme deity at the peak of their power would undoubtedly die under his claw. He finally felt the benefits of being powerful. The thrill of looking down on all beings, of killing at will. What do you want to do? William raised his hand and grabbed Boric's claw, and the terrifying soul energy dissipated directly. Huh? Boric was stunned, panicked. Why did the powerful soul energy within him disappear out of nowhere? Why can't he muster any strength at all? Your claw is not bad. William examined Boric's claw, which seemed to have a decent amount of meat. Boric had the head of a lion, the body of a human, and a pair of strong lion's claws. Behind him, a serpentine tail writhed flexibly. Just now, William cut off a pair of wings from Ghidorah. As for Boric's claws, they can actually be used for making roasted deboned meat claws. Full of fat, roasted to a golden brown, the taste wouldn't be worse than wings. What do you want to do? Boric panicked again. Damn, something about William the Obliterator's gaze was not quite right. There were too many rumors about William the Obliterator. Especially at the Ultimate Force Alliance headquarters, the name William the Obliterator to the shapeshifters was like a butcher to lambs. It was a dark cloud hanging over their heads, inescapable. What do you think? William's face revealed a benign smile. It was this smile that almost made Boric cry. He didn't feel this way even when facing the Demon King Satan earlier. Wasn't it said that William the Obliterator was just a sword master? Boric didn't overestimate himself and attacked before William could draw his sword. Calling it a sneak attack wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet, his full-strength attack seemed more like he was handing his claw over to William the Obliterator himself. Did you sign a contract? William had already noticed the wisp of black aura above Boric's head. How did you know? Boric exclaimed in shock. Could it be that you also? No, William replied. Since you've signed a contract with that person, I'll just help him out a bit. Make him a bit stronger, otherwise, it's too boring. You're aware of his existence? Boric was even more astonished. That mysterious being seemed like a cosmic entity, capable of bestowing power equivalent to a high-ranking god king. Logically, that entity should be beyond the level of a high-ranking god king. Yes. William nodded. How do you wish to die? Boric, looking sorrowful, said, Mr. Johnson, I apologize for my rash actions. Please, spare my life. I am willing to offer my physical form, as long as I can keep my soul. William said, your soul has already signed a contract with that person. If the physical body is gone, the soul naturally disappears as well. Then, can you just chop off my 2 claws? Boric finally remembered that his physical form couldn't be given. Once dead, the soul would no longer belong to him, eliminating any possibility of being resurrected through the soul. The claws definitely need to be chopped. William stated, death is inevitable. Since you weren't mentally prepared, I'll help you make up your mind. After speaking, a wave of energy, sharp as a blade, materialized out of nowhere and severed Boric's claws. William grabbed one of the freshly chopped claws with his right hand, while his left hand appeared to casually pat Borik's chest. Borik's physical form slowly turned to ashes and dissipated, leaving behind nothing but that one claw. Alice looked at everything before her in disbelief. Was this William's true power? That blade-like wave of energy, and that seemingly ordinary palm strike. Borik was certainly no weakling, but he stood no chance in front of William. Even a butcher slaughtering a pig would face some difficulty, yet William made it look so effortless. "Darling, want to try some lion claw?" William asked. Alice shuddered and shook her head like a rattle drum. Had she not witnessed the scene just now, she might have agreed, given William's usually excellent cooking skills. But seeing such a huge shapeshifter die in front of her, and considering that shapeshifters in human form don't seem much different from humans to her, she couldn't bring herself to eat it. It felt too cruel. Even if she could understand it, she couldn't accept it. However, William didn't share this psychological burden. In the law of the jungle, it's not specified what meat should be eaten. Loki and Jesus looked at the lion claw in William's hand with desire in their eyes, almost simultaneously. William sighed. "I should have cut off 2 claws just now." Then, his gaze fell on Ghidorah, who was so frightened that it lay flat on the ground, and then obediently crawled in front of William, extending a claw in a humble manner, saying, "Mr. Johnson, please enjoy." William coughed lightly and waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, you can go. Be a kind shapeshifter from now on, and don't be like that guy." "Yes, yes, yes." Ghidorah's remaining 7 heads nodded vigorously, backing away and saying, "Mr. Johnson, and your esteemed wife, enjoy your meal." Eventually, Ghidorah slowly disappeared into the distance. William considered himself somewhat merciful when he gathered ingredients. He never just forcefully harvested them from a single shapeshifter. Borik could have survived. If he had taken William's bronze mask back and studied it quietly to improve his strength, maybe one day he could have become as powerful as a high-ranking god king. But he insisted on courting disaster right in front of William. Moreover, he invented new ways to seek his own demise. In such a case, William felt it inappropriate not to kill him. William had planned to create a new space to enjoy a meal alone with Alice, but knowing the food in the pot came from Ghidorah, Alice refused to eat, and in the end, Loki, Jesus, and Hydra were the ones who benefited. Chapter 670, I don't really have any plans. Writing scripts for Alice was merely a product of William's boredom, aimed at giving Alice the opportunity to face a variety of opponents. After all, real combat is the best teacher. The divine realm, stretching from east to west with vast lands, presents encounters and events that are impossible on Earth. William wants to see Alice grow, but not just in terms of strength. Swordsmanship? Strength levels? To William, these don't carry much significance. It's the journey of one's heart that is the true path of cultivation. William remembers when he first met Alice. She was a sensible heiress from a wealthy family. Among the women William had encountered, Alice was far from the best. In fact, the Alice of the past was too ordinary. Her affluent life was the result of her parents' hard work, and she had no notable strength of her own. Her figure was nothing special, and though she was pretty, she couldn't compare to the likes of Artemis he had known before. Even many of the women William met later possessed exceptional talents and beauty. Taking Alice as his disciple was a spur-of-the-moment decision, born out of boredom and the desire for someone to take care of his daily needs. Sometimes, it was even hard to pinpoint what was exceptional about Alice. This must be how feelings start without one knowing. Watching Alice fiddle absent-mindedly with Sword of Soulbreaker, a slight smile curled the corners of William's mouth. He once read a saying on Earth that no one can meet all your expectations. Everyone loves a lovable person, but if you continue to love her when she's no longer as lovable as before, and you're willing to discover her loveliness, that might be true love. Heading west, they hardly encountered any more arrogant folks. After all, with Loki's intimidating demeanor and the release of supreme deity-level aura, no god, shapeshifter, or demon would dare to provoke them easily. Until they arrived at a place called Mount Akina. I know this place. That ancient frost dragon Eirik you transformed and now called Little Broken Car is here, right? Alice saw a brand new road sign by the roadside, engraved with Mount Akina, and her eyes lit up with joy. Along the way, She had seen many breathtaking views of the divine realm and tasted numerous delicacies, which made her very happy. She listened to William describe the script he had designed for her, and she was somewhat familiar with some of the key locations. In fact, the journey to the western continent of the divine realm was not as filled with monsters and demons wanting to devour Jesus as she had imagined. William thought for a moment and said, "Strictly speaking, he has now turned into a Ford Econoline van." Alice knew William was making up the script as he went along, but honestly, arriving in the divine realm without any sense of belonging, playing this role-playing game intrigued her. Loki's intermittent jokes and Jesus' solemn comments added to her sense of novelty. An ancient frost dragon named Eirik. Was this William's idea of a mount for her? In any case, she felt William's efforts were thoughtful. Your mount, your responsibility to tame. William instructs. You and Loki go find him. Jesus and I will explore the nearby village. Go on, go on. Alice waves them off, visibly excited at the prospect of an ancient frost dragon. Becoming a dragon rider if she could tame it, and with Loki, possessing mid-supreme deity-level strength, accompanying her, there was nothing to fear. Piece of cake. With a smile, William turns, taking Jesus towards a small village nearby. The ancient frost dragon Eirik knows both William and Jesus. If they were to accompany Alice, it would be like picking up a car from a dealership. Loki and Jesus have grown closer over their recent travels, their camaraderie strengthening. Allowing Alice and Loki some time alone was also beneficial for team dynamics. Do you think they can handle it? William asked Jesus in a low voice as they walked. Jesus smiled. Mr. Johnson, you probably already foresee the outcome. William responded, I haven't thought that much. It's just, Odin sending so many shapeshifters to cause trouble. It's indeed quite accommodating. Initially, William's script didn't involve harming the shapeshifters. The Ultimate Force Alliance, convened by Odin, aimed to follow William's lead in annexing God's territories. However, the provocations and troubles caused by his shapeshifters made William somewhat embarrassed. Wasn't this arranged with Odin? Jesus, confused by William's comment, thought all these events were part of William's plan, a setup with Odin to challenge Alice with shapeshifter warriors for her training. William merely smiled, offering no explanation. Arriving at a small village at the base of Mount Akina, they found it deserted. Let's see what they have to say. As William entered the village, Odin and Uranus emerged, followed by the gods of Asgard and many powerful shapeshifters and warriors from the Ultimate Force Alliance. Mr. Johnson, we've been waiting for you. Odin greeted William upon seeing him. Is there something you need? William inquired. Odin and Uranus had chosen to wait at Mount Akina, unable to divine William's whereabouts in advance, knowing he would likely pass this way on his journey westward in the divine realm. As Odin waved his arm, Ghidorah, now reduced to only a head, appeared in front of William. Mr. Johnson, Ghidorah offended you before. You merely removed 2 of his heads and wings as punishment, which was too lenient. I've brought him before you to apologize, to be dealt with as you see fit. Looking at Ghidorah, whose strength had been nearly stripped away, William chuckled. Let's forget about the past. I'm not that petty. Odin nodded. Then with another gesture, Ghidorah's last head was severed, ending his life. Make sure you all recognize and remember the face of William the Obliterator. Odin spoke coldly. Anyone who offends Mr. Johnson will meet the same fate as Ghidorah. There was no choice. Too many in the Ultimate Force Alliance did not recognize William, and some even dared to disregard William the Obliterator. Were they trying to drag the entire Ultimate Force Alliance down with them? Taking this opportunity, Odin summoned his confidants to ensure they recognized who the real power was. We understand. The shapeshifters responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. Keep it down, William interjected. You didn't wait here just to get acquainted, did you? Uranus stepped forward to explain. Of course not. Mr. Johnson, what exactly are your plans? Could you share some details with us? Uranus asked with a wry smile. Without your guidance, we're left guessing. It would be unfortunate to have misunderstandings like the ones at Shadowfell Fortress. Plans? William pondered. I don't really have any plans. After a moment of thought, William added, if you insist on a plan, it's just to accompany my wife on a tour around the divine realm, nothing more. Chapter 6, 71 Bribery. No plans? How could there be no plans? Odin was somewhat anxious, standing aside. He had witnessed William taking action against God's subordinates, which led him to convene the Ultimate Force Alliance meeting. It was also William's actions that prompted him to dispatch his shapeshifters' leaders to take over Shadowfell Fortress and other locations. Isn't it normal to have no plans? Do we need plans for something? William countered. Odin was taken aback and said, "But I killed Ghidorah to vent your anger, didn't I?" William chuckled. "Ghidorah's death was your doing. What does it have to do with me? I remember the first time Ghidorah saw you. You wanted to kill him. Recently, Boric foolishly offended you as well." William laughed even more. "As you said, Boric offended me. So why did you kill Ghidorah?" Odin was frustrated. Had he misunderstood? Isn't it because he learned that William has always been fixated on eating Ghidorah? After all, 2 of Ghidorah's heads have been chopped off. Killing him just now instead of completely annihilating him. Isn't that hint obvious enough? His top general was directly delivered as ingredients to William. What more could he want? All due respect was given. This was something he had discussed with Uranus. They both knew that William the Obliterator, this guy, really enjoys these kinds of unique delicacies. "Everyone, stand down." Odin gestured for his subordinates to withdraw. Such matters were not to be discussed in front of his own people. "As you command." The crowd dispersed. Only then did Odin look at Ghidorah's corpse and say, "William, this isn't right. As your bro, I knew you've wanted to eat Ghidorah for a long time. I killed my beloved general for you, yet you're still keeping your plans a secret. Is this really appropriate?" Uranus remained silent beside him, feeling as if the gift had not been well received. According to Ghidorah himself, he had already given William the Obliterator 2 heads and 2 wings. Perhaps William the Obliterator had grown tired of it, or maybe he didn't like the taste. In that case, you saw our shapeshifter's subordinates just now. Take whoever you like. Uranus went a step further, offering a buffet service. In Odin's eyes, all beings below the high-ranking God King are mere ants, and to him, his shapeshifter's subordinates were no different from objects. Whether they lived or died, presenting them as gifts to please someone else carried no guilt in their realm. William glanced at Ghidorah's corpse and seemed to understand Odin and Uranus's intention. Bribery. Using the lives of their shapeshifters to foster a good relationship with him. This was precisely why William disliked the divine realm, where no genuine human sentiment existed, only interests and scheming. "Uranus, you've spent some time on Earth. What do you think of those ordinary people?" William found it hard to imagine that Uranus, who was so ruthless towards his own subordinates, could treat ordinary people any better. After pondering for a moment, seemingly grasping William's point, Uranus said, "I feel that today's humans are not as ignorant. It's unrealistic to expect to gain their faith power. I believe developing in the divine realm would be better for me. As for those ordinary people, they don't really matter. As long as our Ultimate Force Alliance can take over the entire divine realm, why should we care about the thoughts of ordinary people?" Odin nodded in agreement and said to William, "Mr. Johnson, last time you killed the Archangel Amenadiel, I guess you definitely don't like those from God's forces who always babble on and speak seriously. But with your status, you probably disdain to act against them personally. For such minor matters, we are willing to serve." After Odin and Uranus spoke for a while, William said, "Give me all the shapeshifter lords under your command." "This?" Odin frowned. "If you do that, won't we be left without any capable leaders?" William confidently retorted, "Didn't you say I could take whoever I liked? I like them all." Uranus coughed lightly and said, "William, that puts us in a difficult position. As you know, there are many things Odin and I cannot personally intervene in. If you take all our shapeshifters' leaders, then our alliance's combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. That's your problem. You've already promised me." William wasn't concerned that the Ultimate Force Alliance would fall into chaos without the shapeshifters' leaders. In a place like the Divine Realm, without sufficient strength, one simply cannot afford to be arrogant. Without the leadership of the shapeshifters' lords, the lower-ranking shapeshifters could only stay obediently within the Ultimate Force Alliance headquarters. Seeing William's determination, Odin and Uranus exchanged looks and communicated through telepathy. "Odin, just give them to him. They're just a bunch of supreme deity-level beings. We can always train more." Uranus, Indeed. And once we form an alliance with Mr. Johnson, do we really care about these supreme deity levels? Odin, someday, when the Ultimate Force Alliance rules the divine realm and we have various top-tier artifacts in hand, will we worry about not being able to cultivate more supreme deities? Makes sense. It seems Mr. Johnson is testing our sincerity. After some discussion, Uranus laughed and said, "Since William, you've said so, those shapeshifters lords from just now, they're all yours. How you want to deal with them, it's all up to you." "Good. Call them in and let them know." William's eyes narrowed slightly. He could hear their telepathic conversation, and all of their plans were clear to him. Odin and Uranus nodded and telepathically commanded the shapeshifters, lords who had come with them, to return. A group of shapeshifters leaders re-entered the village, lining up as if waiting for instructions from their leader. Odin scanned the shapeshifters' lords and said, "From today onwards, you will follow William the Obliterator. Do not blame me and Uranus for being ungrateful. If you die, your souls can return to the Ultimate Force Alliance headquarters and be worshipped by tens of thousands of shapeshifters." Upon hearing this, all the shapeshifters' leaders stood frozen. What's happening? Everything was fine. Why suddenly mention their souls being worshipped by tens of thousands of shapeshifters after death? They're still alive. But thinking about what Odin said, they're going to follow William the Obliterator. Who is William the Obliterator? Who in the shapeshifters tribe doesn't know? To them, they're merely food in front of William the Obliterator. A female shapeshifter wearing a light green cotton robe indignantly said, "Lord Odin, what does this mean? We've fought loyally for you for tens of thousands of years, and now you bow to William the Obliterator's tyranny and hand us over." Odin slightly lifted his eyelids and said indifferently, "You only need to offer your bodies for Mr. Johnson's consumption, and you can ensure our Ultimate Force Alliance will unify the divine realm and restore the ancient glory of the Shapeshifters tribe. What's there to be unwilling about?" The green-robed female shapeshifter, Mira, one of Odin's shapeshifters' lords, couldn't help but laugh sorrowfully. "Lord Odin, forgive me for calling you Lord one last time. If you had discussed this with us beforehand, we might have willingly offered our bodies. But you never said a word before sending us out. I'd rather die than comply." Odin snorted. "Unwilling to comply? You were meant to die anyway." Having said that, Odin pointed his finger towards Mira, ready to execute her. Chapter 672 Avenge. After all, Odin was a high-tier Sky King. Killing Mira would have been as easy as flipping his hand, just like that moment earlier. Logically, when he pointed his finger at the top of Mira's head, Mira should have died instantly. Mira instinctively closed her eyes. Just die? In front of Lord Odin, she was nothing more than an ant, easily crushed with a mere flick of his finger. However, only a gentle breeze passed over Mira, her green robe fluttering, and she remained unharmed. Mira slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was still alive. She looked at Odin and smiled. Does Lord Odin also have moments of reluctance to strike? Odin was even more puzzled, his gaze finally landing on William. Aside from William, no one else could have silently blocked his attack. William patted Odin on the shoulder and laughed. "Now they all belong to me." He didn't explicitly say he had neutralized Odin's attack, and the shapeshifters lords next to Odin didn't even know Odin had attempted to kill Mira. And they certainly didn't know that it was actually William who saved Mira. In their eyes, Odin had merely pointed at Mira in anger, still holding on to past sentiments. How could he possibly kill Mira? Only Odin understood the implication in William's words. From that moment on, these shapeshifters belonged to him. Their fate, life or death, was no longer for Odin to decide. At the same time, Odin deeply felt William's strength. He had neutralized his attack without making a sound, and he hadn't sensed it in the slightest. William could understand the actions of Odin and Uranus, but he thought, it's best to part on good terms. "Lord Odin, since you are resolute, we cannot just sit and wait for death, to be slaughtered at will." Thalnox, a shapeshifter's lord under Uranus, his expression turning cold as he stared at William, said, "You all should know what kind of person William the Obliterator is, right? If we fall into his hands, what difference would there be from being kept as livestock? He might not kill us directly, but he will slice off our flesh over and over again, endlessly." Thalnox clenched his teeth, glaring at William. With so many of us here, are we really afraid of him? Better to die without regrets than to endure endless torture, wishing for death that never comes. The shapeshifters were impassioned, filled with outrage, each staring at William, resolved to seek death. William laughed. These kids were really interesting. Odin simply stepped aside, leaving it be. Weren't these shapeshifters claimed by William as his own? Then let him deal with them now. Initially, killing Mira was supposed to intimidate everyone, but he insisted on stopping it. Now he has to act himself? Odin was tired of playing the villain. Uranus communicated telepathically. Odin, are we not going to intervene? Odin replied, do you really think William the Obliterator can't handle them? Uranus chose silence. They had brought out their strongest shapeshifters lords, and since they had decided to hand them over to William the Obliterator, there really was no need to interfere anymore. Myra's true form was a divine bird, with a slight blood connection to the original ancient phoenix. She was the first to revert from human form back to her original monstrous form, transforming into a giant bird and flying in the sky. The other shapeshifters also transformed back into their original forms, and in an instant, a dark red aura enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles around the small town. 13 supreme deity-level shapeshifters lords reverted to their strongest forms, an utterly terrifying sight. The entire divine realm trembled at this moment, with all forces watching the direction of Mount Akina. The Divine Alliance also convened, gathering the gods to discuss how to deal with the sudden uprising of the Shapeshifters clan. William looked up at these Shapeshifters lords in the sky, their bizarre and varied forms. Among them, only the two Shapeshifters lords named Mira and Rodin, in their giant bird forms, looked somewhat pleasing. The rest were ferocious and grotesque in appearance. As long as Lord Odin does not intervene, by joining forces, we have a good chance of slaying William the Obliterator, to avenge our Shapeshifters clan members who died at his hands in the past. Avenge and cleanse our honor. The Shapeshifters' aura merged together, well aware that facing William the Obliterator, whom even the Ultimate Force Alliance leader Odin feared, individually would mean certain death without any significance. If they were to fight, then it would be by pooling all the strength of the Shapeshifters' lords to decide the battle in one strike. The three high-tier sky kings of Olympus and other absolute deities, upon sensing the huge energy fluctuations of the Shapeshifters clan at Mount Akina, began to probe the situation with their divine senses. When they heard the name William the Obliterator, they immediately laughed. Just 13 Shapeshifters lords. They represent the pinnacle of the Shapeshifters clan's power, on par with the 12 absolute deities of the Divine Alliance. In a scenario where high-tier sky kings could not easily intervene, they could be considered invincible. Now, it seemed they were all doomed. The sea god Poseidon and Zeus sat together, with Zeus asking, "My dear brother Poseidon, what do you think of this?" Poseidon laughed. "It seems our master is about to take action against the Shapeshifters clan." "Yes, that seems to be the case." Zeus nodded. "It appears our master believes that our previously planned purge was not enough to exterminate the Shapeshifters clan, and now he's taking matters into his own hands. The Divine Alliance is going to rule the divine realm." Zeus waved his hand to the other gods, saying, "Nothing to worry about. Everyone can disperse." At this moment, Heracles stepped forward, saying, "Lord Zeus, that dark red powerful energy was released by the strong Shapeshifters lords. It's definitely an attack they are planning against us. I am willing to lead the Celestial Legion of Olympus to subdue them." Zeus took a deep breath. "Heracles." "Him again. Does he not understand what I'm saying?" "Heracles, I order you to explore the ancient abyss for 100 years. Depart immediately without fail." Heracles was full of questions. Weren't there a large number of powerful shapeshifters gathering to the east? Shouldn't this be the time to lead troops against the shapeshifters? Why explore the ancient abyss? And what's there to explore in the ancient abyss anyway? "Father, I really don't want to go to the ancient abyss. That place is too terrifying. Depart immediately." Zeus stood up, waved his hand, and said, "Dismissed. We do not need to bother with the shapeshifters." "As you command." Heracles bowed his head and forced a smile, not knowing how he had managed to anger Zeus. to be sent to the ancient abyss. The gods were all puzzled, but with Heracles, who had spoken of subduing the shapeshifters, being dispatched to the ancient abyss, who would dare to question further? William watched the increasingly dense dark red aura in the sky, leisurely finding a chair to sit and quietly enjoy. Seeing their agitated and indignant expressions just now, it was only reasonable to let them demonstrate their strength. William the Obliterator, what is this? You're completely unguarded. Watch out for his sword. I know. The 13 shapeshifters' lords coordinated with each other, all their power beginning to converge. William the Obliterator's overconfidence had given them an opportunity. Boom. A crimson beam of light descended from the sky. Within the beam were interwoven various powerful energies, including the soul energies of the 13 shapeshifters, pouring all their strength into a single strike aimed at slaying the demon, William the Obliterator. Chapter 673. Have you had enough fun? Odin and Uranus left the small village. The shapeshifters excitedly shouted, "Yes." Just like that, let's seal the energy movements inside William the Obliterator. Mira used the spatial laws to disrupt the space around him, preventing him from teleporting away. By narrowing his evasion range, once he is locked in, this attack will not miss. Theoretically, even William the Obliterator won't be able to escape. William simply looked up at the shapeshifters in the sky. He felt their attempts to narrow his evasion range, aiming to pinpoint his location. William didn't resist at all. To drive someone to despair, one must first let them see hope, then watch it crumble bit by bit. That kind of despair is profound, the true essence of hopelessness. At that moment, they would realize all resistance and struggle were futile. Manipulating emotions was something he excelled at. The power of the spatial laws wielded by Mira and the other shapeshifters' lords was negligible in front of William, but he didn't mind giving them a bit more hope. Jesus also wanted to escape, but he had been marked by the shapeshifters' lords as William the Obliterator's lackey. How could they possibly let him go? Jesus didn't possess the strength of Odin and Uranus. His divine power was scattered, leaving him with only his strong physical body, making escape futile. All-out attack by 13 supreme deity-level shapeshifters' lords. Jesus also looked up at the shapeshifters' lords, convinced that their power was insufficient to kill William. Yet, his fate was entirely in William's hands. Boom! A massive force converged into a sphere, and the blood-colored beam, woven with various powers, accurately engulfed both William and Jesus. The entire village was leveled, with rocks and dust rising thousands of feet high. "We hit him!" The shapeshifters' lords shouted with immense excitement. Uranus and Odin stood at a distance, watching from afar. At this moment, they could no longer sense the presence of William and Jesus. "Odin, do you think William the Obliterator will be harmed?" Uranus raised his eyebrows lightly. Mira and the others used up all their soul energy for this attack. After this, their power will drop to the level it was 50,000 years ago. They've really gone all out. Odin's gaze flickered as he spoke. Such an attack, if it were to land on me, would inevitably cause injury. But that's William the Obliterator, Uranus sighed. Odin also shook his head. In front of William the Obliterator, even a high-tier Sky Kings can be obliterated in one strike. The power of that strike could at most injure a high-tier Sky King. Upon reflection, they knew they could dodge such an attack themselves. And what more for William the Obliterator, this monstrous tyrant? The shapeshifters still hovered in midair, likewise unable to sense William's aura anymore. As the joy of their supposed hit faded, they gradually calmed down, and thoughts began to proliferate. Was William the Obliterator just killed like that? Then he wasn't all that formidable. Is he really dead? I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. He didn't draw his sword. Could it be due to overconfidence, and in the end, he had no chance to draw his sword? I've heard that experts who wield swords generally don't have very strong physical bodies. Under such an attack, he should be dead. The shapeshifters' lords widened their eyes, staring at the ground below. As the dust settled, they saw William, in his white robe, sitting exactly where he had been before. Not even the chair had moved, and not a speck of dust on him. Jesus was also unharmed. Beside him, don't you know that in anime, the bigger the smoke, the lesser the damage? William looked up at the shapeshifters' lords in the sky, smiling. Remember not to make such a big scene next time. The shapeshifters' lords in the sky collectively fell apart. This simply wasn't normal human behavior, and deliberately concealing his aura, making them believe William the Obliterator was really dead. This time, the shapeshifters no longer coordinated their attacks. Various spells and artifacts were hurled chaotically at William and Jesus. William remained seated, unmoved, letting the spells and artifacts hit him. Such scattered attacks were far less effective compared to their combined strike earlier. After 10 minutes of relentless attacks, the shapeshifters' lords were nearly drained of their soul energy. Yet, William was still sitting unscathed in his chair. It was like preschool children using their bubble machines as machine guns to spray their kindergarten principal. Have you had enough fun? William's voice floated lightly to the ears of the shapeshifters' lords, leaving them bewildered. If you've had your fun, now it's my turn. William slightly lifted his eyelid and said, I'll give you 10 seconds to run. If I catch you again in the future. A freak. Truly a freak. Was he really playing this kind of game? The 13 shapeshifters' lords' initial combined attack was a soul-burning assault, and now, with their strength significantly diminished and their soul energy depleted, William was completely unharmed and still wanting to play such a game with them, which was outrageous. The shapeshifters' lords scattered, some even heading directly to the burning hells and the ancient abyss, while others chose to seek refuge with other high-tier sky kings. Odin no longer concerned himself with them. If they wanted to survive, it seemed these were their only options. The burning hells and the ancient abyss are known to house mysterious and powerful beings, potentially lands that even William the Obliterator dares not tread. Seeking refuge with other high-tier sky kings might also offer them protection. The shapeshifters' lords fled in panic. After 10 seconds, Jesus said in a low voice, Mr. Johnson, time's up. Oh, William nodded, saying, then let's go. Okay. Jesus was also curious about how William planned to deal with the shapeshifters' lords. He had assumed William would instantly teleport to various locations and capture the shapeshifters' lords, but unexpectedly, William started walking leisurely towards Mount Akina. Mr. Johnson, could it be that those shapeshifters' lords intend to use Alice as a hostage? Jesus asked again, then suggested, shouldn't we hurry over there? No rush, let's take our time. They haven't finished their battle yet. What's the point of us going now? William's casual demeanor left Jesus somewhat puzzled. Similarly, Odin and Uranus were also confused about what William the Obliterator was planning. William, what do you mean by this? Odin appeared beside William and asked, what do you plan to do with those shapeshifters' lords under my command? William stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharpening. They are no longer your subordinates. They are mine now. The fact that Odin addressed William directly in such an interrogative tone was something William did not appreciate. Odin sensed something off in William's gaze, coughed lightly, and asked, then what are your plans for them? That tone, are you trying to teach me how to handle things? William's look grew even colder. Uranus quickly followed up, saying, William, could you now talk about your plan? William actually laughed. I've said, I really don't have any plans. What plan do you want to hear? Chapter 670 For the Fall of William the Obliterator. Uranus and Odin were dumbfounded upon hearing William's response. After all their efforts, they had lost all their shapeshifters' lords, and now they're told there was no plan? William, aren't you just playing with us? Uranus couldn't understand. No plan. Did that count as William the Obliterator playing them? How can you say I played you? I've been consistent from the start. I had no plan, William said. You assumed on your own that I had some scheme, insisting on giving me your shapeshifters' lords. Was I supposed to refuse? Uranus and Odin were left utterly bewildered. Yes, William had always said he had no plan, yet they speculated wildly, imagining he harbored some grand scheme. Perhaps something like overthrowing God, aiding their ultimate force alliance to conquer the entire divine realm. Otherwise, why would they hand over their shapeshifters' lords to William so readily? In other words, after all their sacrifices, they ended up with nothing. Odin and Uranus stared at William, looking lost, unsure of how to proceed. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. William prepared to leave. Is William going to capture our former subordinates? Odin asked. They are now my subordinates. Why would I capture them? William raised an eyebrow. Odin and Uranus were left speechless and frustrated by his remark. Don't bother my subordinates in the future. Whatever they wish to do, let them do it. William, are you directly undermining the foundation of our Ultimate Force Alliance? Are you planning to join forces with Zeus and destroy our Ultimate Force Alliance? Uranus thought of an even more terrifying possibility. Previously, they thought that William the Obliterator would help them annihilate God's forces. Now, it seems that God has been targeted by William the Obliterator, and today, their people from the Ultimate Force Alliance have also been targeted and suffered heavy losses. There was a possibility that William the Obliterator was plotting to help Zeus destroy their Ultimate Force Alliance. William's eyes narrowed slightly as he said indifferently, "To destroy your Ultimate Force Alliance, do I need to ally with someone?" Gulp. Uranus swallowed hard. In this world, probably only William the Obliterator dared to utter such words. It seemed to William the Obliterator, obliterating the entire Ultimate Force Alliance was as easy as lifting his hand. What's more terrifying is that Uranus felt the same. William, please don't misunderstand. Uranus, breaking out in a cold sweat, said, Odin and I have no intention of being your enemy. We've had millions of years of relations. Why let such a matter sour things? William nodded, then started walking away, waving his hand. Carry on with your matters. No need to see me off. Jesus closely followed William's steps, and he finally understood clearly. Mr. Johnson had directly caused Odin and Uranus a great deal of trouble, and the extent of it was quite severe. In an era where high-tier Sky Kings cannot easily intervene, the powerful force of the 13 Shapeshifters Lords leaving the Ultimate Force Alliance to hide away was a massive blow to the entire alliance. And yet, Odin and Uranus were not only furious, but also afraid of offending William. As William and Jesus slowly walked towards Mount Aegina, they left Odin and Uranus disheveled and forlorn in the wind. Odin, what should we do next? Uranus's eyebrows gradually furrowed. They finally realized that William the Obliterator had no intention of forming an alliance with their Ultimate Force Alliance, and might even harbor intentions to destroy it. The sheer power of William the Obliterator filled them with fear. Odin, looking at William's retreating figure, asked in a low voice, Uranus, how strong do you think he really is? What kind of power level exists above a high-tier Sky King? Odin and Uranus themselves were primeval, high divine kings. If they could leave this universe, they would not be governed by cosmic entities, but they did not know how to break free from this universe. Uranus shook his head, saying, Odin, do you think we should consider becoming guardians of the cosmic entity? Guardians of the cosmic entity? To absorb the power of the divine aura. Odin looked up at the sky. Being a primeval high divine king is powerful, but not truly invincible. As long as they remain in this current universe, the cosmic entity will always loom over them. It's like how foreign nationals in the United States can still be sentenced by U.S. law enforcement if they commit crimes. They have not achieved absolute freedom. I, for one, do not wish to absorb the power of the divine aura, Odin said indifferently. Indeed, he was angered by William the Obliterator, but in reality, at least the Ultimate Force Alliance has not been destroyed. Are you two willing to participate in the battle of the Guardians of the Cosmic Entity? A voice suddenly echoed in Odin and Uranus's minds. It was the Cosmic Entity. Odin chuckled. As expected, the Cosmic Entity is omnipresent. The Cosmic Entity fell silent again. Respected Cosmic Entity, I am willing to participate in the battle of your guardians, but I have a question that I hope you can clarify. I also don't know how strong William the Obliterator is. So, don't ask, the Cosmic Entity directly stated. Odin frowned. The Cosmic Entity also didn't know William the Obliterator's strength? Then, compared to William the Obliterator, who is stronger? After a moment of silence, the Cosmic Entity said, if he uses his full strength, 3 punches. You mean it would take you 3 punches to eradicate William the Obliterator? Odin asked, though a part of him hoped his interpretation was wrong, given the odd way the Cosmic Entity phrased its response. It is William the Obliterator who could eradicate me with 3 punches at full strength. At most, 3 punches, implying that it could also mean a single punch could directly eradicate. Odin and Uranus were shocked and dismayed. If the Cosmic Entity spoke so, Didn't that mean William the Obliterator was truly invincible? Then, above high-tier Sky Kings, are there other levels of power? Odin, deciding to participate in the battle of the cosmic entity's guardians, naturally wanted to clarify some questions. The cosmic entity coldly said, "The cosmic entities of different universes also vary in strength. You high-tier Sky Kings are certainly not at the end of power enhancement. As for other levels of power, they are beyond what your current strength can perceive." Odin was sweating profusely but mustered the courage to ask, "Then, what level of power does William the Obliterator belong to?" "Humph," the cosmic entity scoffed. "Even if you knew his power level, what could you do? Do you think you could kill him? Is he truly an invincible existence?" Odin was still not ready to give up, especially since the cosmic entity had indicated it couldn't withstand 3 punches from William the Obliterator. "Invincible? I can only tell you that your universe is merely the 13th universe. Under the jurisdiction of the true king of the universes, there are 59 universes, each with beings far stronger than you. Should you agree to join the battle of the cosmic entity's guardians, perhaps one day, you may witness the fall of William the Obliterator." Odin and Uranus exchanged glances, and the 2 primeval high divine kings nodded in agreement to participate in the cosmic entity's guardians' battle. They didn't harbor much hatred against William the Obliterator, but in this universe, they saw little hope. At their level of power, they only wished to encounter more powerful beings and become stronger themselves. Fight. Keep fighting. And then become stronger. Not to remain stagnant. Of course, they definitely didn't want to engage in a battle against a freakishly strong opponent like William the Obliterator. Chapter 675. William was the most dangerous of all. William sensed the presence of the cosmic entity but remained indifferent, continuing his walk towards Mount Aegina on his own. The cosmic entity probably knew what William was thinking. William simply did not care about its actions. Jesus followed William closely, wondering if the ancient frost dragon might have hurt Alice. After all, the power level of the ancient frost dragon was not much lower than Loki's. Alice's power level was somewhat awkward. If Loki and the ancient frost dragon started fighting, Alice could be seriously injured just by being slightly affected. Of course, Jesus had also seen Alice's alchemy furnace, made entirely of golden magic sand. If she hid inside, she would naturally be safe. Upon reaching the mountain, they found nothing but a pile of rocks. "You really know how to have fun." With a wave of his hand, William scattered the rocks, revealing an alchemy furnace in front of them. Then, Alice, Loki, and a cute little frost dragon appeared before them. "What are you doing?" William couldn't help but laugh. It was one thing for Alice and the others to hide in the alchemy furnace, but covering it with rocks? What was that all about? Alice looked around and, seeing that peace had been restored, said to William, "Didn't you see the many powerful shapeshifters lords in the sky just now? If we didn't hide, and they found us, wouldn't we die a horrible death?" The little frost dragon nodded vigorously. "Mr. Johnson, you didn't see it, but there were at least 10 powerful shapeshifters lords. We didn't know what they wanted to do, so Alice and I decided to hide first." William realized that Alice had easily subdued the ancient frost dragon. "No, it was a little frost dragon. How did you manage to subdue it?" William glanced at the little frost dragon. Wasn't this going off script? Subdued just like that? Shouldn't there have been a battle at least? Alice arched her eyebrows slightly and said, "When I saw him, I just asked if he was the ancient frost dragon Eirik, and then he acknowledged me as his master. Is that so hard?" The little frost dragon seemed eager to please as it said to William, "Mr. Johnson, I remembered your instruction and waited here for my master. There were some shapeshifters originally stationed here who were disrespectful to my master and Loki, and I swallowed them." At this moment, Loki muttered under his breath, "That shapeshifter was no match for me anyway." However, the little frost dragon paid him no mind and looked at William as if taking credit, even wagging its tail. William then realized something. The current events were completely different from the script he had envisioned. In his script, the ancient frost dragon Eirik was supposed to engage in a fierce battle with Alice. But things were different with Alice. The ancient frost dragon Eirik was filled with awe for William, not daring to forget any task William had entrusted to him. But when he saw Alice, he couldn't understand why his master was so weak. What if he accidentally killed her? When Alice asked if he was the ancient frost dragon Eirik, he immediately accepted Alice as his master. He also inquired about Alice's relationship with William the Obliterator. There was no intense conflict or dispute. To please Alice, Eirik even went as far as to kill a few shapeshifters and then transformed into a little frost dragon. For this reason, Alice's subduing of the ancient frost dragon Eirik became effortless. After a brief conversation, she easily gained a new follower. Then, upon seeing the sky filled with powerful shapeshifters' lords, they were frightened and hid in the alchemy furnace together. William had a complicated expression on his face. He could completely imagine the scene where these three guys, scared out of their wits upon seeing the sky, filled with shapeshifter lords, would directly hide inside the alchemy furnace. Continue westward from here. I have some matters to attend to, William instructed Jesus. Keep an eye on them for me, understand? I understand. Having experienced much and being one of William's earliest followers, Jesus knew well that William's so-called script was meant to refine Alice. They were primarily responsible for ensuring Alice's safety and were not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. They were even supposed to create some trouble for Alice, setting up some adversaries for her to handle on her own. Upon hearing William say this, Alice stepped forward and asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" William pondered. "You've been in the divine realm for some time now. On this journey west, you should learn to lead your disciples and handle some matters. If I'm with you, things will be too smooth for you. In the divine realm, where every strong being knows William, if he wants to temper Alice, then he cannot stay by her side. In fact, he should arrange some trials for Alice, just like the inspiring female protagonists in TV dramas." With this thought, a spark flashed in William's eyes. He didn't like to scheme, for with his power, scheming seemed rather boring. But scheming against Alice? That he could do. Even scheming against high-tier sky kings seemed less interesting to William than scheming against his own wife. A sudden sense of foreboding arose in Alice. That look in William's eyes just now made her feel uneasy. Yes, very uneasy. In times of real danger, Alice felt safe with William by her side. But now, when things seemed safe, she sensed that William was the most dangerous of all. The more William thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. If William stayed close to Alice, many wouldn't dare approach her. But if he wasn't with Alice, using his connections in the divine realm to arrange various trials for Alice would be too easy. As long as William wished it, the battles Alice would face would never cease. Are you thinking of something weird? Alice instinctively took 2 steps back. Just a moment ago, she was wondering if her journey was too easy, but seeing William's actions now, she was frightened again. William had once kicked her off a cliff and into a volcano, subjecting her to various insane forms of training. Seeing William's actions now, she suddenly felt something terrible was about to happen. Who was William, after all? Causing trouble for his wife was as natural to him as eating and drinking, especially when thinking of new training methods, which somehow brought a hint of excitement to his calm heart. "I'm leaving now. Take your time wandering around, and good luck." Before leaving, William gently hugged Alice, and then, with a smile on his face and fists clenched, he said, "Fight on." At this moment, Alice was truly panicked, especially with William's fist-clenching encouragement as he was leaving. It couldn't be more terrifying. Indeed, traveling in the divine realm is not a honeymoon. Alice seemed to have completely understood. Jesus and the others saw Alice looking very sad, dejected, or disappointed, and didn't quite understand why Alice looked this way. In their view, Alice should be someone Mr. Johnson favored highly. Why would she look like this when Mr. Johnson was cheering her on? Chapter 676, I'd like you to do something for me. Chapter 676, I'd like you to do something for me. As William turned and walked away, Alice's emotions immediately became complicated. Perhaps couples who have been intimate for a long time really can grow weary of each other. But just having William by her side made her feel at ease. Now, after traveling together, they had indeed spent quite a while in each other's company. "When will you return?" Alice called out from behind. William replied, "I'll be back once you reach the sanctum of the holy light." After saying this, William's figure faded and disappeared right before her eyes. During this time, 13 shapeshifter lords had already found what they considered to be powerful backers. These backers might not be able to defeat William the Obliterator, that freakishly strong individual, but presumably, William the Obliterator would give them some face. Or they simply found a somewhat hidden place to hide, purely hoping against hope that William the Obliterator wouldn't find them. William intended to create trouble for Alice, to find her enemies and adversaries, naturally looking for those with significant strength. Otherwise, just the few disciples by Alice's side could easily handle them. In terms of power, those 13 shapeshifter lords were of the supreme deity level, but having previously confronted William, their strength was greatly diminished. To say they could overpower Alice's team through sheer strength was already impossible, but William could make them stronger. This wasn't too difficult for William. They relied on all sorts of strange artifacts to gain an advantage. William might not have much else, but he certainly has a plethora of odd artifacts. In the palace of the sea god, Poseidon sat with his wife Amphitrite, his son Triton, his daughters the Nereids, and Theseus, Poseidon's family members, all gathered. Mira kneeled in the great hall, her head bowed, pleading for refuge from the sea god Poseidon. In Mira's view, Poseidon, the sea god, seemed to be the kindest towards their shapeshifters clan among the high-tier sky kings. To seek refuge and become his servant was naturally the best option for her. She had also explained the situation to Poseidon. Dressed in sea blue robe, Poseidon listened to Mira with drooping eyelids. After hearing everything, he felt that William had intentionally done this to make the top forces of the shapeshifters clan seek refuge with him, becoming his subordinates. But he was still waiting because William hadn't explicitly said Mira could become one of his subordinates. I request Lord Poseidon to take me in. Seeing that the sea god Poseidon remained silent, Mira once again prostrated on the ground to plead. She had pleaded outside the palace of the sea god for a long time before being allowed in. With her strength, attempting to force her way into the palace of the sea god was akin to seeking death. Now kneeling before Poseidon, if he refused to take her in, and she encountered William the Obliterator after leaving the palace of the sea god, death was certain. Poseidon slightly lifted his eyelids, indifferently saying, "Do you think, if Mr. Johnson wanted to kill you, I could save your life?" "Mr. Johnson?" Mira took a deep breath, sensing the respect for William the Obliterator in Poseidon's words. Moreover, from his statement, it seemed likely that if William the Obliterator came to the palace of the sea god, Poseidon might directly hand her over. The people around Poseidon didn't find his words strange. His family knew well the unfathomable strength of William the Obliterator. "If that's the case, I shall take my leave," Mira said with a bitter smile. Suddenly, she felt that if William the Obliterator wanted her dead, fleeing anywhere would be meaningless. Even Poseidon said so. Where could she find refuge in the divine realm? "Wait," Poseidon said indifferently. "You may stay for now. I presume Mr. Johnson won't be bothered with you. If he truly wanted you dead, hiding at the end of the universe would be futile. Just wait here." Just as Mira was about to get up, she heard the hippocampi outside the hall shout, "Lord Poseidon, William the Obliterator seeks an audience outside the palace of the sea god." William the Obliterator seeks an audience outside the palace of the sea god? Seeks an audience? Even Poseidon was a bit unsettled. William was really giving him a lot of respect. Did William actually need to request to enter his palace of the sea god? With the protective barrier he had set up, wasn't it just something William could shatter with a kick? To enter, a simple teleportation would suffice, but instead, he had the hippocampi report his arrival. "Let's all go out to welcome him." Poseidon got up, glanced at Mira, and said, "You come too." Mira was well aware of the situation. Thinking of escaping? She won't be able to. William the Obliterator was blocking the entrance, and given Poseidon's current attitude, she suspected Poseidon would be the first to disapprove if she attempted to flee. Mira had no choice but to follow Poseidon and the others outside the hall. William stood outside the palace of the sea god, watching Poseidon and the others emerge. "Mr. Johnson, I've missed you." Poseidon quickly approached William, bowing respectfully. The difference in their statuses was clear. The family of the sea god Poseidon knew that the strength of William the Obliterator was unfathomable, but they had not expected Poseidon's demeanor towards William to be so respectful. Poseidon's demeanor shocked them, but they too greeted William warmly and with respect. They were unaware of the fact that William had been Poseidon's master when he was younger. William wasn't too fond of Poseidon calling him mentor either, as it made him seem old. In fact, a long time ago, William had a good relationship with Triton and the Nereids. The manner of their current reception made it seem rather estranged. I've come this time to discuss a matter with you. Consider it a small favor for me, and there will certainly be thanks, William said. No need for anyone to be formal. Mr. Johnson, please come into the hall to discuss, Poseidon said in front of his children, treating William with the utmost respect. He also wanted his family to understand that the person before them was not someone they could afford to offend. Accidentally offending William? That would be unthinkable. After William entered the hall and found a chair to sit down, Poseidon did not dare to sit on his throne anymore and stood opposite William. It was only natural for him to stand while his master sat. But with Poseidon standing, no one else dared to sit either. Thus, in the entire palace of the sea god, only William sat while everyone else stood upright. Mira, who had come seeking refuge, felt even more panicked. The scene was terrifyingly formal, clearly indicating that Poseidon couldn't protect her. William the Obliterator, don't think that just because of your strong power, I am afraid of you. Even if it means death, I won't let you keep me like cattle or sheep. Mira glared at William and intended to self-destruct her soul, but she quickly realized she couldn't do it, as a mysterious force sealed her soul energy. Don't rush. I have no intention of keeping you like cattle or sheep. William looked at Mira and casually waved his hand, causing a glass bottle to appear at Mira's feet. Odin has given you to me. Now, I'm giving you your freedom. You can leave whenever you want, but I'd like you to do something for me. If you agree, this pill is yours. Chapter 677 Outlaw Beyond the Law. William is absolutely among the world's foremost in alchemy. The pills he concocts are coveted even by high-tier sky kings, who would go to great lengths to obtain them. Mira frowned, glancing only briefly at the small glass bottle at her feet. The pill was secondary. What primarily caught her attention was William the Obliterator's offer of freedom, that she could leave whenever she wanted. Is that true? Mira somewhat doubted William's words. In the eyes of the Shapeshifters clan, the name William the Obliterator was synonymous with a shrewd businessman. How could his word be trusted? William calmly stated, if I wanted to kill you, or keep you, could you resist? In a place like the Divine Realm, where might makes right, sometimes being polite and reasonable can make you seem bizarre or sinister to others. This is probably a result of the world's rules in the Divine Realm, where the strong seldom pity the weak, and the lives of the weak are never secure. Then may I leave? Mira asked tentatively. William nodded. As you wish. As Mira was about to step away, she noticed that all of Poseidon's children were excitedly watching the small glass bottle at her feet. When they caught Mira's gaze, they quickly turned their faces away, pretending to be indifferent. Mira halted her steps. She suddenly realized, did she hold a bias against William the Obliterator? For someone who commanded such respect from Poseidon, would killing her not be effortless? Was any scheming necessary? In the Divine Realm, where the strong are revered, could it be assumed that William the Obliterator is stronger than Poseidon and the other two high-tier Sky Kings? A pill that could elicit such a reaction from Poseidon's children. Should she really leave it behind and walk away? What do you want me to do? Mira realized her power level had plummeted because she had offended William the Obliterator, and even Poseidon dared not take her in. Now that William the Obliterator had offered her a task, with a pill that seemed extraordinary, why should she refuse? William smiled, not leaving. Poseidon's children once again looked at Mira, their eyes clearly saying, why aren't you leaving? Why change your mind now? As a shapeshifter's lord commanding countless subordinates, Mira was certainly no fool. She immediately raised her hands, bowed to William, and said, I won't leave. Since Odin has given me to you, my life is yours. Whatever you command, I will obey. After she finished speaking, sighs could be faintly heard around her. Indeed, Poseidon's children were all hoping she would leave. Very well, William said. Take that pill. It should be able to restore some of your power level. Without any hesitation, Mira picked up the glass bottle and opened the stopper. Instantly, the scent of the pill filled the hall, and Triton and the others' eyes widened. What quality of pill was this? The pills in the Divine Realm are divided into 5 levels. Common, rare, epic, legendary, mythical. Poseidon had once concocted a legendary tier divine medicine, which had made him so proud that he boasted about it everywhere. As for mythical tier, those were the stuff of legends. Whoosh. Energy surged above the palace of the sea god, even affecting the defensive barriers protecting the temple. Mr. Johnson, my children can also undertake any tasks you have. Finally, Poseidon couldn't help but speak up. Just opening the bottle had caused such a stir. This pill was definitely of mythical tier. Poseidon felt pained at the thought of such an exquisite pill falling into Myra's hands for nothing. Mira was also startled by the commotion caused by the pill. In a daze, upon hearing Poseidon's words, she hastily threw the pill, along with the bottle, into her mouth. Gulp! Everyone watched as the entire pill bottle was swallowed by Mira down her throat. As a shapeshifter's lord, consuming strange objects wasn't unusual, right? Primarily, Mira had realized the pill's value, even making Poseidon envious. If she hesitated and William the Obliterator changed his mind about letting her do the task, what then? The sea god Poseidon has countless capable subordinates. Anything she can do, Poseidon's subordinates can naturally do as well. My goodness. Even Poseidon couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness. Swallowing even the bottle, she truly left no opportunity for others. Mira could feel the terrifying efficacy of the pill sweeping through her body as soon as it hit her stomach. As an ancient shapeshifter's lord, her physical body was further strengthened, her soul energy depleted from a previous battle was instantly restored, and her injured soul was nourished. A faint light radiated from Mira, her soul energy, dark red verging on black, intertwined with faint gold. Her pupils even flickered with a faint golden light, her muscles and bones crackling. Supreme deity level at its peak. Just one pill had restored the severely injured Mira back to her peak strength. Mira could clearly feel that this was not simply a return to her peak. Previously, she had barely reached the peak of the supreme deity level. Her physical and soul energy among Odin's subordinates were considered mediocre. But after consuming this pill, not only did her strength surge, her physical body became unprecedentedly powerful, and she experienced a kind of exhilaration she had never felt before. This power seemed to have no limits imposed by any cosmic entity. What kind of power is this? Myra's pupils contracted sharply, astonished that a single pill could possess such immense power. William watched Mira, nodding in satisfaction. This pill was concocted after he captured a cosmic entity, and while he wasn't entirely clear on its specific effects, he presumed they must be significant. Previously, he hadn't understood what a cosmic entity really was, and following the death of Artemis, he became hesitant to give things away recklessly. But now he fully understood. Cosmic entities may sound powerful, but if this universe were compared to a dormitory, a cosmic entity would be more like the dormitory's manager. Above the cosmic entity, there should be even higher existences. After setting certain rules, a cosmic entity cannot arbitrarily slaughter the beings of this universe unless these beings violate the rules it has set. Primeval High Divine Kings and Sovereign High Divine Kings are more like outsiders entering the dormitory. As long as they don't severely break the rules, the dorm manager shouldn't have the authority to punish them. As for William, he's like an outlaw beyond the law, with a force so strong that even the dorm manager dares not provoke him. Provoking him might lead the outlaw to drive an excavator through the entire building. Now, those under William's care are essentially his bros, and the dorm manager, fully aware of the ferocity of this particular outlaw, naturally wouldn't dare to harm them. What defines an outlaw beyond the law? William's uninhibited actions exemplify just that. Chapter 678, Who could match William's generosity? Chapter 678, Who could match William's generosity? Mira indeed received tangible benefits from William, and at this moment, she also suddenly understood why Odin would go to such lengths to please William the Obliterator. A casually gifted pill that could significantly increase her power level, making even Poseidon envious, demonstrated immense strength. Mr. Johnson, what do you command? Myra's way of addressing William had changed. The butcher William, once a figure of fear for Mira, had now become a powerful support she must cling to. Following Odin, the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, hadn't brought her much in terms of rewards. Even the first strand of the sacred aura was promised to Forseti of the Heart of Asgard by Odin. Who could match William's generosity? It won't be difficult for you. I want you to choose a place between Mount Akina and the Sanctum of the Holy Light to make your stand, William explained. Mira then had visions of Alice and Jesus in her mind, and understood William's main purpose for her to take a stand was to intercept these people and trouble Alice. Just trouble her, but not actually kill her. Understood. I will do it right away. Mira kneeled on one knee before William, her head bowed in extreme respect, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. William nodded go. As Mira stood up, the gaze of Poseidon's children towards her had changed. If previously Mira could be considered a defeated dog, now she had ascended to the heavens, having found a powerful patron. To become an underling of Mr. Johnson was an enormous stroke of luck. Poseidon was well informed. He knew that with William's help, Hades had boldly taken 2 top-tier artifacts from the Archangel, Amanadiel, and was flaunting them everywhere, utterly brazen. Such audacity, almost more so than Zeus himself. In just half a month, countless joined his underworld legion, rapidly becoming a powerful force second only to Zeus. Now Mira had also become one of William the Obliterator's underlings. Though not a disciple, her status had changed significantly. After Mira left, Poseidon chuckled. Mr. Johnson, if you have any tasks, just order my children. Why bother finding someone else? Poseidon has always been protective of his own people, and since William was his childhood master, if William needed something done, why not have Poseidon's children do it? That way, the rewards wouldn't end up in the hands of outsiders, right? Thinking about the top-tier pill that Mira just swallowed, the sea god Poseidon felt a pang of distress. William naturally understood what Poseidon meant by his words. What was he at the palace of the sea god for? Mira could at most bring trouble to Alice once, but if all of Poseidon's subordinates were mobilized, the trials along the way could be completely assembled. Most importantly, Poseidon's subordinates were powerful, wielding curious and ancient artifacts that would serve as excellent whetstones. If you don't mind the trouble, you can also participate. There will certainly be rewards. William blinked. The pill given to Mira was meant to be seen by them, after all. With the promise of generous rewards, surely more would be. Recruited to join. What do we need to do? Triton's eyes sparkled with eagerness. William smiled at Poseidon. Do you know the route my wife Alice is taking westward in the divine realm? Just take good care of her. However, if there are casualties, I won't be responsible. The pace of Alice's growth was somewhat terrifying, and the disciples following her were not ordinary either. Such levels of combat could easily lead to fatalities. Of course, Poseidon nodded. Being a cunning high-tier sky king, he had an inkling of what William intended. Training Alice, of course. Back on Earth, William had been doing just that, and now it was no different. With a grand gesture, William conjured a pile of miscellaneous items in the great hall of the palace of the sea god. Whoosh! A terrifying surge of energy caused the protective barrier of the palace of the sea god to burst under the pressure of this formidable force. Is this a top-tier artifact? Mr. Johnson, is this chef's knife a top-tier artifact? So many divine medicines? Could it be their quality has reached the legendary level? No, they are of the mythical level. Poseidon's subordinates were shocked by the pile of extraordinary treasures before them. They all knew William the Obliterator possessed many valuable items, but they hadn't expected so many. A total of over 100 top-tier artifacts and more than 50 mythical-level pills. Even emptying the treasuries of Zeus and Odin wouldn't yield so many treasures. You should know what to do. Distribute these little items among your subordinates. Poseidon's personality was most to William's liking, so naturally, he was the first to receive the good stuff. Mr. Johnson, rest assured, my subordinates will handle this matter properly. Poseidon gathered all the artifacts and pills, his eyes narrowing in joyous laughter. This could be considered a stroke of luck for Poseidon. With these top-tier artifacts and pills given to Poseidon's subordinates by William, the strength of the divine alliance is bound to grow. No. Poseidon is set to become the true king of the divine realm. Have your subordinates leave us. I have matters to discuss with you. William had other reasons for visiting the palace of the sea god. Poseidon blinked, and his subordinates respectfully withdrew. William asked, do you know about the cosmic entity Guardian's battle? Of course, Poseidon said. We high-tier Sky Kings are actually guardians of the cosmic entity. If we lose the cosmic entity guardians battle, all beings in this universe will be affected. We must fight. Oh, William smiled. Is the time set? Poseidon shook his head. It said that 10 guardians of the cosmic entity need to be chosen. In our universe, even if we include Odin, Uranus, and Prometheus, there are only 8 who have reached the power level of high-tier Sky Kings. I don't know what the cosmic entity is planning. Moreover, Odin and Uranus are primeval high divine kings. Their powers are unrelated to the cosmic entity, so they might not be willing to exert themselves. Poseidon said. And with the Archangel Amenadiel having lost his top-tier artifacts, his strength is halved, making his participation doubtful. In saying this, he clearly overlooked William, not expecting William to participate in the battle. William didn't say much more. He was someone who got bored easily and had long wanted to see what was at the other end of this universe. With such an opportunity, of course, he would participate, and he planned to take Alice with him. The only question now was how much longer they would have to wait for this Cosmic Entity Guardians battle. Cosmic Entity, come out and let's talk, William said indifferently. Moments later, a petite figure appeared out of the void. Chapter 679 Wager. William was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the petite figure before him. Poseidon found the figure somewhat familiar and bowed leisurely towards the cosmic entity. Poseidon greets the cosmic entity. It was Poseidon's first time seeing the cosmic entity in a human form. Hello, Mr. Johnson. The cosmic entity, no taller than 3 feet, resembled Amy at the age of 5, even wearing a thick, pale yellow down jacket, looking like a clumsy and silly little penguin. The mushy voice made William narrow his eyes slightly. The cosmic entity lifted its head, looking at William with a naive expression. Did you intentionally take on Amy's appearance? William's face gradually broke into a smile, though it was a cold one. Do you wish to die? The cosmic entity used what could be described as Amy-style puppy dog eyes, pitifully saying, Mr. Johnson, are you going to hit me? Huh. William didn't bother to dwell on these matters. In his eyes, Amy was Amy. The foolish child had grown up, and growing up meant just that. One couldn't expect someone to stay foolish forever. The cosmic entity adopting this form was meant to appease William, and she probably thought that by doing so, she wouldn't get hit. From what the cosmic entity knew of William, as long as he wasn't provoked, he was actually quite easygoing. Mr. Johnson, do you plan to join the battle? The cosmic entity clambered onto a chair, its actions and demeanor closely resembling 5-year-old Amy. I will join, but I must bring my wife along. Any objections? William asked. Whatever Mr. Johnson says is fine. The cosmic entity laid on the chair, naively looking at William. Such words, coming from Amy's mouth, always seem odd. William was capricious, uncertain whether to be happy or angry at the cosmic entity taking on Amy's appearance. It could only be said that the damned cosmic entity had managed to grasp his personality. Her adopting this form could at least win a bit of William's favor, even if it was mixed with some displeasure. Very nice. Mr. Johnson, how about I first take you to see the battlefield of the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle? They have already started fighting. The cosmic entity giggled. It's a gathering of strong beings from 59 universes. William laughed. Are you using me as a pawn, or do you intend to have someone else kill me? Both. The cosmic entity's eyes shone brighter than Amy's ever did, and she didn't shy away from William's question. Good, let's go take a look. William didn't mind being used as a pawn, nor did he care about the cosmic entity wanting him dead. Poseidon stood by without speaking, now remembering that the cosmic entity's appearance resembled his little disciple Amy quite closely. Poseidon also knew how fond William was of Amy, and the cosmic entity adopting this form was clearly an attempt to ingratiate herself with William, which was quite interesting. And then there was their conversation. Are you coming? William glanced back at Poseidon. May I? Poseidon, of course, wanted to go. Being a guardian of the cosmic entity himself, he couldn't avoid the cosmic entity guardians battle. Revisiting the battlefield would be ideal. William's gaze fell on the cosmic entity. If Mr. Johnson says you can go, then of course you can go. The cosmic entity smiled. William blinked. In the next moment, the 3 of them vanished from the palace of the sea god. This wasn't any space magic, but the power of the cosmic entity's space laws. Almost instantly, William felt himself traveling from this universe to another unique space. So that's how it is. William instantly understood how to travel from one universe to another. Each universe is actually adjacent, like giant bubbles connected together. To travel from one universe to another, one must either master the laws of both universes simultaneously or be led through by a cosmic entity. Or, one must grasp the true supreme cosmic truth. When they saw light again, William and his companions found themselves standing atop a blue light screen. Below them, an independent space resembling an arena was visible, where two high-tier Sky Kings were engaged in fierce combat. There were a total of 59 light screens, each a different color. On the platforms of other light screens, some were occupied by high-tier Sky Kings, while others were empty. After William and his group appeared, a creature enveloped in nothingness on an adjacent light screen looked over at the cosmic entity and laughed. "Little 13, why have you taken on this form? Are those two with you your guardians?" The cosmic entity stuck out her tongue at the creature and retorted with a roll of her eyes. "Mind your own business. Little 13, it's been so long, and you've only found these two." The neighboring creature laughed. "Come on, why don't we have a match between our two universes? My guys here are itching for a fight." Behind the seemingly ethereal creature were 10 other bizarre figures, all carefully observing William and Poseidon. The cosmic entity pouted. "I haven't even gathered 10 people yet, so no fighting." Then, looking up at William with an appearance of innocence, she asked, "Mr. Johnson, do you want to fight?" William nodded. "Let's have a match for fun." "For fun? Haha. This kid is interesting." The creature from next door laughed. "This isn't something to take lightly. The outcome is a fight to the death." After saying this, he suddenly paused and stared at the cosmic entity, asking, "What did you just call him?" The cosmic entity naturally replied, "Mr. Johnson. Which universe is he from?" The creature finally took William seriously. "I can't see his power level. A sovereign high divine king? Where did you scam him from?" "He's from my universe." The cosmic entity looked up and challenged, "Since our Mr. Johnson wants to have some fun, do you dare to fight?" The creature smirked. "What's a sovereign high divine king anyway? It's not like I haven't seen one before." William asked the cosmic entity, "Who is he?" The cosmic entity responded, "The cosmic entity from the neighboring 12th universe." William then asked, "Do you have a wager?" The cosmic entity nodded, laughing. "Yes, there's a wager of the power of 10 sacred auras." The power of the sacred aura is the foundation of a universe's construction. The strength of a universe depends on the number of sacred auras it possesses. Previously, the cosmic entity had suffered quite a bit. Because of William. Split at 90-10. William glanced at the cosmic entity. Did he not know what sort of scheme the cosmic entity was concocting? Thinking cutesy behavior would let her pick up a bargain? That wasn't going to happen. "Me 9, you won. How about giving you 30% instead?" The cosmic entity looked at William, uncertain if he genuinely misunderstood her or was pretending, even flashing a smile. "Actually, splitting 50-50 is also okay." William stared at her, remaining silent. "All right, you 9, me 1. The cosmic entity shrugged its shoulders, finally realizing that acting cute was ineffective. She truly wasn't the real Amy. And even if it were Amy in her younger years trying to act spoiled in front of William, sometimes she still couldn't avoid ending up in tears. Chapter 680 Little Rookie with a divine power value of 5. Little 13, you've sought external help to this extent? You fight one match and only get 10%. The cosmic entity from the 12th universe laughed. "So what if it's a sovereign high divine king? You only have 2 people now, ready to fight 10 matches? Is that really enough?" It was then the cosmic entity said to William, "Mr. Johnson, the rule here is that after one side enters the arena, they must fight 10 consecutive matches, so generally, 10 cosmic entity guardians are needed. How about you fight first, and then I'll bring some more people back?" William looked at the cosmic entity and smiled. "You actually want me to fight all 10, don't you?" The cosmic entity's big eyes blinked innocently, and with a naive expression, she tilted her head up and asked, "Mr. Johnson, can you fight 10 matches?" William didn't answer her question, but said, "Since you like playing Amy so much, how about I call you Dolly? It will help distinguish you." If Mr. Johnson likes to call me Dolly, then I shall be Dolly. The cosmic entity still wore a smile, and anyone unaware might truly think she was a harmless little girl. William looked down at the arena and asked, Dolly, how long have those two been fighting? 2 years, Dolly said. Both are high-tier Sky Kings. To determine a winner, it would take at least 10 years. William laughed. Then, how long do you think it would take if I fought 10 matches? Dolly wanted to delay William. Or rather, she thought it was impossible for William to win 10 matches in a row. Although William was strong, unreasonably strong. But in the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle, how difficult would it be to win 10 consecutive matches? If William won, she'd profit. And even if William won all 10 matches, it would take at least 10 years, right? You should know, the cosmic entity from the 12th universe has invited the 12 universe's strongest 10 beings to stand guard. Even if William is strong, could he possibly instant kill them every time? Perhaps it won't even take a year. Dolly, aware of William's strength, mentioned a year as a conservative estimate, but a year would already be enough for her to accomplish a lot. If I remember correctly, the power of the sacred auras possessed by a universe isn't considered abundant, right? William glanced at the cosmic entity from the 12th universe and said, if he loses 10 matches in a row, wouldn't that cause the entire universe to collapse? Dolly spoke in a childlike tone. This guy from the 12th universe has quite a few strong beings under him, including 5 stellar-level powerhouses sitting in command. Now, there are a few hundred sacred auras power, so losing 10 matches wouldn't matter. How about you? How many do you have? William, before entering the fray, wanted to know how much Dolly had at her disposal. 120, 119, Dolly pouted. It should have been 125. A universe initially possesses 125 sacred auras, but the one from Alice no longer belongs to her, and the 5 from Archangel Amanadiel, altered by William, aren't hers anymore. The cosmic entity from the 12th universe laughed loudly. Little 13, it's been so long, and you haven't participated in a single cosmic entity guardian battle. Are all the guardians in your realm useless trash? Don't you dare cry if you lose later. Dolly glared at him fiercely. Why hadn't she participated in the cosmic entity guardians battle? It was because William was causing chaos in her 13th universe. Just when she managed to cultivate 1 or 2 strong beings, William would wipe them out with a single sword strike. Especially during the age of the ancient gods, the cosmic entity managed to nurture some powerful beings, all of which became William's food. With such a monstrously strong being causing chaos in the 13th universe, Dolly couldn't even manage her own universe's affairs, let alone fight in the cosmic entity guardians battle. The cosmic entity from the 12th universe looked at William and laughed. Must be a kid who's just reached stellar-level strength, right? Win 10 matches in a row. What are you thinking? Little trash with a divine power value of 1. The cosmic entity from the 12th universe was naturally speaking their universe's language, but at their level of power, whatever is said can directly convey the intended meaning. It's like having a built-in translation device. What is a divine power value? William glanced at Dolly. Dolly explained seriously, to participate in the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle, one must be at least at the planetary level, what is known as a high-tier Sky King. As for divine power value, you can understand it as the power value after perfectly absorbing the power of the sacred aura. William mused. So, you're saying my current value appears to be just 1? Dolly nodded vigorously. Exactly. Only 1. She couldn't be clearer about this when William intended to obliterate her with a single punch. The energy aura he emitted was beyond her judgment. That is to say, purely by divine power value, William has already surpassed 125. His energy exceeds that of an initial universe. Let's start. William had no intention of becoming stronger. He was simply that strong, akin to a cheat code in a game. He had been somewhat bored in the divine realm already, and now that someone was willing to play along, how could he refuse? After experiencing the loneliness of being invincible, William was less inclined to show all his power right from the start. What if, eventually, no one wanted to fight him? Of course, William was also looking forward to encountering a worthy opponent. How great that would be! Dolly and the cosmic entity from the 12th universe exchanged glances, and from them, 10 sacred auras flew out. These sacred auras slowly converged to form an arena in a separate space. They were using the energy of cosmic truths to construct a dual space. Even if someone strong enough could break the arena, the power of the sacred auras would remain intact. After the fight, in principle, the victor gains the power of the sacred auras from the defeated side. William flew into the space arena constructed from the power of the sacred auras. Oh, I see. William smiled. The reason why the arena was constructed with 10 sacred auras from both sides was to ensure that high-tier sky kings under the control of their respective cosmic entities could utilize the laws of power designated by their cosmic entities. William glanced at Dolly, only to see her blinking at him and revealing a cute smile. Acting cute again. The cosmic entity of the 13th universe is a sly, old trickster. A kid with a divine power value of 1 dares to participate in the battle? It seems the cosmic entity of the 13th universe really is useless. The creature appearing before William had green skin, stood over 80 feet tall with a semi-transparent, 4-legged body, a fierce face, and 2 rows of sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Such a monster naturally wore nothing. It didn't even have gender characteristics, just a body full of explosive power. This was simply a pure fighting machine. William also noticed the strong beings standing in the rest areas of other universes. Many appeared to be creatures solely designed for combat. As for those in human form, there were only the guardians of the cosmic entities from 5 universes. The rest were creatures William had never seen before. The green giant in front of him seemed to want to chat a bit with William before fighting. William asked, "How many divine power values do you have?" The green giant snorted coldly. "I have 5 divine power values." His tone was full of disdain for William, who only had 1 divine power value. William raised an eyebrow and laughed. "So, you're just a little rookie with a divine power value of 5. Chapter 681 wasn't that too fast? Chapter 681 wasn't that too fast? A little rookie with a divine power value of 5? The green monster is a chief deity of the 12th universe, named Sanguinax, who has fully absorbed the power of 5 sacred halos. He is a planetary-level powerhouse whose very flesh is formidable, making every inch of his skin, every part of his body, a deadly weapon. Similarly, absorbing the power of 5 sacred halos, the mighty Archangel Amenadiel, without top-tier artifacts, would likely not last more than 3 rounds in a battle against him. Trash. Sanguinax, compared to William, is massive in size and quadrupedal, making William appear as insignificant as an ant before a majestic lion. Sanguinax suddenly swung his paw, utilizing the power of the 10 sacred halos that construct the arena of the 12th universe. It's only natural for the guardian of a cosmic entity to use the power of their cosmic entity. This is why a cosmic entity would use the power of sacred halos to construct an arena. Sanguinax once outside the cosmic boundary of the 12th universe's cosmic entity. He cannot use the power of his universe's laws, let alone the power from other universes. The power of 10 sacred halos is also a bit of support given to the combatants by their own cosmic entity. Standing there, Sanguinax certainly does not appear clumsy despite his massive size. The moment Sanguinax made his move, the sea god Poseidon's pupils sharply contracted. Such terrifying power could only be countered by his strongest god-slaying sword formation, or else he might be instantly annihilated. It turns out there are realms beyond the high-tier Sky Kings. But to think he could kill Mr. Johnson is still impossible. Just as William was about to be struck by his claw. No, he wasn't hit. William, like a willow fluff carried by the wind, fluttered beside Sanguinax's fast-moving claw. A full-powered lightning-fast strike failed to harm William in the slightest. Trivial tricks. Sanguinax laughed loudly, opened its massive mouth, and attempted to swallow William whole with a whale-like gulp. Cosmic entities and powerhouses from other universes glanced over. This was the first time in many years that the 13th cosmic entity had sent a guardian into battle, an event no one would ignore. Stellar level? Yet possessing only a single point of divine power value. How impressive can 1 point of divine power value be? Between a stellar level with 1 point of divine power value and a planetary level with 5 points, which is stronger? But really, a stellar level with just 1 point of divine power value? That's unheard of, haha. William's energy aura remained subconsciously concealed. Blown by the wind, William naturally ended up being swallowed by Sanguinax. Is stellar level this week? Haha, it's quite laughable, Sanguinax roared with laughter. After all, just a rookie with a single point of divine power. Value. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe also laughed at Dolly. Little 13, this is the stellar level powerhouse you've brought? That's it. This might just be the quickest battle since the commencement of the Cosmic Entity Guardians battles. Other universe powerhouses also burst into laughter. The Battle of Cosmic Entity Guardians is highly regarded by all universes, with the loser having to pay with the power of 10 sacred halos, a significant amount for any universe. The warriors they sent were mostly formidable beings within their own universes. Someone like Sanguinax, considered weak in the 12th universe. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe said, I wanted to give you a good start, but the fighter you've brought is too weak. Go back and find someone stronger. When creating something, you must be willing to invest. At least use the power of your 5 sacred halos. The 12th universe's cosmic entity instructed earnestly. Look at the fool you've sent. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe suddenly froze, staring at the space below in the arena, only to see Sanguinax's massive body start to crack open. Still alive, the cosmic entity of the 12th universe chuckled. Interesting. Boom. William stood atop the arena, and Sanguinax instantly exploded into a mess of flesh. The terrifying energy fluctuations caught the attention of powerhouses from all universes. What a powerful burst. Quite interesting. That behemoth from the 12th universe was too weak, and quite foolish at that, to have swallowed him directly. Swallowing someone with such explosive power, what an idiot. Dolly smiled at the cosmic entity of the 12th universe. Thank you for the opening gift. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe let out a strange laugh. Neighbor, losing the power of 10 sacred halos is affordable for me. Consider it a gift. And that person won. So you only get the power of 1 sacred halo. You're not making much of a profit. Want to continue? Before Dolly could reply, William, standing there, said indifferently. Next. The power of 20 sacred halos constructing the arena, 9 of which fell upon William, and Dolly's 10 sacred halos of power remained there. 1 sacred halo also fell into Dolly's palm. Dolly squinted and smiled. Earning 1 sacred halo of power per match, 10 for 10 matches, 1,000 for 1,000 matches. It seems I'll soon become the strongest cosmic entity. Do you even know what you're saying? The cosmic entity of the 12th universe sneered, then concentrated the power of 10 sacred auras onto the arena, followed by the appearance of an elderly human form on the platform. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe and Dolly were neighbors, with the former having visited the 13th universe and learned how to create life forms in human shape from the 12th universe's cosmic entity. The elder, with a katana strapped to his back, nodded and smiled at William. Young man, would you like to take a rest? I don't want to bully you. William shook his head. Very well. My name is Yason. Pleased to meet you, said the elder. Yason? William raised an eyebrow. Not Yasuo? No, Yason said. According to the cosmic entity of our 12th universe, I was designed based on Yasuo from a certain game. It took 30 strands of sacred halo power and 10 years to create me. Yason looked up at William. William pondered. In the end, you're just a knockoff. 30 strands of sacred halo power against 1 strand of sacred halo power. Yason glanced casually at William, his wind blade drawing a circle on the arena, and said, to be precise, 40 against 1. Can you win? Are you talking about divine power value? William chuckled, and his aura suddenly changed. Absorbed, Yason frowned at William. At that moment, William's divine power value had unexpectedly reached 15 points. Yes, 15 points. He initially had 1 point, killed Sanguinax to gain 5 points of divine power value, and also absorbed the 9 strands of sacred halo power from the 12th universe's cosmic entity, adding another 9 points, now totaling 15 points of divine power value. But logically, he shouldn't have been able to absorb 9 strands of sacred halo power so quickly. How is this possible so fast? Everyone was staring at William, puzzled. William had won the last match and received 9 strands of sacred halo power. But how could he have absorbed it directly? Wasn't that too fast? Chapter 682 Indeed, it won't take long. Chapter 682 Indeed, it won't take long. In the Cosmic Entity Guardian battle, the real fighting is still carried out by the guardians of the cosmic entities. Cosmic entities are powerful, but they don't engage in battle against each other. Or rather, it's not guaranteed that a cosmic entity is stronger in combat than its guardian. Cosmic entities are like wealthy patrons, while their guardians act as their bodyguards. The power of the sacred auras in the hands of a cosmic entity is akin to money. The guardians of cosmic entities use this money to strengthen themselves in various ways, earning more sacred aura power for their cosmic entity's universe, and thus receiving rewards. To other cosmic entities, William might only seem to be at the stellar level. Because they believe Dolly enlisted William for combat, they deduced that William is a stronger stellar level entity. If a cosmic entity cannot create strong beings, it's normal to hire mercenaries. But even for a stellar level powerhouse, instantly absorbing the power of 14 sacred auras is practically impossible. Yason, scrutinizing William, speculated, could it be your ability is to assimilate and devour? I don't possess such peculiar skills. William, equally curious, looked at Yason and asked, do you know how to use the ultimate move last breath? Last breath. Yason scoffed. That's merely a move from a game. Death is like the wind, always by my side. But that's just in the world of games. Could the Yasuo from the game ever defeat a real high-tier Sky King? William chuckled. Then draw your katana. It should be decent. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe used the power of 30 sacred auras and took 10 years to create an entity named Yason, just to have a top-level swordsman. Yason's swordsmanship is merely the 12th universe cosmic entity's understanding of sword arts. Cosmic entities can't fight directly, but creating a being to fight on their behalf is feasible. This battle, I presume, won't take long. Yason drew his windblade from behind, assumed a stance, and pointed the sword tip towards William. William nodded. Indeed, it won't take long. His life had been too long, yet he was not fond of a fight dragging on for decades. This katana is named Windblade, personally forged for me by the cosmic entity. Yason slowly closed his eyes, his right hand gripping the handle of Windblade, which instantly drained all his strength. Yason's entire being transformed into specks of black light merging into the sword's body, and the power of the 10 sacred auras laid down by the 12th universe's cosmic entity for the arena also merged into the blade. The power of 40 sacred auras all infused into Windblade, becoming one with the katana, or rather, this was the strongest strike of the 12th universe's cosmic entity. Normally, cosmic entities cannot directly intervene, but some, bored out of their wits, always concoct peculiar activities. Yason is the result of the 12th universe's cosmic entity's brainstorming, a stroke wielded in his stead. Yason appears to be a guardian of the cosmic entity, but in reality, he is a katana of the cosmic entity, embodying the 12th universe cosmic entity's understanding of swordsmanship. Perfect. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe couldn't help but exclaim. William stood still, unmovable, as Windblade pierced through his chest, with golden blood emerging. Yason transformed back into an elder, holding Windblade with a smile and a shake of his head. Knowing this outcome, I should have given you a chance to draw your sword. The surrounding cosmic entities laughed. 12, poor little 13, was provoked into joining the cosmic entity guardian battle by your words. You then sent Yason. You might as well have fought directly. Truly shameless, a blatant robbery. Just moments ago, with William's aura completely vanished, the watching cosmic entities believed William had perished and Yason had won, starting to jest among themselves. In their view, the cosmic entity of the 13th universe had too little experience in competing and was deceived by the 12th universe's cosmic entity. Using the power of 30 sacred auras to create a deadly weapon was akin to him wielding the blade himself. How could a regular stellar-level contender stand a chance? But such tactics were essentially cheating. Dolly remained silent, simply watching William in the arena. She didn't believe that the immensely powerful William could die just like that. Having stayed in her 13th universe for so many years, she knew his mind all too well. and he was someone profoundly bored. Bored enough to cut off his own desire to become stronger, yet still outrageously powerful. If the strongest move could really kill William the Obliterator, wouldn't it mean that this sword could pierce through her entire universe? What a joke. A sword forged from the power of 40 sacred auras is indeed strong, but not to such an extent. Especially not in front of William the Obliterator. Using a sword? Sometimes she thinks, bringing William the Obliterator out to show off might actually be a pretty good idea. Dolly remained silent. William slowly looked down at the sword wound in his chest, touched the blood with his hand, and commented, "It hurts a bit, but it feels pretty good. Is there more to come?" Jason, with his back to William, hearing this, slowly turned around, his mouth wide open in shock. He watched as the wound on William's body healed at a visible rate. Such a sword strike, capable of obliterating a universe spanning billions of light years. Yet when it landed on this person, it actually, being wounded for the first time, not bad. "Come on, I'm looking forward to it," William told Jason. "You need to try harder." William was genuinely looking forward to being killed, but alas, he found that even such a terrifying sword strike through the chest only caused him a slight pain and no other negative effects. Just playing around? But at least he was wounded, which was commendable. The watching cosmic entities all fell silent. What the hell is this? Can a stellar level be this powerful? Is he unkillable? One cosmic entity analyzed. Perhaps the swordsmanship of the 12th universe is useless against the stellar-level powerhouses of the 13th universe, unable to harm their fundamental powers. Yes, that's a possibility. Another cosmic entity added. The 12th universe's cosmic entity has never used a sword. What does he know about swordsmanship? Something fabricated out of thin air is far inferior to swordsmanship that is comprehended through countless battles. Indeed, stellar-level swordsmen rely on their own understanding of power. Only that kind of swordsmanship is the real swordsmanship. The 12th universe's cosmic entity knows nothing about swords. Other cosmic entities began mocking the 12th universe's cosmic entity. Over the long eons, cosmic entities have become bored existences. Seeing such a novel scene naturally piqued their interest, especially since the 12th universe's cosmic entity had previously used Jason to kill many of their strong fighters, forcibly seizing countless sacred auras from other universes. Seeing the 12th universe's cosmic entity embarrassed, many cosmic entities were excitedly entertained. "I don't understand swordsmanship," the 12th universe's cosmic entity roared. "What nonsense are you all spouting? Even among stellar-level swordsmen, is their swordsmanship as formidable as mine? Since when can my swordsmanship not harm stellar-level beings? Are you all idiots?" The 12th universe's cosmic entity was furious. They are merely creators, who painstakingly crafted their creations to compete with those of other creators. And now, someone was saying he didn't understand swordsmanship? Ridiculous. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe roared. "Jason, kill him." Chapter 683, It Must Be a Narrow Victory. Upon hearing the shout of a cosmic entity from the 12th universe, Jason's gaze sharpened, and he stared intently at William. From the moment of his creation, participating in the battles of the cosmic entity guardians, he would face his enemies with just a single strike. No matter how many sword techniques there are, they're all just showy and unnecessary. Jason, a swordsmanship master created by the 12th universe's cosmic entity, has only 12 moves, each named after the cosmos, embodying the power of the entire universe. A single strike from him ensures that no guardian of a cosmic entity with a divine power value below 40 survives. Once Jason enters the fray, even guardians of cosmic entities with a divine power value of 40 can only die in regret, and those who are stronger dare not risk confronting him. Fortunately, the battle of the cosmic entity guardians only begins when both cosmic entities agree and swear an oath to each other. Otherwise, Jason's single strike could sweep away most of the high-ranking deities in numerous universes. Poseidon, the sea god, standing in the stands, looked down and felt the terror of that strike. Even Zeus's strongest attack, Poseidon's Stormblade, pales in comparison to the power of this strike. Putting himself in William's position, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. He knew he would die under this strike. Golden light burst forth from Jason's eyes, with energy surging around him. The space of their arena was almost equivalent to a separate cosmic space. In an instant, energy surged across tens of thousands of light years, causing the cores of tens of thousands of stars within the 12th universe to rapidly contract. Yet their volume increased hundreds of times. Stars that could burn for millions, even tens of millions of years, were on the verge of death in this moment. Terrifying energy from within the 12th universe was transmitted to the arena, all converging on Jason's single strike. There was nothing else to say, only this sword. As the sword was drawn, Jason's wind blade first exploded with a terrifying sword light, then condensed into a single, tiny point. This strike, fueled by the burning of tens of thousands of stars and the power of 40 divine halos, was formidable. William stood still, unimpressed. Strong as the strike might be, he believed he could shatter it with a single punch. Was this strike powerful? But if he were to shatter Jason's strike with one punch, he feared no one would dare to enter the arena to fight him thereafter. Fighting a master swordsman really isn't that interesting. William was looking forward to encountering some new and exciting challengers. William sighed and decided not to resist, letting the sword pierce his chest. The terrifying power exploded inside him. It felt warm, kind of like soaking in a hot spring. You ultimately didn't manage to strike. Jason released the hilt, feeling the life force of the man before him weakening, as if life was slipping away. This strike is the culmination of my life's understanding, named Celestial Rift Strike. You're the first to fall to it. State your name. Jason looked somewhat despondent, speaking as if lonely at the top. Actually, I really wanted to see you draw your sword. Unfortunately, there's no chance now. Call me William the Obliterator. William still stood there, the wind blade piercing through his chest. The terrifying power capable of destroying several star systems exploded inside him. Feeling so exhilarating, he almost pulled out a beach chair to lie down and take a nap. But that would seem too disrespectful to his too weak opponent. In the end, William chose to cough up a bit of blood, looking at Jason and saying, "I've given my sword away, but if you really want to see, I could show you." Jason stared at William, whose life force continued to fade, now down to a mere point of divine power value. He realized, it seems you only forcefully borrowed the power of those divine halos, without truly absorbing it. William nodded weakly, genuinely thinking this guy was a genius. He had indeed collected the power of those divine halos after winning. What use did he have for those things? From beginning to end, he merely adjusted the intensity of his own energy. That's all there was to it. There was no truth to the idea of absorbing the power of the divine halos. Seeing William in such a weakened state, Jason said, "Your life has reached its end. If you wish to strike one last time, then I will watch." He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at William from a distance. It was then that the cosmic entities above realized something. They hadn't seen this stellar-level fighter draw his sword. As a master swordsman, surely he would want to make a final strike at death's door. "Honey, lend me a sword." William stood upright, the sword still lodged in his chest as golden blood dripped down. He spoke softly. Alice, still in the divine realm, was startled upon hearing William's voice. "If you need it, just take it." "Why tell me?" Whoosh. The sword of Soulbreaker flew out from Alice's wrist, crossing through space, passing the edge of the 13th universe, and became a beam of light that embedded itself in the arena. "Wow, where's this? So many new ingredients." The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker exclaimed excitedly. This was a space it had never visited before, so how could it not be thrilled? To the Sword of Soulbreaker, every creature it saw was an ingredient. Look at those odd-looking yet delicious beings. Wow, Mr. Johnson seems to have found a new paradise. This sword spirit is quite arrogant. Ha ha ha. Such a spirited sword spirit is really interesting. Many from weaker universes don't know their place. It's quite normal. Little 13, I'm going to capture this sword spirit later. You don't mind, right? A tall cosmic entity looked down at Dolly, completely disregarding the Sword of Soulbreaker, William, and Dolly. The cosmic entities and their guardians found it amusing. It was just a sword spirit, making absurd claims. It probably didn't realize that its master was about to be annihilated, and it would become ownerless. Dolly looked up at the one above, smiling cheekily. "Do as you wish, please." How could I possibly object? That was a cosmic entity from the first universe, wielding the power of 19,000 divine halos, naturally beyond Dolly from the 12th universe. Upon hearing those words, the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker immediately burst out cursing. You ingredients, shut up. Take your turns. Don't rush to your deaths. When it saw a katana stuck in William's chest, it said without a care, Mr. Johnson, you're acting again. Come on, use me. Hurry up and use me. Having been with William for some years, it naturally knows that William can pretend to be evenly matched with anyone. Although being pierced through the chest with a sword is a scene it has never witnessed before, isn't this even more thrilling? You're quite the tease. A smile appeared on William's pale face as his hand slowly reached for the sword hilt. Jason felt something was slightly amiss. Judging by the energy emanating from this man, he really seemed to have just a bit of divine power value left, appearing close to death. But why did he feel an inexplicable panic in his heart when he saw him grasp the sword? Right. That unprecedented sense of crisis. Watch my final strike, William seriously said to Jason. You better brace yourself. Don't die too easily. William internally estimated Jason's endurance, believing that he absolutely should not kill him with a single strike. Yes, he must not achieve an instant kill. Should he instantly kill him, the remaining cosmic entities might not send anyone else down, which would be terribly boring. A narrow victory. It must be a narrow victory. Chapter 684 couldn't even dodge this. Chapter 684 couldn't even dodge this. Jason wanted to retrieve the wind blade stuck in William's chest, but found that he had lost connection with the blade, which greatly shocked him and forced him to take William's so-called final strike more seriously. William had no idea that Jason wanted to retrieve Windblade, mainly because he had never been injured before, and the sensation of being wounded was surprisingly delightful. With the sword in his chest, bursts of power exploded, sending waves of heat through him like tide after tide, an incredibly comfortable experience. William wasn't a masochist. It's just that this level of pain felt more like getting a Swedish massage or soaking in a hot spring to him. The thought that a fight could come with the perks of a Swedish massage and a hot spring made him somewhat reluctant to pull out the wind blade. This sword is named Sword of Soulbreaker. I will thrust only once. After saying this, William drew the sword and made a strike. The movement wasn't fast, but it was a very standard straight thrust. It was standard like a thrust practiced millions of times by a beginner under the close supervision of a master, unremarkable, without a single flaw to point out, yet lacking any sort of brilliance. The moment Jason saw William draw his sword, he couldn't help but tremble inside because he realized, at that moment, his body was completely unable to move. Like a piece of beef pinned down on a chopping board, worse off than a dead fish, which at least might twitch a bit. In that instant, he felt William's figure loom infinitely larger, and in the darkness, only that sword, slowly stabbing towards him. Dodge. How to dodge? It seemed dodging shouldn't even be an option. Under this sword, he was supposed to stand in place, waiting to be slaughtered, at its mercy. The moment the tip of the sword pierced into the chest, Jason instantly understood that the so-called sword master created by the power of 30 sacred auras was nothing but a fart under the Sword of Soulbreaker. Couldn't even dodge this. William's voice echoed in Jason's ears. The tone was like that of an elementary school teacher discovering their student couldn't understand that 1 + 1 = 2, filled with shock and disappointment. Jason opened his mouth, and if he were one to swear, he would certainly have a torrent of fucks ready for William. Dodge. What's there to dodge? How could he dodge? This strike was simply an overwhelming force that crushed everything. The sword spirit of Sword of Soulbreaker was overjoyed. Ever since William had given Sword of Soulbreaker to Alice, it hadn't really had a chance to enjoy itself. It was like during sex, where you could go harder and harder, but the one receiving it couldn't take it even if you went a little harder. Because of this, it had to restrain itself, unable to fully let loose. Especially for a sword spirit that craves intensity and loves to play, this was pure torture. Now in William's hands, with full firepower and such a fresh opponent looking so formidable, it was truly satisfying. Next in line. All you newbies, line up. This sword spirit will grace each of you in turn. The sword spirit was so thrilled it could almost fly, like drought-stricken land meeting sweet rain. facing a host of cosmic entities and planetary-level powerhouses, as if a 40-year bachelor had come across a group of stunning beauties to enjoy at will. As William thrust the sword into Jason's chest, the sword spirit, now freed from William's seal, poured a terrifying energy pressure into every inch of Jason's body. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe was shocked. He was not ignorant in the ways of swordsmanship. On the contrary, being able to create a swordsman like Jason, he was the most knowledgeable about swordsmanship among all cosmic entities. That William could strike Jason with a single sword blow, the power of that strike, felt empathetically by him as the cosmic entity of the 12th universe, was overwhelming. He couldn't match it. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe stared at Dolly, finally realizing where this kid got her confidence from. He had no idea where she found such a monstrously strong fighter. A last strike in the face of death? Could it truly be so? The cosmic entity of the 12th universe has existed longer than Dolly from the 13th universe. He's no fool. William sheathed the sword of Soulbreaker and withdrew his power, leaving Jason's body standing in place, utterly immobilized. The terrifying pressure of energy vibrated within him. But unlike William, he did not enjoy it. This strike of yours. Jason managed to utter half a sentence on the brink of death, but he couldn't finish his thought. This sword could suppress all universes. Jason looked at William with a deep gaze. Since his birth, he had believed himself to be the strongest swordsman across all universes, wielding a strike full of cosmic energy. The power of his strike represented the strength of the 12th universe's cosmic entity. Yet, he still fell under the sword of Soulbreaker. William, the Obliterator. His strike completely overwhelmed the cosmic entity of the 12th universe. The gap between them, perhaps, could only be discerned by him and the cosmic entity of the 12th universe. William slowly pulled the wind blade from his chest, its blade smeared with his blood, then held the blade out to Jason. You still have time to admit defeat. With the wind blade back in his hands, Jason instantly felt a continuous stream of vitality flowing from the blade. His internal injuries almost healed instantaneously. On this arena, it's a fight to the death. Jason's eyes burst into golden light, without saying anything more. Though he was created by the cosmic entity of the 12th universe, he was also an independent being. Jason bore the title of God of Swordsmanship of the 12th universe, but he was acutely aware that he had always been merely a sword in the hands of the 12th universe's cosmic entity. To die at the hands of William the Obliterator would be, for him, a perfect conclusion to the name of God of Swordsmanship. Could I have been mistaken that the strike just now didn't actually harm Jason? The cosmic entity of the 12th universe wondered with some confusion. He is a cosmic entity, true, but the power maintaining his physical form comes from just a single sacred aura. Having control over so many sacred auras doesn't mean his combat form is stronger than Jason's. For this reason, he can't peer into Jason's heart. William's methods are too mysterious and unfathomable, and the cosmic entities present couldn't tell that the dying Jason revived solely because he received Windblade. What's happening? Is Jason's energy aura getting stronger? A cosmic entity noticed Jason's energy aura climbing steadily. That Jason is the god of swordsmanship, a powerful weapon created by the 12th cosmic entity with the power of 30 sacred auras. Did you really think he would die so easily? It seems Jason is toying with that William. Did that William the Obliterator just say it's not too late to admit defeat? Was he not awake? The cosmic entities started laughing as they watched the situation on the field change, thinking the one who called himself William the Obliterator was completely out of it, even a bit foolish. This must be the quickest battle in the history of the cosmic entity guardians. Little 13, try to create some decent powerhouses. Hiring outside help without any discernment, that's not going to work. Dolly smiled upon hearing the mocking comments from the cosmic entities nearby. What were they all talking about? These cosmic entities indeed created many abnormally strong beings. But how could they know that William the Obliterator's performance in the 12th universe was outrageously strong? The next moment, Jason struck again, his sword strike identical to William's previous one. An ordinary, unremarkable thrust. William responded with a thrust of his own. Sword of Soulbreaker versus Windblade. The Sword of Soulbreaker was clearly more dominant, with wind blade crumbling to ashes like rotten wood under it in the blink of an eye. The tip of the sword of Soulbreaker touched Yason again, shattering his body like glass hit by a heavy object. Whoosh. William maintained his sword thrust stance, with Yason disappearing like ashes blown away by a hurricane. Chapter 685 next. Continue. Yason is dead. The powerhouses from various universes watching were somewhat baffled by the series of unexpected turns. At first, they thought William the Obliterator was surely doomed. Then, when Yason was struck by William the Obliterator's counterattack, just as they thought Yason was merely toying with William, Yason was erased by a single strike. This bizarre plot seemed as though it was performed just for their viewing. Who exactly is this William the Obliterator? Some cosmic entities began to inquire about William the Obliterator's background. Never heard of him before. He must have been recruited by the cosmic entity of the 13th universe from somewhere. Looking at him now, he seems to be at the end of his tether. He won this battle, but he's surely done for now. Once he fully absorbs the power of the sacred auras he won just now, who knows how strong he'll become. The cosmic entities, observing William standing with his sword, pale-faced, remained merely as spectators. They acknowledged William's strength but didn't pay much attention to them. In the vast universe full of powerful beings, William the Obliterator was just a grain of sand in the desert. They had seen others stronger than him. But so what? After this battle, William the Obliterator would surely need hundreds of thousands of years to recover. The guardians of the cosmic entities were just pawns at the mercy of these cosmic entities. With this battle over, William received the power of Yason's 30 sacred auras and 9 from the 12th universe's cosmic entity, while the 13th universe's Dolly received 1. Normally, William should have returned to the stands to recover and then absorb the power of the sacred auras he received, but he showed no intention of leaving. With his lips pursed, a solemn expression, and pale face, leaning on the sword of Soulbreaker, he said lightly, "Next." Next, all the cosmic entities, except for Dolly, were incredibly shocked. In the battles of the cosmic entity guardians, it's usually one-on-one, and then they switch out. And a single battle could take who knows how long. William the Obliterator, however, was refreshingly decisive, having killed 2 guardians of the cosmic entities, including a powerhouse like Yason, and he still wanted to fight 3 battles in a row? Is it a case of ignorance breeds fearlessness? Dolly looked at William, a smile tugging at her lips, and raised an eyebrow at the cosmic entity of the 12th universe. So, 12th bro, what do you say? Are you sending someone else down? Brother William is up for 10 battles in a row. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe was silent for a long while, staring at William below, who seemed to be barely holding up. Winning against him would mean reclaiming the sacred auras previously lost to him. Because the standard agreement between a cosmic entity and their guardian was a 90-10 split of winnings, with the cosmic entity taking 90%, leaving just 10% for their guardian. It's nothing short of greedy and cruel exploitation. William on the arena had not yet absorbed the power of the sacred auras from before, and given the 12th universe's cosmic entities' understanding of Yason's strength, even if William won, a Pyrrhic victory was expected. If they didn't take this opportunity to kill him, waiting until he absorbed all the power of the sacred auras before coming back would be unimaginable. That last strike was terrifyingly powerful. Most importantly, conceding now would be a loss of face. If other universes' powerhouses took advantage of the situation, wouldn't that be even more laughable? Peter, you go kill him. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe, with a hardened heart, directly sent forth a creature from behind him that looked like a spider, covered in hard armor all over. The next moment, the creature known as Peter appeared on the arena, and the cosmic entity of the 12th universe once again divided 10 strands of sacred aura power to descend upon the arena space. Many cosmic entities from other universes laughed upon seeing Peter. Wow, not bad. Peter, with the power of 30 sacred auras. Do you think if Peter also dies, would the 12th universe be finished? It's probably finished. Yason and Peter were his biggest trump cards, and now he's played them both. William, facing the strange giant spider, said expressionlessly, "You go first." Idiot. Peter's 8 legs, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, swiftly slashed towards William. As his claws moved, Countless black mists spread out. Poison! William slashed out with his sword, directly cutting Peter in half down the middle. The next moment, astonishingly, Peter split into two identical beings. Not bad. Thick black mist enveloped William, and in almost an instant, the mist filled the entire space. The arena, akin to a miniature universe, was completely covered in black mist. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe watched closely. This Peter was akin to having an immortal body, with an exoskeleton incredibly hard to breach, even by top-tier divine weapons. Although William the Obliterator cut him in half, it didn't significantly affect him. He simply became two identical monsters. Splitting in two indeed reduced his strength, but the key was the poison. This poison, incurable. Previously, guardians of cosmic entities with the power of 30 sacred auras who battled Peter ended up with only one fate: death. William stood still, not moving. The endless miasma tried to erode his body, especially his wounds. This burning sensation, so thrilling. If Jason's strike was like getting a Swedish massage inside his body, then this poison was like taking a shot of vodka in the dead of winter. For William, neither cigarettes nor strong liquor could achieve that kind of exhilarating sensation common people feel, not to mention all sorts of drugs, which also meant nothing to William. But this poison from Peter, now that was truly stimulating. Aside from the poison, Peter continued to attack William relentlessly. William kept swinging his sword, turning Peter into swarms of tiny spiders, attacking more frequently while the poison mist thickened even more. Mr. Johnson, why not just kill him with one strike? Sword of Soulbreaker seemed a bit perplexed. Strike after strike, in an instant, a million strikes, the split tiny Peters crawling all over William, a dense swarm. William ignored it and continued to wield his sword. Sword of Soulbreaker was well aware that William could truly kill this Peter with a single strike. Why go through all this? Watch my strongest move. After swinging his sword enough, William opened his mouth wide and took a fierce inhale, drawing in all the black mist and countless tiny Peters into his mouth. The cosmic entities from various universes were stunned. Has this guy gone mad? That Peter is a deadly poison created by the 12th universe, and he just swallowed it? Peter is immortal. Swallowing those tiny Peters should have torn him apart from the inside. Idiot. In the eyes of many cosmic entities, William's actions were akin to courting death. Peter had become so many, so small. Wasn't the point for them to burrow into his body? And all that poison swallowed? Swallowing tens of millions of poisonous beings, isn't that asking for death? Whoosh. William exhaled, and the power of the 10 sacred auras dropped by the 12th universe's cosmic entity onto the arena had been divided between William and Dolly. This is the mechanism of the arena. This scene could only mean one thing. Peter was dead. It looked pretty ugly, but it tasted quite good. William laughed. The onlookers simply couldn't believe their own eyes. What the hell was happening? Just like that, he won? William thought for a moment, realizing that playing any more tricks wouldn't convince these folks, so he simply looked up and said, "Next." Continue. Chapter 686. The Sword of Soulbreaker is damaged. The battles among the guardians of the cosmic entities have been ongoing for 500 million years. Throughout these years, the guardians have fought back and forth, with the cosmic entities betting sacred auras just for the thrill, to watch the spectacle, and to feel the excitement and pleasure. The key point is that the chosen guardians of the cosmic entities are generally of similar strength, and a battle usually takes about 50,000 years to determine life or death. The longest battle on record lasted a full 100 million years. For someone like William the Obliterator to fight 3 battles back-to-back, achieving 3 consecutive victories without rest, was unprecedented. This is what makes it interesting. Otherwise, it would take tens of thousands of years without a clear winner. Continue. Continue. Who's up next? Big brother, didn't you want to claim that sword spirit? The cosmic entities of various universes are a group of utterly bored beings, and seeing William's performance has excited them even more. As for the defeated cosmic entity of the 12th universe, though shocked and pained, he felt more excited than anything. The cosmic entity of the first universe pondered for a moment before saying lightly, "Blood Fury, send him on his way." The cosmic entity of the 12th universe. didn't act rashly because William the Obliterator's performance was too bizarre. And with the first universe's cosmic entity stepping in, he could afford to wait. Most importantly, even if he won against William the Obliterator now, there wasn't much to gain. Wait, that strike from William the Obliterator made him think that he needed to wait longer to observe the situation further before deciding. 100 strands of sacred aura power descended onto the arena. Yes, 100 strands of sacred aura power. This amount was enough to recreate an entire universe. Little 13, do you have any objections? The cosmic entity of the first universe sat aloft in the space above, looking down at Dolly with disdain. Looking up, Dolly said with a cheerful grin, "What Big Brother wants to do? How could Little 13 have any objections?" But Little 13 would like to wager something else with Big Brother. What do you want to bet? The first universe's cosmic entity looked at Dolly coldly. He had descended 100 strands of sacred aura power into the arena space, meaning the guardian he sent down could use not only their own power, but also the power of these 100 sacred auras. Absolute domination. The attitude of Sword of Soulbreaker's sword spirit made the first universe's cosmic entity somewhat displeased. And William the Obliterator pretending to be weak, that performance was interesting. He liked it, but he would enjoy even more seeing such a person die without a place to be buried. Dolly laughed. Little 13 is willing to wager the entire universe against Big Brother. 122 strands of sacred aura power. The first universe's cosmic entity didn't think of anything else. He realized that this William the Obliterator was very strong. Previously, he was just pretending to be weak, but so what? In the face of absolute power, William the Obliterator had no chance of winning. Fine. The first universe's cosmic entity didn't waste any words. He was clear that if Dolly dared to bet all her chips on him, it meant she had absolute confidence in this William the Obliterator. But he had absolute confidence as well. No matter where Dolly found William the Obliterator, he couldn't possibly lose. As the voice of the first universe's cosmic entity fell, a giant cloaked in blood-red armor appeared in the arena space. William looked at this giant and slightly raised an eyebrow. This guy seemed quite strong. Blood Fury was the guardian of the first universe's cosmic entity, having won 33 battles in the Guardian's battles without a single defeat, perfectly absorbing the power of 140 sacred auras. His Crimson Eclipse armor was also a top-tier divine artifact, surpassing in quality not just Zeus's Thunder Sword, Apollo's Sun Sword, Athena's Wisdom Sword, and Ares's War Sword by more than a little. It could be said that even if Poseidon, or even the three high gods of Olympus combined their forces, they might still be unable to break his Crimson Eclipse armor and then be annihilated in a collective instant kill. If it weren't for certain rules, even the entire 13th universe could be directly annihilated by Blood Fury. Boom. Without any superfluous words, Blood Fury launched a punch towards William. The speed of this punch goes without saying. His fist was also enveloped in the gauntlet of the Crimson Eclipse armor. William drew his sword, thrusting it out, causing the entire arena space to tremble, with lightning covering the sky, sweeping across the entire arena. It didn't break through. William was somewhat surprised. This was probably the first time he hadn't managed to cut through something. Blood Fury was also surprised, bloodlight flickering in the eyes beneath the Crimson Eclipse armor helmet, as his fist swung continuously. In almost an instant, millions of punches were thrown out, each capable of annihilating high gods like Poseidon. William didn't go on the offensive, but merely used his sword to parry, with sparks flying brilliantly, and neither of them took a step back. Where did this William the Obliterator come from, to be able to fight Blood Fury to a standstill? The cosmic entities were incredibly shocked. They were also excited about the bet Dolly proposed. Just how much did she believe in this William the Obliterator? Sword light and fist shadows merged into one. If such a battle took place in the 13th universe, the entire universe would collapse, and all planets would be annihilated. There was a reason the cosmic entity of the first universe put up 100 strands of sacred aura as a bet. If just a temporary arena created with the power of 20 sacred auras were used, it would quickly collapse under Blood Fury's attack, and the surrounding cosmic entities might even be affected by the energy. Hey, this guy is pretty strong. The sword spirit of Sword of Soulbreaker also became excited, starting to make a ruckus arrogantly. For tens of thousands of years, the enemies of Sword of Soulbreaker eventually became ingredients for William, and this formidable power was no joke. Now that there was something that could clash head-on with Sword of Soulbreaker and fight William to a draw, what a delightful thing it was. The battle between William and Blood Fury continued, and if both maintained this state, they might indeed fight for over 100,000 years until one of them exhausted their power first. You're quite good at this, Blood Fury commented. While swinging his fists, a blood-colored giant axe appeared in his hands, chopping towards William. William, positioning his sword in front, was actually sent flying thousands of miles by this strike. A white mark appeared on the Sword of Soulbreaker. No way, Mr. Johnson, you can't be losing to him, can you? Sword of Soulbreaker was somewhat taken aback. To its knowledge, the power William was now displaying had far exceeded his previous levels by tens of thousands or even billions of times. Yet, he was sent flying by an axe, marking the first time the sword was damaged. Not necessarily. William's aura began to surge violently, but Blood Fury's attack didn't stop. His blood axe cleaved through the air, causing the entire arena to shake as if it could break apart at any moment. This William the Obliterator was indeed pretending to be weaker than he is. The energy aura he's now emitting should be at least worth 100 divine power value. No, his energy aura is still climbing. It's reached 130. He's still slightly less powerful than Blood Fury. It's at 140 now. His energy aura grew stronger again. Almost scared me. Indeed, he's hidden a lot of his strength. His power is actually comparable to Blood Fury's. Too bad. In this arena, he can't win against Blood Fury. The space arena where William now fights is bolstered by 100 strands of sacred aura power from the first universe's cosmic entity. Even if William's inherent divine power value is similar to Blood Fury's, as the guardian of the first universe's cosmic entity, Blood Fury can utilize the arena's bolstering power of 100 sacred auras. William, not being the guardian of the 13th universe's cosmic entity, can't even utilize the arena's 10 strands of sacred aura power. With such a significant power disparity, how could he possibly win? Chapter 687 is there. Another challenger? Blood Fury finally stopped his assault, delivering a blow with his axe that separated the two combatants. He took another serious look at the one called William the Obliterator. Blood Fury was well aware that this person's true strength was far beyond what he had shown so far. 140 divine power value? What a joke. If they were merely equals in strength, how could he not see through it? Is this all your strength? Or do you still want to hide something? Blood Fury felt that there was really no need to hide one's strength in a life-and-death arena unless the opponent was significantly weaker. William's wounds had already healed. After swallowing those spiders and poison mist, he felt as though he had grown slightly stronger. It was truly infuriating. Still getting stronger. What fun was there in continuing like this? Let's leave it at that for now. About right. William couldn't help but wonder just how strong he was. Why did he feel that all the powerful beings present were trash? This was not a good feeling. Originally, coming out with the cosmic entity of the 13th universe was meant to be a chance to see the scenery beyond the universe. Just fighting, what kind of scenery is that? Truly a bit boring. The opponent in front of him was indeed the strongest he had encountered so far, but William felt that if he went all out, this guy would still be pulverized with a single punch. Too troubling. If he really ended up killing him, with one punch, he would face the same kind of boring and tedious life he had in the divine realm, so better to take it slow. Blood Fury was quite displeased with William's current attitude. What did he think this place was? Die. Blood Fury couldn't be bothered to waste more words with William and slowly lifted his axe. His movements were slow, but the moment he raised his hand, all the sacred aura power in the arena's space began to stir. It wasn't just the power of the 100 strands of sacred aura provided by the arena created by the first universe's cosmic entity. Even Dolly's power was forcibly utilized by him. Moreover, the power within the universe created by the first universe's cosmic entity was also mobilized. This was similar to how Jason could wield the power of the stars of the 12th universe when he drew his sword. They were sovereign high divine kings, crudely put, cosmic entities' pets. As long as the cosmic entity of their universe agreed, They could utilize the power of their universe. Regarding the 10 strands of sacred aura power from Dolly. Unfortunately, Blood Fury's power was stronger than hers, and he forcibly requisitioned those forces under his feet, leaving Dolly helpless. The arena space collapsed, and the two were directly in a spatial rift where time had stopped. Why are you using Dolly's power? William quickly noticed Blood Fury's action had even requisitioned Dolly's power, which displeased him. Although William doesn't have much affection for cosmic entities, he has, after all, spent a considerable amount of time in the 13th universe. Moreover, he thinks Dolly is quite sensible and has now transformed into Amy's childhood appearance. If there was bullying to be done, it was William who did the bullying, not the other way around. With a grand wave of his hand, William forcibly extracted the power of the 10 sacred auras that Blood Fury had plundered. Blood Fury was nearly breached. The power that Blood Fury forcibly requisitioned had already gathered on his blood axe. How could William the Obliterator so easily snatch that power away? Was this what you call equal strength? At that moment, Blood Fury's conviction in his killing blow wavered. To do this so effortlessly, just how powerful was this William the Obliterator in front of him? He knew William was hiding his strength, but this was absurd. You can use others' power, but not Dolly's. William always protected those close to him. Among those present, aside from Poseidon, he was most familiar with Dolly. How could one forcibly take what belonged to someone else? How is that different from a robber? Die! Blood Fury roared, leaving only the arena space created by Dolly's 10 strands of sacred aura power. William's 2 fingers slid along the blade of Sword of Soul Breaker, enhancing its quality once again. How strong are you, Mr. Johnson? Sword of Soul Breaker was nearly taken aback, but managed to hold back. Just a touch of his fingers on the blade, and the sacred aura power one previously merged into the blade all at once. The white mark on the blade disappeared, and the quality of Sword of Soul Breaker skyrocketed. No need for magical enchantments? At this moment, Sword of Soul Breaker finally understood that Mr. Johnson truly was invincible. Again, he thrust out his sword. No fancy sword techniques, just a hard clash against Blood Fury's blood axe blade. Boom. The arena space created by Dolly did not shake in the slightest, as the power unleashed by their clash swept beyond the arena. Adjacent arena spaces were annihilated, and 2 cosmic entity guardians who had been fighting within one for 1,000 years were directly turned into ashes. Many cosmic entities in the stands were blown away. Cosmic entities, in order to maintain the balance of their universes, do not possess particularly strong powers themselves, and the battle between William and Blood Fury had now impacted them. Even some avatars of the cosmic entities present there were directly reduced to ashes. The blood axe in Blood Fury's hands was split in 2, and Sword of Soul Breaker precisely stabbed into Blood Fury's chest. The Crimson Eclipse armor, which boasted the strongest defense in the first universe, was blown apart by the pressure of energy emitted by Sword of Soul Breaker. Within the armor, only a yellow, almost transparent giant was seen. The pressure of energy from Sword of Soul Breaker burst forth again, and Blood Fury dissolved into specks of golden light. Seeing those pieces of the Crimson Eclipse armor were quite good, William waved his arm, collecting all the fragments of the armor. At the same time, the cosmic entity of the first universe hummed thoughtfully, and all those golden lights were gathered back by him. With Blood Fury dead, William did not receive the power of the sacred auras that were on him. Only 90 strands of sacred aura power flew towards him. William did not receive the 140 strands of sacred aura power that Blood Fury possessed. William looked up at the avatar of the first universe's cosmic entity, wondering if this guy was being dishonest. But it didn't seem so. There hadn't been a prior agreement that killing the opponent would grant their possessions. William was a reasonable and cultured person. As long as things were fair, he could accept them. Otherwise, he would have already drawn his sword against the avatar of the first universe's cosmic entity by now. Dolly, standing above, was also unaffected, a courtesy extended by William. She clenched her fists and shouted loudly to William, "Brother William, go for it." William gave her a look. Playing the cute little girl, got addicted to it? Is shamelessness also a fine tradition of cosmic entities? William's victory in this battle granted Dali 132 strands of sacred aura power. Clearly, the first universe's cosmic entity wasn't entirely shameless in his dealings. He honored the bet after losing. I won't use the sword anymore. Is there another challenger? William sheathed the sword of Soulbreaker, applied a seal to it, and then sent it back to the 13th universe, returning it to Alice. Standing on the arena, William placed his hands casually on his waist, looking relaxed and confident. Facing the avatars of many cosmic entities and a group of planetary-level powerhouses, he seemed as calm as if asking if anyone else wanted to give him a full-body massage. Chapter 688 Meatballs. William the Obliterator doesn't use his sword anymore? Numerous cosmic entities and planetary-level powerhouses were sizing up William the Obliterator. Behind the cosmic entity of the 12th universe stood 8 strong beings, among them Vindar, the strongest in the 12th universe, rolled forward. 12. I want to have a battle with William the Obliterator. Vindar couldn't exactly be considered a guardian of the cosmic entity. He was a primeval high divine king, essentially just a hired muscle for the cosmic entity of the 12th universe. Can you defeat him? The cosmic entity of the 12th universe had already realized that this William the Obliterator was terrifyingly powerful, and it seemed very likely that he wasn't truly injured. In just a short while, he had overwhelmingly slain Yason and Blood Fury without sustaining any injuries. It seemed somewhat impossible. Vindar was just a pink meatball, so he moved by rolling, and although he had no facial features, he could still speak. If it were him at his peak, using that sword, I would undoubtedly die. But he has used all the power of the divine halo he just won to enhance that sword, and now he's not using that sword. I believe I can kill him. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe fell silent for a moment, feeling that Vindar made a lot of sense. No matter how strong William the Obliterator was, fighting 3 battles in a row would still wear him down. The funniest part was, he had used the power of the divine halo he just won to enhance the sword of Soulbreaker. Are you sure he used all the divine halo's power to enhance that sword? The cosmic entity of the 12th universe hadn't seen clearly by what means William the Obliterator had enhanced the quality of the sword of Soulbreaker, let alone whether he had used up all the power of the divine halo. And also, are you sure he won't use the sword? Vindar also fell silent. For a being as powerful as William the Obliterator, there was no such thing as the law of cause and effect, and being stronger than a cosmic entity, was he supposed to swear an oath to the cosmic entities? It would be more likely for him to casually strike a cosmic entity with his sword when he's bored. I said I won't use the sword, and I won't. William's gaze fell on Vindar, and he chuckled. Meatballs? They do look rather tasty. If the sword of Soulbreaker were here, it would surely be even more thrilled. Ah, fresh ingredients again. Meatballs, Vindar roared. Seeing this, the cosmic entity of the 12th universe quickly split 10 strands of the divine halo's power to form an arena. Vindar appeared in front of William and shouted, "My name is Vindar." William nodded and said, "Meatballs, hello." Damn it, Vindar bellowed in anger, transforming into an exact replica of William, even wielding a sword of Soulbreaker. Without further ado, Vindar raised his hand and executed the same sword strike that William had used to kill Blood Fury. It was identical. Even the quality of the sword of Soulbreaker was the same. The sword moves, as well as the energy aura released when William killed Blood Fury, were also the same. At this moment, it was like a William the Obliterator with a sword facing a William the Obliterator without a sword. A sword master not using a sword. You think you can survive? Vindar, still in William's form. Even his expression carried a hint of cold loneliness, along with a faint smile. He swung his sword. Even William couldn't help but squint. This guy had managed to perfectly replicate his abilities. Logically, the enhanced sword of Soulbreaker shouldn't have been replicable, but Vindar had done it. William's white robe was slashed, a long sword mark across his chest. Injured again. It seems my swordsmanship is indeed formidable. William patted his chest, his robe restored, and the sword wound healed. Vindar's strike had indeed perfectly replicated the one William used to kill Blood Fury. But it was indeed costly for him, and such a state couldn't be maintained for long. Let yourself be the one to kill yourself. Vindar swung the fake sword of Soulbreaker rapidly in his hand. At this moment, he was like a William the Obliterator who had completely absorbed the power of 140 strands of the divine halo. Hearing Vinder's words, William couldn't help but find it amusing. Kill himself? He couldn't possibly think that the previous strike was William's strongest move, could he? No way. No way. William was indeed curious to deeply experience how strong he could be. Vinder's fake sword of Soulbreaker obliterated the arena space with a single strike, forcing them to fight amidst the chaotic spatial currents. Neither Dali nor the cosmic entity of the 12th universe wanted to create another arena at this point. Vindar laughed loudly. Do you still dare to call me Meatballs now? William, relying on his agile movements, seemed to narrowly dodge each fierce attack, and said, It seems you really like that nickname. You're laughing so happily. You go die? Meatballs. Oh no. Vindar executed William's sword techniques to perfection. He had thought it would be a one-strike kill, but William's nimble movements were too elusive. After the first strike, he couldn't touch him at all. Space magic, Vindar shouted as he swung his sword. The spatial turbulence became even more violent. Within the chaotic space, anyone below the level of a high-tier divine king would likely be torn into shreds by the overlapping and chaotic spaces, unable to be restored. Even a high-tier divine king had to be extremely cautious inside. Once lost, it was uncertain where they might end up, and returning could take days. Just like some primeval high divine kings who were exiled by the cosmic entity into the spatial turbulence, they might appear in another universe hundreds of thousands of years later. Vindar also replicated William's agile movements, pressing him step by step. At the same time, he used spatial magic, hoping to leverage his understanding of spatial laws to momentarily influence William. He didn't have much time. Vindar himself only had 50 points of divine power value. Replicating William and the Sword of Soulbreaker, the power within his body was continuously burning. Primeval high divine kings originally didn't absorb the power of the divine halo. Their power, unlike that controlled by the cosmic entity's high-tier divine kings, came from burning their own soul energy to replicate their opponent. This was a special ability he had realized on his own. When the spatial magic was used, William was completely unaffected and simply said, Let's see how long you can last like this. At least 5 years, no problem. Vindar snorted. If you don't use a sword, half a year is enough to kill you. Oh, is that so? With a shift in his consciousness, William made it so that even the cosmic entities outside couldn't briefly see what was happening within the spatial turbulence. William's right hand's index finger pointed towards Vindar. A single finger? Vindar almost laughed out loud. Indeed, a master swordsman could use a finger as a weapon, channeling powerful energy to a single point. But if the opponent was holding a top-tier divine sword, and both parties had equal strength, a head-on clash? That would be suicidal. Vindar thrust his sword forward, eager to see just how hard William, the Obliterator's finger was. In the spatial turbulence, actually no sound could be heard. William and Vindar were communicating through a kind of instinctual awareness. When William's finger touched the fake sword of Soulbreaker, the sword shattered as if it were a chip struck by a hammer. Crushed, Vindar's pupils dilated. He could mimic an opponent's abilities, but only those within his knowledge of what he had seen before. Clearly, the power of William's finger had surpassed his understanding. No good. He would die. Vindar simply let go of the sword hilt, instantly replicating the power of William's finger. The Sword of Soulbreaker, whose quality had been enhanced by the power of 63 sacred auras, will be shattered by the force of this single finger. How strong must that finger be? Replicate. Achoo! Just as William's finger was about to touch Vindar, due to the forced replication of William's power, Vindar's energy burned out completely, and he reverted to his original form, a fist-sized pink meatball. William paused his finger, grabbed him in his hand, and chuckled. You really are a meatball. Achoo! Meatballs, now faintly forming a face, looked pitifully at William. Chapter 689, This is just kitchenware. William and Vindar were in a region of spatial turbulence, and without the support of primal force, Vindar couldn't convey any consciousness. He could only sneeze and squeak. However, the facial features that appeared on him were clearly trying to act cute and beg William for mercy. At that moment, Vindar had an epiphany. He roughly understood why the 13th cosmic entity had turned into a cute little girl. He also roughly understood how to survive in front of William the Obliterator. Acting cute and begging for mercy was the way to go. Acting cute and begging for mercy was the way to stay alive. Using the power of the last 90 strands of divine halo he had won, William created a new spatial arena. When the cosmic entities and planetary-level powerhouses saw William again, they were all speechlessly shocked. Clearly, Vindar had lost. William the Obliterator had actually learned to create his own space, and the spatial arena he created was much more stable than those created by the cosmic entities. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe had no more ideas and could only hand over the lost divine halos. By now, he had clearly realized that he simply couldn't compete with William the Obliterator. Previously, he had thought about gathering the power of the entire universe to fight William the Obliterator. But now, it seemed that if he really did that, he would probably just die on the spot. He gave up. He just gave up. Dolly effortlessly obtained a strand of the divine halo, and the world William created was also enhanced by the power of 9 more divine halos. William looked at Vindar, who seemed soft and squishy. He might taste good if eaten, but for now, it was better to just store him away. With a squeeze of his fist, Vindar was stored inside a spatial storage ring. Continue. William's gaze swept over the various cosmic entities. He knew that pretending to be weak again was no longer an option. It all depended on what these cosmic entities thought now. Interesting. The cosmic entities from the first and second universes almost laughed simultaneously. Did this guy really think he was invincible? Just because he had 140 points of divine power value, he thought he was unbeatable? Perhaps he was hiding his strength, but how much could he really hide? The cosmic entities from the first and second universes exchanged glances. The second universe's cosmic entity transformed into a round-bellied bizarre bird, chuckling. Let me handle this. What exactly is the background of this William the Obliterator? The cosmic entity from the second universe is determined to obliterate him. The next moment, the arena space created by William was enhanced by an additional 10 strands of divine halo power from both Dolly and the second universe's cosmic entity. Since Vindar was not a high-ranking god king controlled by a cosmic entity, even though William had won against him, he didn't gain any additional divine halo power. A phoenix cry echoed through thousands of universes, and a gigantic multicolored phoenix appeared in the arena space. The main event was finally here. William looked at the gigantic multicolored phoenix, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This must be an enhanced version of the original ancient phoenix. Previously, all the beings from the era of Earth's gods were created by Dolly, and clearly, she had also learned something from the other cosmic entities. The appearance of the original ancient phoenix was almost identical to this multicolored phoenix in front of him. Calling it a knockoff wouldn't be too far off. William the Obliterator, you think you're strong? The multicolored phoenix stared intently at William, its gaze somewhat disdainful. William nodded. Not bad. You look pretty strong too. You look pretty strong? The multicolored phoenix laughed loudly. I am the progenitor of the phoenixes, having absorbed the power of 1,500 strands of divine halos. What are you, a naive child who doesn't know the vastness of heaven and earth? 1,500 strands, that's impressive. William nodded. Like the archangel Amenadiel, who has absorbed the power of just 5 divine halos, such a mighty being is already capable of crushing creatures across thousands of realms. Disappear. The multicolored phoenix merely spoke a word, and then prepared to leave the stage. The ability to turn spoken words into reality. With such power, utilizing the laws set by the cosmic entity of the second universe, it could easily crush other cosmic powerhouses. In principle, the cosmic entities of the first, second, and third universes no longer participate in the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle, and the smaller universes wouldn't dare to challenge them either. But Dolly brought William here. The cosmic entity of the first universe had already made a move by sending out Blood Fury. Yet William was becoming increasingly arrogant, even showing disdain towards the other cosmic entities. How could they tolerate such behavior? The multicolored phoenix immediately used its words become reality power, but found that William the Obliterator, with a peculiar look in his eyes, was staring at it. And William the Obliterator did not disappear. The words become reality, power had failed. The cosmic entities were in uproar. The multicolored phoenix, having absorbed the power of 1,500 divine halos, was equivalent to 10 initial universes, plus the law power set by the cosmic entity of the second universe. Yet William, the obliterator, was unscathed. What are you talking about? William said, already holding a chef's knife in his hand. Dolly, watching from above, initially thought William the obliterator would perish, but, indeed, the strength he was now displaying was just the tip of the iceberg, especially at the moment he pulled out the chef's knife. Even Dolly was struggling to maintain her composure. Back then, she created many formidable creatures, yet the end result turned out to be designing a journey for William the obliterator to seek out delicacies. Is this your weapon? It looks even less impressive than the sword you had earlier. The multicolored phoenix, though surprised, still didn't take William seriously. With the words become reality, power ineffective, resorting to physical combat was somewhat interesting. William squinted at the multicolored phoenix, already contemplating where to strike. This is just kitchenware. Kitchenware. The multicolored phoenix didn't quite understand what William meant. In front of the multicolored phoenix, William seemed rather insignificant, like an ant standing before a giant elephant. He stood up, grabbed the chef's knife, and swung it towards the neck of the multicolored phoenix. The multicolored phoenix was engulfed in flames, and before William's chef's knife could strike down, it turned directly into ashes. Ha 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 ha. William, what are you thinking? You weren't seriously planning to chop me with that, were you? The multicolored phoenix burst into laughter. That was rash. William felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was facing a being that had absorbed the power of 1,500 divine halos. Trying to chop it down with just a chef's knife seemed a bit absurd. And it's not like his opponent was that weak. But he had previously said no swords. William, aren't you a master swordsman? Since your sword is so formidable, why not draw it? I'm actually quite eager. The eyes of the multicolored phoenix flickered with flames, excited like a courtesan awaiting a lover. Shoo! William took a deep breath and said, You're quite bold. He had initially thought about dissecting it directly or brutally tearing off its limbs. Thinking about that scene, it was too bloody and brutal. When it came to dismembering food, the sword of Soulbreaker was more handy. Honey, lend me the sword again. William called out softly. Alice was listening to the sword spirit of the sword of Soulbreaker boasting about what had just happened when she heard William's voice. Just borrow it if you need to. Alice pouted, as if she had a choice not to lend it. The next moment, the sword of Soulbreaker appeared at William's feet, having traveled through space. Wow, what a big bird. The sword of Soulbreaker probably understood why William had summoned it. Chapter 690, I want to run away right now. The cosmic entity from the second universe sent the multicolored phoenix, whose strength was ultimately too formidable. William, armed with just an ordinary chef's knife, attempting to slay it was indeed a bit over the top. The quality of items from the 13th universe was not particularly high to begin with. The chef's knife William had previously used was the kind you could buy in a supermarket for $2 to $3. He hadn't used his full strength, and to the multicolored phoenix, that strike was utterly laughable. Now, with the sword of Soulbreaker in hand, things were different. Whoosh! William swung his sword through the air, releasing an arcane pulse that forcefully split the flames surrounding the multicolored phoenix. Is that all you've got? The flames on the body of the multicolored phoenix were dispersed by the arcane pulse, yet not a single feather was harmed. These feathers are really something. William laughed. If these quality feathers were made into a garment and taken to the 13th universe, it would be the ultimate defense. Such a fine item. How could one possibly damage it? Young man, I do hope you can last a bit longer. The multicolored phoenix chuckled, flapping its wings and sending a wave of divine fire spreading across the entire arena, engulfing the space in flames. William stood in midair, releasing an energy shield to prevent his clothes from burning. Centered around him, within a radius of 2 feet, the divine fire could not advance an inch closer. Not bad. Let's see how long you can keep this up. The multicolored phoenix was brimming with amusement, as if it had encountered something truly entertaining. William remained silent. The sword spirit of the sword of Soulbreaker, hearing these words, couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, Mr. Johnson, chop it down. I've never seen such a brazen bird. Never seen such audacious food. Ha 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 ha. Your sword spirit is quite interesting. Just don't break this sword. Let me have some fun with it later. The multicolored phoenix laughed even more joyously, having not encountered such an amusing sword spirit in many years. Is that so? William's energy aura consistently maintained at 140 divine power value, but his body slowly grew until he was as gigantic as the multicolored phoenix, and the sword of Soul Breaker in his hand grew larger as well. The multicolored phoenix now felt an intense pressure. This human was making it feel fear deep inside. The two beings faced each other. The multicolored phoenix began frantically flapping its wings, the divine fire spreading across the sky, the flames growing even more fierce. Those divine fires could easily incinerate a stellar-level powerhouse with a divine power value of 140 like William. No. They could easily incinerate any stellar-level powerhouse with a divine power value of 140. But for someone like William, the divine fires swept over only to be blocked by his defensive shield. William might as well have been in a sauna, but his clothes seemed hardly resistant to the divine fire. Running around naked in front of so many people would be somewhat inappropriate. William's body continued to grow, and the sword of Soul Breaker transformed into a colossal blade 10,000 feet long. The scene started to get a bit bizarre. The sword spirit cackled mischievously. Little bird, my sword can slash tens of thousands of feet. How about you run 9,999 feet first? Really, does that sound like something a normal person would say? The surrounding cosmic entities watching the scene could hardly make sense of the situation anymore. What's with the multicolored phoenix? Why is it foolishly standing there flapping its wings? And those divine fires couldn't even get within 10 feet of William the Obliterator. The multicolored phoenix was inwardly lamenting. Its body could no longer grow larger, and for this reason, it was extremely reluctant to engage in close combat with William the Obliterator. Danger! It felt as if a voice inside was telling it that if it dared to engage in close combat, William would tear it apart. Wait a moment. William, now a giant, looked down at the multicolored phoenix from above. With a wave of his hand, he threw the fragments of the armor and axe he had collected after slaying Blood Fury into the sea of fire. Let's temper you further. After William said this, the sword of Soul Breaker, no longer under the protection of William's defensive shield, quickly turned red-hot. Mr. Johnson, you're not planning to reforge me, are you? The sword of Soul Breaker was a bit panicked at this moment. To be fair, the divine fire of the multicolored phoenix was indeed formidable. Without the protection of William's defensive shield, the sword of Soul Breaker quickly turned red and softened. This is a rare opportunity. This bird is not bad. William could produce divine fire of this caliber himself, but he hadn't felt the need before, as the sword of Soul Breaker was already the strongest divine artifact in the 13th universe. Moreover, his own physical body was incredibly strong. Now that the multicolored phoenix was putting so much effort into releasing these intense flames, it would be a shame to waste them. Thus, the fragments of the armor and axe previously collected melted into liquid, each droplet of metal floating in the divine fire. William, holding the red-hot sword of Soul Breaker, then, with his left hand holding the sword and his right hand patting the blade of the sword of Soul Breaker carefully, it seemed unlikely to break under such conditions. What is he doing? A cosmic entity from the second universe was nearly going mad, shouting loudly, "Phoenix Ion! What are you doing?" Phoenix Ion, the name of the multicolored phoenix, heard the cosmic entity from the second universe shouting and could only give a wry smile. What could it do? It felt like it was merely providing William the Obliterator with a forge, using the arena as the forge, his palm as the hammer, and Phoenix Ion as the source of fire. He was reforging the sword of Soul Breaker. William also took the opportunity to erase some runes from the sword of Soul Breaker. Those runes were something he had etched out of boredom, copying from other people's weapons. Now, it seemed completely unnecessary. This is just a sword. His fingers grinding the blade. The sword still needed to be sharper. Otherwise, when slaughtering chickens, it would cause them more pain. Sharper is better. Grinding the sword was for slicing Phoenixion's flesh. While William was forging the sword of Soul Breaker, Phoenix Ion wasn't idle either, employing various cosmic law powers. But it was all in vain, and it even gave William plenty of inspiration. While reforging the Sword of Soulbreaker, he incorporated those cosmic law powers into it. This scene caught the eyes of the various cosmic entities, some of whom were even more puzzled. Phoenix Ion. Is this meant to let William the Obliterator enhance the quality of his sword before battling it again? Yes, that must be it. Given Phoenician's pride, it probably just wants to make the battle more interesting. At this point, William the Obliterator reforging the Sword of Soulbreaker is futile. With his overwhelming strength, what use is a stronger sword? Hearing these comments from the cosmic entities, Phoenix Ion almost wished it could slap them all to death with one wing. I want to run away right now. Unfortunately, not only was its body restrained, but it couldn't even communicate its thoughts. That bastard William the Obliterator must be using some strange cosmic law power. It couldn't even communicate the situation of the battle to the cosmic entities of the second universe. All right, William's fingers slowly traced the edge of the Sword of Soulbreaker, squinting at Phoenix Ion. He said, "Don't stop just yet. I still need to make some clothes." Under William's intense gaze, Phoenician's feathers exploded, scattering thousands of feathers. William reached out through the air, capturing all these feathers in front of him. As for Phoenix Ion, the sparse feathers on its body made it look like an old, balding chicken. Chapter 691 High-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Phoenician's feathers were a vibrant mix of colors, including some white and black ones that were soft and comfortable to the touch. With a gentle twist of his fingers, William turned a feather into a thread. He sorted out the black and white feathers, and in just a moment, he had a bunch of black and white threads in his hand, while the other colorful feathers were also separated. With a flick of his wrist, he crafted a black and white interwoven robe and a colorful lady's dress. The colorful dress was obviously made for Alice. After putting it away, William donned the robe and then removed his surrounding defensive shield. "What on earth are you?" Phoenix Ion was completely panicked. "Just 140. Divine power value? No one would believe that." William gave Phoenix Ion a cold look. "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all." Under his gaze, Phoenix Ion was instantly frightened into silence. Outside the arena, the cosmic entities and powerful beings couldn't hear what was being said inside. One cosmic entity, filled with confusion, asked, "Why has Phoenix Ion lost all its feathers? I've seen some strong men in the universe who have a habit of taking off their shirts when they fight. It seems there's a similar concept for powerful beings like Phoenix Ion during intense battles." "What concept?" the cosmic entity said mysteriously, exploding clothes. "Oh, it means Phoenix Ion is furious. It's blown off its feathers, ready to kill William the Obliterator." "Oh, I've never seen Phoenix Ion so angry before. Its feathers are almost all gone. But why would it give its feathers to William the Obliterator to make clothes?" "That's what you don't understand. By giving its feathers to William the Obliterator, it probably thinks William's defenses are too weak. If it killed him with one blow in a melee, that would be too boring. It seems it's preparing to kill him in the simplest and most brutal way possible." Around them, a group of cosmic entities discussed the battle situation like fools. How could they know that Phoenix Ion now wanted to crush the brains of those foolish cosmic entities? Exploding clothes? Did they think this was a fighting game? You truly are geniuses rich in imagination. Unfortunately for Phoenix Ion, it was now in a precarious situation. William appeared in front of it, wielding a great sword and looking at it with ill intent. "What do you want to do?" Phoenix Ion spat a burst of fire at William. William didn't even bother to resist. He let the divine fire spray onto him. The warmth of the fire burning his skin was wonderfully intense. William blinked and asked, "How much power from the holy aura did you say you absorbed earlier?" 1,500. Phoenician's gaze towards William had completely changed. Did it matter how much power from the holy aura was absorbed? Did the amount of divine power value matter? When facing a super powerful being like William, nothing else seemed important. Impressive. William never skimped on praise for the strong. "That means you must taste very good, right?" "Huh? Taste?" Phoenician's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean?" Sword Spirit laughed heartily. "What else could it mean? Besides being tender and delicious, could you possibly also be rich in nutrients?" "Meat, tender, Phoenix Ion felt the world spinning around. Oh, the damn delicious meat. It was a proud warrior of the second universe. How could anyone think about whether its meat was tender and delicious upon seeing it? I should be rich in vitamins. Phoenix Ion no longer knew what it was saying. It had come to a realization. This person in front of it actually wanted to eat it. Being rich in vitamins is certainly the best. William's gaze grew even more menacing. In his eyes, Phoenix Ion was nothing more than a high-end ingredient. High-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. With that, William grabbed Phoenix Ion by the neck. His celestial furnace appeared in front of him, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he slit Phoenixion's neck, then poured the phoenix blood into the celestial furnace. The cosmic entities watching were completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were talking about how Phoenix Ion was enraged and how William the Obliterator was doomed. But what were they witnessing now? Phoenix Ion was being held by the neck and bled out, utterly powerless to resist, a sight hard to believe. The stands of the cosmic entity guardians' battle fell silent. The powerful beings from various universes watched as William drained Phoenixion's phoenix blood, plucked all its feathers, and gutted it, removing the necessary organs. The power of the holy aura that had built the arena space of the second universe's cosmic entities had already been divided between William and Dolly. Clearly, Phoenix Ion had been defeated, and thoroughly so. Usually, when others lose, blood is splattered everywhere, but not a single drop of its blood had hit the ground. At this moment, the arena space was still filled with divine fire, and the already dead Phoenix Ion was being roasted by the flames it had released earlier, its skin turning crispy and golden. All the powerful beings from various universes watched as William roasted the giant bird, momentarily forgetting what they were supposed to do next. Perhaps it wasn't so much forgetting as it was being at a loss. Who exactly was this William the Obliterator? To kill a powerful being like Phoenix Ion just like that? Their cosmic entity guardians' battles usually lasted at least 5 years. Wasn't this a bit too quick for him? If every battle were like his, wouldn't the guardians of these cosmic entities be dying in droves? William didn't care what others thought. After cleaning up Phoenix Ion, he made hundreds of fine cuts into the delicious meat and evenly sprinkled fine salt over it. If it were chicken or fish, perhaps other seasonings would be necessary. But for Phoenixion's meat, which had absorbed the power of 1,500 strands of the holy aura, too much seasoning would only spoil its natural deliciousness. 13. Where did you find this William the Obliterator? The cosmic entity of the first universe finally couldn't hold back and began to question Dolly from a position of authority. Dolly cheerfully responded to the cosmic entity of the first universe. My lord, this William is a powerful being who appeared in my universe. Her address to the cosmic entity of the first universe shifted from Big Brother to my lord. Yet she spoke William's name with particular affection. If the battles continued like this, with William defeating opponents with a single stroke, he would only grow stronger. Dolly had her own plans. In her camp, there was still a lingering obsession expelled from William the Obliterator. Although that guy hadn't truly revived yet, he had already signed some sort of pact with her. Otherwise, why would she go out of her way to help him? William the Obliterator was so strong. According to that guy, if William the Obliterator died, he would be reborn and even have a chance to seize some of William's power. If William the Obliterator really died here, and the expelled obsession became her tool, wouldn't the rankings of the cosmic entities need some updating? If William the Obliterator continued to fight like this, slaughtering his way through each battle, it wouldn't be a bad thing for her. In any case, as long as the battles continued, that was good. As long as she could successfully infuriate the cosmic entity of the first universe. Interesting, said the cosmic entity of the first universe, his gaze shifting to the cosmic entity of the third universe. Old 3, hasn't your griffin been at peace for too long? How about letting him meet this William the Obliterator? We wouldn't really let this guy spoil our fun, would we? Chapter 692. Choose one of the two. The ranking of cosmic entities has never been determined by the amount of power from the sacred auras. Dolly's desire to compete for the title of the #1 cosmic entity is merely wishful thinking. It's just that the cosmic entity of the first universe and others like it were born earlier. Even so, The cosmic entity of the first universe does not possess the most power from the sacred auras. The cosmic entity of the first universe possesses 19,000 strands of divine aura, while the cosmic entity from the third universe boasts over 23,000 strands. The third universe is teeming with powerhouses. Ranked 5th in this universe, Griffin has absorbed the power of 3,000 strands of divine aura. The top-ranked powerhouse, the element-devouring mouse, is an anomaly born at the inception of the third universe, devouring planets and wielding vast magical powers. The cosmic entity of the third universe takes the form of a white, long-haired element-devouring cat. It lounges on a platform, blinking its aqua-blue eyes and yawning indifferently, then casually says, "Griffin, go and test the strength of William the Obliterator." With that said, 10 strands of divine aura descend into the arena space. A massive blood-red griffin appears before William. Just as William finishes roasting the meat of a phoenix ion, he sees the blood-red griffin materialize before him. Huh? What's this about? William stares at the enormous blood-red griffin, taken aback. These cosmic entities really are hospitable. They just sent a phoenix, and now a griffin? This blood-red griffin clearly differs from the monsters of the 13th cosmic entity. Its skin emits a metallic sheen, each inch radiating a tangible quality. It's uncertain if this creature tastes good, but its skin would definitely make fine leather armor. With a roar, the griffin charges at William, its every move causing the space to tremble, the blood-red aura solidifying into reality, cracking the arena space like shattered glass. William hasn't even had a chance to taste the meat before the creature attacks, forcing him to quickly pack up the phoenix ion meat. A flash of sword light clashed with Griffin's claw in a fierce encounter. The independent arena space shattered instantly, and a nearby cosmic entity, just reformed, was obliterated by the residual effects of the battle. Many cosmic entities grumbled and left the arena. Even spectating isn't safe. What's there to watch? Not bad. William's eyes sparkled with excitement. The quality of his Sword of Soulbreaker had improved significantly, yet it didn't leave a scratch on Griffin's claw. It's understandable, though. Griffin had perfectly absorbed the power of 3,000 divine auras, making its claws formidable weapons. The Sword of Soulbreaker, infused with only 63 strands of divine aura and reforged by William, was still not invincible. There was a clear gap in quality. Humph! Griffin snorted out 2 puffs of hot air from its nostrils and charged at William again. In a flurry of activity, Griffin's claws and the Sword of Soulbreaker collided wildly, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling through the area. Dolly decided it was best to leave the arena with the sea god Poseidon. Such a fierce and terrifying battle required Poseidon to forcibly activate his defensive barrier at full strength just to barely hold on. Cosmic entity, do you think Mr. Johnson can win? Poseidon could feel that William's opponents were stronger this time. Dolly glanced at Poseidon and countered, "What do you think?" Poseidon, recalling the evenly matched clash between William's sword and Griffin, was genuinely unsure. Dolly blinked and said, "That Griffin just now perfectly absorbed the power of 3,000 divine auras. Our entire 13th universe together only has a little over 200 strands. That means the power that Griffin possesses is equivalent to more than a dozen of our universes." Poseidon was at a loss for words. He knew William was facing strong enemies, but he hadn't realized they were this powerful. The power of more than a dozen universes concentrated in one being. What kind of concept is that? With a mere gesture, could they not easily erase them, these so-called high gods? He should be able to win, right? Poseidon said, hardly believing his own words. Dolly laughed. That Griffin ranks only 5th in strength in the third universe. If William keeps fighting, he might encounter a sovereign high divine king who has absorbed the power of 10,000 divine auras. 10,000. Poseidon couldn't even begin to imagine what it meant to absorb the power of 10,000 divine auras. Among the many cosmic entities, the third universe, which has the most divine auras, only possesses 23,800 strands of divine aura power. Dolly said with a smile, "But that's just among cosmic entities. Some sovereign high divine kings are ridiculously strong. I suspect William might be one of those powerful sovereign high divine kings who got caught in a spatial turbulence and then ended up here. The sea god Poseidon asked. Then, after this battle concludes, Mr. Johnson should be able to leave the stage, right? Technically, it's one-on-one, and he should be able to leave after one match. William has actually broken the record for the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle this time, Dolly said, squinting her eyes. But it seems he has no intention of leaving the arena. Poseidon fell silent. They couldn't even spectate now. What good was it to fret here? Do you want to help him? Dolly looked at Poseidon. Poseidon stared back at Dolly, remaining silent. If you want to help him, go kill that guy named Elric or Lucian. The great demon? Poseidon frowned. Dolly snorted. What great demon? He's just a fixation expelled by William. But it's a fixation to become stronger. If he is reborn and William devours him again, then William will have the desire to become stronger. That way, maybe he can keep winning. Dolly wanted to take advantage of William's absence from the 13th universe to do some things, not just to protect Poseidon by withdrawing from the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle. She was also well aware that even if she did something, William probably wouldn't be angry. In the eyes of someone as powerful as William, as long as no harm came to Alice or his close ones, everything else was trivial. Really, Poseidon felt something was off, but it seemed like Dolly was on William's side. I want William to win too. Why would I harm him? Dolly said. If he keeps winning, then I'll gain more divine aura power, and my status among the cosmic entities will rise. I have no reason to harm him. All right, I'll do it. After speaking, the sea god Poseidon disappeared. What he had to do was kill Elric. That one called Lucian seems to have a decent relationship with William. Given a choice between the two, he would definitely kill Elric. Dolly watched Poseidon leave, her face expressionless. Is Lucian's physical body strong enough? A voice whispered in her ear. Of course not. The current William the Obliterator is too strong. Let me enter the first universe. Wait a bit, and I will kill him. Chapter 693, I'd rather trust a dog. Sea God's Palace. Poseidon and Zeus were sitting on the ground. Big brother, the cosmic entity wants me to kill either Elric or Lucian, Poseidon said after returning. Instead of acting against Elric immediately, he called Zeus and shared everything he had witnessed in the battle of the cosmic entity's guardians. Do you not want to kill? Asked Zeus. Of course not, Poseidon replied, his face wearing a peculiar smile. He was well aware that their conversation might very well be known to the cosmic entity. Poseidon had no intention of avoiding the cosmic entity. The cosmic entity sees high-ranking god-kings as pawns. With his eyes closed, Zeus said lightly, "Didn't the cosmic entity say that killing Elric could help our master?" Poseidon stared at Zeus and asked, "Do you believe what the cosmic entity says?" Zeus opened his eyes and said, "I'd rather trust a dog." After saying this, the two high-ranking god-kings looked at each other and laughed. Dolly had everything planned out perfectly. She even thought that Poseidon, the sea god, would turn around and kill Elric. However, after hearing the conversation between the two high-ranking god-kings, she suddenly lost all interest. Poseidon, look, I said that, and the cosmic entity didn't strip me of my powers. Zeus laughed proudly. Poseidon also laughed and said, "Big brother, as long as our master is alive, the cosmic entity wouldn't dare to touch us." Yes, indeed. Zeus's eyes sparkled with intensity. While they were talking, Hera appeared in the sea god's palace with a young man who looked utterly panicked. Poseidon and Zeus stood up together. Approaching them, Hera said, "Indeed, the cosmic entity keeps urging various high-ranking god-kings to kill Elric, but both Odin and Uranus want to hold on to this trump card and are hesitant to make a move." Poseidon burst into laughter. It seems that the cosmic entity can't personally step in to kill them, otherwise there wouldn't be such a fuss. Hera pondered. Let's wait for Mr. Johnson to return before making a decision. Now that Lucian and Elric were in the hands of the three high-ranking divine kings of Olympus, these divine kings were no fools. Although they didn't know what the cosmic entity was plotting, they were clear on one thing. They couldn't trust what the cosmic entity said, especially since the life or death of these two men was linked to William. If one of them were killed, the obsession that William had once severed would revive. This matter must be decided by William himself. An obsession to become stronger? If William didn't want to become stronger, their task was to prevent this obsession from reviving. Therefore, neither Lucian nor Elric could die, and both must be kept under their control. Keep a close eye on them. I have already agreed that Odin and Uranus will hand over Elric to me, and I will give them the power of my divine halo, Poseidon said. You're giving them the power of your divine halo? Zeus asked. Poseidon smacked his lips. I think Hera must have given them a choice. Either exchange the power of the divine halo for the person, or start a fight. Since neither Elric nor Lucian can die, it's better to agree with Hera and gain some benefits. Hera nodded. I need to enter a meditative state to enhance my strength, and I hope you'll protect me from external disturbances. Poseidon squinted his eyes. Hera, by handing over the power of your divine halo, are you trying to break free from the control of the cosmic entity and become a sovereign high divine king? No more words were necessary, nor any explanations needed. The words spoken by Poseidon and Zeus were heard by Hera, and naturally, the cosmic entity could hear them too. They didn't need to discuss further. After making this choice, they trusted that each would support the other in dealing with whatever might come. In the battle of the cosmic entity's guardians, the cosmic entity clearly treated the high-ranking god-kings under its control as mere tools, as playthings. They wanted to explore a broader world and pursue a true breakthrough, not to serve as the cosmic entity's dogs. Hera agreed to extract and give the power of her divine halo to Odin, but she had her own plans, even preparing to comprehend the true cosmic truths to ascend as a sovereign high divine king. Hera rarely displayed her divine power, which was profoundly unfathomable. Although Odin and Uranus had reached some agreements with the cosmic entity, they too were unwilling to be the cosmic entity's dogs. Upon realizing the true nature of the power granted by the divine halo, the high-ranking god-kings eventually decided they no longer wanted the power of the divine halo. Dolly's plans fell through completely. Sabotaging the cosmic entity's plans was a delightful endeavor. Since the birth of the 13th universe, the high-ranking god-kings controlled by the cosmic entity seemed to be tightly in its grip, but this time, Poseidon and the others pulled off an ultimate reversal. Of course, this was predicated on the fact that after witnessing William's strength, Poseidon was convinced that Dolly wouldn't dare touch the three of them. It was about doing as they pleased, playing the cosmic entity. One moment they talked about killing Elric, the next they were protecting them. It was all about infuriating Dolly. Hera forcefully extracted the power of her divine halo, and all the powerful beings in the divine realm looked towards the direction of the palace of the sea god. As the high-ranking divine kings of Olympus disabled their divine powers, the cosmic entity made a countermove. The next moment, 6 strands of the divine halo's power fell into Odin's hands, which he distributed to the Shapeshifters clan, greatly enhancing their strength. This was the cosmic entity's attitude towards the high-ranking god-kings, also declaring her current favoritism towards Odin's Ultimate Force alliance. Dolly wasn't annoyed by the actions of the 3 high-ranking god-kings of Olympus. To put it bluntly, the 3 high-ranking god-kings of Olympus no longer wanted to be her dogs. But she was immensely wealthy, and if some didn't want to serve, there would always be others who would. Not killing Elric and Lucian, at most, means she doesn't profit, but even if she killed Elric, it wouldn't be a guaranteed profitable deal. So, not killing them doesn't cause her any loss either. A dog is gone, just get another one. As it stands, she hasn't suffered any losses. On the contrary, the 3 high-ranking god-kings of Olympus are William's disciples, essentially his direct lineage, always thinking about William, and even considering defying the orders of the cosmic entity. What use are they then? The real humans created by the cosmic entity are still those on Earth, those in the divine realm, originally created by William. Dolly has wanted to replace them for a while now, and she has other plans too. For her, this is also an opportunity. Is it that easy to become a sovereign high divine king on one's own? Even becoming a sovereign high divine king, like Odin, she still has him completely under her control. This is the 13th universe. Apart from that freak William, whatever anyone else does seems trivial to her. They are just a bunch of pawns. It's like when humans see a toy develop self-awareness. Their first reaction isn't fear or annoyance, but rather excitement. Exactly. The actions of Poseidon and the others now only serve to excite Dolly even more. The three high-ranking god kings of Olympus are striving to break free from the control of the cosmic entity, while William is absolutely having a blast over there. Chapter 694. That would definitely not be a good thing. On the battlefield of the Cosmic Entity Guardians War, William originally planned to have a leisurely battle with Griffin, seeing as he rarely encountered a worthy opponent. The fight started off evenly matched, but to William's surprise, Griffin, in a moment of desperation, attacked his soul with his divine consciousness. A powerful psychic assault on William. Griffin's divine consciousness was indeed formidable, but directly attacking William's soul with it was akin to courting death. In that instant, Griffin's consciousness nearly exploded. Griffin screamed, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. If William hadn't grabbed his claw in time, Griffin might have been swept into a spatial turbulence, possibly reappearing somewhere after 10,000 years. Griffin wasn't dead. When he opened his eyes again and saw William, his gaze was filled with confusion and innocence. Then, to William's astonishment, Griffin looked at him with a pleading expression and stuck out his huge tongue, attempting to lick William. "What are you trying to do?" William pointed at Griffin, stopping him with a stern look. This look frightened Griffin, making him carefully step back. Then, cautiously, he called out, "Mommy?" William was stunned. Good grief. Griffin's psychic attack had scrambled his brains, reverting his intelligence to that of a toddler. Upon seeing William, he mistook him for his closest kin. "I'm your daddy," William retorted with an exasperated glance. Can't he tell the difference between genders? He had initially planned to warm up a bit, then later flay Griffin's skin to make something, or use his nails to craft some items. But now the guy had gone dumb and even mistook him for his mother. In his lifetime, William had done almost everything, but he had never tried cross-dressing, nor had he ever been called Mommy. Daddy. Griffin, with his innocent wide eyes, tried again to stretch out his big tongue to lick William's head. Although William spoke in Earth's language, Griffin still understood the meaning behind William's words. Left with no choice, William grew a bit larger so that Griffin only reached up to his knees. He extended his hand and let Griffin lick it. Griffin smiled contentedly, a bizarre scene that left the onlookers completely dumbfounded. While the cosmic entity of the third universe began to roar, the cosmic entities from other universes didn't know what to say. This was no longer about whether or not to fight, or how formidable William was. Okay. Griffin, the fifth strongest in the third universe, was actually calling his opponent Daddy. After a while, William pulled a piece of Phoenix Ion thigh meat from his spatial storage ring and fed it to Griffin. Griffin swallowed it in one gulp, his eyes filled with joy, and he grew even more affectionate towards William. Forget it. From now on, you'll follow me." William was really helpless. This guy was calling him Daddy, so he couldn't bring himself to kill him. He wasn't someone who enjoyed killing in the first place. Considering Griffin's size, he was quite intelligent, and having him around wasn't too bad. "Munch, kill them." The cosmic entity of the third universe, furious, shouted. A figure rushed towards William. A huge black rat bit at William. This was the strongest being of the third universe's cosmic entity, the element-devouring rat. It was an anomaly that existed since the birth of the third universe's cosmic entity, not created by it. It had lived for at least 2 billion years, devouring planets, omnipotent. William moved extremely fast, slapping the element-devouring rat's head and actually flinging it away. Hiss! This guy really hid his strength well. The element-devouring rat hasn't made a move in years. To be suddenly attacked and then slapped away with a single strike. The element-devouring rat must have a divine power value of 15,000. Only the cosmic entity of the third universe can suppress him. The element-devouring rat let out a sinister laugh and launched another series of frenzied, rapid attacks at William, moving at extreme speed. William's sword danced swiftly in his hands, blocking over 10,000 strikes in an instant, repeatedly knocking the rat back. Time flew by, and William grew somewhat annoyed. This battle among the cosmic entity guardians had become dull after a few fights. Puff! William took a deep breath, his energy surged. Once more, and with one sword strike, he cleaved the element-devouring rat in two. Even the soul of the element-devouring rat was eradicated. The previous 10,000 strikes were merely blocks, But this strike was lethal, filled with killing intent. To be invincible is just that, invincible. Let these cosmic entities of various universes know it too. What's the point in hiding one's strength? Let them see what a true powerhouse is. With a single sword strike, to cut down the strongest of the third universe's cosmic entities was utterly ruthless. Who else? William, holding his sword, surveyed the other cosmic entities. He no longer wished to fight. The cosmic entities from various universes fell silent. The cosmic entity of the third universe let out a strange cry, gathering the power of the entire third universe within itself, devouring the strength of all beings in the third universe, and suddenly charged at William. The cosmic entity of the third universe, personally entering the fray, showed just how furious she was. William didn't think much of it, even though it was the cosmic entity of the third universe launching the attack. So what? One sword strike was all it would take to cut her down. The cosmic entity of the third universe clashed her claw against William's sword, only to have her claw severed by his strike. The sword of Soulbreaker traced a bizarre arc through the air, so fast that even the cosmic entity of the third universe couldn't react in time. William slowly sheathed the sword of Soulbreaker as a cat's head fell to the ground, with tens of thousands of strands of holy aura power scattering outward. These strands of holy aura power, I give them to you, William said indifferently, not caring about the power of the holy auras. Then he turned to Griffin and said, "Shrink a bit. I'm taking you somewhere." Griffin nodded, shrunk down following William, and William patted his head, sealing much of Griffin's power and directly reducing him to the size of a French bulldog. The onlooking cosmic entities didn't even bother to be shocked. They frantically scrambled for the flying strands of holy aura power. William the Obliterator was indeed formidable, having slain the cosmic entity of the third universe with a single sword strike. Trillions of beings perished, and the cosmic entity of the third universe ceased to exist. But what did that have to do with them? Provoking William the Obliterator left no room for negotiation. Half of the power from the tens of thousands of holy auras was seized by the cosmic entity of the first universe, with the rest divided among the other present cosmic entities. The cosmic entity of the 12th universe was immensely frustrated, cursing under his breath. Where did that guy from the 13th universe find such a monstrously strong fighter to cut down the cosmic entity of the third universe with a single sword strike? Is this his real strength? Had he known how strong William the Obliterator was, would he have sent someone from his own universe to challenge him? Everyone, enjoy yourselves. I'm done playing. If I ever visit your universes, just make the arrangements, William said, and then he and Griffin directly returned to the 13th universe. The outside universes might be interesting, but William hadn't forgotten that his wife was still training in the 13th universe. As William disappeared into the spatial turbulence, the cosmic entities watched, each silently praying that this guy would never visit their universes. That would definitely not be a good thing. Chapter 695, That's Brutal. The battle of the cosmic entity guardians has spanned 1.5 million years, starting as a casual diversion organized by a few cosmic entities and gradually evolving into a competition among all the cosmic entities of the universes. Some rules were established to ensure that the guardians of the participating cosmic entities were well matched in strength, making the battles lengthy and preventing significant losses to any cosmic entity. The cosmic entity of the third universe was the first to personally enter the fray and, consequently, became the first to be slain. William the Obliterator's notorious reputation left other cosmic entities feeling uneasy. Yet, William no longer cared about such matters. Indeed, he had once been interested in things beyond his universe, but fighting was never his interest. He had thought there might be someone beyond the 13th universe who could defeat him, but it now seemed that the other universes lacked formidable characters as well. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong, making him an odd fit among these cosmic entities. When he truly cut down the cosmic entity of the third universe with a single sword strike, he realized that cosmic entities were just slightly more formidable beings who knew how to create spaces and beings. But in front of William, there were no true strong opponents. The moment William returned to the divine realm, Dolly appeared before him. "Mr. Johnson, did you win?" Dolly blinked at William. William reached out and pinched Dolly's cheek, smiling. This little face, just like Amy's when she was little. Dolly didn't struggle. Her cheek was pulled out of shape, yet she still beamed and asked, "Mr. Johnson, are you still going to fight in the arena?" After William released his hand, he placed his palm on Dolly's head and said, "I don't want to fight anymore. It's pointless." "Oh, pointless?" The third universe's cosmic entity still has many strong ones. That blood-red griffin you fought is only ranked 5th. There's also an element-devouring rat. Dolly hoped to persuade William to keep fighting, so she could gain more power from the holy auras and buy more time for her plans. Before she could finish, William said indifferently, "The cosmic entity of the third universe has already been slain by me." "Slain?" Dolly shuddered, looking up at William in disbelief. "Exactly," William said. "There's no longer a cosmic entity for the third universe. Does that mean your ranking will move up a spot?" Dolly clenched her teeth and asked, "Are you saying you've also slain the black rat from the third universe?" "Besides, the cosmic entity of the third universe took the form of a cat. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" William nodded as if he had indeed just killed an ordinary rat and an ordinary cat. You can't be serious." Dolly was genuinely shocked this time. That was the cosmic entity of the third universe. The element-devouring rat had never been defeated. "I've never been defeated either." William's eyelids flicked up, immediately sensing many changes in the 13th universe, with dramatic events unfolding on Earth. "What are you trying to do?" William scrutinized Dolly. He had just fought in the battle of the cosmic entity guardians, and this creature had turned the power of the holy auras she won into divine soul energy that permeated the entire galaxy. The power of the holy auras could be used in many ways. Applied to a being, it could help that being gain powerful strength more easily and unlock its potential. Moreover, the power of the holy auras could also create life. With William's current understanding of the world, Dolly's actions had made the entire galaxy the center of the universe. The dense divine soul energy could indeed make the beings of the galaxy stronger, but it would also attract the covetous eyes of powerful beings from other galaxies. Dolly smiled and said, "Since Mr. Johnson is fond of Earth, wouldn't it be nice if I made Earth a bit better?" William's gaze darkened. "Are you provoking me?" The situation on Earth was now complex. Due to Dolly's actions, most beings on Earth had undergone mutations, more terrifying than the previous resurgence of energy. As for the divine realm, Hera had renounced her divine power to focus on enhancing her strength, preparing to break through to higher levels. The Shapeshifters clan was rising, and besides the one strand of holy aura power that Hera had, Dolly had also given 20 strands to the Shapeshifters. Sea god Poseidon and Zeus were guarding the meditating Hera, completely unable to attend to external affairs. "How dare I?" Dolly quickly said. "If Mr. Johnson doesn't like it, I can change it back." "Forget it. No need to make it so complicated." William knew very well that this guy had seen through his boredom and made these moves, also knowing that William wouldn't stop him. What Earth turned into, William didn't really care much about. "All right, you can go now." William waved Dolly away. Dolly slowly took 2 steps back, then gradually disappeared, her face respectful throughout. But William knew very well that the respect was just superficial, just like an ambitious subordinate wanting to take over the boss's position. That's fine too. William no longer paid attention to the cosmic entity. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found Alice. Following William's previous visit to the palace of the sea god, where he told Poseidon his intentions, Rode, Nereids, and Triton, each holding a magical artifact given by William, truly made Alice's journey miserable. Rode, Nereids, and Triton are all children of the sea god Poseidon. Now, William had them act as stumbling blocks on Alice's journey west, and they really gave Alice a rough time. The enemies Alice encountered this time were truly formidable. All of Poseidon's subordinates were out, and they were all wielding high-quality artifacts given by William, actually items from William's daily life. Originally, William thought that if Alice encountered difficulties, he wanted Loki and Jesus to not intervene, letting Alice solve these challenges on her own. In the end, even with Alice and her companions exerting all their strength, they were toyed with by Poseidon's subordinates. They were completely outmatched in terms of strength, equipment, and intelligence. Especially after William had borrowed the sword of Soulbreaker, Alice was practically hung up and beaten, facing immense difficulties with every step forward. William stood aside, watching as Rode used a bag that had once held rice to suck Loki and Jesus into it. Triton, holding the wine glass given by William, waved his hand, and the aroma from the glass knocked Gump to the ground, drunk. As for Blob and Little Frost Dragon, they were directly beaten with frying pans by the Nereids. And Alice, without the sword of Soulbreaker, was beaten so badly she could only hide in the alchemy furnace, not daring to come out. Who on earth did he bring in for this? As for Alice, her opponents were all abnormally strong, and in the current situation, she couldn't even go out to ask for help. To make matters worse, the sword of Soulbreaker had been borrowed by William, making the situation pitiful to behold. Seeing this scene, William couldn't help but sigh. That's brutal. Chapter 696 Resurrect Artemis. Alice was indeed in a dire situation. She had thought that her disciples, with their extraordinary abilities, could afford to be a bit lazy and not use their full strength without facing too much trouble. But reality showed her that her disciples were just a bunch of weaklings when facing these enemies. Poseidon's subordinates, blessed with divine medicine given by William and having grown over the years, were not something Loki and Dionysus could handle, were they? The most terrifying part was that they had now completely mastered the use of the artifacts given by William, and their actions were utterly ruthless. If they wanted, Alice and her group wouldn't even be able to get past the first challenge. William suddenly appeared in front of the alchemy furnace and immediately made Triton and the others stop. Come out. William knocked on the alchemy furnace. Alice, covered in dust and dirt, packed up the alchemy furnace and threw herself into William's arms, pouting. You're finally back. Do you have any idea what I've encountered along the way? What did you encounter? William patted her back, chuckling. The instigator was still laughing. You know, as we were walking, suddenly a huge sack appeared in the sky, and then we were sucked into it, Alice said excitedly. Loki and Jesus were captured, and Blob and the little frost dragon are still being chased by a crazy woman with a frying pan. You have to go save them. William pulled away from Alice, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, they are your disciples, not mine. Here's the sword of Soulbreaker back. You figure it out. Oh, Alice said, are you leaving then? I'm going back to see your father. You try your best on your own. After saying that, William handed the sword of Soulbreaker back to Alice. However, this time, the sword spirit of the sword of Soulbreaker was once again sealed, making the sword impossible to draw. Alice, holding the sword of Soulbreaker, immediately felt something was off. The sword seemed heavier, and where was the sword spirit? Normally, the sword spirit was quite talkative, and seeing her, it would definitely have something to say. Why was it silent now? This sword, you can't draw it, William said. From now on, don't try to draw it anymore. At this point, William was somewhat helpless. The quality of the sword of Soulbreaker had become ridiculously high. Alice was the master, and if she could draw the sword, even just unlocking the first layer of its seal, she could annihilate all of Poseidon's subordinates without leaving a single one standing. The power of the sword of Soulbreaker was now too terrifying to be unsheathed. Can't draw the sword? Then what use is the sword of Soulbreaker to me? Alice never expected that after William had borrowed and returned the sword twice, it would end up unusable. Who said that a sword must be drawn to be used? William said with a squinting smile. Do you know the saying? What saying? Alice held the sword of Soulbreaker, looking puzzled at William. William said, who says you can't kill without drawing a sword? Take your time to train here. I'll wait for you at home. After tossing the sword to Alice, William disappeared instantly. Alice was stunned. Wait for her at home. Which home? After disappearing, William went straight to find Rode, who was playing with the rice bag in the sky. Mr. Johnson, hello. Rode quickly bowed upon seeing William. William waved his hand, saying, no need for so much formality. Don't be too harsh on Alice. With the way you're playing, when will she ever reach the sanctum of the holy light? Rode bowed his head, chuckling. Mr. Johnson, are you feeling sorry for her? Before the reconstruction of the divine realm, William and Rode actually had a very good relationship. The former William liked to be around young women, seemingly to feel younger himself. Not exactly feeling sorry. William laughed. Even if you're setting up levels, they should range from easy to difficult, right? You're playing a bit too hard. They can't get past any of the challenges. Rhoda giggled. From your reaction, it seems you do feel sorry for her. But after all, Alice replaced my good sister Artemis as your wife. If you ask us to train her, then we must train her well. It's not exactly replacing her. William responded calmly when he heard Rhoda's comment. I can't always live in the past. Rhoda finally looked up and asked, Mr. Johnson, your divine power is extraordinary. With your abilities, reviving Artemis shouldn't be difficult, right? William didn't avoid the question and replied, Indeed, it's not difficult. Then why? Rhoda looked at William emotionally, pressing him. If you truly have the ability, why not revive Artemis? Are you perhaps afraid that Alice will get jealous? If she's that kind of jealous woman, it might be better to end it with one stroke of the sword. William was well aware that in their divine realm, it wasn't necessary to adhere to monogamy. Polygamy was quite normal. Who wouldn't want to live such a life? William paused for a moment, then said, Previously, I didn't know how to revive her, but now, just wait. But you must not mention anything about Alice and me to Artemis. William didn't care about formalities or seniority, but he was very clear that Alice would absolutely not accept anything like sharing her husband. Reviving Artemis was not a difficult task for the current William, but dwelling too much on the past was unnecessary. It was time to let go of what needed to be let go. William's words had already attracted the attention of Triton and the Nereids, who were Artemis's cousins. Among Zeus's children, they had the closest relationship with Artemis. Artemis, being older, had always been like an elder sister to them. Hearing that William could revive Artemis, they were naturally thrilled. Triton and the Nereids flew to William's side, visibly excited. Brother-in-law, please find a way to revive Artemis. When Artemis was accidentally killed by William years ago, he was deeply grieved. There was a time when William desperately wanted to revive Artemis. Hearing Triton and the Nereids call him brother-in-law, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart. He was not a god, nor had he severed his emotions and desires. It was just that living for so long had taught him to better control his feelings. Stop calling me brother-in-law from now on. Tell all your other brothers and sisters as well. William took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and used the technique he learned from the cosmic entity to resurrect the archangel Amenadiel to bring Artemis back to life. The only thing missing was a segment of memories of Artemis being with him. Previously, William hadn't fully understood what the cosmic entity was. Fearing that certain actions might trigger the so-called law of cause and effect, bringing misfortune to others. Now, however, things were different. Just a cosmic entity. What could Dolly say about William the Obliterator's actions? Now that he wanted to revive Artemis, Dolly could only let her live well. In just a moment, a graceful and seductive figure gradually appeared before them, her neck as white and captivating as a swan's. Artemis, dressed in a short cinched robe and holding a bow and arrow, the goddess slowly materialized in front of William and the others. This was the appearance of Artemis when she first met William. Valiant and majestic, with a heroism not found in ordinary women, her skin snow white and her features flawless. A beauty unparalleled, a truly youthful and vibrant goddess. In terms of looks and figure, Alice simply couldn't compare. Artemis. Nereids couldn't help but exclaim the moment she saw Artemis. William closed his eyes and said, Nereids, take Artemis back to the palace of the sea god. She will wake up tomorrow, and apart from not remembering me, everything else will be the same. Chapter 697, The Mutated World. Artemis was revived, much to the joy of Rhoda, Nereids, and Triton. Because of this, the training they had planned for Alice became much simpler. William gave Alice one last look, then returned to Earth. Previously, William had casually created an aura field that triggered the revival of Earth's energy, merely enriching it enough to grant ordinary people supernatural abilities. But this time, Dolly had converted the power of over 100 divine halos into soul energy, concentrating it in the Milky Way, with the tiny Earth claiming 90% of it. What did that mean? Back when Dolly created the entire divine realm, it only took 5 divine halos. Among the high-ranking god kings, even the mighty Zeus possessed only 6 divine halos. Now, The power of over 100 divine halos was reshaping Earth. In just one day, Earth underwent drastic changes. The brains of ordinary people were developed to their fullest potential, and the dense energy caused mutations in plants and animals. The entire planet even physically expanded. When William returned to his house on East 62nd Street, he found a numbskull standing at the door. Oxys, one of the first batch of shapeshifters lords who had come to Earth through secret arts from the divine realm. "Mr. Johnson, you're back," Oxys exclaimed upon seeing William and immediately knelt down. Clang. He knelt so hard that he made a big hole in the ground. Wow, he knelt as soon as they met. William looked at Oxys and said, "You've worked hard these days." With a flick of his finger, a crystal-clear divine medicine flew towards Oxys. Oxys, eyes wide, caught the divine medicine and repeatedly kowtowed to William. "Mr. Johnson, thank you for your great kindness. I swear my loyalty to you unto death." "Enough. Get up," William said, noticing the curious neighbors starting to gather around. "William, where have you been these days?" Richard Jefferson from East 62nd Street greeted William and glanced at Oxys, saying, "Your cousin here seems a bit too straightforward. Did he practice martial arts?" "Huh. He learned taekwondo when he was a kid." William was as amiable as ever with his neighbors. After a brief chat, he asked, "Mr. Jefferson, you seem to be in good shape." "Of course, I'm feeling great. Are you free this afternoon? How about a game?" Mr. Jefferson sighed, hands behind his back. "Ever since Nathaniel passed away, I haven't had anyone to play cards with. I can't this afternoon. I've got some things to handle." William smiled. His divine sense had already scanned the entire Earth. Many places would see spirits or ghosts appear at night. But East 62nd Street was peaceful, thanks to Oxy's presence. Mr. Jefferson didn't insist on playing poker, but instead asked, "William, are you still with Evelyn?" William knew that Mr. Jefferson meant if they were girlfriend and boyfriend. "I'm not with Evelyn. I have a girlfriend now." William was straightforward. They were neighbors and elderly, mostly just catching up on personal matters. "Oh," Mr. Jefferson nodded. "She's had a tough life. If you see her, tell her to visit more often. The old neighbors still think about her, you know." "I'll tell her," William replied with a sincere smile. He genuinely disliked the divine realm's culture of valuing strength above all, mainly because it lacked warmth and human touch. Facing neighbors like Richard Jefferson made him feel much closer. Richard nodded, mumbling something under his breath, then left. Clearly, they were no longer strangers to Oxys, and they had come to accept his ability to shatter the ground with a kneel. Now, with young people occasionally flying through the sky, Richard and the others understood that Earth had changed. "You don't need to guard here anymore. You can go," William said as he walked into the house. Oxys bowed behind him and then left. Inside, William pulled out several paintings from his study, all of Artemis. He looked at them. Then with a wave of his hand, the beautiful artworks turned to ashes. So many years had passed, it was time to let go. After spending these days in the divine realm, William felt that being a slacker was much more enjoyable. He walked around the streets with a fishing rod and a wooden bucket, noticing how the elderly's white hair turned to brown and their energy levels surged. But this was only on East 62nd Street. Stepping out of East 62nd Street felt like entering another dimension, where soulmancers wielding magical artifacts were busy slaying mutated flora and fauna. There were gigantic three-headed dogs and vines with massive mouths. A group of uniformed soulmancers was actively cutting down these mutated creatures. The Earth had just undergone a transformation, and members of the Galactic Special Forces were nearly driven mad. Outside New York City, chaos reigned, and various mutated monsters appeared in the city. Except for East 62nd Street, most residents had gathered in the city center. New York City was now divided into an inner city and an outer city, with the thoroughly cleansed city center. East 62nd Street was clearly part of the outer city, but Dolly dared not let the mutations breach East 62nd Street. The mutated monsters subconsciously avoided East 62nd Street. Once bustling New York City was now a scene of ruins and rubble everywhere. Energy was suddenly abundant, yet the world seemed like it was facing an apocalypse. William walked on the shattered streets when suddenly the ground cracked open, and a giant centipede emerged, its claws sharp as scythes. menacingly snapping at William. The dozens of centipede claws could easily trigger a claustrophobic's meltdown on the spot. It seemed Dolly hadn't instilled a fear of William into the genetic makeup of these mutated creatures. Dolly probably understood William's existence the best. For a long time, she had been secretly observing him. She knew very well how lonely a super-strong being like William could be. If all creatures avoided William upon seeing him, the world would become dull for him. It wasn't about the strength of the opponents, but they had to look appealing. "Kid, are you looking to die?" Still wandering the streets. A figure shot out, punching the mutated giant centipede and sending it flying. A familiar voice reached William's ears. "Walker." William glanced at the man. This guy had been studying witchcraft under Moros and was progressing quite fast. He had already reached the demigod level of strength, just one step away from qualifying to enter the divine realm. Although this level of power was akin to that of an ant in the divine realm, it's worth noting that when William went to the divine realm, Walker had just become Moros' disciple, a mid-level soulmancer. It hadn't been long, and he had made significant progress. "William, where have you been these days? I thought you were dead." Walker turned his head to look at William and said, "Be careful, stay behind me. This centipede is powerful." Chapter 698, Please do not disturb my fishing. When Walker first emerged from the mountains, his ambition was to become the king of this world, to revel in wealth and glory. William was the brother he recognized at first sight. After becoming a disciple of Moros, Walker's strength had greatly increased, but he was unhappy with William's reluctance to seize opportunities to become stronger. However, William was his chosen brother, and how could he let him die at the hands of this vile centipede? Boom. In recent days, Walker had been studying witchcraft and his body had been tempered with herbs, greatly enhancing his strength. He threw a punch at the mutated giant centipede. The force of the punch was so strong that it broke off one of the centipede's claws. Losing a claw didn't really affect the centipede, especially since it hadn't sustained any fatal injuries. After Walker's punch, the centipede immediately bit at him. "Damn," Walker cursed, shifting his position and stepping back 3 steps. He grabbed William's arm, pulled him back, and shouted, "You run first, head to the city center." William let Walker pull him back and took 2 steps back before breaking into a run, showing no intention of helping. However, he didn't run towards the city center but towards the banks of the Bronx River instead. The centipede was quite strong, but William could see that Walker's current strength was just enough to handle it. Moreover, other members of the Galactic Special Forces were already on their way to provide support. "Hey, where are you running?" "Head to the city center," Walker yelled as he saw William running around with his fishing rod. However, the centipede had no intention of letting Walker off so easily. Its massive body swept towards Walker. Its sharp claws were wrapped in a green glow, clearly venomous, and Walker couldn't afford to be careless, focusing solely on dealing with the mutated giant centipede. As William turned and walked away, he encountered various mutated plants and animals, and also saw some humans infected by the virus. Rather than calling them humans, they were more like zombies. These creatures also launched attacks upon seeing William, but he didn't fight back. Using a basic, rapid movement spell, he easily dodged these creatures. 10 minutes later, he finally reached the riverbank. To William, there wasn't much difference between high-ranking god kings and various other powerful beings. To him, high-ranking god kings and the monsters he currently faced were pretty much the same. It was just a matter of whether to punch a bit harder or lighter. With the Earth undergoing drastic changes, William wasn't too keen on intervening. He had left home with his fishing rod, and naturally, he wanted to go fishing, not bother with monsters. Arriving at the riverbank, William found a fat earthworm under a rock, baited it onto his hook, and started fishing. Fishing was a pleasure for William. Otherwise, he could just throw the hook into the river without bait and still catch fish. William found a rock to sit on, and then tuned out everything else. Boom! A sound of exploding rocks came from behind him. The mutated giant centipede, battered from its fight with Walker, had followed William and lunged at him, seeing him as an easy snack. Those other guys couldn't beat it, but could it beat him? Are we not done yet? William yanked his fishing rod, sending the hook flying behind him, hooking the centipede's mouth hard. With a sharp tug, the flesh inside the giant mutated centipede turned to mush. The huge centipede's body was thrown into the river, causing only a small splash. The next moment, the entire surface of the lake boiled. As various large, strange fish leaped to share the centipede's body. William had intended to enjoy a leisurely fishing session, slowly reeling in fish, but he hadn't expected the centipede to so willingly offer up its body. In the end, he reluctantly accepted the gift. The shell of the mutated centipede, originally so tough that swords could hardly pierce it, turned to powder under William's hook, leaving only a large clump of mush. More and more fish appeared, but William's hook didn't catch any for a long time. These fish have gotten smarter. William suddenly realized that after Dolly's antics, not only the land creatures had mutated, but the fish had become smarter too. With plenty of centipede mush available, why would they go for a worm with a hook in it? Thinking this, a smile appeared on William's face. He could see that Dolly's antics were going to shake up the current civilization on Earth quite a bit. But to reach a higher level of civilization, the old one must first be broken down. After various disasters, the newly formed civilization would undoubtedly be more splendid. If the fish have become smarter, wouldn't fishing be even more interesting? Watching a civilization reform and progress could actually be quite entertaining. At least to William, this was far more interesting than fighting with those guardians controlled by the cosmic entity. What's the fun in fighting? Now aware of his own strength, William had no interest in battling those guardians under the cosmic entity's control. Especially after understanding the true nature of the cosmic entity, William thought it better to return and train Alice and watch Earth's civilization evolve. Of course, he was well aware that Dolly was catering to his tastes, knowing that William liked novel things. She might also want to pull some stunts in the divine realm while William was on Earth, possibly collaborating with the obsession that William had expelled from his body to stir up some trouble. That would be fine by William. He was willing to give Dolly and the others this time. "William, what are you doing?" Walker eventually found William and called out from a distance. Without turning his head, William heard Walker approach and saw that he was still fishing, which made Walker roll his eyes. "Are you kidding me? You're still fishing here? Do you know what kind of monsters are in this river?" "I saw them on the way here," William said with a smile, giving Walker a glance. "You seem pretty strong now." Walker had several wounds on his body, clearly just hastily bandaged before coming to find William. "Not bad. Cut the chatter and come with me. It's not safe here." Walker glanced at the river and said, "I'll take you to the inner city first. Your shabby house, I don't know what's good about it, has been taken over by a powerful shapeshifter. The whole of East 62nd Street. Even Steven won't let anyone in, so you probably can't go back either." "All right. Just wait a sec. Let me catch a fish before we go." "I can't go back empty-handed," William replied nonchalantly. He had never returned from fishing empty-handed before. How embarrassing would that be to admit? Still fishing. Walker was so frustrated, he almost snatched the fishing rod from William's hands and snapped it. Couldn't he see he was covered in wounds? William glanced at Walker and said, "You're so tough. Even if we encounter any monsters, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Catching a fish, we can make a nice soup when we get back. You're not scared, are you?" The simplest form of provocation. "Sure enough," Walker snorted and said, "Me scared? Scared of what? Let me tell you, you didn't see how I knocked that centipede to the ground with one punch earlier. If it hadn't run away so fast, we'd be having roasted centipede tonight." "Impressive." William nodded and then continued fishing. Chapter 699. Pat my shoulder again. "You know, I just saved your life again," Walker said, hands clasped behind his back, adopting the air of a peerless master. "You don't need to thank me. After all, I'm your big brother. Where have you been these days? You haven't been working on improving your strength. How can you survive in this apocalypse as a novice soulmancer? But don't worry, I've got your back from now on. You won't have any trouble." Walker stood talking for a while, but William didn't even shift his position, quietly staring at the lake. Surface. Suddenly, the fish in the lake became restless, and many flipped belly up, floating on the surface. After William had thrown that mutated centipede into the water, the deadly poison from its claws spread, killing many fish and causing others to mutate into bloodthirsty, ferocious creatures. Hiss, roar. A dozen fierce mutant fish leapt out of the water. One of them, a large fish with sharp fangs and over 10 feet long, lunged directly at William. William didn't even blink. Walker flicked his wrist, and a throwing knife flew accurately through the big fish, which exploded into a mess of flesh and blood, causing another upheaval among the fish in the lake. Celestial blade art. This was a technique William had taught Walker. As Walker's strength had increased, so had the power of his throwing knives. Walker thought William would be impressed and shocked by this display. After all, showing off is more satisfying when someone is watching. Just like getting a pentakill in a game without friends to cheer feels less thrilling. Walker turned to glance at William, intending to say it was nothing special, just a minor trick. But he found William still staring straight ahead, his hand holding the fishing rod as steady as ever, without a trace of surprise. It was like performing a complex magic trick or acrobatics in front of someone who doesn't applaud or show any reaction, or like putting in a lot of effort during sex while the other person absent-mindedly plays with their phone, not even making a sound. How awkward is that? At least play along a little. The technique I just used is called celestial blade art, which I suddenly grasped one day at Ravenwood. Walker couldn't help but boast. I suspect I'm the reincarnation of some deity, possessing inherited memories from a past life. Given time, I will master celestial blade art to its ultimate level. Then, anyone who dares to provoke me can be slain with a single throw of my knife, no matter where they are. Impressive. William nodded slightly, still staring emotionlessly at the lake. Walker felt like he had been hit with a sledgehammer. William's attitude was even more dismissive than someone who remains silent during sex, as if after everything, the other person just emotionlessly comments, "You were great." Such perfunctory acknowledgement. The epitome of indifference. William just wanted to fish in peace, but Walker kept showing off and boasting, which was really. As Walker wallowed in his frustration, the second stage of the celestial blade art suddenly came to him. This quieted him down, and he lost interest in talking to William, sitting beside him and delving into his newfound understanding. 10 minutes later, a not-so-smart fish took the bait. William pulled up a big fish that had a smaller fish in its mouth. What kind of genius move was that? A double catch? Regardless, he finally landed the fish. William tossed the big fish into a bucket, and then patted Walker on the shoulder. Walker had been struggling to grasp the second stage of celestial blade art and hadn't fully understood it until William's pat seemed to enlighten him instantly, advancing his celestial blade art to the second stage. It felt as exhilarating as the final moments of making love. I've grasped the second stage of celestial blade art. Walker was so excited, he almost jumped up. William, carrying the bucket, smiled and said, "I caught some fish too, let's go." "Wait." Walker extended his hand, pointing at his shoulder. "Pat my shoulder again?" "Huh." William looked at him, puzzled. "Just pat it, don't ask," Walker instructed. William gently patted Walker's shoulder again, but his look was clearly one of indulging a simple-minded child. "All right, it seems it has nothing to do with you. It's just because I'm a naturally gifted genius." Walker and William exchanged glances, and Walker said, "You know, your look really is asking for a punch." William nodded and said, "Indeed, it is a bit." Walker really didn't know how to describe William anymore. In his view, he and William had some kind of connection, especially since William was the first bro he recognized after coming out of the mountains. But William's attitude towards him was somewhat disheartening. Damn, he was so impressive, and yet he couldn't shock William? Normally, after witnessing his extraordinary skills, William should have turned into an admirer, becoming his loyal sidekick. But it seemed like William was missing a screw in his head, showing no basic respect for him as an elder brother. However, it was precisely this that made things interesting for Walker. A bro with an expressionless face and a screw loose. If he could make him genuinely submit, the sense of achievement would be immense. It's easy to gather followers, but to fully win over someone like William would be a real accomplishment. "Let's go. I'll take you to the inner city," Walker said. "Where have you been these past few days?" "I was traveling with Alice," William replied. Walker frowned and said, "It seems you haven't been affected by the mutation. What about Alice? Why isn't she with you?" "She's still in intensive training." "Intensive training?" Walker nodded. "It seems she sent you back to New York. No wonder you're fine. But you should start making an effort. With the world changing so much, if you don't have any skills, you won't even be able to protect your own woman." William grinned. "She can protect me. Walker turned to look at William with a serious expression. You're not really planning to live your whole life hiding behind a woman, are you? William replied earnestly. As you can see, I don't have any special talents. Living off a woman seems to be the only path open to me. Walker couldn't help but take a deep breath at that remark. His bro really had a way with shocking statements. Living off a woman as the only path. Was this a testament to his confidence in his handsome face and strong body? Or was it a declaration of his confidence in his lovemaking skills? As for being handsome, Walker took another serious look at William. Damn it, why did it feel like this guy was just a bit more handsome than himself? As for lovemaking skills, naturally, Walker had no idea. I remember, the president of the Emerald Lion Guild, Garen, seemed quite fond of you. You don't really have that kind of special relationship with him, do you? Walker's gaze at William became a bit strange. He had also heard quite a few rumors about William before, and those rumors were bizarre. Some said that William not only won the favor of Alice and Evelyn, but even had an improper relationship with Garen, the president of the Emerald Lion Guild. Chapter 700. What a complicated situation. William could tell that Walker not only thought he was living off women, but also that he was indiscriminate in his relationships. You mentioned Garen. I just taught him some basic swordsmanship, and he came to admire me. That's all, William said calmly, not bothered by how others viewed him. It was meaningless to him. Oh, I get it now, Walker exclaimed, having an epiphany. Don't worry, I won't judge you. Just don't get any ideas about me. I'm only interested in women. Swordsmanship, huh? Two men fencing, huh? Having been down from the mountains for a while, Walker had indeed picked up quite a few new phrases. Although he thought William was being cryptic, he felt he understood what William meant. In these times, just surviving was an achievement, and there was no shame in using one's looks to get by. William turned to look at Walker, wondering what exactly was going on in his head. The two of them continued walking towards the original city center. Along the way, Walker was quite impressive, skillfully using his throwing knives to kill many mutated monsters, while William casually followed behind, carrying a bucket and holding a fishing rod. Most of the monsters in downtown New York have been cleared out. There aren't many tough ones left. Walker explained the current situation as they walked. I don't know what happened, but there was a sudden global energy surge, and chaos ensued everywhere. You must have seen it on your way back to New York. If you're not strong enough, surviving is tough, Walker said with a frown. You shouldn't be too optimistic. Someone like Garen might get tired of the old and find someone new at any moment. Only by becoming stronger can you truly prevail. When we get back, I'll give you a set of methods to boost your strength. Try practicing them. You might make a breakthrough, Walker said solemnly. Nowadays, it's like the end of the world. We should take it upon ourselves to save the planet and create a better future. That's a good thought. William quite admired Walker. Although his abilities weren't great, his heart was in the right place. If he hadn't chosen the wrong path when he came out of the mountains, he might now be a local strongman. You keep trying. I heard that Zoe also has a special relationship with you, but it's been 6 years since anyone has seen her. I heard she's in secret training, Walker said. I won't be in New York for long. If she comes out of her training, you could stay with her. She can protect you. William was silent for a moment. 6 years. In just 6 years, the world seemed to have changed a lot. Alice had entered a meditative state and, after 5 years, went to the divine realm. At that time, the sea god Poseidon also took Zoe to the divine realm for secret training, and Zoe is still there now. Thinking of Zoe, William had a lot on his mind. Indeed, Zoe was a reincarnation of Artemis. But now, William had created another Artemis. What a complicated situation. To put it simply, the reborn Artemis was just another creation by William, the creator, modeled after the previous Artemis and now possessing an independent soul. However, Zoe, being a reincarnation of Artemis and having lost the memories of Artemis, also had her own distinct personality and soul, and couldn't be simply equated with the original. Since William had already decided that Alice was his wife, and had even deleted some of the new Artemis's memories about him, naturally, he had no thoughts of rekindling anything with Zoe. In 6 years, even Amy was no longer the snotty little kid she used to be. Walker had also transformed from a youth eager to join a gang into a young man wanting to save the world. Hey, I'm telling you, kid, you might really have a knack for living off others. All these years have passed, and your skin hasn't darkened a bit. You look just like you did 6 years ago, Walker joked. I'm starting to suspect you're one of those eternal novice soulmancers with all attributes maxed out. Although it's true that high-level soulmancers don't age visibly, to Walker, William seemed just a novice soulmancer, yet his face bore no traces of the passing years. William raised an eyebrow and said, I really focus on wellness. After all, health is your greatest asset. Yeah, I can understand that. Walker burst out laughing. Living off others, a healthy body is naturally the capital. William and Walker continued their journey to what was called the inner city, only to see walls hundreds of feet high encircling it, topped with various weapons. Apart from soulmancers who could fly into the city, the massive city gates were tightly closed. It was a complete fusion of high technology and magical civilization. In just 6 years, Earth's civilization had developed rapidly, and various high-tech weapons were enough to make soulmancers pale. Open the gates, Walker shouted, pulling out a metallic ID card. A purple light scanned William and Walker, and the city gates slowly opened a crack about 3 feet wide, not fully. Let's go? I'll take you into the city, Walker said as they walked. I'm now the captain of New York City's 3rd Security Squad, with over 300 Class B strongmen under my command. Just stick with me. Class B strongmen? William chuckled. So, we're categorizing strength differently now? Not using the soulmancer system anymore. As they approached the gate, Walker explained, many in the city with abilities haven't become true soulmancers, so it's hard to classify strength by that system. Plus, there are these doors of terror appearing around the city. Ordinary people who go in and come out alive can significantly boost their powers. You might want to give it a try. Doors of terror. William laughed. He certainly knew about it. A new trick played by Dolly. So what level of strength do I count as now? You'd probably be Class D, but at least you're a soulmancer. Once inside, you can also collect some supplies each month, Walker said with a smile as they reached the gate. Don't worry, with me covering you in the city, you'll gradually get stronger. Thanks. After entering the city, William saw the well-organized streets, clearly revamped, and the people walking around dressed somewhat oddly. There were pure soulmancers, dressed in the unique garb of mages, seers, shamans, and others. There were also those in technologically advanced mechanical armor. Before William went to the divine realm, many new soulmancers had risen, but ordinary people also feared the world being dominated by soulmancers. Technological development accelerated rapidly, especially with Dr. Lopez from the former 13th Bureau leading scientific advancements, and various high-tech equipment and weapons emerged. The intertwining of these two forces made the power dynamics complex. Because of this, even as Earth's environment underwent significant changes again, humanity still had the strength to fight and had not completely fallen. Walker, you go out and bring back such a weak person. Is that really appropriate? As soon as William and Walker entered the city, a young man in metallic armor started mocking them. I heard you ran into a mutated centipede and almost died. Ha ha. William glanced at the young man. He's mocking Walker. It has nothing to do with him. Chapter 701 Seeing Amy Again. Oscar, what nonsense are you spouting? Believe it or not, I could slap you dead. Walker, though more mature, was still as arrogant as ever, pointing at the young man's nose and cursing. You think you're invincible just because you're wearing that turtle shell? Walker, you think you're so tough? You probably don't know. This ex-Vanguard armor I'm wearing is the latest from the research center. Even a demigod-level soulmancer can't break through my defense. Oscar's helmet was already on, his body completely encased in the metallic armor, and he laughed. Big talk. Why don't you try to slap me dead? Go on, give it a try. Damn it. You're asking for it. Walker, known for his temper, cursed again and threw a punch directly at Oscar. His body, strengthened through witchcraft, was incredibly powerful, and this punch packed tens of thousands of pounds of force. Oscar didn't seem to dodge at all. Or rather, Walker's punch was so fast, Oscar didn't even have time to react. He was sent flying, crashing into and collapsing a high-rise building. What are you doing? Trying to start a rebellion? In the inner city, where 70% of the residents were fighters, ordinary people were housed in the dim underground city. Walker's punch, which destroyed a building, immediately stirred up trouble in the city. Oscar had just crawled out of the rubble when two mini-missiles flew towards Walker. Having recently mastered the second stage of the celestial blade art, Walker was quick to react, throwing two flying knives. A flash of cold light followed by a loud explosion filled the air. Shrapnel flew everywhere, hitting many of the onlookers. 2 people were killed on the spot, and 8 were seriously injured. Screams erupted all around. "What are you doing?" A special crescent-shaped long sword descended from the sky, landing in the open space ahead. A small girl about 4 feet 7 inches tall, dressed in a white robe, stood on the hilt of the sword, trying to look fierce as she glared at Oscar, then turned to glare at Walker. But her face soon broke into a smile. "Mr. Johnson? Who else could it be but Amy?" Before William went to the divine realm, he had arranged for Amy to become a disciple of Poseidon and Zeus, who often came to Earth to train her secretly. Now, 2 years later, Amy was 12 and beginning to show her sharp edges. Seeing Amy, Oscar lost all his temper. This little girl was quite the notorious little terror in New York City, surrounded by over a dozen shapeshifter lords, and even the former director of the 13th Bureau treated her like a treasure. In all of New York, no one dared to mess with this little terror. Most importantly, the talent she displayed was frighteningly exceptional. No one knew whose disciple she was, but she had suddenly awakened her powers and become a soulmancer 2 years ago. In just 2 years, she had reached the demigod level. Who would dare provoke her? Walker was genuinely unaware that William knew Amy. He turned his head in shock and looked at William, unsure of what to say. Was William just too charming to girls? Amy was only 12 years old. "She used to be my neighbor. I watched her grow up." William glanced at Walker, sensing something off in his thoughts. Oh, although Walker had been proclaiming his desire to find a dozen wives since he came down from the mountains, he was still quite inexperienced with women. He couldn't understand why. Despite being only slightly less handsome than William, he had no luck with women. Frustrating. After jumping down from her sword, Amy saw that people had already started to carry away the injured and dead. "Mr. Johnson, please wait. I'll talk to you in a moment," Amy said, holding her sword in one hand as she approached Walker and William. She stared at Walker and said, "You know fighting is not allowed in the inner city." Walker felt a chill down his spine under the gaze of this little girl, but he still held his head high and looked at Amy sideways, saying, "I only punched him once, and he responded with missiles trying to kill me. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing." William was also curious to see how much Amy had changed over 2 years and how she would handle this situation. "Oh." Amy turned her head and stared at Oscar, saying, "Then it's your responsibility." Oscar, not wanting to appear weak, retorted, "He punched me, and I can't fight back? Little girl, if you don't understand, don't act like you do. At most, this should be reported and let the higher-ups handle it. It's not your place to speak." Amy was momentarily stunned by Oscar's words, looking bewilderedly at William and anxiously asking, "Mr. Johnson, what should be done in this situation?" Amy had also awakened her powers and become a soulmancer in the past 2 years. Under the guidance of 2 high-ranking god kings, Poseidon and Zeus, who had given her powerful artifacts, especially the sanctuary pendant from Zeus, Amy's strength had increased rapidly. However, when it came to handling these situations, a 12-year-old girl really didn't know what to do. William then realized that while Amy had indeed gained tremendous power, she was still clueless about how to deal with these situations. "It's simple. If fighting is not allowed in the city, then both Walker and Oscar are at fault," William said with narrowed eyes. Oscar launched missiles, and Walker threw his flying knives. The missiles exploded in the air, causing casualties around them. "The killer will be executed, but we need to determine whether these people died from shrapnel or from the flying knives. If the deaths were caused by missile fragments, then naturally, Oscar should be executed. If they died from the flying knives, then Walker should be executed." William was clearly biased towards Walker. Walker's secret technique was the celestial blade art. Even after his flying knives hit the missiles and exploded, they remained under his control and landed harmlessly in an unoccupied area. The casualties were all caused by the shrapnel. "What the hell? Who the hell are you to decide how things are handled?" Oscar, hearing William's words, immediately got upset and started yelling at him. At this moment, Stephen and a group of shapeshifter lords, along with Amy's guardian Seraphina, all came out. Stephen, now with white hair but still with tight, rosy skin, saw William and smiled, nodding at him from a distance. A group of shapeshifter lords clanked to their knees, causing the ground to shake violently 3 times. Walker and Oscar were both stunned. What the hell is going on? They knew Amy, this little terror, had a powerful background, but it shouldn't be this significant. Those shapeshifter lords were already top-tier powerhouses on Earth, and yet they had to kneel before Amy? What neither of them could have guessed was that these shapeshifter lords were actually kneeling only to William. These were the shapeshifters who had come to Earth years ago through secret arts. Under William's guidance, they gradually adapted to life on Earth. With William now in the divine realm, they also guarded Amy. In their view, this young girl must be Mr. Johnson's daughter, and how could they allow her to be bullied? Chapter 702 Doors of Terror. Countries around the world still maintain their armies, and the massive surge of Earth's energy didn't disrupt the previous civilization. Stephen, who should have retired, experienced a rapid increase in strength after taking a pill given by William. He now holds the position of president of the Rejuvenation Council, with the authority to mobilize troops in New York and the Galactic Special Forces. His duty is to use New York as a hub to eliminate mutated monsters, reclaim lost territories, and rebuild peace on Earth. Let's do everything according to Mr. Johnson's instructions. Stephen was well aware that in this era, the old laws were largely ineffective. Although fighting within the inner city was officially prohibited, brawls and fatalities were daily occurrences. Even with the massive outburst of Earth's energy, there weren't many soulmincers. Instead, there were more individuals who gained special abilities through mutations. These mutants couldn't survive without food and water like higher-level soulmincers. Food was scarce, and resources were even scarcer. In this post-apocalyptic world, the darker side of humanity was fully exposed. Stephen had to turn a blind eye to many atrocities. The ordinary people living in the underground cities, who hadn't awakened any special abilities or possessed significant combat power, struggled to maintain basic living standards. They relied on soulmincers and mutants to scavenge for supplies outside. This situation further accentuated the class divisions. The ordinary, hungry populace could only look up to these soulmincers and mutants. Originally, Stephen hadn't planned to execute Oscar, but following William's directive, he decided to proceed as instructed. In Stephen's view, in these chaotic times, if William was willing to intervene, things would be much better. What, Mr. Johnson? Damn it, you think I don't know? Oscar, hearing that Stephen was preparing to execute him, shouted loudly. Isn't he just a pretty boy? He's involved with Zoe and the president of the Emerald Lion Guild, just a novice soulmincer, a nobody. Mr. Garcia, do you think people will accept this? I've saved so many people these days, earned so many merits, and you think you can just kill me like that? Oscar continued to rant, surrounded by a group of his followers who cheered him on. In these chaotic times, various groups formed their own factions. Returning from the Doors of Terror, Oscar had reached A-level strength. Coupled with his ex-Vanguard armor, he could even contend with demigod-level soulmincers, naturally attracting a following of his own. Hearing Oscar's words, William said, I was just speaking my mind. I'm an outsider, so don't mind me. You guys handle this however you want. He no longer had any interest in getting involved, especially since he wasn't even sure what the laws were like in this post-apocalyptic world. If it were according to the rules of the Divine Realm game, it would be survival of the fittest. If Walker and Oscar fought and bystanders died because of it, it would just be seen as them being too weak, nothing more to say about it. Stephen also picked up on the subtext in William's words. He didn't want to deal with the chaos. Shut the hell up. How dare someone who hides behind women judge right from wrong? Oscar glared at William, sneering. If you're so tough, fight me. If you win, I won't need them to do anything. I'll kill myself. William raised an eyebrow slightly. This guy was a bit too much. But having just killed a cosmic entity not long ago, he really wasn't interested in dealing with this small fry. He preferred to remain a silent observer. I can't beat you, William said with a dismissive glance. If you can't beat me, then shut up. In these times, might makes right. Oscar sneered repeatedly, then turned to Stephen. Mr. Garcia, if you really want to deal with me, then I'll take my guys and leave the city. We'll go somewhere else and build a new fortress. Let's not bother each other. Oscar had wanted to say this for a while. Who wouldn't want to rule in these chaotic times? He had come out of the doors of terror. With his own crew, once the world was peaceful, he could establish a small kingdom and be a king. Even if the world remained chaotic, he could still protect himself, find a fortress, save a bunch of ordinary people, and lead them. He'd have everything he wanted, unregulated and free to live as he pleased. Wouldn't that be great? Go somewhere else and build a new fortress. A chill flashed in Stephen's eyes. He would never allow such a thing to happen. He knew exactly what Oscar was thinking. Even within the inner city of New York, there were plenty of mutant soulmancers who oppressed and abused ordinary people. Oscar had previously used his power to abuse some female celebrities. If Oscar and his group were allowed to leave, they might save some ordinary people. But given Oscar's character, wouldn't those he saved be merely jumping out of the frying pan into the fire? They would become bandits, no different from the mutated monsters, bringing disaster to the area and harming the world. Right? Guys, who wants to come with me out of the city? I guarantee you won't worry about food or drink, and there'll be endless women for our pleasure. Oscar shouted, and his followers behind him cheered enthusiastically. Damn it, I'm so sick of it. Why should I risk my life scavenging for food only to share it with those lowlifes in the underground city? Exactly. I played with a woman in the underground city yesterday, and she even killed herself. Damn bad luck. Played with her was her luck. Haha. Oscar, we're with you. A team reflects the character of its leader, and those who follow are often of the same ilk. People of similar dispositions tend to stick together, especially in these chaotic times. They believe that if they are powerful, they should enjoy everything, and trampling on the law is thrilling. Murder, rape, what's the big deal? If it weren't for them, those lowlifes hiding in the underground city would have been dead long ago. William, want to come with us? Oscar sneered at William, not noticing that Stephen had already harbored a murderous intent towards them. And those shapeshifter lords. This fool repeatedly disrespected Mr. Johnson. Was he tired of living? But since William hadn't spoken yet, they all wanted to wait a bit longer, just in case William decided to be merciful and let them go. They didn't want to go against William's wishes. After all, a super-strong being like William might not stoop to Oscar's petty level. Take me, William asked. Take me for what? Oscar laughed heartily. You look pretty clean-cut. Aren't you into men? I've got a few guys in my group who are just your type, guaranteed to satisfy you. William thought this guy must be sick in the head, although somewhat capable, and then the malice in him seemed to grow stronger. I heard about a place called the Doors of Terror. How about you guys come with me for a trip? William hadn't used his divine sense to probe the so-called Doors of Terror, but he could guess that it was probably a dungeon world created by Dolly. Such places didn't exist on Earth before. Doors of Terror? You're going into the Doors of Terror with us? Oscar smiled at his followers. Guys, since we're leaving anyway, there's an entrance to the Doors of Terror here in New York. This kid wants to go in, so let's accompany him for some fun. When Oscar said for some fun, his tone was sleazy. Stephen and Serafina understood, and William, not too pleased, wanted to personally deal with these idiots. Everyone disperse. Go about your business. Serafina gave William a deep look, then waved her hand to dismiss the group of shapeshifter lords. She had stayed by Amy's side over the years to repay her for the daily care she provided, while Serafina was reconstructing her body, and even the sea god Poseidon had given her some guidance. As for the other shapeshifter lords, many thought Serafina was William's lover, so they treated her with considerable respect. If William was going to take action himself, then there really was nothing for them to do. The shapeshifter lords then knelt abruptly towards William, bowed their heads in unison, and then dispersed. Chapter 703 Your Scare Tactics are too clutch. Over the past few years, Earth has experienced 3 major bursts of soul energy. The first occurred when William casually created an aura field, the second when a cosmic entity gathered soul energy from 3,000 parallel dimensions to invade Earth, and this latest one was even more outrageous, with the power of over 100 divine halos transforming into soul energy, causing massive mutations in Earth's life forms. According to some scientists from the past, soul energy is similar to oxygen. When there is a high concentration of oxygen, animals and plants tend to grow larger. But in reality, soul energy is a type of energy particle. The Age of Gods saw the birth of many powerful creatures because of the abundance of soul energy at that time. Now, the concentration of soul energy on Earth is at least 100 times higher than during the Age of Gods. It's just that these bursts of soul energy have been brief, and many powerful creatures have not yet formed. Faced with such mutations, the order in many of the world's cities has become unstable. If it weren't for the global desire for peace following the end of World War II, Earth might have been even more chaotic. Recently, portals to other spaces have suddenly appeared on Earth. So far, tens of millions of people have entered these portals, but only a few hundred have returned. According to those who have survived, these portals are filled with deadly threats and powerful monsters. However, anyone who survives a day inside receives some rewards, and those who last 3 days can return. Anyone who makes it back alive once usually sees their strength multiply. Oscar had already come out of the Doors of Terror once. When he heard William say he wanted to enter the Doors of Terror with them, he genuinely laughed. This young man had never entered the Doors of Terror and had no idea how twisted the monsters inside were. And he had long wanted to bring his subordinates along with him, just waiting for the right opportunity. Now, even someone as despicable as William, who relies on women for protection, dares to enter the Doors of Terror. Surely, his subordinates, even if timid, couldn't be worse than William. Guys, surely you are not worse than this shameless man who relies on women to protect him. Oscar laughed heartily, seemingly in good spirits, but in reality, he was still scheming many plans inside. The rumors about the Doors of Terror were indeed frightening, but with so many people gathered together, and each possessing some skills, Oscar's words had already started to stir some of them up. Let's go in. As long as we come out as strong as Oscar, that's all that matters. Exactly. If we stick together, what kind of monsters can't we handle? Let the monsters of the Doors of Terror tremble. This group was already envisioning the scene of them emerging victorious from the Doors of Terror. Seeing this, William smirked slightly, and a dark, ominous portal appeared in front of him. I'll go in first and wait for you guys. Anyone who doesn't come is a chicken. William walked towards the portal, not forgetting to turn back and flip the middle finger at the group. Holy shit, you're asking for it. Someone couldn't hold back and drew his sword to strike at William, but William had already stepped into the Doors of Terror. The man's sword cut through nothing but air. Guys, follow me, Oscar shouted, leading the charge into the Doors of Terror. His followers, fueled by adrenaline, rushed in after him. Once inside, William quickly discovered what the so-called Doors of Terror was all about. It was clearly a fusion of monsters, demons, and spirits from 3,000 parallel dimensions, each creating its own separate space. Welcome to the Doors of Terror. This is a survival game. If you survive a day in the Doors of Terror, all your physical attributes will be significantly enhanced. A sinister and terrifying voice echoed in William's ears, but it abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Dolly appeared in front of William, her face adorned with a cute smile, and said, "Mr. Johnson, what are you doing here?" William chuckled. "Why can't I be here? Isn't this game made for me to play?" Yes, yes, yes. Dolly replied, "Just don't break this place." William raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, about what was said earlier, that if I survive a day here, my physical attributes will significantly increase. Is that true? Don't joke around." Dolly was visibly embarrassed. The system voice was something she had set up in advance. But to say that William could greatly enhance his physical attributes just by surviving here for one day, what kind of joke is that? Then you're no longer needed. William lifted his hand and pinched Dolly's cheek. "You can leave now? And no tricks. Let me see just how terrifying your so-called Doors of Terror really are." Dolly bowed her head and slowly vanished into the darkness. William was now in a dilapidated building. After Dolly disappeared, rustling sounds came from around him. Then there were dull footsteps, as if someone was coming upstairs. William slowly walked to the door and opened it, only to see a woman in a red robe with long hair and an aura of gloom ascending the stairs step by step. "Sir, do you need any special services?" The woman suddenly appeared in front of William at the shabby staircase, her pale face looming large in front of him. A spirit. Well, what ordinary people might call a ghost. If an ordinary person encountered such a specter, they'd probably be terrified. But if it were a psychic or a soulmancer, they'd likely start a fight right away. William, however, asked indifferently, "What kind of special services? How are the prices calculated?" The ghost was taken aback by the question, staring at William until her eyeballs fell out onto the floor, leaving hollow, bloody sockets. William stepped on one of the eyeballs, crushing it, and lifted his foot to stomp on the other. "Is this what you call special service? Who are you?" The ghost, frightened, made a swift move to escape. William crushed the other eyeball underfoot, fixing his gaze on the ghost as he spoke. "Don't run just yet. You mentioned special services, and if I'm not satisfied today, you're not going anywhere. What do you want to do to me? I'm a female ghost, a malevolent spirit." The ghost was terrified, realizing she had encountered someone she shouldn't have provoked. Her eyeballs falling out was meant to scare William, but instead, he crushed them. She was a spirit, and the fact that this man could physically crush her eyeballs meant he was no ordinary human. His calm demeanor and the look he had given her earlier sent chills down her spine. William slowly walked over to the bed and said, "Come here. I'm a ghost. What on earth do you want to do?" The ghost was on the verge of a breakdown. She feared that this man might want to assault her. Her eyeballs had been crushed, and she was covered in blood, yet he seemed interested, which made her worry about his intentions. "Come here, give me a back massage. I'll tell you some things. Clean off that blood, don't get my clothes dirty." William, undeterred by the mess, lay down on the bed and continued, "Your scare tactics are too kitsch. I'll teach you some tricks, and you can help me scare a few people." Chapter 704 Terror is not simply death. Hearing William's instructions, the ghost's appearance changed, and the blood on her body instantly cleaned itself off. Being a spirit, regenerating her crushed eyeballs was a simple matter. The blood and her horrifying visage were just tricks to scare people. "Change out of that red dress, too. Put on something more plain," William said nonchalantly, his head buried in the pillow. The ghost looked at William's back, contemplating whether this was the moment to strike. The man before her was undoubtedly powerful, but he seemed unguarded now. Could she kill him if she attacked at this moment? Forget it, forget it. She looked at William's neck and remembered the chilling look in his eyes that had made her soul tremble. She was, after all, just a soul. Reluctantly, she transformed into a plain white robe and began to massage William's back. The moment she touched William, she felt her soul growing incredibly stronger, as if she were being charged. "Just keep going," William said without even glancing at the ghost, his mind already plotting how to prank Oscar and his crew. The ghost behind him wasn't very strong. Against an A-tier fighter like Oscar, she'd stand no chance. So, enhancing her strength was essential. The ghost pressed her fingers into William's shoulders a couple of times and felt her soul energy continue to surge. Even thousands of years of strengthening wouldn't have achieved such an effect. The ghost was astounded. Just what kind of being was this man? "Don't stop," William commanded. "Later, you'll pretend to be a regular woman entering the doors of terror, and then..." In less than 10 minutes of massaging William, the ghost had evolved from a common D-tier wraith to an S-tier wraith. It's important to note that ghosts like her have levels too: E-tier wraith, D-tier wraith, C-tier wraith, B-tier wraith, A-tier wraith, and S-tier wraith. If it's just a D-tier wraith, it struggles to handle D-class superhumans or novice soulmancers, usually only able to bully ordinary people. But as an S-tier wraith, it's capable of matching up against demigod-level soulmancers. Oscar is merely an A-class superhuman, and the only reason he can hold his own in a fight with a demigod-level soulmancer like Walker, evenly splitting the odds, is because he wears the X-Vanguard armor. Without it, he would be completely dominated by Walker. Now that the female ghost had ascended to S-tier wraith status, her spirit form was nearly solid enough to manifest physically, making her almost invincible within the doors of terror. According to the female ghost, the doors of terror were divided into different zones, and in their area, the strongest ghosts were only A-tier wraiths. A-tier psychics like Oscar would encounter A-tier wraiths along with some powerful monsters. "Come with me," William said, taking control of the spatial domain within the doors of terror and locating Oscar and his group. Upon entry, individuals were forcibly separated by the system, but of the 100+ people Oscar had brought, over 30 had already perished in a short time. The survivors were regrouping. Oscar, armed with an alloy spear and clad in X-Vanguard armor, seemed truly invincible. Find that kid named William. I want to kill him myself. Chop off his fingers one by one and feed them to these wraiths and monsters, Oscar commanded, surrounded by 5 robust psychics, slashing their way through. Until a skeleton soldier, radiating a faint golden glow, suddenly launched a surprise attack from the ground, piercing the chest of a superhuman next to Oscar with one claw. In an instant, that superhuman turned into a mummified corpse, their life force completely drained. What is this thing? Oscar thrust his alloy spear at the golden skeleton, sparking a shower of sparks. The skeleton was sent flying but appeared unharmed. It burrowed back into the ground, like a hunter lying in wait, ready to strike a deadly blow at any moment. William, standing in the shadows with the female ghost, witnessed this scene. The skeleton warrior must have been a formidable fighter in life, but still not strong enough to kill Oscar. It's your turn to step in. William glanced at the female ghost. With a slight smile, she messed up her clothes and ran out from the darkness, screaming for help in a panic, her demeanor eliciting sympathy. Who's there? Oscar, fully clad in armor, almost attacked when he saw the female ghost running towards them. Surviving in a place like this meant Oscar was no fool. The sudden appearance of a woman made him cautious. Help me. I entered the doors of terror from Washington. My father is Braden Ramsey. Braden Ramsey, the head of the Washington base, was rumored to have SSS tier strength. Braden Ramsey? Oscar frowned, looking at the woman who had fallen in front of him. He handed a wraith detector to someone nearby and said, "Try this. Check if she's a wraith." Wraith detectors had become essential for entering the doors of terror. Some wraiths liked to disguise themselves as humans and blend into groups to strike opportunistically. If she was a wraith, there would usually be some reaction on the detector's warning lights. The man activated the wraith detector and scanned the female ghost's body, but it triggered no response. The female ghost, having reached the strength level of an S tier wraith, was not at all bothered by these ordinary detectors. Take her with us, let's go. That skeleton earlier was a bit tricky to handle. Try to avoid direct confrontation. Let's hide for now and wait until tomorrow. Meanwhile, William was busy dealing with the skeleton warrior radiating faint golden light. The skeleton's eye sockets flickered with eerie blue flames. When William grabbed it, it instinctively tried to struggle but found itself completely immobilized. William pulled out a small carving knife and began inscribing runes on its bony arm. Half a minute later, a burst of blue light exploded from the skeleton, illuminating the entire doors of terror. What is that? Seems like something formidable. Oscar was terrified, the aura making it hard for them to breathe. What kind of super being had been born in the doors of terror? William put away his carving knife, and the ghostly fire in the skeleton's eye sockets had turned purple. The strength of a skeleton warrior can be determined by the color of the ghostly fire in its eye sockets, ranging from white, yellow, green, blue, red, purple, to black, in ascending order of power. With a few slashes from William, the skeleton warrior was upgraded to one that emitted purple ghostly fire from its eye sockets. All around the doors of terror, the skeletons made a crackling sound, as if welcoming this newly ascended king. William examined the skeleton in front of him and mused, its potential is still lacking. If it were made from the remains of high-ranking god kings, the flames in its eye sockets would have turned black immediately. At this thought, the image of the archangel Amenadiel flashed through William's mind. Well, wait and see. If the opportunity arises, it might be worth experimenting. Just follow that group we saw earlier and don't kill them. Stay about 30 feet away. If they stop, attack them briefly and then hide again, William instructed. He knew what true terror was. Terror is not simply death, it's the eve of death. It's death inching closer and closer, yet never quite arriving. Chapter 705. You really are good at self-deception. The skeleton soldier couldn't speak and seemed to have no memory, its jawbone clicking as it moved. Abba, Abba, Abba. Understood? Then go do it. William waved his hand dismissively. Clearly, the flicker of intelligence in the skeleton's eye sockets meant it had understood his instructions. The skeleton soldier repeated the Abba, Abba sound and then burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. It wasn't long before Oscar and his group noticed a skeleton soldier with purple ghostly fire flickering in its eye sockets, lurking in the shadows and watching them intently. Its sneaky demeanor seemed like it was stalking them, but its body shimmered with light, especially the twin orbs of purple ghostly fire in its eye sockets and its dark golden skeleton, which were particularly conspicuous in the darkness. "We're being watched." Oscar glanced at the skeleton warily and whispered to his companions, "This skeleton is different from the others we've encountered. It seems very strong. If it doesn't bother us, let's not provoke it. Move faster." Oscar instructed his followers, quickening his pace as well. As they continued on their way, they didn't encounter any other wraiths. The presence of the skeleton soldier was so formidable that it made other wraiths keep their distance. With it focusing on Oscar and his group, other wraiths naturally didn't dare to target them. "Oscar, that skeleton soldier is still following us." His followers were feeling creeped out. Every time they stealthily looked back, they saw the silhouette of the skeleton, its twin orbs of purple ghostly fire looking exceptionally sinister and terrifying in such a place. "Let's keep moving forward." Oscar's forehead began to sweat as he gritted his teeth and said, "As long as it doesn't attack us, we don't need to bother with it." The group, including the female ghost, ran for a while. To reassure his followers, Oscar forced a smile and said, "Haven't you noticed? Ever since that skeleton started following us, we haven't encountered any other wraiths. Maybe this skeleton is here to protect us." No sooner had Oscar spoken these words than he heard William's voice in his ear. "You really are good at self-deception." The idea that the skeleton soldier was following them for protection was a joke Oscar made with more confidence than he felt. "William." Oscar jumped, startled by the voice that seemed to come right from beside him. He was wearing the X-Vanguard armor, the latest creation from a research institute in New York, capable of detecting any living creature within a 300-foot radius. Yet, even with such high-tech gear, if William wanted to stay hidden, there was no way to detect him. The fact that he hadn't been able to identify the female ghost through his detectors had already proven to him that high-tech often proved useless. "Aren't you trying to kill me? Come on then." William suddenly appeared 300 feet away from Oscar, who, startled, fired 2 missiles from his armor. The missiles hit William directly, the explosion deafening, with a blast wave that could be felt even beyond 300 feet, tearing through the air. "Damn it, asking for death." Oscar sneered coldly, thinking how a novice soulmancer daring to seek death deserved what came next. Surely he was dead now? Oscar and his followers were dumbfounded because they saw William standing there completely unharmed. Impossible. Did they miss? Oscar couldn't believe it and fired 2 more missiles. But the result was the same. These missiles, capable of severely injuring a Class A fighter, had fired 4 times in a row and hadn't even scratched William's clothing. Could it be an illusion? Oscar quickly calmed down, suspecting that this William might be an illusion, a trick of the skeleton soldier meant to deplete his ammunition. It must be an illusion, the others agreed, as it seemed impossible to them that William could survive 4 direct missile hits. If William were truly that powerful, Oscar should have been killed the moment he cursed at William. How could he have even entered the doors of terror? Such a powerful being would consider his time too valuable to waste on idle chatter with them. This was the analysis of Oscar and his group, but they might never know the truth. Not only was William's time not precious, but he was also genuinely bored. When Oscar thought it was all an illusion, William also disappeared. However, just as he was coming back to his senses, one of his followers suddenly erupted in violence, drawing a blade and chopping off another companion's arm. The 2 started cursing and fighting each other. William no longer needed to follow Oscar explicitly. Since these people cherished their freedom and played by the rule of might makes right, William decided to enforce that rule to its extreme. William had taken control of the system within this terror space. Everyone who had entered with Oscar also heard William's voice in their ears. "Hello everyone, I'm William. I'm now in charge of the entire Doors of Terror. I hope you all have a great time." William was no longer hiding his role, openly declaring himself the administrator of this terror space. This news was absolutely more terrifying to Oscar and his group than anything else. My God, they had rushed into the terror space to hunt down a man, only to find out that he was the administrator of the entire terror space. "William, you wouldn't use your administrator status for personal revenge, would you?" Oscar shouted loudly. "You're just an administrator. If you do something against the rules to specifically Make things difficult for me. Surely you'll be punished too. William did not respond to Oscar. In such situations, silence is always better than any answer. Are filled with curiosity and fear of the unknown, and a silent response in such an environment can make people even more anxious. In the art of manipulating minds, William was absolutely devilish. Hang in there. The day is almost over. Oscar's face was pale as he now regrouped with the others. They discovered that the majority of those who had entered were still alive, but each person was followed by a powerful monster. These monsters were uniformly terrifying in strength, yet they didn't kill them outright. Instead, they slowly followed behind. Whenever they attempted to stop, the monsters would surge forward to attack. It seemed they were being herded. If it was just herding, that might have been manageable, but people within their group kept suddenly going mad, attacking those next to them. Even comrades who had fought side by side in the past could, in the next moment, turn weapons against each other. Thus, gathering together did not provide a sense of safety, yet they dared not act alone. They were anxious and filled with contradictions and tension, their nerves constantly on edge. The first day is almost over, and our strength will increase. As long as we can survive 3 days, just 3 days, we can get out of here. I can't stand this place for another moment. As the day passed, William's voice came through to everyone. Please choose your rewards. The rewards finally arrived. Oscar finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, even if William really was the administrator, the rewards they were due would still be given. That was a relief. Chapter 706 The Abandoned Person. You can choose to double all your attributes, but you will face an attack from a monster immediately after. Or you can choose a corresponding share of food and water, and once chosen, you will be invincible for 1 hour. That's right. Those were the only 2 choices. William had a tight grip on human nature. He offered choices, but it was almost as if he hadn't, because everyone present, including Oscar, lacked the confidence that they could withstand a monster attack even with their attributes doubled. There were 15 monsters lurking nearby, all modified by William, making the game exponentially more difficult. Choosing the first option would likely result in them being torn to shreds by these monsters quickly. It wasn't like this before. Oscar shouted loudly, William, you're doing this on purpose. You're using your administrator status for personal revenge. Before, it was just a simple doubling of personal attributes. Oscar said through clenched teeth, Is this really okay for you to do? Choice countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. William couldn't be bothered to respond to Oscar's complaints and started the countdown. Damn it, lunatic. Oscar cursed and finally made his choice. I choose the second one. The second one. The second one. Without exception, everyone chose the second option. For 1 invincible hour, each person received 2 bottles of water and 3 loaves of bread. We're only invincible for 1 hour. Eat quickly. Most of the people who came from New York City would have brought some food and water with them, so the bread and water provided by William seemed somewhat insignificant. The important thing was the 1 hour of invincibility. Oscar's gaze swept over the people around him. Now he couldn't trust anyone. People were going mad suddenly. He couldn't trust anyone now. Finally, his eyes landed on the ghost girl, Braden Ramsey's daughter, Nora Ramsey. The lives of his subordinates no longer mattered. William, that guy, turned out to be the administrator of this terror space. Killing him was definitely impossible now. After getting out, staying in New York City would no longer be an option. If he could save Nora, he could head to Washington. New York City was just a second-tier base, while Washington was a fifth-tier base. Braden Ramsey was the head of that base. If Oscar could save his daughter, moving to Washington would provide him a foothold, and he would surely fare better than in New York. Nora, come to my side. I'll protect you. Oscar, having assessed the situation, immediately made his decision. The female ghost Nora bit her lip gently, adopting a shy demeanor, and walked up to Oscar. She whispered, Oscar, if I can make it out alive, I will definitely repay you well, but what? Oscar, with the posture of a strong elite, said, with my protection, you can definitely make it out alive. Kevin also said he would protect me. Nora glanced stealthily at another muscular man nearby wielding a giant sword, her expression hesitant. Oscar, I fell in love with Nora at first sight, so I won't trouble you anymore. Kevin, Oscar's former deputy, was somewhat weaker than Oscar. Encouraged by Nora's suggestive glance, he mustered the courage to speak to Oscar. "Please grant us your blessing." Oscar laughed heartily. "You think you're worthy? Kevin, what are you compared to me? You dare compete with me for Nora?" At that moment, green lights suddenly emanated from Kevin, and a sharp iron axe appeared in his hand. "Now you're as strong as him." William's voice echoed in Kevin's ear. Kevin could feel a mysterious power erupting within him after those words. His gaze hardened, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and he swung his iron axe towards Oscar. With 1 hour of invincibility, Kevin couldn't harm Oscar, and Oscar couldn't harm Kevin, but their clash was evenly matched. William didn't need to continue watching. Oscar and his group had already completely fractured, with formidable enemies surrounding them outside, enemies they were not equipped to handle. With a traitor among them, how could they fight? In the end, it would just be them destroying each other, and none would end well. As time ticked away, Oscar finally realized that he couldn't kill Kevin. The axe in Kevin's hands made him uneasy. "Kevin, are you sure we want to fight to the death here?" Oscar, wielding a spear, clashed with Kevin briefly, and both men retreated several meters, maintaining a safe distance. They both knew that fighting among themselves in such a place was just a waste of energy, and regardless of who won, it wouldn't end well for either. Kevin raised his axe, looking coldly at Oscar, and said, "I don't want to waste time with you. I'm going to leave this place with Nora. You're the one who provoked William, and I don't want to be dragged down with you." The group that had entered the Doors of Terror had realized something crucial. William was the administrator of the Doors of Terror. They had entered the Doors of Terror because Oscar had deliberately provoked William. Their current predicament was likely a result of being dragged into this due to Oscar's actions, leading to their being attacked by numerous terrifying monsters. "Oscar, if it weren't for you, why would we even be in this place? You dared to insult William. You deserve what's coming to you." Now that Kevin felt he was as strong as Oscar, he no longer needed to flatter him. He thought it might be a good opportunity to curry favor with William. "William, from the moment I saw you, I knew you were a handsome and powerful super being. Only an idiot like Oscar would fail to recognize your greatness. If you're going to punish anyone, let it be him. I am willing to serve you in any way." Kevin shouted loudly, hoping to gain William's favor. Oscar knew he had offended William, but there was no turning back now. What he needed to do was rescue Nora and get out of this cursed place alive. "You can go, but Nora stays with me. I will protect her." Oscar looked seriously at the female ghost Nora. However, Nora clung to Kevin's sleeve, nervously saying, "Oscar, I'd rather go with Kevin. I've heard that you've offended the administrator of this terror space. But rest assured, once you reach Washington, I will definitely repay you well." Oscar stared at Nora, realizing that surviving and getting out of here was indeed the priority. "Go then." Oscar felt confident in his own ability to survive. William was just an administrator. How much could he really mess things up? Kevin, holding Nora's hand, left without looking back, and those who had followed Oscar also began to leave. Indeed, they all realized that it was Oscar who had offended William. Staying with Oscar might mean that William would come after them too. Perhaps if they left Oscar, the monsters might stop following them. At that moment, Oscar felt the sting of abandonment. Chapter 707 Merciful Man. At the start of the second day, the monsters surrounding Oscar and his group did something significant. They stole all the food and water that the group had brought into the terror space from outside. These monsters were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving the group with no chance to resist. Those who dared to resist were killed on the spot. William, the administrator, didn't even need to speak. He believed these people knew what was expected of them. Not handing over their supplies meant certain death. Naturally, the group didn't try to fight the monsters over some food and water. They obediently handed everything over. They also noticed that the monsters didn't take the water and bread that had been awarded on the first day. It became clear that the food rewarded by William, the administrator, was not to be taken. Kevin left with the female ghost Nora, but the skeleton, its eye sockets flickering with purple ghostly fire, did not follow them. Instead, it continued to stare at Oscar as usual. "William, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll be your servant," Oscar pleaded, on the verge of breaking down. Damn it, it was obvious now. William had him marked. William didn't respond to Oscar's pleas. There were plenty willing to be his servants. He didn't need whatever kind Oscar was offering. Oscar was close to kneeling and begging, but he quickly realized that his pleas were meaningless. He also didn't dare insult William again. Having a creepy skeleton watching him was terrifying enough. If he insulted William and provoked him to come up with some new torment, where would he go then? As time passed, those who had entered the terror space faced no further attacks. The originally gloomy and dark terror space surprisingly began to lighten with a dawn light, the golden sunlight almost promising a brighter future. By the end of the second day, no one had died, and Kevin, holding Nora's hand, hid in a large warehouse. Nora clutched Kevin's hand tightly and suddenly embraced him. Before Kevin could react, Nora had moved closer. As Kevin's penis penetrated Nora's vaginal, her stunning face suddenly cracked open like a split melon. Her once smooth cheeks fractured like a spiderweb, and blood dripped down as if it cost nothing. "Ah!" Kevin screamed in horror. But at that moment, his erection wouldn't subside no matter how much he wanted it to. Nora's beautiful lips also split, revealing a mouthful of interlocked fangs and a long tongue. Her eyeballs popped out, and in a chilling voice, she asked, "Dear Kevin, do I look beautiful? A ghost?" Kevin was petrified and tried to pull away from Nora, only to find his waist tightly clamped, making it impossible to move. "Kevin, you're amazing." Nora cackled maniacally, flipping over to sit on top of him. The blood dripping from her face and the foul smell were nauseating, and her long, hard nails dug into Kevin's skin. Kevin never imagined he would die like this. That bastard William, playing them like this. Oscar, alone and vigilant, watched the distant skeleton and dared not rest his nerves. Taut, allowing no slack. "Just 2 more days. Only 2 days." Oscar muttered to himself. "Even if William is the administrator, as long as I live 2 more days, I can definitely get out and be stronger. I'll never come back here again." As he was talking to himself, he saw Nora, in tattered clothes, stumbling towards him, weakly crying out, "Oscar, save me." Seeing Oscar, Nora burst into tears. Oscar hurried over, keeping an eye on the skeleton not far away. But the skeleton just quietly watched him, showing no intention of attacking. What happened? Oscar grabbed Nora's hand and looked behind her, only to see a skeleton soldier with white, ghostly fire flickering in its eye socket slowly approaching them, wielding a battered long sword with sluggish movements. Kevin tried to hurt me. Nora hid behind Oscar, crying pitifully. Oscar picked up a spear and dispatched the ordinary skeleton soldier with one strike, then turned back to Nora and said, "Don't cry, Nora. I'm here for you." Nora whispered softly, nodding her head, and said, "Oscar, I knew you were a good person." "A good person?" A shadow flickered in Oscar's eyes as he thought to himself, "Damn bitch, if it weren't for your dad being Braden Ramsey, I'd kill you right now." The next night, as darkness fell, the Terror Realm was once again illuminated under a blood moon, spreading a nauseating stench of blood, with eerie sounds all around. Oscar had not slept for 2 days and nights, yet he was acutely aware that this was the eve of a monster attack. The last time he entered the doors of terror, it was the same, except during the day when the sunlight emerged, the monsters would disperse, and they could get a brief rest. But this time, that bizarre skeleton, like a maggot in the bone, haunted him relentlessly, not allowing him any moment of respite. Suddenly, a bone claw stretched out from the ground in front of Oscar, followed by more bone claws emerging rapidly from the earth, like bamboo shoots after rain, too fast to react. "Run!" Oscar grabbed Nora and bolted, but centered around him, within a 10-mile radius, the scene was the same, skeleton soldiers burrowing out from the ground. Their eye sockets mostly glowed with white, ghostly fire, not as twisted as the purple skeletons, and could be easily slain with a single strike. However, their numbers were vast, densely packed without end in sight. These skeleton soldiers had only one target, Oscar. Such a scene was truly horrifying. Oscar's ex-Vanguard armor was equipped with numerous high-tech missiles, and now he dared not hesitate any longer. Missiles were launched as if they cost nothing, creating thunderous booms around him, and the skeletons were blasted into pieces. But soon, new skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground. Such a scene, if seen by someone with a fear of dense patterns, might cause them to scratch their own skin raw. Oscar swallowed hard. His armor's defense was formidable, and he wasn't afraid of these weak skeleton soldiers. If it were just him, even surrounded by these skeletons, he likely wouldn't die. But he had the frail Nora with him. Nora is his capital for a comeback once he gets out of here. Oscar could only keep swinging his alloy steel knife, blade rising and falling, striving to protect Nora completely. After a night of fierce fighting, Oscar collapsed on the ground, exhausted. This scene was just one corner of the Terror realm. Those who had entered with him also suffered various attacks. But without exception, they all survived by fighting desperately, and almost all of them had a monster lurking nearby. William wanted them to understand what real terror was. Was it the unknown danger? No. It was the despair experienced after seeing the dawn of hope following a miraculous survival. More cruel? William was never a merciful man. Chapter 708 The Real Villain. On the third day, Oscar and the others managed to survive without any major incidents, though they were so exhausted that even moving their fingers was a struggle. Finally, it's almost over. Oscar's state-of-the-art alloy steel knife had broken during the fight, and he had run out of ammunition. The third day was finally coming to an end. He glanced at the weary Nora beside him, thinking to himself that they could finally leave. The first thing he planned to do once they got out was to make Nora fall deeply in love with him, in a very primal way. Congratulations to everyone for surviving. Now, the real game begins. William's voice rang in their ears. The real game begins? What's going on? Wasn't it agreed that after surviving 3 days, they could leave? William, don't go too far. Even though you are the administrator, you shouldn't be the one making the rules for this terror space. Oscar shouted loudly, on the verge of collapse. This man was just too shameless. 3 days? Was it going to be another 3 days after these 3? There are still 83 survivors. Among those present, only 5 will be allowed to leave alive. Good luck. William was usually a very kind person, but he also had a darker side, especially in places like this. In his view, the lives of Oscar and the others didn't really matter. Since they wanted to play the game, he was going to make sure they played it well. A horror game that isn't terrifying isn't fun at all. The monsters in the doors of terror were horrifying. Oscar and the others were already exhausted, and these monsters were like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. No one knew when they would attack. These monsters were like swords hanging over their necks, ready to fall at any moment, yet unknown when they would do so. Tension, oppression, fear, their nerves were constantly on edge, especially since they had just thought the game was over, only to hear William announce that it was just beginning. Some who couldn't handle the pressure started crying. William was really playing hard with their willpower. In their eyes, William was an absolute devil, a devil playing with human hearts. Now, he was forcing them to turn on each other. 83 people, but only 5 could survive. Instantly, the dynamics within Doors of Terror shifted again. The weaker ones wanted to form alliances, yet they feared that their allies might stab them in the back at any moment. Trust among them crumbled to dust with just a few words from William, especially the inner conflict. It was pure torment. Hearts were proving to be more terrifying than the monsters outside. William had no intention of getting his hands dirty. If he did intervene directly, Oscar and the others would be no more significant than ants, easily wiped out with a mere gesture. But that kind of death wasn't the terrifying part. It was even relatively painless. After hearing William's announcement, Oscar's gaze first fell on Nora beside him. Their group had spread out too much. Trying to find the others and reduce their number to just 4 seemed challenging, and they would encounter monsters along the way. The longer it took, the more disadvantageous it was for him. William would target him. He was also well aware that if the skeleton that followed him made a move, he could very likely die instantly. William was toying with him, and it was very possible that even if only 5 were left, he might still die. But there was still a glimmer of hope. He was gambling that William, the administrator, couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Only 51 survivors left. Keep it up. William's soft and calm voice echoed in their ears again. From 83 to 51 in just 10 minutes, 32 people had died. His voice seemed to declare how fragile their alliances were. Those who had harbored any hope of luck now doubted their so-called comrades even more. The people who had entered with Oscar were not good people to begin with. and William's actions now wildly nurtured their inner darkness. Everyone wanted to survive. No one wanted to die by another's hand. With only 5 spots available, as long as there were 6 survivors, they were all enemies. Only the living could leave. Oscar whispered to Nora beside him without changing his expression. "Nora, stick with me. Don't get lost. We'll both make it out alive." Nora nodded timidly and whispered back, "Oscar, I trust you." Another 10 minutes passed, and William's voice rang out again. "Only 18 survivors remain. Congratulations, your strength will now be enhanced to a certain extent. I will ensure that your combat abilities are roughly on the same level." Oscar's face paled at this. Combat abilities on the same level? What did that mean? Was it like Kevin before? He had been the strongest in the team, and now the combat abilities of the remaining 18 were being enhanced. The key issue was he didn't feel any increase in his own strength. Nora, on the other hand, now held a long sword, and the aura of energy around her had changed. Had she become stronger? Oscar stared at Nora, wanting to shout out how unfair this was. It was so unfair, but instead, he managed a strange smile and asked Nora, "How do you feel, Nora? Do you feel stronger?" Nora lifted the sword in her hand and slashed it down, immediately creating a trench 40 feet long and 3 feet deep in the ground. Her action spoke louder than words to Oscar. Indeed, she had become stronger. Oscar clenched his fists. If the other 16 people were also this powerful, then his advantage was minimal. His only advantage now might be the ex-Vanguard armor he wore and his extensive combat experience. But now, he couldn't even trust Nora, the woman he could have easily crushed before without much thought. Now it was different. This woman now had the power to kill him. "Nora, now that you've become stronger, we should stick together even more. Let's team up to take down the others, and try to recruit anyone we can," Oscar said, showing he wasn't without brains. With only 18 people left, their best strategy was to find 3 more allies and form an absolute alliance of 5. This was their chance to survive. Just a chance. Who knew what that bastard William would do in the end? Female ghost Nora was trained by William. Simply killing Oscar was definitely not her goal. What William wanted was to completely shatter this person's mentality. William had lived a long time, and most of his actions were indeed based on personal likes and dislikes. He also has his own set of standards for judging good and evil. People like Oscar, he deems as evil, and a rather dull kind of evil at that. If Oscar hadn't provoked him and those around him, he might have ignored him. But since Oscar repeatedly sought his own doom, William had no choice but to make him understand what a true villain is. Chapter 709, Why Were William's Questions Always So Tricky? Chapter 709, Why Were William's Questions Always So Tricky? Oscar and Nora wandered around the terror space for half a day, encountering some bizarre wraiths along the way. However, these wraiths weren't very powerful, and the 2 of them managed to deal with them together. Then they ran into 2 others who had entered with Oscar. "You must have heard too. Only 5 of us can get out alive. Since everyone's strength is more or less the same, the best strategy is for 5 of us to form an alliance, kill the others, and then all 5 of us in the alliance can make it out alive." Oscar, who had been somewhat of a leader before, quickly explained the situation to the other 2. It was 2 against 2, and the other 2 didn't have a sure chance of winning. Most importantly, they didn't completely trust each other. Hearing what Oscar proposed, they thought it sounded good. If they could find 1 more person to form a stable alliance of 5, then they really might all make it out alive, and with increased strength, why not go for it? Normally, members of an alliance wouldn't betray each other, unless one of them could quickly kill the other 4. Otherwise, they would become the target of a group attack, lose the trust of the others, and bring about their own destruction. All of this was within William's expectations. Besides, Walker had also entered. However, Walker came in later, and the alert he heard was a synthetic voice, not knowing that William had already replaced the system administrator of the Doors of Terror. Walker was strong in his own right, and William didn't target him specifically, so surviving in this terror space wasn't a problem for him. William was strolling around in the terror space when Walker saw him and shouted, "William!" Pretending not to know, William raised an eyebrow and said, "How did you get in here too?" Walker opened his mouth, then finally said haughtily, "If you dare to come in, why wouldn't I?" "Is that so?" William knew well that if Walker really wanted to come in, he could have done so before. Now, with the earth in chaos, many ambitious individuals preferred to stay outside to help ordinary people and slay mutated creatures, waiting for the situation to stabilize before entering the doors of terror to explore. The outside world was more like the main quest in a game, while the doors of terror was like a side quest. With the main quest incomplete, many were reluctant to venture into side quests. Walker stepped forward with a grin and said, "Of course, as your big brother, I'm pretty worried about you. After all, you're not that strong, and coming to a place like this, especially having to deal with that idiot Oscar, might be a bit too much for you. Don't worry, your big brother is here, you won't die." Walker looked William over and said, "I just heard something like a system voice saying that only 5 people can leave alive, but it also boosted everyone's strength to a similar level. You must have gotten stronger, right? How come your power level hasn't changed?" William replied, "I just feel a lot stronger, but my power level hasn't changed." Power levels probably can't be directly increased. No change in power level, but stronger physically is still good, Walker said. "How much stronger do you feel?" William said quietly, "I feel like I could punch through this world." Walker burst into laughter, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. "Haha, you're getting ahead of yourself. Punch through the whole world. Go on, give it a try." William shook his head. "Nah, I'm afraid if I punch too hard, I might break this space, and that wouldn't be fun." Walker nodded and said, "William, do you know what I admire most about you?" William responded, "My good looks and talent." Walker laughed loudly. "I admire how you can talk nonsense with a straight face and your incredible narcissism." William pondered, "I've always been very serious when I speak." Sure. Let's get moving and find a place to hide," Walker said. "Don't worry, I'll make sure we get out alive." William squinted. "Shouldn't we be looking for 3 more people to form an alliance? A 5-person alliance would be the best, right?" He believed Walker must understand his point, or rather, Walker had probably thought of this before. An alliance? With Oscar and his rabble? "I don't trust them," Walker scoffed disdainfully. As they walked, William said, "Now that everyone's strength is about the same, if it's just the 2 of us and we run into their group of 5, wouldn't we be doomed?" Walker smirked coldly. "Strength about the same? Do you believe I could kill you instantly?" William shook his head. "I don't believe it." No sooner had he spoken than a throwing knife flew out of Walker's sleeve, stopping less than an inch from William's throat. William didn't move an inch. He knew Walker wouldn't kill him. "See, you've gotten stronger too, but it's not so easy to close the gap in combat ability," Walker said as he put away the throwing knife, smiling. "Do you know Yondu Yadanta and Bullseye from the Marvel Cinematic Universe?" William nodded expressionlessly. "Marvel movies," Walker proudly declared. "I now possess the combined powers of those 2. I can manipulate throwing knives to attack from any angle at will. This is my celestial blade art. I can even slay gods with it. So what's cutting down a few nobodies? Even if those 5 teamed up, I could take them all out with a single throwing knife." As he said this, Walker tilted his head back, but sneakily glanced at William from the corner of his eye. "Damn, I've really put on a perfect act. Give me a shocked expression now." However, William, with a deadpan face, simply said indifferently, "Well, damn it." Walker was frustrated. Putting on a perfect act, and this guy still acts so nonchalant. Such an attitude was really annoying. Walker took a deep breath and thought to himself, "One day I'll shock this stoic-faced William." The thrill of an easily earned shock isn't satisfying. Only when I can make stoic-faced William genuinely shocked will it feel truly exhilarating. "Stick close to me." Walker put aside his complex emotions and carefully surveyed their surroundings, saying, "We can definitely hide for now. If they can't find us, they'll inevitably turn on each other." Walker chuckled darkly. "Their alliance isn't reliable. Guess what? If in the end there are only 7 people left, and 5 of them are together, do you think 3 of them would turn on the other 2? This is a real test of human nature." However, William approached it from another angle. "Didn't you just say you could take on 5 by yourself? Then we don't really need to hide, do we?" Huh. Walker was momentarily stunned. Why were William's questions always so tricky? He was confident, not delusional. His earlier claim of taking on 5 was just bravado, unless those 5 were weaklings with no combat ability like William. But clearly, that was unlikely. I think it's better to wait for them to wear each other out. When they're exhausted, we can strike them down. Wouldn't that be much better? Walker finally managed to dial back his bravado, avoiding some awkwardness. Chapter 7: 10 Real Men Fight with Their Fists. William was naturally the type to make conversation suffocating. When Walker made his earlier remarks, it wasn't just to ease the awkwardness, but also to let William know how cunning he was. Unmatched in wisdom and bravery. With such a leader, how could there be no bright future ahead? Yet, William just stared at him and asked, "What if they find us?" "If they find us, then we'll kill them," Walker said. "As long as they don't bother us, we don't need to provoke them." Pausing for a moment, Walker continued earnestly. "I can take on 5 by myself, no problem, but I'm considering your safety. If I engage them, I won't be able to protect you, especially with all those monsters lurking around." What a nice thing to say. Still claiming he could take on 5 by himself. "You don't need to worry about me during a fight. I can run fast," William said, clearly not planning to fight alongside him. "You don't need my help, right?" If Walker dies in the Doors of Terror, it's likely not because he was killed by monsters or other people, but because he was choked to death by anger from something William said. He had thought that William's current strength could at least hold off 1 or 2 people, making their odds in a 2 versus 5 fight not entirely hopeless. Taking on 5 by himself, he actually wasn't so sure, considering those guys had all gotten stronger. "How fast can you run? Are you sure you won't encounter any monsters if you do run? And if you do, can you handle them?" Walker still hoped that William would fight alongside him. Besides, always running away isn't a solution. You need to truly improve yourself through real combat. You don't really expect to be protected by women all your life, do you? I think I can," William nodded seriously. "Just like that, you can't always run away." William pondered. "What I mean is, I can always enjoy the feeling of being protected by women." "You are really beyond help." Walker didn't know what else to say. Has the feeling of being protected by women really become something that no longer brings shame? The scene in the Doors of Terror was tinged with a scent of blood in the air and an eerie atmosphere, though the buildings around were styled like those in a modern city. However, the surrounding houses were too dilapidated, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Walker and William cautiously walked through the dimly lit alleys, their steps light, carefully listening to the sounds around them. In the Doors of Terror, who knew if a monster might suddenly leap out of one of these decrepit houses? Although the streets lined with buildings offered places to hide, they were not safe. But if they wanted to hide and wait for Oscar and his group to turn on each other, they had no choice but to stay in such places. After all, 2 living people couldn't just stand out in the open. "Be careful. Try not to make any noise," Walker whispered. William casually followed beside Walker when suddenly, a small snake, glowing an eerie green, darted towards William. With a flick of his finger, Walker sent a knife flying through the darkness, shattering the snake's head, its brain matter exploding. William slightly shifted his stance, dodging all the splattered remains. Soon after, a strange hissing noise surrounded them. "You move pretty fast. Seems like you really can run," Walker noted, observing William's swift and skillful dodge. The snake's head burst open, and the direction of Walker's thrown knife had minimal splatter. William had merely stepped forward and slightly turned his body to avoid all the blood and bone fragments. William coolly said, "If you put all your attribute points into agility, you end up running fast." "All in agility?" Walker, with 5 flying knives hovering beside him, glanced at the slowly approaching venomous snakes and chuckled. "No wonder you're so confident. Even if I hadn't intervened, you probably could have dodged it. You've kept your strength well hidden." William responded, "So you don't need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself." "Is that so? Are you sure you don't need me to look out for you? These snakes seem highly venomous. A single bite could be fatal." As Walker spoke, 4 of his 5 flying knives moved, their blades flashing as they decapitated several snakes. The remaining knife hovered in front of William, protecting him. The blood from the slain snakes spread, attracting even more monsters to the area. The noise of the gathering monsters grew louder, including some heavy footsteps. Many of the surrounding buildings trembled, clearly indicating that something big was approaching. William said, "You don't need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself." With that, he dashed into an alley swarming with bizarre snakes. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Walker was stunned. Did this guy really just charge in there? There were at least 20 of those strange snakes in that direction. The moment William charged, several snakes sprang up, attacking him from all angles. Walker hadn't even had time to throw his knives when William, with a few swift moves, dodged all the attacks and then disappeared into the darkness. Holy shit! Walker was shocked by William's agile maneuvers. The snakes were incredibly fast, and there were so many of them, attacking from every conceivable angle. Yet, William managed to evade them all through his agility, not getting hit even once. Did he really put all his attributes into agility? "It looks like I've underestimated him before," Walker said with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In his view, William had kept his abilities well hidden. With such agility, as long as he didn't encounter someone exceptionally strong, he could generally remain undefeated, or at least keep his life. That guy William, though not strong in combat, certainly had his own way of surviving. He charged out there probably because he didn't want to drag me down. Walker's expression hardened, deciding to focus on dealing with the monsters in front of him first, and then go find William afterward. With such a commotion, those bastards like Oscar must have noticed. If they had already formed an alliance, they might head this way. If William stayed here, he might just become a burden. "Bring it on!" Walker roared, his body's energy aura soaring, radiating a crimson glow around him. His muscular veins bulged, tearing through his clothes. Over the years, having tempered his body through witchcraft, he had endured countless hardships. Whether in terms of strength or speed, he had far surpassed most of his peers among the soulmancers. Facing the fast-moving snakes, he could only use his flying knives to slay them, but for the monsters that appeared afterward, he planned to use his fists to teach these foolish creatures a lesson. Damn it! How could using flying knives for long-range attacks be satisfying? Real men fight with their fists. While Walker was engaged in a tough battle, a voice once again rang in everyone's ears. There are currently 8 survivors left. The final 5 survivors will have all their attributes doubled based on your current capabilities. Keep it up. Chapter 711, A Game of Werewolf. The 8 survivors, of course, didn't include William, nor did they include Nora. On Oscar's side, there was still only a 4-person alliance, even with Nora included. Aside from the 3 real people with Oscar and the solo Walker, there's actually just one group of 4 people in an alliance left. Walker's side was making too much noise, and Oscar and his group didn't dare approach, only watching from a distance. They were waiting for the right moment. Wasn't it said that only the last 5 could leave alive? It wasn't specified that one must personally kill anyone. The loud noises from the monster fights indicated that someone was definitely having a bad time. While Walker was engaged in a bloody battle with the monsters, Oscar and Nora's 4-person alliance ran headlong into another 4-person group. 8 survivors. They're all here. Oscar cautiously eyed the 4 people opposite him. That meant the commotion in the street earlier had already killed off the others. The critical point was that among the 4-person alliance on the opposite side, 2 were strangers to Oscar, while the other 2 were his former subordinates. Harrison, Nolan, are you 2 really going to side with outsiders and oppose us? Oscar didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he pointed his steel knife at one of the men wearing a hat and said, "You 2 join us, and let's kill those 2 first." The man wearing the hat was Harrison, as referred to by Oscar. Harrison also sized up Oscar and his group. He wasn't foolish either. Pointing at Nora, he laughed. "Oscar, why don't you kill that woman first?" Oscar frowned. "Are you bargaining with me? She's Braden Ramsey's daughter. Do you dare kill her?" Harrison laughed loudly. "Dare to kill her? Oscar, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't care whose daughter she is. In this place, even if she were my own mother, I'd dare to kill her. And you believe her just because she says she's Braden Ramsey's daughter? I might as well say I'm Braden Ramsey's father." Harrison scoffed. "Oscar, are you a fool?" Oscar had of course doubted Nora's identity before, but now he still harbored a hope against hope. After all, he was now betrayed and abandoned by everyone. If Nora really was Braden Ramsey's daughter, then he might still have a chance to turn things around. Since his former subordinates had grown stronger and clearly no longer respected him, if Oscar killed Nora at this moment, his 4-person alliance would be reduced to 3, instantly putting them at a disadvantage. There was a real risk that these guys might band together against him first, especially since his ex-Vanguard armor was seen as a threat by everyone. William watched Oscar and his group from the shadows, finding the whole situation amusing. There was no trust left among this group, but they had no choice but to pretend to trust their allies. The current situation had created a kind of balance. Whoever acted first would break this balance, and the outcome was unpredictable. Both sides were at a standoff, neither willing to make the first move, nor willing to kill their current allies and put themselves at a disadvantage, which would only leave them vulnerable. William chuckled quietly to himself when suddenly, a bald man next to Harrison swiftly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into Harrison's heart. The speed of the stab was so fast that even Oscar didn't see it clearly. Harrison's body slowly slumped down, life extinguished. The bald man coldly stared at Oscar and said, "I'll join forces with you. Kill those three, and we can get out of here." This man was ruthless, and the speed with which he had drawn his knife was incredibly fast, showing his formidable combat skills. Oscar didn't want to make an enemy of him. Without wasting words, he raised his alloy steel knife and slashed at Nolan. The woman in red next to Nolan also swung her knife towards Nolan's neck. Just as Harrison was attacked, Nolan had already leapt back several feet, causing the woman in red to miss her strike. Oscar and Nolan began fighting each other. "Oscar, I'm willing to join forces with you. Let's kill these two," Nolan exclaimed passionately. "After all these years, are you really going to side with strangers to kill me?" It's too late now. Oscar didn't care about their years of camaraderie. With his ex-Vanguard armor, he was nearly invincible unless he was overwhelmed by numbers. The knife-wielding bald man was too skilled, and Oscar didn't want to provoke him. To avoid complications, he decided to simply kill Nolan and the woman in red and end this game. Just as Harrison had said, in this situation, even if his own mother showed up, Oscar would mercilessly kill her. He and Harrison were cut from the same cloth. Was there any point in talking about feelings now? The bald man didn't sit idle either. He joined Oscar in attacking Nolan. But just then, a furious roar came from down the street. "Damn it! Come at me, Walker!" Oscar was momentarily stunned by the voice, his actions slowing down a beat. The bald man, who had been decisively quick just moments before, also slowed down, allowing Nolan to seize the opportunity and escape right under their noses. A bead of cold sweat formed on Oscar's forehead. William had mentioned there were 8 survivors left, but where did this sudden appearance of Walker fit into the count? Before Harrison died, there should have been 9 people. Walker himself must be counted as one. So among the 7 of them present, could one of them not be a real survivor? The thought chilled Walker to the bone, especially considering that Kevin and Nora had died shortly after they left. Ladies and gentlemen, there are now 7 survivors left. Please continue to do your best. Also, I forgot to mention that there are only 2 hours left until the game ends. When the game ends, if there are more than 5 survivors, then everyone will die. William was definitely playing a deadly psychological game, and he wasn't even getting his hands dirty. Everyone present was no fool. After hearing the voice Walker shouted during the fight, they all knew that at least one among them was not a true survivor. The situation now resembled a game of werewolf, where no one dared to trust anyone else, and everyone kept their distance. Murder? How should they proceed now? Whom to kill? At this moment, all pretense of alliances crumbled. There was no need to continue the charade, because they didn't know if the person next to them was a wraith. "Damn it, William, you're too cruel." Oscar couldn't help but curse out loud. William, that bastard, was planning to play them to death. 2 hours left, and not killing would mean death. Just then, Walker appeared, hovering in the air, surrounded by flying knives, scanning the ground. He needed to quickly find Oscar and his group, and William. "Walker, let's team up." At this point, Oscar didn't dare trust anyone else. At least Walker was definitely a survivor. He was now truly experiencing what real terror was, a fear that stemmed from deep within. Those around him, the bald man, the woman in red, and Nora, could all potentially be the eerie wraiths. Oscar could only hope that Walker would join forces with him. He knew how deadly Walker's flying knives were. If the two of them could eliminate everyone present, couldn't they survive and get out? Hearing Oscar's voice, Walker couldn't help but laugh and curse. "You fool, wishful thinking. Go to hell. Chapter 712 William, you better not die. Seeing Walker flying towards him, Oscar immediately felt a headache coming on. What the hell is this? He muttered to himself. He was the one who most wanted to curse someone out. Already targeted by William, he was in a miserable state, and now he had no choice but to consider an alliance with Walker. Ironically, Walker wasn't even acknowledging him, not only refusing to ally, but also trying to kill him. Spencer, Chloe, help me take them down. This time, Oscar didn't dare call on Nora. Spencer and Chloe were his last allies. As Walker charged towards him, the two instinctively ran in opposite directions, maintaining a safe distance from each other, but not straying too far, just watching from afar. Help, Oscar. They weren't fools. Now, it was impossible to tell who was human and who was a wraith. Walker wanting to kill Oscar seemed like a good thing. Who would want to get involved in that? The scene of Oscar chasing Nolan was still fresh in their minds. Only a fool would team up with Oscar now. Why not reap the benefits of their conflict? At this point, Oscar had given up hope for any allies and yelled at Walker, I'm going all out against you. Fuck you, mother. Walker casually insulted Oscar's mother, standing on a flying knife with four more circling him at high speed, radiating murderous intent. Walker pointed two fingers at Oscar, and the four flying knives turned into streaks of light shooting towards him. Oscar's ex-Vanguard armor was out of ammo and lacked long-range attack capabilities. Although he was a superhuman with awakened strength and speed, he wasn't a soulmancer. With the four flying knives approaching, all he could do was frantically block with his alloy steel knife. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, sparks flying everywhere. Oscar was clearly struggling, barely managing to defend himself with no chance to counterattack. Walker, standing on a flying knife, landed lightly about 50 feet away from Oscar, his solid muscles on display. The last flying knife stood in front of him. Glancing at Spencer and Chloe, he said indifferently, You two, start fighting. One of you must die. His indifferent tone was somewhat reminiscent of William, perhaps influenced by William's way of speaking. Walker, don't push us, or we might team up with Oscar. Spencer, a long-haired, lean man, glared coldly at Walker and threatened, Can you handle all four of us together? For people teaming up? Walker had also noticed Nora and the woman in red. These superhumans couldn't distinguish a wraith. Can someone with that kind of genetic mutation, who hasn't enhanced their abilities through secret art training, identify a wraith? Walker's previous master was Bryant. In the mountains, Walker had learned many extraordinary mystical arts, and later, he studied witchcraft under Moros, becoming adept at detecting the presence of wraiths just by scent. As a favored disciple of the deity of witchcraft, Moros, and having mastered the second stage of the celestial blade art, Walker's true strength was hard to gauge by conventional levels. All right, you two, killing that woman will do as well. Walker pointed at Nora, deciding it was best not to leave this troublemaker around. Spencer and Chloe exchanged a glance, needing no words, and both lunged towards Nora from different directions. Echoing wails, Nora uttered a strange sound, her beautiful face contorting into something hideous and terrifying, causing Spencer and Chloe to break out in a cold sweat as a blood-red light engulfed them. The bald man who had killed Harrison and the woman in red also revealed their true forms. The bald man was a giant black, three-headed demon dog, and the woman in red was a skeleton with blue ghostly fires flickering in her eye sockets. Without hesitation, they joined Nora in devouring their prey. For them, the flesh and essence of humans were the most delicious food. In an instant, Spencer and Chloe were devoured completely, leaving only their stark, white skeletal remains. Congratulations to the 5 remaining survivors. Your personal attributes have all doubled. There's still 1 hour and 48 minutes left in the game. If only one person remains at the end, this system will reward the final survivor with a top-tier artifact. Good luck. William, too, seemed addicted to playing the system, continuing his path of tormenting the players. Walker, stop fighting. There are 3 monsters nearby, and now only 5 of us are left. When the time is up, we can all get out alive. Oscar was desperate. He could feel himself getting stronger, but catching Walker's flying knives was becoming increasingly difficult. His basic attributes had doubled, enhancing his strength and speed, but Walker was a soulmancer. And not just any soulmancer, but one whose body had been unnaturally strengthened over time through witchcraft potions. What did it mean for Walker's mental control and physical strength to double? Previously, Walker could match a regular demigod-level soulmancer in combat. But now, with his enhanced strength, Walker could instantly defeat a demigod-level soulmancer. The most terrifying part was his increased mental strength, which allowed him to spot the flaws in Oscar's steel sword. A steel sword made from the latest technology? Walker's flying knives, though not divine artifacts, were magical weapons nourished by his own essence and were no less formidable than the steel sword in Oscar's hands. With every strike, even if blocked, sparks would fly from the steel sword, revealing its weaknesses, striking the same spot repeatedly. And then there were the 4 flying knives attacking at a specific frequency, creating resonance. All this was part of Walker's plan. Break. Walker didn't even respond to Oscar. With a frown and a snap of his fingers, the 5th flying knife broke the speed barrier, shattering Oscar's alloy steel sword into pieces. At the same time, the energy aura around Walker surged, and the 5 flying knives furiously attacked Oscar's ex-Vanguard armor, targeting just one spot, the heart. No matter how Oscar tried to dodge, the flying knives would precisely hit that one spot on his heart. Are you insane? If you kill me, you won't survive either. Can you kill those 3 monsters? Oscar yelled loudly. The quality of the ex-Vanguard armor was good, but it wasn't absolutely indestructible. Even the alloy steel sword had been shattered by Walker, the madman. How long could the ex-Vanguard armor hold up? Idiot. Go to hell. Walker didn't care about the 3 monsters at all. With murderous intent in his eyes, he cursed as a flying knife pierced through the front of the ex-Vanguard armor and exited from the back, causing blood to spurt wildly from Oscar's chest. Oscar slowly knelt down, the strike having ended his life. Walker glanced at Nora and the others, who were watching eagerly, and began chanting a mysterious spell, with a mysterious purple sigil appearing on his forehead. That was the mark of the witchcraft heritage given to Walker by Moros. The purple sigil passed down to Walker by Moros carried a hint of supreme deity-level energy. Just the presence of the sigil was enough to send chills through all the ghosts and goblins inside the doors of terror. Scram. I don't have time to play with you now. Walker coldly swept his gaze over Nora and the others, frightening them into a hasty retreat. William, you better not die. Walker took a deep breath. If it weren't for the urgency, he wouldn't have wanted to use the power Moros had given him just to scare people. Using Moros' power to intimidate because he couldn't win was purely a disgraceful act. If he had the time, he would rather continue fighting. Chapter 7:13 Hidden Mission. In a place like the Doors of Terror, a soulmancer of Walker's level could only scan an area of about 300 feet with his spiritual sense. Relying on spiritual sense to find someone was clearly unreliable. Walker, standing on his flying knives, frantically searched the airspace of the Terror realm, shouting loudly, "William, where the hell are you? Answer if you hear me." An hour and 10 minutes left until the game ends. Only 3 survivors remain. Please keep it up. The system's voice rang in the ears of Walker and the other 2. Walker was startled, then sped up even more. The mysterious sigil on his forehead flickered, releasing an energy aura that spread out, causing all the ghosts and goblins in the Doors of Terror to prostrate themselves, daring not to move. Nolan hid in a corner, noticing that the monsters around him had also suddenly quieted down. He just wanted to survive now. Since these monsters were no longer attacking, and with just over an hour left, all he needed was to stay alive until the exit. Footsteps. Very light. William slowly walked up to Nolan. Nolan stared at William, who smiled and asked, "So you're the administrator of this place?" "Barely," William responded, looking at Nolan. "Do you think you can make it out alive?" Nolan spoke solemnly. "Since you're the administrator of the Doors of Terror, you should abide by certain rules. Are you going to attack me? You're quite clever." William couldn't help but praise him. Nolan, however, didn't understand William's implication. "As long as you don't attack me, I should be able to make it out alive. Did you come to see me because there's some hidden mission you need to tell me about?" With the administrator personally coming to see him, Nolan felt it couldn't be anything bad, especially since the game was almost over. Hidden mission? William was amused by how naive the boy was. He laughed and said, "Beat me, and I'll let you be the administrator." Nolan's strength had also undergone 2 doublings and transformations. He stared at William, uncertainly asking, "What level of power are you?" "I don't have a power level," William replied. "Or you can choose. I give you 1 punch, and if you can block it, you win." 1 punch. Nolan took a deep breath and asked, "So if I survive your punch, I can replace you as the administrator here?" William nodded seriously. "As long as you can take my punch and survive, you can replace me as the administrator of this terror space." Nolan decisively said, "I refuse." William looked at Nolan with interest. Nolan chuckled. "Do you think I'm stupid? As the administrator of this place, you surely wouldn't want to give up your position. If you punch me, I'm sure to die. So I refuse." A sudden display of wit. "Sorry, refusal is not an option." William's smile turned cold. Nolan's smile froze, and he stiffly looked at William, asking, "What? What do you mean?" William explained, "It means you have to take my punch. If you survive, you'll become the administrator of this world." Damn, Nolan hadn't expected this guy to be such a scoundrel recently. Absolutely shameless. "You have 3 seconds to prepare," William said, already slowly clenching his fist. As William clenched his fist, Nolan's heart pounded wildly. 3 seconds? In that moment, Nolan had the illusion that even if he had a lifetime to prepare, he could never block that punch. As William's punch came towards him, flashes of his past deeds crossed his mind. Since various exotic beasts had descended, he had awakened his special abilities and had saved many ordinary people. But later, he realized that since he possessed these abilities, he should be above ordinary people. Those well-dressed, high-profile female celebrities, they too relied on him to survive. What was wrong with toying with them? Weren't the lives of those ordinary people saved by them? Shouldn't ordinary people be grateful to them? In this apocalyptic world, it should be the strong who are revered. He should indeed stand above ordinary people. But should someone as powerful as William be allowed to kill him just like that? 10 minutes until the game ends. There are now 2 survivors left. If only 1 survivor remains, they will receive the ultimate artifact. Walker had been roaming around the terror space for an hour and had not found any trace of William. "Damn it! William, are you dead or what?" Walker gritted his teeth as he flew through the sky, shouting loudly. With only 2 survivors left, it was unclear whether William was still alive. Just as Walker was getting frantic, he saw William strolling leisurely down the street, looking up at Walker. "Holy crap, you're really good at hiding." Walker laughed heartily, descending from the sky to land in front of William. "You're really something, not a speck of blood on you." William stood less than 10 feet away from Walker, raising an eyebrow. If only 1 survivor remains, they will receive the ultimate artifact. Walker paused, not quite understanding William's point. William said calmly, "Kill me, and you'll get the ultimate artifact." Walker scoffed. "What the hell do I care about? Some ultimate artifact? You think I'd kill you over that?" William raised an eyebrow. "But aren't you afraid that I might want it?" "What do you mean?" Walker also furrowed his brow, stopping in his tracks and staring intently at William, speaking menacingly. "You thinking of killing me? Just for some damn artifact? I've been looking for you for an hour, and now you're telling me this." Walker sneered. "You think you can kill me?" William's face broke into a smile. "You don't really think I'm out to kill you, do you? Stop smiling." Walker approached, shivering slightly. "Why do I suddenly feel like you're better off expressionless?" William pulled a dark, gleaming throwing knife from his pocket and handed it to Walker, saying, "I found this along the way. What do you think?" Walker took the knife, smacking his lips. "It's a bit light, and I'm not sure about the material, but it should be okay." He was about to say it might be a bit shoddy, but then I thought about it. William picked up a throwing knife and remembered to give it back to him. "That's giving him some face, right?" William nodded. "I tried it out. It's quite sharp. It's yours now." "Ha ha. Really?" Walker played with the knife in his hand, noticing that it seemed indeed very sharp, with delicate engravings finer than any of the 5 throwing knives he currently used. "It looks pretty good. Let me try it." Walker flipped the knife with his finger, and as he released it, the knife vanished into thin air, yet Walker could still sense its presence. This knife was forged from the fragments of battle axes and armor collected by William after he killed Blood Fury, a minion of the cosmic entity from the first universe. William had spent the last hour refining this throwing knife. A knife that took him an hour to refine and was meticulously crafted, in terms of quality, definitely surpassed any top-tier artifact. Only the Sword of Soulbreaker, transformed by the power of the Holy Aura, could destroy this knife. Chapter 7:14, You Sure Talk a Lot. To many who wield throwing knives, the knives themselves are much of a muchness. It's the skill of the user that makes the difference. Walker had always believed this too. With the secret technique of celestial blade art, even a wooden throwing knife could be lethal. But when he threw this particular knife, it vanished, and the space ahead was violently torn apart, causing the world directly in front of them to collapse. Holy shit! Walker's mouth hung open, his face a picture of stupefaction as he stared ahead. After a few seconds, he hurriedly controlled the knife, pulling it back to him. The space in front quickly healed, but a deep, bottomless chasm had formed where streets and houses had once been, all now turned to nothingness. Where did you find this? Walker held the knife, his eyes wide as saucers, staring intently at William. William remained calm, his face betraying no hint of surprise. I just found it lying by the roadside as I walked. Holy crap, look at the damage it did. This is like apocalyptic power, right? Walker said excitedly, gripping the knife. Is this one of those legendary top-tier artifacts? And you just found it lying around. Of all the things to pick up, you find a throwing knife. You really are my lucky star. Walker examined the knife closely, murmuring, and then you give it to me. It's as if this knife was meant for me, just delivered through your hands. Walker squinted at William, pondering. You find an artifact like this and just give it to me without a second thought. Is there a problem? William didn't bother to explain. If Walker thought he was powerful, then so be it. It wasn't a big deal. Walker suddenly laughed, pointing at William, his index finger trembling. I finally get it, so you. William was curious to see how Walker would react now that he knew of his strength. Would he, like others, start to flatter and fawn over him? Heaven sent you to find this knife as a test. Walker laughed heartily. If you had kept the knife and used it yourself, you might have been overwhelmed by its power and suffered a backlash. But you gave it to me. Walker clapped William on the shoulder. That proves your loyalty to me. Hearing Walker's logic, William was somewhat at a loss for words. He had already been on the verge of admitting his own strength. Don't worry, with me around, no one can bully you. Walker adopted the demeanor of a big brother, looking out for his bro. Especially someone like William, who found an artifact and handed it over without a second thought. This kind of bro definitely needed his protection. Then let me thank you in advance. William gave Walker a deep look, thinking to himself that Walker must be in the late stages of delusion, beyond help. In fact, according to the survival rules of the apocalypse or the divine realm, killing someone to obtain a top-tier artifact would be more in line with the rules. Yes, it would fit the law of the survival of the fittest, the rule that the strong prey on the weak. Because logically, that was the only way to become stronger. The path of the strong was always paved with the bones of the weak. Yet Walker hadn't even thought about seizing the artifact for himself. He just wanted to escape with William. Even if William had expressed a desire to keep the artifact, Walker showed no intention of harming him. What a good young man, isn't he adorable? Ha. William didn't even know what to say. But perhaps it was precisely because Walker harbored no murderous intentions towards William that he was able to receive this divine throwing knife. If Walker had really attacked William, it's very likely William wouldn't have killed him, and might even have let Walker kill him once, only to still end up giving him the top-tier artifact. But from then on, they would have become strangers, and any further annoyance from Walker would likely result in his utter destruction. No need to thank me. You're my bro, and looking out for you is the right thing to do. Walker thought for a moment and then said, We'll be out in a few minutes. What are your plans? Do you want to come with me and save people around the world? We could clear the earth of those monsters and save the world. A smile appeared on William's face. Now that you have this throwing knife, isn't clearing those monsters pretty straightforward? What help could I possibly offer? Walker shook his head and sighed. This knife is indeed powerful, but it can't be used. William asked with interest, Why can't it be used? It seems very powerful. With it, what monster couldn't be dealt with? Walker spoke seriously. It's precisely because it's too powerful that it can't be used unless absolutely necessary. If this thing is thrown, Who knows how many people will be affected? We aim to reclaim cities occupied by monsters and provide a comfortable living environment for humanity, not cause massive destruction. If this throwing knife is used, it could destroy buildings and lives, complicating the reconstruction of cities later on, Walker explained. Once we get out, don't tell anyone that I have such a weapon. William seemed to understand Walker's point. The guy's consciousness had really evolved. William asked, haven't you thought about, once we get out, throwing the knife and shocking the world? I remember when I first met Walker, this young man was thinking about starting by conquering the underground forces in New York and then becoming the big boss, sleeping with 100 beauties. Tired of that, he'd switch to another batch. Shock the world. Have I lost my mind? Walker gave William a look and said, that kind of thinking is dangerous. Our main responsibility should be to save refugees. Who knows how many innocent people might die if this knife is thrown? I'll tell you a secret about my master, Maximus, Walker said in a mysterious whisper. He's actually the powerful Moros, one of the 12 deities of witchcraft. Oh, William really wanted to laugh. Was that something to brag about? What's with that expression? You think I'm lying? Walker frowned. The deities of witchcraft have descended to earth, but it seems they're restrained and can't act directly. But I'm Moros' proud disciple. Do you really think Moros hasn't given me any powerful artifacts? William nodded, his attitude nonchalant. Still, I want to become stronger on my own, Walker said earnestly to William. Remember, relying on external artifacts can never truly make you strong. What if one day the artifact breaks or is taken away? It's the same for you. Relying on women's protection might seem enviable, but if you're not strong enough yourself. Seeing William's indifferent expression, Walker sighed and said, forget it, to each their own. I won't force you, but I've acknowledged you as my bro. If you ever get dumped by a woman, Big Brother will cover you, at least to keep you safe. You sure talk a lot, William raised an eyebrow. Walker felt that acknowledging a bro was damn hard, especially with someone like William, who only thought about relying on women's protection and lacked ambition. No, I need to find some opportunities to toughen him up. Chapter 7:15 to save all those afflicted by disease. In the inner city of New York, after William and Walker emerged from the doors of terror, Amy immediately rushed over. In recent days, Stephen and the others had been continuously expanding from the inner city, establishing fortresses, clearing out monsters, and rescuing refugees. Mr. Johnson, are you all right? Amy ran over to William as soon as she saw him. Influenced by Zeus and Poseidon, Amy's attire resembled that of ancient Greek mythology. She wore a white peplos, a laurel wreath on her head, a himation draped over her shoulders, and held a 3-foot-long sword with a special crescent shape. I'm fine. William smiled. Amy, this foolish child, was only 10 years old, yet none of the items she carried were ordinary. The laurel wreath on her head was the top-tier artifact, the diadem of wisdom. The belt around her waist, previously worn by Poseidon, carried the aura of high-ranking god-kings and contained the original divine power of the sea god Poseidon. The special crescent-shaped sword she held was the transformed version of Poseidon's sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Even the himation draped over her shoulders was made of the golden fleece, blessed with the combined powers of 2 high-ranking god-kings. Wearing this garment, she was protected from all evil, immune to sickness, and impervious to fire and water. Her shoes were artifacts too. With such gear, even if she ventured into the divine realm, no one would dare touch her. Being the shared disciple of 2 high-ranking god-kings, her outfit was truly formidable. Dressed in this gear, she could even escape unscathed from an encounter with a supreme deity-level powerhouse. But honestly, which supreme deity would dare target Amy after seeing her equipped like this? Amy's gear clearly showed she was the favored one of the 2 high-ranking god-kings. Anyone who dared to harm Amy would be declaring war against Zeus and Poseidon, provoking 2 high-ranking god-kings in the 13th universe. Aside from William, it was hard to imagine anyone else daring to do so. Amy, why don't you care about me? Walker joked with a laugh. If I hadn't gone in with him, William might not have made it out. Amy pouted and rolled her eyes at him, saying, if it weren't for Stephen and Serafina holding me back, wouldn't I have gone in too? But still, thank you. Amy's strength was not to be underestimated either. Had she entered the doors of terror with them, she indeed might have been able to make a difference. However, she was stopped by Stephen and Serafina. Serafina reassured Amy, telling her that William would be fine. Amy actually believed it. She had asked her masters, "Is Mr. Johnson strong?" Both masters had said, "Very strong." If both masters said so, then surely nothing bad would happen. Walker and Amy clearly knew each other well. After chatting briefly with Amy, Walker turned to William and said, "Let's go, William. What's there to talk about with this little kid? I'll take you to get registered, then we can pick up some supplies, and you can stay in the same room as me." "I'm going to see my father-in-law first," William responded, not committing to staying with Walker. His main reason for returning was to check on Calvin. In the apocalypse, the lives of the wealthy could change drastically. Currency had temporarily become worthless, with bartering and state-distributed supplies becoming more common. Money was the least useful thing during these times. But the Turner family was different. Whether it was Stephen or any other soulmancer, everyone knew Alice was a powerful soulmancer. Even if money had lost its meaning, the safety of the Turner family was still assured. Most importantly, the Turner family had a background in medicine, which was invaluable in these chaotic times. Besides superhumans and soulmancers rescuing refugees, doctors were also indispensable and respected. Calvin could no longer live the life of a wealthy magnate as before. After losing his external businesses, he had joined a national research team responsible for developing the latest medical equipment. "You mean Calvin?" Walker smiled. "That old gentleman is doing great." With the drastic reduction in medical staff, the Turner family, all being doctors, now form the most important medical team in the whole of New York. Many people who get injured are saved by them. William nodded, aware of the situation. In the apocalypse, while businessmen and actors might fall into despair or even become targets of oppression, doctors would not. Calvin was highly skilled in medicine, a truly capable man. Those going out to rescue refugees in the city, whether they were injured or the refugees they brought back, all needed medical care. Naturally, Calvin's status in New York wouldn't decline. Moreover, the Turner family's creed was to save all those afflicted by disease. Charles Turner had been strict in his upbringing, and Calvin, full of passion for medicine, was naturally respected. Amy didn't leave just yet but followed behind William, saying, "Mr. Johnson, I know where Mr. Turner is. I'll take you there." William could have easily located Calvin Turner using his psychic senses, but he preferred to observe this chaotic world from the perspective of a bystander. Following Amy, they walked through the inner city of New York, which hadn't improved much. The streets were filled with injured refugees, medical teams everywhere, and various superhumans and soldiers maintaining order. When they arrived at an open-air tent area, they saw Calvin treating wounds for refugees on the front lines. Calvin had previously taken a pill given by William, which could only replenish his primal life force, allowing him to live longer, with more vigorous vitality and better health. But in just a few years, Calvin Turner looked at least a decade older. The once distinguished middle-aged man had become gaunt, with white hair, still treating wounds for refugees. "The patient's wound is infected. We need to operate immediately." Calvin diagnosed a refugee and instructed the nurse to rush the patient to a recently constructed temporary hospital. There was no choice. The hospitals in the outer city had been overtaken by bizarre creatures. Now, not only were medical resources strained, but unless the injuries were severe, they were generally treated outside. The temporary hospital was already full. William called out to him, "Mr. Turner." William. Calvin, after seeing William, glanced behind him, probably not seeing Alice, then said, "We'll talk later. I need to save people first." Then he followed the patient towards the direction of the temporary hospital. William could tell Calvin Turner was suffering from overwork. Despite taking the pills he provided, to still be overworked, he must have been going nights without sleep. Chapter 716, So You Do Smile. In today's chaotic world, to put it bluntly, it's all the doing of cosmic entity Dolly from the 13th universe. Clearly, she wants the creatures on Earth, including but not limited to humans, to evolve and break through once again. Pride themselves on being advanced life forms. But ever since the world of the gods was destroyed, humans on Earth millions of years ago were merely mid-tier in the food chain, scavenging leftovers behind fierce beasts. It wasn't until Prometheus brought the divine fire to humanity that they started cooking their food, reducing their intake, decreasing diseases, and using fire to fend off wild animals and make tools. That was the beginning of a new era. But no matter what, in the 13th universe, humans are quite ordinary. If it weren't for William, a freakishly powerful being, Dolly wouldn't care so much about Earth. Since William destroyed the era of the gods with a single strike, Dolly spent a great deal to create the divine realm and 3,000 other parallel dimensions. Earth is merely the foundation or the basement of a large building. The divine realm is the ground floor. Would you give a luxury finish to a basement? Originally, Dolly thought that even if William was strong, he was still under her control. But ever since she took William to the Cosmic Entity Guardians battle, she realized William's strength was not ordinary. It was outrageously powerful. He's a big shot not to be messed with. Since William is fond of Earth, she decided to give it a luxury finish. Of course, she knew William might not like this style of renovation. But even if he didn't, he wouldn't tear down the house. That works out just fine. William and the others waited outside the makeshift hospital for over 2 hours before Calvin finally came out, dragging his exhausted body. "William, why isn't Alice with you?" Calvin asked, his voice trembling slightly. Although he wasn't very familiar with soulmancers, he knew that many powerful ones could be quite ruthless. William was strong, extremely so, but Calvin didn't know the extent of his power. He worried about the day when William and Alice might have a falling out. What would happen to his daughter then? He had even heard of soulmancers who killed their own spouses to sever emotional ties. "Dad, don't worry, she's fine. Actually, you can video call her," William said, having returned specifically to reassure Alice's family. "Video call? But aren't many of the signal towers destroyed? Can it work?" Calvin asked, a smile finally breaking across his face upon hearing William's assurance. If William was arranging a video call with Alice, she must be all right. "It'll work, I'll call her now." William didn't put on airs in front of Calvin. After all, how could he afford to treat his father-in-law poorly after marrying Alice? William promptly took out his phone and dialed Alice. Alice answered almost immediately upon hearing the ringtone. "What's up?" "I'm in the middle of a fight with a monster." Calvin could see the shaky footage on the screen, catching a glimpse of Alice's profile before the call was overwhelmed by loud noises. Then, a lion as large as a skyscraper appeared on the screen. "Gotta go." Alice hung up abruptly. Holy shit. What was that thing? Walker had also seen the gigantic lion and was terrified. When did such monsters start appearing on Earth? It was truly horrifying. "It's nothing. Just a shapeshifter," William replied nonchalantly. "What kind of powerful shapeshifter is that big?" Walker asked. "What's Alice's power level now?" "Power level? I don't know," William admitted, not having kept track of Alice's current strength. Logically, her abilities should have improved during his absence. Calvin spoke with a hint of nervousness. "I saw that lion was quite big. Is Alice really okay? Shouldn't you go help her?" Walker laughed heartily. "Mr. Turner, you might not realize how powerful your daughter has become. What help could William possibly offer?" Calvin fell silent, and William quickly reassured him. "Dad, don't worry. She has a lot of strong teammates with her. She'll be fine." As he spoke, William placed his hand on Calvin's shoulder. Calvin felt a warm flow spreading from every pore in his body, washing away the aches and pains accumulated from years of work. Even his chronic back and shoulder pain instantly improved. "Dad, work is work, but you still need to take care of your health," William said with a smile. "Your health is the driving force behind your work. If you fall ill, what will happen? To those injured people? This is a long battle." "Yes, I understand." Calvin felt William's concern for him. Although the video had shown Alice in what seemed like a dangerous situation, William's calm demeanor had a reassuring effect on him. He chose to trust William. "William, you're so powerful. Don't you want to do something for the country?" Calvin finally asked a question that perhaps wasn't his place to ask. Walker chimed in. "Mr. Turner, of course William is going to do something for the country. He's coming with me to the base soon, and he'll join me in clearing out those strange creatures and saving refugees." William nodded and added, "That's right, I'm planning to visit the base." "You shouldn't keep Mr. Turner from his rescue work here. Come with me," Walker said, and then started pulling William away. William looked back at Calvin and said, "Dad, I'll come to see you again next time." "William, having lived for 1 billion years, felt no embarrassment in calling someone else dad. It came very naturally to him. Amy also followed closely behind William, calling out to Calvin, "Mr. Turner, goodbye." Seeing Amy, Calvin smiled warmly and gave William a deep look, secretly hoping that William and Alice could have a child together. If they had a child, surely it would be as adorable as Amy. As William and Walker headed towards the base, Amy finally found the opportunity to boast to William, "Mr. Johnson, do you know how powerful I am now?" "How powerful?" William asked with a smile, playfully patting Alice on the head. Amy tilted her head up proudly and said, "Do you know about the S rank in the current power level standards? I'm an S rank, ranked 11th in the world. Ranked 11th worldwide." William raised an eyebrow, his smile broadening as he praised her. "That's impressive." In fact, with the equipment Amy possessed, she could probably rank in the top 3 in actual combat arenas, and being first wasn't out of the question. Clearly, she didn't have top-tier artifacts like Zeus's lightning scepter. Such items were just too overpowered for the creatures on Earth, much like if Alice wielded the fully unsealed Sword of Soulbreaker in the Divine Realm. Wouldn't she wreak havoc? Walker, observing William's face, remarked, "So you do smile." "Heh." William glanced at Walker with a cold chuckle, his disdain quite evident. Chapter 717, I'm not going anywhere for now. Chapter 717, I'm not going anywhere for now. Seeing William's cold chuckle, Walker couldn't help but wave his hand dismissively. "Forget it, you're better off not smiling." He could feel the chill emanating from William's smile. So young, and yet so odd, so icy. Anyone who didn't know better might think you were an assassin. Walker grumbled, feeling that he had been quite decent to William, yet puzzled by William's attitude towards him. William replied seriously, "I used to be an assassin." "Ha ha, that's a good deadpan joke." Walker laughed. "Did you get that from a movie or a novel? The favorite assassin of a wealthy heiress, huh?" Walker, who wasn't a dull person, kept the conversation going as they walked. William clarified, "The kind that works for bounties." In the past, to blend into society, William had tried various professions and lived different lives. He had been a bounty hunter and a vigilante like Zorro, robbing the rich to aid the poor. He mostly killed those who were wealthy but unkind. William had lived on Earth for a considerable time, and to a large extent, the religious thoughts of any country were influenced by him. That is to say, the world's standards of goodness and many social etiquettes were actually established based on what William favored. The current global standards of right and wrong were also largely shaped by William's influence. The common perception of good and evil still aligned with William's internal standards. "So, how much did you charge to kill someone back then?" Walker wasn't completely disbelieving William. Considering William's agile movements, it was indeed plausible that he could have been an assassin. William thought for a moment and said, "It varied. I robbed from the rich to help the poor, and I killed those who harmed ordinary people." Walker gave William a thumbs up. "Nice. By the way, how much stronger do you feel now? Why do I get the feeling that your energy still seems like that of a novice soulmancer?" Walker scrutinized William. Logically, after coming out of the doors of terror, William should have become much stronger, but his energy felt the same as before he went in. William narrowed his eyes and said, "I've already told you. I put all my attribute points into agility." After the battle with the cosmic entity Guardian, William knew that in terms of strength, he was probably truly invincible. If he really wanted to, destroying the entire Earth with a single punch would be child's play. It was more interesting to use the right amount of force to precisely strike vital points. "How fast are you now?" Walker asked. "At the base, resources are allocated based on strength level. I'm worried about your rating. The higher the rating, the more resources you get. Like me, I can lead a squad of 500 people." He paused, then added, "Now, I should be able to lead a team of more than 1,000 people." After coming out of the doors of terror, Walker's strength had clearly increased, and he naturally felt he could lead more people. William, however, said, "The number of subordinates one leads isn't determined by strength alone. Those who are strong are generally more suited to be at the forefront, charging ahead." William thought Walker would scoff at this or even bluster something in response, but unexpectedly, Walker agreed, saying, "You make a good point. Like me, I'm good at fighting, But what use are those useless subordinates? 500 people, not many, are useful, and some don't even follow orders. When I encounter such people, I just want to kick them, Walker said. I'll talk to Stephen later. I don't want so many subordinates anymore. Walker's attitude towards this matter was more surprising to William. Aren't you the type who likes having many subordinates around? William noticed that Walker's values had changed a lot. Walker chuckled. What's the use of having so many subordinates? None of them can fight. It's better to pick a few who can fight and are sensible. Let Stephen allocate more resources and form an elite squad of 10. Those 10 could easily defeat an army of 1,000. William nodded in agreement. The monsters outside were not easy to deal with. Just having a large number of people was akin to marching to their doom. Those who lacked combat ability or didn't follow orders were just a burden. A team of 1,000 was far inferior to 10 true elites. Amy, who had been following behind William, didn't say much. After Walker finished speaking, she finally asked, Mr. Johnson, you're not leaving again, are you? William nodded. I'm not going anywhere for now. Amy said with a grin, Mr. Johnson, do you want a woman to be your wife? If you need one, I can bring her to you. William tilted his head and stared at Amy, wondering what she was up to. Had the innocent kid he knew turned into a wingwoman? It's Serafina, of course. Amy exclaimed. She's been single for a long time and has been missing. You. William ruffled Amy's hair and said, I already have a wife, Miss Alice. If you try to set me up with someone else, she'll kill you. Oh. Amy recoiled, looking genuinely scared. This had nothing to do with her strength. Mr. Johnson was already married, and here she was, trying to set him up with someone else. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Amy, why don't you find a woman for me to marry? Walker glared at Amy. He actually liked the little girl quite a bit. She was a very cute kid. Amy stuck out her tongue and turned her head away from Walker, saying, Serafina wouldn't like you. She likes Mr. Johnson. I didn't say I wanted Serafina. What about the others? Walker was frustrated. He considered himself a chosen one and thought that after arriving in New York, he wouldn't be short of women. Yet here he was, reduced to having a kid make introductions. Of course, he was mostly joking. The world was in a crisis. It wasn't really the time to be thinking about romance. Walker's plan was, once everything settled down, to find 100 women to marry on the same day, without even getting marriage certificates. 100 common-law marriages, no legal ties, and perfectly legal. It would drive all those single men who spent their days watching adult videos crazy. Amy, however, didn't think Walker was joking. As they walked, she counted on her fingers. My friends Lila, Bella, they're not married yet. She looked up at Walker and then at William. Then, her brow furrowed, and she said seriously, It seems they also prefer someone more like Mr. Johnson. Walker looked at William and asked, And why do you think that is? Mr. Johnson is more handsome than you, Amy declared confidently. Walker was so annoyed, he looked like steam might start coming out of his nostrils. He swore that one day, he would wipe out all the novelists who stopped updating their stories. No, that's not right. He meant to wipe out everyone who was overly obsessed with looks. As they talked, they had arrived at the entrance to the base in downtown New York City. Stephen and Serafina were already there, seemingly having anticipated their arrival. Chapter 7:18 You Think I'm Afraid of You? Hey, Stephen, how did you know we were coming back? Did you come here just to meet us? Walker greeted Stephen, thinking that Stephen had come specifically to welcome him. After all, Walker had gained a lot from his recent venture through the Doors of Terror, significantly enhancing his abilities. If he remembered correctly, Stephen also seemed to have a good relationship with William. Walker wasn't foolish. William had emerged from the Doors of Terror unscathed, without a single wound. Was he really just a novice soulmancer? Given Stephen's status, would he be so courteous to a novice soulmancer? Even if Zoe liked William, if William didn't have some real skills, someone of Stephen's stature wouldn't likely show William any favor. Or, maybe, as William had claimed, he was that kind of formidable assassin. Considering everything that had happened before, Walker thought that William might have been pretending to be weaker than he actually was. This made things quite interesting. His bro was pretending to be weak in front of him. But just how strong was his bro, really? Indeed, both Stephen and Serafina's looks towards William were quite telling. Even without speaking, without any formal gestures of respect, their eyes were filled with admiration. Walker knew the feeling well. Stephen certainly didn't look at him that way. In today's world, the level of one's strength often determined how others treated you. Walker was puzzled. Could William actually be stronger than him? He needed to find an opportunity to ask. Otherwise, having a bro who was stronger than himself and who pretended to be weaker in his presence would make him look foolish. Walker, you must have gained something from your time in the Doors of Terror, Stephen remarked. He knew William's nature. Perhaps there were things William didn't want to handle or be disturbed about. If he showed too much respect to William in front of others, it might actually displease William. It was better to just treat him as a novice soulmancer. Walker glanced at Stephen, then subtly eyed William. Could it be that Stephen was actually here waiting for him? If he was here for William, it would make sense to greet William first. Not bad, I should be. At S rank now, Walker decided to keep it somewhat low-key. S rank, roughly equivalent to a demigod-level powerhouse. Quite modest. Stephen looked somewhat shocked, his already small eyes widening as he asked, "What about Oscar and the others?" "They're all dead," Walker said nonchalantly, as if a nest of ants had been scalded to death by a mischievous child with boiling water. Oh, Stephen nodded. He had already guessed this outcome. Oscar going in with William and not dying would have been the strange outcome. He then turned to William and asked, "How about you, William?" "Same as always." William replied casually, "Indeed the same as always, invincible as ever, no difference really." A novice soulmancer? Stephen blinked his small eyes, essentially asking William what attitude he should adopt. William nodded. "Novice soulmancer. Then keep it up. I believe with continued effort you should be able to make a breakthrough." Stephen sighed subconsciously. Did William's response mean he didn't want to deal with current affairs? It seemed likely I2Y was at such a critical moment. If someone as strong as William could help, they might be able to overcome the crisis faster. Stephen genuinely hoped William would assist. This exchange filled Walker with even more doubts. Something wasn't right. Had he guessed wrong? Was William really just a novice soulmancer? Or was there some unspeakable connection between William and Stephen? Was William Stephen's illegitimate son? Walker squinted at William for a moment. Impossible. With Stephen's squinty eyes, how could he have a son as handsome as William? Unless there was some kind of genetic mutation. After dismissing that possibility, Walker's mind raced to another thought. Could it be that William, had he sold himself out, having that kind of unusual relationship with Stephen? The very thought made Walker shiver involuntarily. Damn, if that were true, it would be utterly horrifying. Just then, William's gaze met Walker's, and seeing him shiver, even without using mind reading, William probably realized what bizarre ideas were running through his head. "What are you thinking about?" William's look carried a hint of danger. Walker gave a sheepish smile and waved his hands dismissively. Nothing. Nothing at all. Such thoughts were merely his speculations, and even if they were true, it seemed inappropriate to voice them. William didn't bother to engage further with Walker, knowing some people's thoughts could be quite distasteful and unstoppable. "Let's go inside," Stephen said with a frown, motioning them to enter. "I need to have my strength assessed," William stated. He wasn't too keen on meddling in these matters, but since he had decided to continue living here, it seemed appropriate to symbolically test his strength level. Stephen's smile was tinged with bitterness. He still remembered the first time William came to the 13th Bureau to test his strength and ended up damaging quite a few instruments. And now he was back? Walker noticed that Stephen's attitude towards William wasn't particularly special and chimed in. "Stephen, just let William test. He's really fast and agile. If it came to a real fight, his combat strength would probably be formidable." Stephen nodded and said, "You both test then. Walker, you go first. Let me see how much stronger you've become." "William's agility is good?" "Damn, isn't that stating the obvious? Demigod-level powerhouses are the type that can instantly kill their opponents. And you're just saying he's agile?" When Walker heard Stephen suggest he test first, he suddenly felt he might have been overthinking things. If William had been pretending to be weaker all along, he surely couldn't be stronger than him. Otherwise, Stephen would have likely asked William to test first. Yes, that must be it. There must be some unspeakable secret between William and Stephen. He'd find an opportunity to ask about it later. What he didn't realize was how close he had actually come to the truth. Nor did he know that Stephen's reason for having William test later was entirely because he feared William might accidentally destroy the testing equipment. Amy followed behind, also chiming in eagerly. "Mr. Garcia, I want to test too. Stephen glanced at Amy, aware of her situation. Hearing her request, he quickly waved his hands. Little ancestor, you better not test. Let your master do it for you. This child truly seemed to be favored by the heavens, being noticed by two high-ranking god kings and William. Her future potential was boundless. Seeing Amy, Stephen even wondered if William was perhaps looking to train Amy, hence his choice not to immediately step in to save the earth himself. Walker then said, Amy, how about we have a match after I finish testing? Looking up, Amy responded confidently, Sure, let's fight. You think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 719, Cut the Power. Cut all the power. After Walker emerged from the doors of terror this time, his strength had skyrocketed. Not counting the throwing knife given to him by William, he was now definitely qualified to battle with a demigod-level opponent. That's roughly equivalent to an S rank. Amy, having mastered the teachings of two high-ranking god kings, was still just S rank. Walker was somewhat reluctant to accept Amy's superiority. If he couldn't even beat a 10-year-old girl, just thinking about it would feel incredibly frustrating. The testing equipment in the base had been upgraded. It no longer required direct attacks on a specific point to measure strength, but instead used a ray scan to detect the energy contained within the body. This type of test was somewhat effective for superhumans, but not very accurate for soulmincers. Many soulmincers themselves were not physically strong, but the secret techniques they learned were incredibly powerful. Some soulmincers with overly strong mental powers could damage the equipment during testing, as could those carrying various artifacts. Like Amy, who, during her last test with a full set of gear, caused the entire base's equipment to explode. Such a tragedy couldn't happen again. Walker didn't mention that he had obtained a top-tier artifact, nor did he know that such an item could damage the equipment if brought inside. Stephen also felt that even if Walker had emerged from the doors of terror, he couldn't possibly be strong enough to blow up the equipment. After all, since the equipment had been upgraded, only Amy, that little terror, had managed to blow it up. The strength testing equipment was similar to a space capsule. When Walker lay inside, various scanning rays swept over him. Then, the gauges started going haywire, and the base's mainframe began sparking. Walker, what did you bring in there? Cut the power. Cut all the power. Stephen slapped his forehead and yelled out loud. He finally realized that Walker had come back with William, and who knew if he had brought back some powerful top-tier artifact. As Stephen yelled, the entire base lost power, but the mainframe was already fried. This was just ridiculous. Burned out again. The emergency lights throughout the base lit up, and Walker, looking puzzled, stepped out of the testing capsule and saw the furious Stephen. He asked, What's going on? I wanted to ask you what's going on. Have you surpassed the current demigod level? Stephen asked loudly. I don't think so, Walker replied, also puzzled and frowning. I haven't made a breakthrough in terms of strength level. Then did you hide some kind of artifact on you? Damn it. I forgot to tell you not to bring high-quality artifacts. Even Stephen, usually so polite, couldn't help but curse. The last time the mainframe burned out, the engineers had to repair it for 3 days and nights. Now this happens again. Artifact? What artifact? I only have those 5 throwing knives. Walker wasn't about to easily reveal that he had obtained an artifact. He seemed to understand where the problem lay and said with a cheeky grin, Or maybe your equipment was about to break anyway, and you're just blaming it on me? I won't accept that. Get out. You won't accept it? Weren't you going to fight Amy? Go ahead and fight her. No need for testing. Stephen knew Walker well enough to talk to him like this without Walker getting angry. The young man was still very spirited. But destroying the equipment, there had to be some consequences. He didn't know how strong Amy was now, but with William around, it was a good opportunity to let the two of them fight and clarify their strengths. Now, humanity was facing an unprecedented crisis. Besides the bizarre creatures on Earth, there might be angels from other dimensions like before. If there were no strong individuals among them, relying solely on current technology was very dangerous. William might not directly help them clear those bizarre creatures, but he would surely watch Amy and Walker's contest. With him watching, he could ensure the safety of both to the greatest extent. Otherwise, Stephen wouldn't dare let them really fight. Amy, let's fight outside the city. Walker said, find a place with lots of monsters, have a fight there first, then see who can kill more mutants. William, Come with us. Let me see your true capabilities. No need to hide your strength anymore. At first, Stephen thought Walker's suggestion made sense. Going out to fight would at least kill some monsters. But the latter part of the statement made him uneasy. Did Walker know about William's true strength? Stephen had seen Poseidon, the sea god, slay tens of thousands of angels with a single sword strike, and had witnessed Poseidon's respectful demeanor in front of William. So he could guess how powerful William must be. If William really went all out to clear those monsters, it would probably be over quickly. Maybe in just one day. But at this moment, Stephen didn't dare to speak. What William wanted to do was not something he could control, nor was he in a position to instruct William. Let's go. William was straightforward, speaking to Stephen. Lend me a sword. William could use other weapons, but he still preferred swords. He also saw what Stephen was getting at. The current strength levels of Amy and Walker meant that if they really started fighting, it would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, Amy didn't have much real combat experience. If she went too hard and accidentally killed Walker, that wouldn't be good. William didn't believe that Walker would use the throwing knives he had given him if he fought Amy, but Amy had many powerful artifacts and had learned secret techniques that were far ahead of this world. Without using the throwing knife, Walker could easily be killed. Why don't you go to Mount Olympus to fight? There are more mutant creatures there. Stephen, also excited, said, I'll send an airship to take you. No need for an airship, we'll go directly. Walker said to William, I'll control a throwing knife, you stand on it, and I'll fly you over. No problem, right? William, emerging from the doors of terror, had already proven he possessed some strength, but Walker wanted to push him, to see just how many cards William still had up his sleeve. Taking him to Mount Olympus and then tossing him up the mountain to fend for himself while he and Amy fought was Walker's plan to see how William would manage to survive. He knew that Mount Olympus, once the dwelling of the gods, was teeming with mutant creatures far stronger than those found in many other places. In such a location, how could William possibly hide any of his true capabilities? No problem. Once we get there, just throw me down, and you two go ahead with your fight. Don't worry about me. How could someone like William not understand Walker's intentions? Survive? Well, he was very good at surviving. After everything was settled, Walker controlled 2 throwing knives, standing on one himself and having William stand on the other. He said to William, You can keep your balance, right? William, standing on the slender throwing knife, nodded. No problem. As for Amy, a disciple of Poseidon and Zeus, she had learned to fly much faster than Alice. Holding the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, she excitedly said, Let's go. She didn't know the way to Mount Olympus, and similarly, she hadn't really left New York City in all these years. The rare opportunity to venture out was thrilling for her. How could she not be excited? Chapter 720 was that on purpose just now. William glanced at the sword of the Abyssal Guardian beneath Amy's feet, noting that Poseidon had sealed some of its power. Such a divine sword in the hands of a young child like Amy could lead to disaster if not restricted. Both the divine sword and the throwing knives allowed for swift flight. As they flew, they could see the Earth's surface below, riddled with holes. Once bustling cities had fallen, now covered with dense vegetation and crawling with various monsters, as well as humans mutated by a virus. In these places, normal humans were hardly seen. Amy looked down, clearly frightened. If she weren't so adept at flying, she might have fallen. Walker sneaked a glance at William, who stood steadily on his throwing knife. While others relied on divine swords for flight, Walker could fly because his throwing knives were soul-linked artifacts. Yet, William's stability on such a small knife seemed almost miraculous to him. A novice soulmancer, by all accounts, should have little experience with aerial maneuvers, especially standing on such a tiny knife. Of course, it was possible that William had some flying experience with Alice, but clearly, William was not as simple as he appeared. Pretending to be weak to hide his strength, huh? Let's see how long you can keep that up. Walker, eyeing Amy a distance away, suddenly withdrew the throwing knife under William's feet. William traced a beautiful parabola through the air, yet he made no other movement. He was now thousands of feet in the air, and if he were truly just a novice soulmancer, a fall from this height would be fatal. William made no extra movements, not even a cry for help, which slightly annoyed Walker. Damn it. He couldn't tell if William was deliberately concealing his strength or if he was just an expressionless stoic. In such a situation, even if you don't cry for help, at least make some noise to cope. William fell expressionlessly, having already discerned Walker's probing intentions. Hey, I could have just told him directly, but since he wants to test me, let him test. Just as William was halfway down, Walker suddenly dove down, grabbed William's arm, and shouted, "Be careful." Amy, who was ahead, turned around and hovered in midair, anxiously yelling, "Walker, don't drop him." Walker grabbed William and controlled 2 flying knives, having William step on one with each foot before they set off again. "It's okay," William said. This calm demeanor made Walker feel as if his plot had been seen through. "You didn't know I would save you, did you?" Walker couldn't help but ask. "Was that on purpose just now?" William countered without answering directly. "How could that be?" Walker gave a sheepish smile, firmly denying his probing actions. William didn't expose him further, simply stating, "I didn't know you would save me, so I wasn't worried." Such a stable mindset. Walker smirked and said, "You're quite deep." "Not really. How could someone as straightforward as William have any ulterior motives? After all, even if he fell, he wouldn't die, so what was there to worry about?" Whether Walker saved him or not didn't seem to make much of a difference. "All right, enough chit-chat. When we get there, take care of yourself. I'll be busy fighting Amy and won't be able to look out for you." New York was about 5,000 miles from Mount Olympus, but their speed of flight was so fast that they reached the summit of Mount Olympus in just 3 hours. Mount Olympus housed the Pantheon Academy, once considered the premier soulmancer organization. At the base of the mountain was Arcane Village, which during the first resurgence of energy, the 13th Bureau, with the help of Zoe and Alice in a competition, took control of Arcane Village. Today, they had even built a large base there, responsible for rescuing refugees near Mount Olympus. Although the mountain forests were filled with mutant monsters, with the base of Pantheon Academy and Arcane Village nearby, there was little to worry about. "We won't go into the base. Let's fight outside." "Okay, maybe Mr. Johnson should stay in the base. It's safer there." Amy, who had never experienced real combat, was eager to try. "No need. This is also a form of training for him." Walker, acting as William's big brother, wouldn't allow William to slack off. Besides fighting Amy, he also wanted to train William. William was left in the forest while Amy and Walker stopped on the slopes of Mount Olympus. Amy held the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, and Walker was surrounded by 5 floating throwing knives. The battle was about to begin. William stood far off in the forest. Suddenly, a sword's clang echoed, followed by the overwhelming pressure of energy and the incessant sound of metal clashing. "Amy, what kind of sword is that?" Within just a few seconds, Walker shouted out, "It's just a regular sword." Amy looked at the 3 throwing knives she had sliced into pieces, pouting, "Your knives are too fragile. It's not my fault, and I'm not paying for them." She was still a child at heart, thinking Walker would ask her to compensate for the broken knives. "Who asked you to pay?" Walker was so angry his face turned red and his neck swelled. He suddenly realized that competing with a little kid like Amy was troublesome, and he was even worried about accidentally hurting her. The key point was that he couldn't even if he wanted to, which was frustrating. Amy had been learning swordsmanship from Poseidon for 4 years, and her skills were extraordinary. The sword in her hand could cut through anything. Walker's throwing knives, which he had nurtured with soul energy for several years, were easily sliced into 3 pieces. What's the point of fighting now? Let's stop fighting. Let's see who can kill more monsters. That was Walker's real intention. He knew Amy was powerful, but the little girl had never actually killed a mutant creature. Stephen and Seraphina had taken very good care of her. Amy was actually among the stronger human combatants, yet she had always been confined within the inner city of New York. What was the point of that? Today, bringing Amy here was about getting her accustomed to the feeling of slaying those mutant creatures. Fighting monsters. Amy held her sword, looking somewhat nervous. She had mentally prepared herself, but having never killed even a rabbit before, the sudden expectation to kill mutant monsters was understandably nerve-wracking for her. "Aren't you scared?" Walker chuckled, knowing that such a young kid needed a bit of verbal provocation. "It's you who's scared." Amy stood her ground, holding her sword awkwardly, and finally asked, "What about Mr. Johnson?" "William? Let's look for him." Should be fine after just this short while. Walker scanned with his senses and found William sitting bored on a rock. Huh? No mutant creatures have found him. As Walker scanned the area around William, he was surprised to find not a single mutant creature nearby. This guy's luck was just too good. What he didn't know was that William had merely emitted a faint trace of his own energy aura, which had scared off the mutant creatures from the area. William, who played around even with mythical beasts, was hardly a target these mutant creatures would dare to attack. The dangerous aura instinctively kept the mutant creatures far away from William. Chapter 7:21 Big Dog, you're so well-behaved. Chapter 7:21 Big Dog, you're so well-behaved. When you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. While Walker was using his psychic senses to keep an eye on William, relieved that he hadn't been attacked by any mutant creatures, William felt that the fight between Walker and Amy had ended too quickly. Even Amy, as foolish as she was, couldn't be beaten. That was just pathetic. Was that really the end? Impossible. Impossible. Just as Walker was about to walk towards William, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the woods. A 30-foot-long white tiger, like lightning, dashed through the forest, snapping numerous giant trees in its path. In addition, dozens of muscular, fierce-looking gray wolves and swarms of strange snakes gathered towards them. Holy shit. What's going on? Walker was stunned. Hadn't everything been calm just a moment ago? How did they all suddenly appear? William just sat on the rock, daydreaming, as the giant tiger pounced towards him. Walker frowned slightly, thinking that now William would have to reveal his true strength. The energy aura emitted by this tiger was no small matter, and Walker's instincts told him that even he might have difficulty killing this tiger. Now that the tiger had set its sights on William, it seemed impossible for William to keep hiding his true strength. Walker was ready to attack the tiger with the remaining 2 throwing knives, but he was just preparing for action. Wasn't William supposed to be very fast? Now was his time to show it. Roar! The mutated fierce tiger, just a few feet from William, suddenly made a high-speed turn, avoiding William and charging towards Walker instead. Walker internally screamed, "This is just too damn absurd. Is that tiger blind?" William was right there. Does William smell so bad that even a fierce tiger doesn't want to get close? Damn, that turn was just too exaggerated. Unbelievable. Regardless of how shocked Walker was, the fierce tiger was upon him in the blink of an eye, its paw as large as a car tire swiping at him. Are you stupid? Walker, startled, quickly retreated several hundred feet, firing the remaining 2 throwing knives at the tiger's eyes. Walker's knife throwing wasn't slow, but the tiger's speed was even faster. It raised its paw and swatted the knives away effortlessly. What kind of monster is this? Walker was genuinely dumbfounded this time. A tiger of this size, even if it was fast, shouldn't be quicker than his throwing knives, especially when he attacked unexpectedly and still got both knives slapped away. Is this tiger cheating? Little did he know, this tiger was completely under William's control. Controlling animals was a trivial task for William. Wasn't Walker trying to train William? Well, William also wanted to give Walker a bit of training. If he can't even beat a kid, how is he supposed to protect the world? Walker clenched his fist, his knife attacks becoming even more fierce. At the same time, he threw a punch towards the fierce tiger. Meanwhile, not far away, William sat on a rock, watching as over 30 wolves surrounded Amy. Amy, holding the sword of the Abyssal Guardian in both hands and backed against a large tree, trembled all over and threatened with a crying voice. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll kill you. Don't eat me. I don't taste good at all. At this moment, Amy, a disciple of the sea god Poseidon, hardly looked the part as she held the top-tier artifact, the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, and was scared into sitting on the ground by a pack of monstrous wolves. All her powerful sword skills, at this moment, she had forgotten them all. These large gray wolves in front of her were too frightening. Amy, what are you doing? Walker was flung away by a swipe of the tiger's tail, and when he saw Amy surrounded by the pack of wolves, he grew even more frustrated. Is this it? A top human warrior ranked 11th? Crying there, scared by a pack of mutated wolves, was just too ridiculous. Amy, draw your sword. Walker was going insane. He thought by bringing Amy along, this kid would become a powerful force to protect the Earth, but she didn't even dare to draw her sword. Walker knew that Amy was dearly cared for by Stephen and others. If something happened to Amy here, he definitely couldn't explain it when he got back. And he really didn't want this kid to get hurt. But if things continued this way, Amy really might die here. Walker's ability to control throwing knives was not weak, but the tiger in front of him was just too powerful. Its huge size and terrifying strength were one thing, but every attack, dodge, and block it made was near perfect. Logically, attacking such a huge creature with throwing knives should be straightforward, but despite all his efforts, he couldn't even scratch the tiger. To break away and help Amy, he would have to use the throwing knife he brought from the Doors of Terror. Walker was incredibly conflicted. If he summoned that throwing knife, he could easily kill the tiger in front of him, but they weren't far from the base in Pantheon Academy. Given the powerful destructive force of that knife previously in the Doors of Terror, using it here could easily harm innocents. It might even destroy half a mountain. Amy, draw your sword, Walker yelled, glancing at Amy out of the corner of his eye, only to see the pack of mutated wolves sitting next to Amy, wagging their tails. The lead giant wolf even stretched out its tongue and licked Amy's little hand. Walker was completely dumbfounded. What secret did this kid Amy have that made these mutated giant wolves act like the most loyal and docile farm dogs fawning over their young master? Amy was also bewildered by the sudden change in front of her. She had never killed small animals, let alone such giant wolves, but the gentle look in the eyes of the wolf in front of her, and its licking her hand, made Amy stop crying. Amy tentatively reached out her hand and touched the head of the lead giant wolf. "Big dog, you won't bite me, right?" Amy held the sword of the Abyssal Guardian in one hand and touched the giant wolf's head with the other, still a bit scared. The giant wolf carefully nudged Amy's palm with its head, sitting in front of her, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue, looking very excited. A light shone in Amy's eyes as she touched the giant wolf's nose and smiled. "Big dog, you're so well-behaved." The giant wolf seemed to understand Amy's words, gently nudging her body with its head, then lying down in front of her. Another strange wolf nearby gently nudged Amy with its head. Amy looked at the giant wolf in front of her and then at the other giant wolves around her and asked, "Are you suggesting I should ride on you?" All the wolves wagged their tails, sticking out their tongues and panting, seemingly inviting Amy. Amy slowly climbed onto the back of the giant wolf, and the wolves collectively howled, and then joyfully sprinted through the jungle. "Oh, big dog, slow down." Amy held onto the giant wolf's neck. The sword of the Abyssal Guardian fell to the ground, and another giant wolf picked it up and followed behind, clearly delighted. At this moment, Walker was on the verge of tears. He had just been thinking about how to save Amy, but it turned out Amy was perfectly fine and even started playing. Chapter 722 Oomph. I really am clever. Walker had long heard that Amy's master was a big deal. Even Moros warned all his disciples to show extra respect when they met Amy. Now it seems that Amy might possess some powerful artifact that could subdue mutated creatures. Walker had no choice but to accept the reality that Amy didn't need to fight when facing the terrifying mutated creatures, while he had to match wits and strength against a fierce tiger. Moreover, as he fought the tiger, hundreds of bizarre snakes had gathered around him. Some snakes were as thick as wine barrels, some had 3 heads, and others were brightly colored, as if warning Walker of their deadly venom. His spiritual sense swept over William, who was just sitting on a boulder playing games on his phone. All sorts of strange mutated creatures kept gathering around Walker in the woods, and although they passed by William, they completely ignored him, taking detours instead of showing any intention to attack him. Damn it! Walker was nearly frustrated to death. He had intended to toughen up William and Amy, but now he was the one getting hammered. Yes, hammered just like forging a blade. The tigers seemed to be using a game cheat, effortlessly deflecting Walker's cunningly thrown knives, no matter how tricky or swift. The exquisite secret technique, celestial blade art, seemed like a mere trick in front of this bizarre tiger. Walker's body had been tempered through witchcraft, making him extremely strong among soulmancers, but even when his punches sent the tiger flying, it would charge back at him as if it felt no pain or fatigue. Damn it, don't push it too far. Walker's strength was not weak by any means, but he hadn't yet gone all out. Even without using the knife William had given him, he could almost match a demigod-level powerhouse. The tiger in front of him clearly wasn't that strong yet. Demigod-level powerhouses could move mountains and seas, but Walker had just gained his power through the doors of terror and hadn't fully adapted to his new strength. If he used his full power, he would inevitably harm the innocent. William was browsing various pieces of information on his phone, including data on the strongest mutated creatures discovered by humans, some of which had surpassed the demigod level. The tiger he was controlling was actually weaker than Walker. If it weren't for William's skillful micromanaging, Walker's first knife throw would have seriously injured this mutated tiger. Let Walker slowly adapt. Amy's current strength wasn't weak, but since she was afraid of killing, William had no reason to force her. Shouldn't children be carefree? Besides, Earth wasn't the private property of humans alone. Even if other creatures mutated, shouldn't they also have a place in this world? After all, this Earth was created by cosmic entity Dolly of the 13th universe. It makes sense for some powerful creatures to exist. Mr. Johnson, are you all right? Amy suddenly realized she could communicate simply with these large dogs, asking them to bring her to William and continuously instructing them not to bite Mr. Johnson. The large dogs seemed to cooperate well, circling around William without any intention to attack. Mr. Johnson, don't be scared. These big dogs are very well behaved. They won't bite you. Amy had been accepted by the giant wolves, and as she patted the head of the wolf king she was sitting on, she said, "Look, how well-behaved Big Black Dog is." If it were a regular soulmancer or superhuman, surviving an encounter with the mutated wolf packs of Mount Olympus would be quite difficult. These giant wolves usually moved in packs, were agile and quick, and had become much smarter after mutating. Just as humans could awaken special abilities, so could these creatures, and theirs were even stronger. Importantly, the wolf packs were notoriously ferocious. Before Arcane Village established a base, several teams sent into the surrounding forest were severely damaged by these packs. A wolf pack led by a wolf king was even more formidable. William glanced at the wolf king and said, "Indeed, quite well behaved." Under William's control, these creatures were more like giant huskies. The kind of huskies that wouldn't even dare to bite furniture. A disgrace to huskies. William, unconcerned about Walker's fate, stepped forward and leapt onto the back of a giant wolf. "Let's go. Let's check out the Arcane Village base," William shouted, and the giant wolves carried him and Amy towards the base at the foot of Mount Olympus. Walker heard William's voice, got distracted for a moment, and was speechless again. "Are you here for a leisurely stroll, or what?" And Amy, that kid, didn't she notice the battle going on here? Amy just walked off with William, showing no intention of helping. Finally, he heard Amy's voice. "Mr. Johnson, aren't we going to save Walker?" William replied indifferently. "A few big dogs made you cry. What if you saw that big tiger? Wouldn't you pee your pants?" Amy, like a little fox that had its tail stepped on, shouted, "I would not pee my pants." Sure, William said. "As long as you don't pee your pants, that's good. And don't bother Walker too much. He's somewhat capable." After some thought, Amy said to William, "Then let's go to the base now for reinforcements. Big Black Dog, let's go." Walker, entangled by the giant tiger, couldn't spare any attention elsewhere, but hearing Amy's words gave him some relief. Especially since William actually said he was somewhat capable. Was that a compliment? It seemed like William was gradually acknowledging him as a big brother in his heart, just too stubborn to express it openly. William, riding on a giant wolf, led Amy towards the Arcane Village base, while the mutated tiger he controlled became increasingly powerful and bizarre. With seemingly simple movements, it easily dodged Walker's attacks. Suddenly, a tiger's roar tightened Walker's nerves, slowing down his control of the flying knives, followed by a slap that sent him flying. Walker wasn't seriously injured, which puzzled him. Logically, the tiger's teeth and claws should be its most formidable weapons. Yet, this mutated tiger attacked him mostly with its paws, never once trying to bite. Could it be? Walker suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be that this tiger has bad teeth? Or perhaps there's something wrong with its claws? I really am clever. With this in mind, Walker began to look for opportunities to attack the giant tiger's teeth and claws. He threw his knives many times, but found them utterly ineffective. "Damn it! Are you playing with me?" Walker cursed loudly. The tiger's teeth and claws were clearly fine, but it used them only for blocking, never for attacking. Was it trying to slowly torment him to death? Who the hell could tolerate this? Furious, Walker conjured out of thin air the flying knife that William had given him. The number of monsters in the forest kept increasing, encircling him in over 20 layers, with many strange large birds in the sky above, as if they were all watching a spectacle. Chapter 7:23 Old Acquaintance. The number of monsters on Mount Olympus was increasing, and Walker was completely surrounded. He knew that the flying knife in his hand would be his last resort. A single strike from it could destroy half of Mount Olympus, even if it didn't harm the innocent. Moreover, Walker wanted to gain rich combat experience. If he could solve all the monsters with just one throw of the knife, it wouldn't provide much real experience for him. William knew Walker's temperament. Back during the Doors of Terror incident, Walker had already said he wouldn't use the powerful flying knife. William was curious to see if Walker could stay true to himself. Walker, having studied witchcraft under Moros and his body toughened by herbal concoctions, was extremely formidable. As long as he controlled the mutated creatures to attack in turns, Walker wouldn't die. Mr. Johnson, will Walker really be okay? We need to hurry. Amy, though timid and often bickering with Walker, was still worried about him. She wanted to get to the base quickly for reinforcements. Amy, come down. Riding these wolves, the people at the base will be scared just by seeing us, and they won't even open the gate. William knew very well that if they charged towards the base riding this pack of wolves, the people inside might launch an attack directly. These big dogs are so cute. Why would they be scared? Amy said this, but still had the giant wolf stop. Oh, really? Cute enough to almost make you pee your pants, William said as he also dismounted from the wolf. I didn't pee my pants, Amy retorted with a flushed face, climbing down from the wolf's back, and then took the sword of the Abyssal Guardian from another giant wolf's mouth. Yeah, you didn't pee your pants, William replied nonchalantly, walking slowly towards the Arcane Village base. The Arcane Village base was the first post-apocalyptic base for humanity. At that time, it was also the headquarters of the 13th Bureau. Since the resurgence of energy, superhuman elites from various countries had gathered there. Additionally, with the support of the Pantheon Academy, it was on par with Washington's post-apocalyptic base as a Level 5 facility, capable of handling attacks even from demigod-level mutated creatures. The metal walls of Arcane Village, towering over 500 feet high, wrapped the village tightly. Atop the walls, thousands of high-tech ray guns were aimed at William and Amy. But soon, the gates opened directly, and a middle-aged man in metal armor walked out. William recognized an old acquaintance, Wes Wenzel. The former deputy director of the 13th Bureau had originally resigned to return to his own guild after the resurgence of energy. However, when the world faced a major crisis, he chose to come back. By this time, the 13th Bureau had been renamed, adopting a rather melodramatic new name. William, Amy, what brings you here? Wes, now also a senior soulmancer, wasn't particularly strong, but he was certainly no weakling. Just sightseeing, William quipped, raising an eyebrow. Since they had encountered an acquaintance, there was no need for any further identification. Sightseeing. Wes gave Amy a deep look and said, Is this some kind of training for Amy? But why did you come riding wolves? Indeed, William and Amy had dismounted from the giant wolves midway, but the Arcane Village base had already seen everything through satellite transmission. This was why, when William and Amy arrived at the gates of the base, they were asked to show identification. In these chaotic times, the most terrifying creatures were those that could take human form. You could say it's a form of training. Walker is still behind us, William mused. But you don't need to worry about him. He said he can handle it himself. Is this also a training for Walker? Wes Wenzel was one of the earliest members of the 13th Bureau and had been involved in capturing Walker, so he naturally recognized him. It's mainly a training for Walker, but let's not talk about him now. Let's go inside, William said, his face unflinching and calm. Wasn't Walker looking to hone his skills? Come on then, let's hone them together. Amy stood to the side, looking blankly at William, blinked twice, and asked in a low voice, Mr. Johnson, weren't we here to call for reinforcements for Walker? They had rushed here so quickly. Wasn't it to seek help from the base? Reinforcements? What reinforcements? William raised his hand and gently patted Amy's head, saying, "Walker is so powerful. What need do we have for reinforcements? Who are you underestimating?" Amy pondered for a moment, glanced back in the direction where Walker was, and said, "You make a lot of sense." "Then let's go inside the base and get something to eat," William said, staring at Amy. Hearing this, Amy nodded repeatedly. "I'll follow your lead." She then dragged the sword of the Abyssal Guardian and walked forward. At this time, Walker was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. He had just sheathed his flying knife after launching a full-force strike that sent a mutated tiger flying, when suddenly a monstrous bird with a wingspan of 30 feet swooped down at him. He wondered if Amy and William were truly safe. Thinking of Amy crying surrounded by wolves gave him a headache. Good grief, and she was ranked 11th among the strongest humans. And that William, he hadn't faced any attacks just now. Walker could never have guessed that William and Amy had gone straight to the base, and they were actually there to grab a bite to eat. "William, how come you're still a novice soulmancer?" Wes led them into the base, then looked William over curiously and chuckled. "You're not hiding your strength on purpose like Alice, are you?" William nodded. "Maybe hiding just a little bit." Amy added, "I still remember Mr. Johnson once split a brick with his hand." That was a long time ago, probably a shock that lasted throughout Amy's entire childhood. Splitting a brick. Wes coughed lightly and asked William, "Do you know where Zoe is now?" William shook his head. "I don't know." Previously, Zoe had been taken to the divine realm by the sea god Poseidon and had since embarked on a path of trials. Additionally, it was clear that the entity William had expelled from his body had set its sights on Zoe. William, for his part, hadn't really wanted to interfere. The entity he had expelled should harbor the same feelings towards Artemis. Since Zoe was a reincarnation of Artemis, that entity wouldn't harm her. However, now that William had created a new Artemis, the relationships had become more tangled than ever. "I haven't seen Zoe for a few years either. I heard she was taken away by some deity," Wes said, giving William a meaningful look. "I thought you might know." "I don't," William replied. "We've come a long way. Aren't you going to offer us some hospitality? I'll treat you to some pasta." Wes led William and the others into a public restaurant, where many people were staring at Amy and William. Amy, the child who had previously participated in tests, was ranked 11th in human combat strength, and many had seen her photo. As for William, he was a celebrity known for being protected by women, an existence that made countless men envious. Their entrance into the base was bound to draw attention. Chapter 724 You're Just Jealous of Me. Chapter 724 You're Just Jealous of Me. Arcane Village's base is known as the ultimate fortress. The order within the base is many times better than that of the inner city base in New York City. The base of Arcane Village has gathered 20,000 soulmancers and superhumans, turning the already modest Arcane Village into a formidable military fortress. Although Mount Olympus is plagued with ferocious beasts, within a 1-mile radius centered on Arcane Village's base, not even a rabbit can be found. Just half a month ago, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts attempted to storm this ultimate fortress, but not one survived. The foul-smelling blood dyed the foot of Mount Olympus red, and the bones of the beasts piled up into small hills. Since then, the beasts have learned that this place is dangerous. Their instincts tell them to stay away from here. William was previously a celebrity throughout the soulmancer community, but his reputation was somewhat peculiar. Rumors have it that he has a good relationship with Director Wenzel of the 13th Bureau, who is none other than Zoe. William is even married to Alice, who, according to rumors, looks to be in her 20s but is actually a several thousand-year-old woman. There are even more rumors that William has an inappropriate relationship with Garen, the president of the Emerald Lion Guild. This is no longer a simple case of playing the field. It's a chaotic mess of relationships, disregarding gender and age. Is that guy William? While William and his group were sitting in the public cafeteria eating pasta, they heard some unfriendly voices. A wimp? William almost laughed out loud when he heard this nickname. He had lived for so many years and had many titles. Dr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, King Arthur, Master. Of course, over the years, some had called him Pretty Boy, but this was the first time he had heard someone call him a coward. From the reactions of those around him, it was clear that William was somewhat famous here. William looked up at the man approaching, a superhuman fully armed. Amy, curious, glanced in the direction William was looking and then turned back to size him up, saying, "Mr. Johnson, do those people know you too?" William smiled and replied, "Quite a few people know me." "Uh-huh, so you're pretty famous then." Amy cheerfully twirled some pasta on her fork and asked, "Are they talking about you?" William cheekily responded, "Who knows? Maybe they're talking about Wes." Wes, overhearing William and Amy's conversation, just smiled and gave a cautionary glance to the three men walking towards them. "Colonel Wes, we just wanted to get acquainted with the legendary William. No harm in that, right?" The man who had called William a coward earlier sat down right next to him with his tray. The other two took seats across from them. At the same time, two middle-aged men in military attire approached, one of them pointing at the man next to William and warning, "Hugo, don't start trouble." "Huh? Military police, what are you talking about? What trouble am I causing?" Hugo glanced at the soldier and said, "This pretty boy coward William is a guest invited by Colonel Wes. What could I possibly do to him? Kill him. Please show some respect and don't provoke intentionally." The military police officer glared at Hugo and said, "This is your second warning." Hugo ignored the soldier and instead turned to Wes with a sneer. "Colonel Wes, your man has warned me twice now. If he warns me a third time, is he going to hit me?" Wes frowned and said, "Hugo, William is my guest, and you want to start something in front of Amy?" Amy, ranked 11th among human powerhouses, with a mysterious background. "Amy, little friend, let's get acquainted. I'm Hugo. You can call me Brother Hugo. How about you hang out with me? I'll take you out for barbecue." Hugo gave Amy a friendly smile. He wasn't a fool, provoking. William, just a pretty boy, was one thing, but Amy was a different story. If he could befriend her, he might gain the favor of the powerful figures behind her. Hugo was a superhuman, and although his awakened abilities were strong, they paled in comparison to those soulmancers who could fly through the skies and move mountains. The base's research institute had equipment that narrowed the gap between superhumans and soulmancers, but every superhuman knew their limits were easily reached, unlike soulmancers. Although Amy didn't realize those people were mocking William just now, she was definitely on William's side. Most importantly, "You're inviting me for barbecue? Your barbecue can't be as delicious as Mr. Johnson's." Amy had been freeloading meals at William's house since she was 5, and his cooking skills were undoubtedly top-notch. He even taught Amy's mother, Maria, how to cook, which helped Maria's family escape poverty and lead a better life. Amy's master was also found by William, and she firmly believed that Mr. Johnson's cooking was the best. "William," Hugo sneered at William, "the woman who used to protect you is gone, and now you've resorted to bribing kids with food?" William raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Isn't that a skill? Do you have a problem with that?" "Of course, I have a problem," Hugo scoffed. "If you were really a man, we'd settle this with a fight. You're always hiding behind women or children. What kind of skill is that?" Unperturbed, William calmly replied, "That is a skill, and you're just jealous of me." "Damn jealous of you?" Hugo was visibly annoyed by William's attitude. A pretty boy with no real skills, acting all high and mighty? William had no intention of getting into a verbal spat. "How about we see who can make better barbecue?" William suggested. "The winner gets to be the chef in this cafeteria." "Fine." Hugo impulsively agreed, but then realized something was off. The winner becomes the chef? Damn, what kind of competition was that? Just competing over barbecue was one thing, but why did the winner have to end up as a chef here? Then the loser becomes the chef here? For a year, William was somewhat annoyed. His initial suggestion of the winner becoming the chef was just to secure a stable job for himself. If Hugo wouldn't even give him that chance, then let him be the chef. That should satisfy him. "You want to stay here and be a chef?" Hugo, guessing William's intention, chuckled. "What are you thinking? If you lose, you leave this base immediately. You're not welcome here." Wes narrowed his eyes and said, "Hugo, William is my friend. If you really want to fight, why don't we have a match?" William waved his hand. "Wes, don't worry about it. Just bring out the meat, and I'll compete with him in making barbecue." Hearing this, Amy swallowed hard and excitedly said, "Yes, a barbecue competition." Clearly, she was urging Wes not to meddle. Further, Chapter 725 young people always have such naive ideas. For years, William had been hunting various creatures just to savor gourmet foods. Over 1 billion years, he never focused on increasing his power. Instead, he spent more time experiencing life and searching for culinary delights. His cooking skills had become quite exquisite. Initially, Hugo didn't really want to agree to a cooking competition when William suggested it. After all, these days, contests usually involve combat skills. But Amy's look clearly said that she would side with whoever had the better culinary skills. Wasn't Hugo causing this scene today just to win Amy's favor? But what he hadn't anticipated was that he had already lost from the start. And it was a thorough defeat. William, I'll compete with you in making barbecue. But you'll have to find your own meat, Hugo sneered. Surely you don't need someone else to help you with that, do you? William actually had some ingredients in his spatial storage ring. But since he was only competing with a small fry like Hugo, he might as well use local resources. To put it bluntly, Hugo just assumed that William was weaker and would struggle to hunt animals on his own. No problem. William was never afraid of any kind of challenge. For someone like Hugo, William could flick away tens of thousands with a single slap. Then let's go hunting now, Hugo said with a sinister smile. Just the two of us, do you dare? It was quite normal to be eaten by the prey during hunting. Hugo's simple verbal provocation was just a test to see if this pretty boy would fall for it. William had no objections and said, "No problem, let's go together." Hugo never expected William to agree so readily. He seemed utterly fearless. "Colonel Wes, little Amy, we'll be off then. You guys just wait for us back at the base." Hugo thought he was sure to win. Cooking skills? Who the hell really wanted to compete in cooking? As long as William went out with him, without Amy and Wes's interference, William wouldn't have a chance to come back alive. If he's dead, there's naturally no need to continue the competition. Wes, not being particularly sociable, looked deeply at William and tentatively asked, "William, are you sure you don't want me to come with you?" In Wes's view, William was only good at negotiating and could use powered armor effectively if available. But his strength was truly weak. With the abundant energy now on Earth, William's power should have been skyrocketing. He also remembered William mentioning that he had hidden strengths. However, Hugo's power had reached S-class, and with the latest armored suits from the base, except for demigod-level fighters, there shouldn't be anyone who could beat him. Even if William had hidden his strength, how much could he really be hiding? No need, I'll just go out with him. William didn't mind whatever tricks Hugo wanted to play. No matter how fancy the tricks, he had seen them all. Hugo, initially worried about Wes coming along, now laughed even more joyously upon hearing William's response. "William, don't worry, if you can't catch any game, just ask me, and I'll definitely share some with you." Huh? Thanks in advance then. What else could William say? Young people always have such naive ideas. Thus, naturally, there was no need for Amy to go out with them. William and Hugo then left the base together. Once outside, Hugo chuckled sinisterly. "William, you don't think you can live off your handsome face forever, do you?" William thought for a moment and replied, "I think just this face alone could sustain me for 10 lifetimes." The name William the Obliterator was well regarded in the divine realm and across many universes. With his face, living another 1 billion years shouldn't be a problem. "Let's go? Let me see how you hunt with your face," Hugo laughed. "You don't think those fierce beasts will just lie down and let you roast them just because they see your face, do you?" "How did you know?" William couldn't help but laugh, as that was exactly the case. In the past, whenever he walked in deep mountains and encountered powerful beasts, those creatures would obediently run up to William, letting him choose which part of their body he wanted. Hugo sneered and didn't bother with further talk. He didn't want to attack William directly now, seeing how Amy felt about William. If he killed William himself, it would likely backfire, and Amy wouldn't willingly follow him. The satellites were still in the sky, and their movements in the forest could easily be captured, which was probably why Wes felt comfortable letting William go out with him. Hugo didn't dare to openly attack William. The two of them were moving further away from the base, and soon, they entered the deep forests of Mount Olympus. Hugo looked up at the sky. In this dense forest, many areas were out of satellite coverage. William caught his eye and chuckled. "You're not planning to launch an attack on me, are you?" "Yeah, what are you talking about? Why would I attack you?" Hugo scoffed dismissively, noting that there's a difference between being killed by a person and being killed by a wild beast. If William were to die at the claws of a beast, that would be ideal. Then, all Hugo would need to do is bring back William's body, and even Wes couldn't fault him for that. William raised an eyebrow and said, "If you're not going to make a move, then forget it." Right after he spoke, the ground began to tremble. Thousands of wild beasts charged towards them. Damn, a beast tide. Hugo sensed the commotion and felt a surge of dread. In recent years, the beasts of Mount Olympus have been relatively docile, at least not rampaging to the extent of attacking the base again, and there have been few instances of beast tides. Hugo had previously gloated over seeing Walker surrounded by a group of wild beasts on the satellite surveillance. The footage transmitted to the base showed that, apart from the area where Walker was, the other beasts were relatively calm. What was happening now? This commotion. Hugo's face turned pale, even fully armed. If he encountered a really big creature, he doubted he could make it out alive. Are you scared? William looked at Hugo with a teasing smile. Scared of what? Hugo sneered. William, you probably haven't seen a beast tide before, have you? The gear I'm wearing should ensure my survival in a beast tide. You, on the other hand, good luck. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of fierce mutated birds began circling overhead, darkening the sky, and the surrounding area was crowded with wild beasts whose eyes glowed red as they stared at them. William looked around and laughed. Let me show you what it means to live off a handsome face. Indeed, these wild beasts had all been summoned by William. With his power, it only took a thought to gather all the beasts of Mount Olympus. They would assemble and stand there, waiting for him to choose. Chapter 726 You really can't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 726 You really can't judge a book by its cover. Hugo didn't quite understand what William meant by living off his looks. The number of wild beasts gathering around them was increasing, including a giant ape that stood 60 feet tall. Strangely, these creatures were eerily quiet, making no sounds other than the vibrations caused by their movements. Normally, such a diverse group of wild beasts together would be roaring and growling. The current silence was downright eerie. Hugo looked around, took a deep breath, and felt a sense of foreboding. This bizarre silence was even more terrifying than if the beasts had been loudly attacking. Are you an idiot? Hugo cursed at William. His battle armor ejected 2 streams of air, and he flew up into the sky, trying to break through the encirclement. In this situation, Hugo wasn't in the mood to accompany William to fulfill the bet any longer. It was crucial to break free and save his life. Hugo also noticed the situation around him. The birds in the sky didn't seem very formidable. Wearing his battle armor, he could force his way through an area with fewer birds. William glanced casually at Hugo. Suddenly, the giant ape leaped up, blocking the direction Hugo was trying to break through. Boom! The giant ape's paw came crashing down from the sky, slamming Hugo back to the ground. In an instant, dozens of fierce birds were smashed to the ground along with Hugo, none daring to even whimper. Damn! Hugo's battle armor shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never expected the giant ape to strike him. Trying to run? William laughed. Aren't we out here to hunt? Damn it! Are you crazy? Hunting at a time like this? Did you not wake up properly? Hugo struggled to his feet, glaring furiously at William. William just stood there, casually stroking the head of a mutated wild boar, smacking his lips and saying, "Your skin is too thick, your meat too tough, move aside." After speaking, the wild boar slowly backed away a few steps, remaining quiet and making no sound. Huh. Hugo's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What on earth was this idiot William doing? What did his earlier comment mean? Why did it feel like that guy was picking out meat and vegetables at a supermarket? Damn it. Could it be that being handsome meant you wouldn't be attacked by wild beasts, and facing them was like picking ingredients in a supermarket? Was this not absurd? As the boar retreated, a fierce-looking spider, over 6 feet tall, approached William. This ugly thing doesn't look tasty at all. Move further away, William said with a look of disdain. Who eats spiders anyway? William liked various delicacies, but even he wasn't into such exotic tastes. Hugo felt something was seriously off. This pretty boy William seemed not so simple after all. See what I mean by living off looks? William said to Hugo, whether you can get out of here alive today depends on your own skills. Who are you really? Hugo gritted his teeth. You're definitely not some novice soulmancer. Novice Soulmancer? I could be, William said, where any level of power was possible. William, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. There's no deep hatred between us. It's all a misunderstanding. Why not let it go? Hugo quickly came to terms with reality. In these apocalyptic times, having awakened abilities was indeed decent, but just being alive was already quite an achievement. Bowing your head and begging for mercy wasn't something shameful. Let it go? Hunt for yourself. William pointed at a 30-foot-tall pangolin with sharp fangs and claws and beckoned with his finger. This creature used to be a protected species. Now mutated, the pangolin stood over 10 feet tall, its body covered in scales impervious to blades and bullets, and its claws were incredibly sharp. Even the sturdy walls of Arcane Village's base would be easily breached by such a creature. It could effortlessly burrow from the ground right into the city. Mind if I take the tail? William asked as he pulled a purple-blue fruit from his pocket. The fruit emitted a faint glow and a subtle fragrance. The scent slowly spread, and the wild beasts around William began to murmur softly. They could sense the terrifying power contained within the fruit William held. Eating this fruit would surely boost their strength significantly. To trade for this fruit, they only needed to give up a tail. Who wouldn't want to make that exchange? William slightly raised his eyebrows, and all the beasts shut their mouths. He had made his choice. The noises from these beasts were annoying. The pangolin excitedly laid down in front of William, lifting its tail as if to say he could take it whenever he wanted. William smiled, his fingers tracing through the air, and the pangolin's tail cleanly severed. The wound healed instantly. Not even a drop of blood hit the ground. Hugo's mouth hung open. To casually sever the tail of a giant mutated pangolin with a mere gesture? The scales of the pangolin were incredibly tough, resistant even ground. Hugo's mouth hung open. To casually sever the tail of a to heavy weaponry. For an S-class superhuman like Hugo, without high-tech equipment from a research institute, dealing with such a creature would be challenging. With a casual wave of his hand, William had severed the tail of the giant mutated pangolin through the air. What kind of power did that require? The most terrifying part, Hugo realized, was that William seemed to be treating this place like his own vegetable garden. The chosen mutated pangolin even appeared delighted. The more Hugo thought about it, the more terrified he became. Is this the pretty boy everyone's been talking about? Damn it, you really can't judge a book by its cover. They say when God opens a window, he closes a door, and sometimes he welds it shut. Why on earth is William so handsome and yet so powerful? It's truly baffling. After tossing the blue fruit into the pangolin's mouth, William grabbed its tail and walked away. Seeing William leaving, the wild beasts parted to make way. Each of them lay on the ground, respectful and not daring to look directly at William. William, don't leave me behind. I'm willing to be your servant, Hugo shouted. His armor had already been smashed by the giant ape, and facing so many fierce beasts, he had no chance of getting out alive. William didn't respond. He just dragged the pangolin's tail and walked out of the circle of beasts. After he left, all the beasts surrounded Hugo again. What happened next, William didn't bother to care about. Hugo had provoked the situation first, and now he wanted to just let it go? Where in the world do things work that easily? William, dragging the pangolin's tail, leisurely headed towards the Arcane Village base. Hugo was surely doomed. An S-class superhuman without his armor, not even matching a high-level soulmancer, was undoubtedly going to die facing these beasts. Back at the Arcane Village base, people were nearly going mad. Another beast tied? Walker hadn't made it out alive, and now Hugo and William had gotten involved. Wes stared at the surveillance screen and said to Amy, "Amy, come with me. We need to rescue them." Chapter 727 Awo. Although Amy was still childlike in temperament, having been trained by two high-ranking god kings, her intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary people. She could certainly guess that William was very strong, both from the way her masters treated him and from William's own actions along the way. In any case, Mr. Johnson was powerful, but to what extent, she didn't know. Children shouldn't speak recklessly, so since Wes asked her to go out and rescue people, she followed him. Wes wasn't the absolute authority in Arcane Village. He didn't have the power to order the entire city's army to charge out of the city and into the beast tide, especially not just to save two people. If trying to rescue William and Hugo resulted in even more casualties, it would be a loss too great. Amy was ranked 11th among the strongest humans. With the two of them in action, things might be better, and they would be more agile. Mr. Wenzel, those big dogs outside aren't fierce at all. They're actually quite well behaved, Amy said, not feeling any danger. On the way to the base, she and William had also encountered many strangely shaped fierce beasts, but those beasts were very polite to them, never as terrifying as the adults described. Wes felt a mix of emotions. Those big dogs are well behaved? My God. Those mutated evil wolves, especially in packs. Even S-class powerhouses would avoid them at all costs. And Amy calls that well behaved? Wes didn't dare delay any longer, grabbing a black spear and leading Amy out of the city. Colonel Wes, our 3rd Battalion requests to join the fight. At the city gate, a group of Solmancers formed into an army and charged out with them. They had all been following Wes, and as men of valor, how could they just stand by and watch Wes go off to rescue someone with a little girl? Even though the little girl was strong, it still made them uneasy. What battle are you requesting? We're going to rescue people. Wes glared at the leading officer and scolded. Take your men and roll back. Do you all want to run out and get yourselves killed? Do you really want to charge directly at that group of monsters? Wes stood at the city gate, already able to see some huge, ferocious beasts. With so few people, if they were to confront these beasts head-on, they would likely be wiped out in an instant. The leading officer clearly understood Wes Wenzel's point. Trying to charge into the beast tide with so few people, especially when those distant beasts clearly possessed extraordinary strength, would mean a larger target and unknown numbers of casualties. Properly guarding the base is how we save more people. Don't make needless sacrifices. The great task of saving the world still depends on you. Wes finished speaking, waved his hand, and said, Go back. He and Amy had come out to rescue William and Hugo with a mindset prepared for a desperate fight. He should have never allowed Hugo and the others to come out in the first place. At this point, Wes's regret was clearly pointless. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion could only turn around and head back collectively. Amy didn't feel the melancholy of these people. Indeed, she didn't feel it. She even thought that Mr. Johnson wouldn't be in any trouble at all. Perhaps Mr. Johnson was somewhere grilling and eating meat right now. Wes, with Amy in tow, cautiously entered the forest, whispering, Amy, be careful. Oh, I know. Amy dragged the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, looking around as she followed behind. What got into these beasts today? They've all come out, Wes whispered, hiding behind a large tree with his spear. Amy, stay close to me. Don't get lost. Don't get spotted. Amy was indeed following behind, but she spotted the lead wolf that had carried her to the base earlier and shouted, Big black dog, come here. Wes was startled by Amy's shout, and as he turned around abruptly, a group of mutated evil wolves had already charged towards them. These mutated wolves were incredibly fast, their claws tough enough to tear through ordinary armor, and their strength was incomparable to that of regular wolves. Wes, spear in hand, was ready to fight. But then he heard Amy shout, Mr. Wenzel, don't scare them. They're really well behaved. They don't bite. Amy had previously been so frightened by them that she could barely hold her sword steady, and now she was telling Wes not to be afraid. Wes turned pale. Well behaved. These were mutated evil wolves, and the lead wolf was huge, clearly not an easy opponent. These ferocious creatures could eat a person without leaving any bones, and yet Amy was calling them well behaved. We'll ride them to find Mr. Johnson, Amy said, grabbing the sword of the Abyssal Guardian and leaping onto the back of the lead wolf. Big Dog's nose is sharp. He'll definitely be able to find him. Big dog. Wes felt incredibly conflicted. You call this thing a big dog? Is your dog this huge? It's several times larger than a cougar. Wes, spear still in hand, kept his guard up around the wolves until a giant wolf with green fur slowly approached him, panting and wagging its tail in a friendly manner. Only then did Wes relax. He didn't feel any hostility from these wolves. He even started to think these big creatures were some kind of mutated dogs. Wes tentatively reached out and touched the giant wolf in front of him, and to his surprise, the wolf nuzzled his chest with its head and let out a low whine. Can I stand on your back? Wes asked tentatively. He believed that these mutated wolves could understand human speech. The giant wolf let out a low whine and gently nudged Wes. Taking a deep breath, Wes finally stood on the wolf's back. "Let's go," Amy shouted, and the lead wolf started sprinting through the forest. A dozen wolves followed behind, with Wes right behind Amy. Both being soulmancers, they could stand on the wolves' backs without easily falling off. "Amy, are you sure this is okay?" Wes suddenly panicked. Even if these wolves meant no harm, what about other ferocious beasts? Was it really safe to charge and so conspicuously? Amy shouted back confidently, "Big Black Dog will lead us to Mr. Johnson, right, Big Black Dog?" The lead wolf seemed to understand Amy and responded with a howl. Amy mimicked the sound, a woo. A woo. Wes couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. How could this possibly be reliable? The pack of wolves didn't run long in the forest before they encountered William, who was carrying a pangolin tail. William, holding a 20-foot-long pangolin tail, strolled leisurely through the woods like an old man who had just bought a pig's foot from the supermarket and was carrying it home. If there had been a young woman in a sexy miniskirt by the roadside, the old man would have probably enjoyed the sight even more. Chapter 728. Are you talking to me? Wes was somewhat surprised to see William unharmed. The forests around Mount Olympus were notoriously dangerous, and here was William, casually wandering around with a huge pangolin tail, which was quite eerie. "William, where's Hugo?" Wes now started to believe that William had hidden strengths. The massive tail in William's hands must have been chopped off from some large creature. "He's not my son. How would I know?" William chuckled, waving the tail in his hand, and asked Amy, "Amy, should we grill this back at the base or do it right here?" Amy jumped off the wolf's back, excitedly saying, "Let's grill it here. When is Walker coming back?" As she looked in Walker's direction and sensed his presence was still around, she felt reassured. William set down the pangolin tail and said, "Don't worry, he's fine." Walker's current strength was decent. The witchcraft taught by Moros was enough for him to protect himself, and with the throwing knife William had given him, surviving was actually quite simple. The important thing was to see how Walker planned to escape the encirclement of fierce beasts. "Then let's start grilling." Amy, ever carefree, knowing Walker was safe, immediately thought about eating grilled meat. "William, I know Hugo offended you, but there's probably no deep hatred between you two, right? Maybe save him." Wes's mind quickly flashed through everything he knew about William. Zoe had said long ago that William was no ordinary person, but definitely a soulmancer. Also, Stephen's unusually respectful attitude towards William was notable. Alice was initially not a soulmancer, but in just 2 months, she became incredibly strong. Then there was the great mage who insisted on working at Cozy Bookhaven. Amy was just the kid next door to William not so long ago, and in such a short time, she had become a top-tier powerhouse. And Serafina, these people all seemed to have an inseparable connection with William, and William's current demeanor all pointed to his extraordinariness. It's too late to save him now. After William left, Hugo didn't last 2 seconds before those beasts tore him apart. Going there now, they wouldn't even find his bones. Even without sophisticated equipment for protection, facing so many fierce beasts, a superhuman is really just plain food. "William, who exactly are you?" Wes couldn't help but ask eventually. "That's a good question." William's identity was indeed complex. "Just think of me as that novice soulmancer William." "Novice soulmancer?" Wes chuckled bitterly. "If you're just a novice, then—" He didn't know how to finish his sentence, pondered for a moment, and his expression grew more complex, asking, "Then you must be stronger than Amy, right?" "Of course." William smiled, "Somewhat stronger than her." "Then why don't you help Walker?" Wes stared intently at William, asking, "Walker should be considered your friend, right? He's in danger now, and you still have the mood to grill here?" Being stronger than Amy, he must at least be at the demigod level, and William definitely isn't as foolish as Amy. If he intervened, he might be able to rescue Walker directly. If William wanted, he could probably save more people. "You're talking about that?" William laughed. "Walker can barely be considered my friend, but this is a trial for him. If I intervened, it would seem meaningless. He will make it out alive, so you don't need to worry." "What about Hugo? Even if he offended you, that's not a death-worthy crime." Wes found he really couldn't understand William. Was he good or evil? William raised an eyebrow. "That's an interesting way to put it. Hugo didn't die by my hand. It's not my fault he died, even if his crime wasn't worthy of death. But why didn't you save him? He was still a human life. Wes knew that saying this might seem like moral coercion. Whether to save someone should be up to William, and why should anyone demand that he save someone who had malice towards him? William gave Wes a deep look, not answering, and using the large wolves that had brought many dry branches through the woods, William started a fire and began cleaning the pangolin tail with a small knife. The giant wolves lay nearby, and no other fierce beasts came to disturb them. In the distance, Walker was fighting fiercely with the beasts, causing the whole of Mount Olympus to tremble occasionally. On the same mountain, yet their situations were worlds apart. Amy also heard it loud and clear. William was more formidable than her. Since Mr. Johnson said so, it must be true. As they were grilling meat, suddenly the sky roared with thunder and lightning, and a fierce wind blew. A strange person with purple hair, wielding a golden sword, shouted loudly. Wes looked up at the strange person, feeling a terrifying aura emanating from him. This aura was definitely more terrifying than any beast on Mount Olympus. The intense oppression made it hard for him to breathe. Although he didn't understand the language, he clearly knew the meaning behind the words. You lowly insects, kneel down and welcome your monarch. William heard this and couldn't help but frown slightly. What kind of weird, melodramatic teenager? Who wrote these idiotic lines for him? This guy must be a chief god from some parallel dimension. Due to Dolly's clever manipulations, the energy on Earth had become overly abundant, attracting deities from 3,000 parallel dimensions. There had been deities descending on Earth before, but they were clearly dealt with by Poseidon and Zeus. Scores of deities stained the Earth with blood, their bodies being devoured by some ferocious beasts, which in turn led to the inhabitants of the Earth becoming even more powerful. Dolly must have intentionally allowed these chief gods from parallel dimensions to run wild on Earth. With so many deities on Earth, especially after William's return, these gods running amok on Earth was clearly just feeding them. Dolly wanted to merge the 3,000 parallel dimensions, especially this melodramatic deity descending right above Mount Olympus. Dolly's intentions couldn't be clearer. William snorted in amusement. It seemed like Dolly was constantly challenging his limits. Hey, you there. What are you laughing at? Kneel before your god. The purple-haired stranger pointed his sword at William, his smile filled with mockery. He had just scanned the entirety of Mount Olympus, and almost all creatures were looking up at him, each with different expressions. Some were fearful, some shocked, some puzzled. But there was one person laughing, standing out awkwardly from the rest of the ants. He was a chief god from a parallel world. These ants should be bowing down, looking up to him, fearing him. Holding a small knife in his hand, William slightly lifted his head to look at the melodramatic youth and asked in a low voice, Are you talking to me? Chapter 729 Who decreed that humans must rule this world? The purple-haired stranger in his dimension was known as Zephyrion the Violet, whose power was close to the peak of the supreme deity level, just one step away from reaching the high-ranking god-kings. Such a powerful being indeed had the right to be haughty. Zephyrion the Violet had just scanned the entire Earth with his divine sense, only detecting some supreme deity-level powerhouses, likely other chief gods from parallel dimensions. They seemed to coexist without infringing on each other's territories. As for the other earthly ants, who would care about their life or death? A spark of electricity flashed in Zephyrion the Violet's eyes as he pointed his finger towards William from a distance. No celestial phenomena occurred. Zephyrion the Violet's lips curled into a cruel smile. The energy on this mountain must be the richest on the entire Earth, and surprisingly, no other chief gods from before had claimed it. After pointing his finger, he assumed William would be dead and thus paid him no further mind. 2 seconds later, Zephyrion the Violet saw that William was still unharmed, his aura intact, which was quite unexpected. William found it somewhat amusing. A mere supreme deity trying to annihilate him with a flick of his finger? Probably had water on the brain shrinkage. It seems. You are a formidable one. I almost took you lightly. Zephyrion the Violet burst into laughter, staring at William. You must be the deity occupying this mountain. I advise you to leave on your own. I'd rather not bother fighting you. As he spoke, 12 deities of witchcraft appeared around him. These deities of witchcraft, some just reaching the peak of the supreme deity level, were among the most ancient gods, with formidable combat abilities. In a real fight, they might not lose to Zephyrion the Violet. Moreover, Prometheus was also watching Zephyrion the Violet from a distance. Strictly speaking, the deities of witchcraft were ancient gods, and Prometheus, the giver of fire to human civilization, could hardly tolerate other chief gods from parallel dimensions acting so recklessly on Earth. It was only because Poseidon, the sea god, was currently preoccupied with important matters in the divine realm that Zephyrion the Violet wasn't already a corpse. The deities of witchcraft, including Moros, were initially ready to intervene, but upon sensing William's presence and seeing him, they all bowed in unison towards him. Zephyrion the Violet was confused. Had all the deities come over? And they were bowing too. With a flick of his wrist, William executed a perfect celestial blade art, sending a transparent flying knife, compressed by the air, in a graceful arc. Zephyrion the Violet had just reached for his sword hilt when he fell from the sky, dead before he hit the ground. Killing a supreme deity was just too easy for William. Wes was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, swallowing hard. He had just received information from the base that the energy level of this purple-haired being had exceeded the SSS level, which is the level of deities. There had been several deities descending to Earth before, but they had all died explosively before even landing. The base still retained the corpse of one such deity for research. The research concluded that theoretically, such a deity could destroy the entire Earth. Yet, the cause of death was being slain by a bladed weapon. A one-hit kill. And now, the same scenario had unfolded. Could it be? Had William killed those deities who had died explosively before? Hello, Mr. Johnson. Moros descended to Earth, standing over 18 feet tall, his body adorned with ancient and mysterious witchcraft symbols, quite aesthetically pleasing. Seeing William kill Zephyrion the Violet didn't surprise him at all. Just the supreme deity level? In front of Mr. Johnson, even high-ranking god kings had to obediently listen. Deity of witchcraft. Moros. Wes slapped his own face in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? The deity of witchcraft, Moros, bowing to William? Was this the strength of the novice soulmancer that William had mentioned, just a bit stronger than Amy? Amy was ranked 11th among human powerhouses, but that ranking didn't include these deities of witchcraft. In front of Moros, Amy was still too weak. William glanced at Moros and asked, "What's up?" Moros smiled. "Mr. Johnson, may I take that corpse with me?" He had lived with William for a while and knew his temperament well enough not to be too formal. "Do you want to use it to create a god corpse puppet?" William knew that great witches had secret techniques to control corpses. A corpse of a supreme deity at its peak, and still intact, was perfect material for Moros. Despite Zephyrion the Violet, the purple-haired oddity, not being able to withstand a single hit from William, once turned into a god corpse puppet, it would be a super war god. Below the level of high-ranking god kings, it would be nearly indestructible. Exactly, Moros admitted without any deceit, nodding slightly. If William didn't agree, they, the deities of witchcraft, wouldn't dare touch the god's corpse. "Take it. What do I need that corpse for?" William didn't even care about the corpses of cosmic entities, let alone a supreme deities. That thing didn't even look tasty. William truly had no interest in it. "Thank you, Mr. Johnson." Moros beamed with joy. "If you have no other instructions, we will take our leave." William waved his hand dismissively. Moros, this guy, had even started speaking so politely. Moros's towering figure, covered in tattoos, looked somewhat awkward being so courteous. After receiving William's permission, Moros disappeared with a teleport, heading to where Zephyrion the Violet's body had fallen. "Will you?" Wes was at a loss for words on how to address William. Even Moros had to respectfully address him as Mr. Johnson, and with such deference. How powerful was William really? Did it even need to be said? It was laughable, really. Hugo dared to provoke William. Wasn't that just asking for death? "Just call me by my name like before," William said. Actually, I didn't want to intervene just now. He brought it upon himself. Wes's feelings were complicated at the moment. When he first met William, he thought he was just an ordinary person. Over the years, he even believed that William was merely riding on Zoe's coattails. And then there was their previous speculation that Alice had a powerful and mysterious master. Why hadn't they thought it could be William? Those evil gods that descended before, did you kill them? Wes couldn't contain his curiosity. He had just been blaming William for not leaving Hugo a way out, criticizing William for being so powerful yet unwilling to help save the world. What if William had killed those evil gods that had descended to Earth? They don't have much to do with me. William had indeed slain a few gods who had come to Earth, but he knew that wasn't what Wes was referring to. You're so powerful. Wes's breathing quickened as he stared at William excitedly. If you took action to save the world, you could quickly lead it to peace. You could become the guardian deity of Earth and surely leave a noble legacy, revered by thousands. William laughed. What I like least is leaving traces in human history. Being the guardian deity of Earth is something you can do if you need it, just don't count me in. If William wanted fame, that would be too easy, but it would make his life complicated. The current situation on Earth might seem chaotic, but it was just a cosmic entity reshuffling the deck, ushering in a new era, who decreed that humans must rule this world. If you want to dominate the world, then show your true capabilities. Chapter 730. My dad is the god of the flying knife. Surrounded by ferocious beasts, Walker also sensed the presence of Zephyrion the Violet, a pressure that penetrated deep into his soul, rendering him powerless to resist. If that person made a move, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. But at that moment, the beasts encircling Walker also stopped their movements. Fierce birds in the sky began to fall, everything in the heavens coming into view. The 10 great deities of witchcraft had arrived. Walker saw Zephyrion the Violet too. He initially thought the deities of witchcraft would attack this purple-haired oddity, but suddenly felt a surge of energy. The once haughty, purple-haired figure fell from the sky, apparently dead. What was important was the method used to kill this purple-haired oddity. Celestial blade art. A surge of fighting spirit erupted in Walker, and he gained some insight. The slash William had just executed also had his purpose. Directly transmitting the secrets of the celestial blade art through subconscious means to Walker could only impart the most superficial aspects. The ultimate execution of the celestial blade art by William might have been too fast for Walker to even see the shadow of the flying blade, but any insight gained would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. After Moros left, William continued to clean the scales off the pangolin's tail. Apart from the scales, the pangolin's tail was all meat to previously hunted pangolins mostly for their scales. It was ironic, really. If some authoritative expert claimed that eating dog feces had health benefits, like strengthening the body, anti-aging, and beautifying effects, probably all dogs would be pinned up just to collect their feces. Pangolin scales, which have some blood-activating and lactation-promoting effects, led to their tragic hunting. William didn't think too much about it. He had eaten too many things already. Giant panda, jaguar, Florida panther, American bison. Those were just for fun in those years. After cleaning off the scales and rinsing the blood from the meat, the tender, white flesh of the pangolin was left without any excess fat. Amy, lend me your sword, William said, extending his hand toward Amy. Amy handed over the sword of the Abyssal Guardian to William. Taking the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, William's wrist flicked, making more than 10 cuts on the tail, then skewered the meat with a single thrust of the sword. William rested his hand on the blade of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, which heated up to about 130 F. He then placed it over the campfire. This way, the inside stayed tender and juicy while the outside turned golden and crispy, creating a perfect taste sensation. Amy watched, her eyes wide with amazement. She had learned swordsmanship from the sea god Poseidon and magic from Zeus. The cuts William made on the pangolin's tail seemed simple, yet they appeared to be anything but ordinary. The greatest sword techniques often don't involve flashy moves. They are usually the most straightforward, basic actions. Surprisingly, this time Amy was more captivated by the swordsmanship than the roasted meat. Whoosh! A tree branch landed in Amy's hand, and she seemed to enter a peculiar state, mimicking William's sword movements. Once, twice, 3 times. William hadn't expected Amy to be drawn to swordsmanship. It seemed Poseidon had taught her well over the recent years. The meat was now cooked, yet Amy continued to swing the branch repeatedly. Her movements were simple, just like the ones William had just demonstrated, but different from the secret sword techniques taught by Poseidon. Amy didn't even know why she kept swinging the sword. It was probably an act of the subconscious. "Come on, let's eat," William said with a wave of his hand, and suddenly a table and 2 chairs appeared, complete with full tableware. "Shall we start eating?" Wes was still a bit dazed. Was William's change of pace too abrupt? What exactly did he mean? "Let's eat." "No need to wait for her," William said, having seen many like Amy in such states before. She had an instant epiphany. For some deities, an epiphany could mean closing their eyes for hundreds of years. Although the few sword strikes William executed were simple, if Amy could grasp the secret sword technique within them, it wasn't impossible for her to break through her current level of strength. In terms of insight, Amy was definitely far superior to Alice. Wes watched Amy, who seemed to have lost her senses as she repeatedly swung the branch. He too had seen William wield the sword, but he had no such enlightenment. In terms of insight, he was far behind Amy. "Let's eat," William said as he cut a plate of meat, sprinkled some seasoning on it, and pushed it towards Wes. The rich aroma of the meat made Wes swallow hard, and he finally picked up his knife and fork and began to eat heartily. William, unconcerned about Amy, used the sword of the Abyssal Guardian to roast the meat, ensuring it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the innermost layer of meat having a unique flavor. The seasoning sprinkled on the meat was also a unique blend William had found in the divine realm. With just one bite, Wes felt as if his soul was about to ascend to heaven. He was a culinary god. Wes was filled with various emotions. He had never imagined that such delicious roasted meat existed in the world. "Eat as much as you like." William ate a large piece and then stopped, looking in Walker's direction. As Wes ate, he asked, "Is Walker really okay?" Sounds of battle could still be heard from Walker's direction, indicating he probably wasn't dead yet. But with Walker still fighting ferocious beasts and himself sitting here eating meat, Wes couldn't help but feel uneasy. "He should be running out of strength soon," William said, looking towards Walker. "What should we do? Can you save him?" Wes had already witnessed William's strength. To William, deities were nothing more than beings he could defeat in a single move. If William wanted to save Walker, it shouldn't be difficult. William didn't respond because at that moment, Walker, having gained a deeper understanding of the celestial blade art, threw a flying knife that killed the mutated giant tiger. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, looking up at the sky, clutching the flying knife William had given him, unwilling to use it. The power of this flying knife was terrifying. Walker still couldn't control its force. He dared not imagine the consequences of using this knife. It might kill everyone at the Arcane Village base, or it could destroy Mount Olympus itself. "Am I going to die?" Walker muttered with a bitter smile as memories of his past flashed before his eyes. There was still so much he hadn't done. He didn't have a girlfriend, hadn't experienced love, and he hadn't seen the world return to a time of peace. He hadn't become a god. Was he going to die just like this? If he threw the flying knife, maybe he could survive. But the knife possessed a terrifying mystical power. Walker's lips and hands trembled, his smile complex and indescribable. Just as Walker resigned himself and closed his eyes, his consciousness seemed to enter a mysterious space, accompanied by the flying knife. In this mysterious space, a figure in white robes and a mask stood at a distance. "Draw the knife." The voice of the figure in white was enlightening, and with just a single sentence, he understood how to use and control the power of the flying knife. "Are you the god of the flying knife?" Walker asked in shock, looking at the figure in white. He couldn't see the face under the mask, but just then, the remaining secrets of the celestial blade art were imprinted in his mind. "I'm your dad," William said irritably, then exited Walker's subconscious space. Walker suddenly woke up, holding the flying knife, looking around as the beasts, for some reason, dispersed. "My dad is the god of the flying knife," Walker murmured, looking at the knife in his hand. "My dad's physique, just like mine, is formidable." Chapter 731 Walker's father? Dead. Chapter 731 Walker's father? Dead. The mutated beast scattered, and Walker stood there holding the flying knife, looking like a fool. Hearing Walker's remark, William almost kicked him flying. "Wow, you really have some imagination." William was amazed that Walker so easily believed the offhand remark he had made. Just moments before, William had also taught Walker how to utilize and control the power of the divine flying knife, ensuring it wouldn't wreak havoc when used. This time, unlike when he sealed the power of the Sword of Soulbreaker, he didn't seal the knife's power but instead awakened its spirit, leaving the rest up to Walker. The Sword of Soulbreaker, having been with William and involved in too much killing, possessed a sword spirit with overwhelming power. Without sealing it, Alice, commanding the sword spirit in the divine realm, would be invincible, making any special training or experience unnecessary. William and the others were enjoying some barbecue when Walker appeared like a bolt of lightning not far from them. Holy shit. Wes, what's going on here? Walker hovered in the air, standing on the flying knife, warily eyeing the giant wolves resting around Wes. Seeing that Walker was unharmed, just his clothes torn to shreds, wearing only large shorts, Wes pondered, "You're all right." "I'm fine. Are you guys okay? What's with these mutated giant wolves?" Walker's facial muscles twitched violently. "Are you guys having a picnic here?" Wes was at a loss for words for a moment, realizing perhaps William was putting Walker through trials. Having witnessed William's strength, sitting next to him felt particularly reassuring. He couldn't believe any beast could be a match for William. In this world, Moros was a figure to be revered, yet even he had to show respect in William's presence. What kind of mutated beast could be so powerful as to be invincible? "These wolves are friendly with Amy. There won't be any trouble," William spoke up. Thinking of Walker's rich imagination, he felt it was good for him to continue facing challenges. "William, it was you who called for reinforcements, right?" Walker glanced deeply at Amy, having heard that her master might be one of the high-ranking god kings, and that she possessed certain artifacts that could deter beasts from attacking. It seemed quite normal. "Yep," William replied. "I originally thought I'd be coming to collect your corpse with Wes." "Hey, you ran so fast, you didn't see what I was actually facing. At least 10,000 strong mutated beasts had me completely surrounded." Walker was about to boast about his achievements when William interrupted him. "I saw you being toyed with by that giant tiger." My flying knife flew out, and all the beasts were scared off in all directions. Walker scoffed coldly, as if he really had scared off all the beasts with his flying knife. William looked at him with a strange expression. That look clearly said, "Keep talking. Keep blowing your own trumpet. You got played by a tiger." "Damn, this embarrassing plot twist is unavoidable." Feeling William's gaze, Walker retorted, "What do you know?" Wes sized up Walker and asked, "Walker, what's your current strength level?" "The same as always." This time, Walker didn't exaggerate too much. Instead, there seemed to be a deliberate attempt to hide his true strength. Wes didn't press further but said, "Let's head back. According to satellite monitoring, too many S-class beasts have appeared recently." He said this while glancing meaningfully at William. The implication was clear. He wanted William to take action. Just S-class. If William was willing to step in, cleaning them up would be a breeze. "Don't look at me. I'm just a novice soulmancer. You wouldn't want me to fight S-class beasts, would you? I've said it before, I don't want to be famous." William still decided to play it safe. Walker also laughed and said, "Wes, just leave William alone. This kid, apart from running fast, doesn't have real combat strength that matches Amy's." Hearing this, Amy made a face at Walker. "What are you talking about? Amy is already quite strong, but because of her age, she's always been in the process of increasing her strength. She hasn't experienced life or death battles, so it's no wonder she was terrified at the sight of the giant wolf." Wes didn't know what to say in response to Walker's comment. William's terrifying strength is just referred to as running fast. He can annihilate a deity with a mere wave of his hand. But William has said he doesn't want to be famous, and whether it's because of their relationship or out of politeness, Wes felt it wasn't right to reveal William's true capabilities. "And who was it that had their flying knives split in two by Amy?" William said as he casually cleared away the table and utensils. Walker was stunned. "A spatial magic artifact? Never seen one." William used a spatial storage ring, which was far superior to any spatial magic artifact. "What are you talking about?" Walker said with a slight smile. "You probably don't know that my master Moros is known as the god of space. See these underpants? They were enchanted by my master himself. William glanced at him, puzzled. Can spatial magic now turn underpants into storage magic artifacts? Morose really is creative. Wes clenched his teeth, holding back laughter, not daring to speak. Damn, what a fool. Your master Morose was just showing utmost respect in front of William, and here you are, showing off a pair of underpants that can store items with spatial power. Walker turned around and pulled a flying knife from his underpants, as if performing a magic trick. See? Walker was quite proud. Wes didn't know what to say for a moment. Storing a knife in such a place, well, that's really something. Impressive. Impressive. William couldn't help but praise. Walker didn't say much after that, and the group returned to the base. After changing into fresh clothes and closing the door, Walker whispered to William, "William, do you know what just happened to me?" William raised an eyebrow. "It's that flying knife you gave me. It must have been left to me by my dad," Walker said with narrowed eyes. "Now that I can use that knife perfectly, my combat strength has increased so much that Amy probably isn't a match for me anymore." Actually, Walker has never really respected Amy. To him, that kid is just like a pay-to-win player in a game, starting off with god-tier equipment and experiencing crazy growth in experience points. If Amy hadn't used the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian last time, Walker felt he might not have lost. "How do you know the flying knife was left to you by your dad?" William asked through gritted teeth. "I just picked it up in the Doors of Terror." "You don't know, just now, I was surrounded by a bunch of mutated beasts, but suddenly I was transported to a mysterious space, and then this handsome man in white appeared and instantly taught me how to use the knife," Walker said excitedly. "He told me himself, he's my dad. You know, I was found by my previous master as a baby by the river in the mountains. According to the usual script, I must have a mysterious and powerful lineage, and this flying knife is a family heirloom that fatefully returned to my hands." Walker paused suddenly. If the man I saw really was my dad, then he must be dead by now. He's become the weapon spyri of this flying knife. Serves him right for dying. To think, he abandoned me and threw me into the river, as if I could ever forgive him. Chapter 732, I think you're playing with fire. Chapter 732, I think you're playing with fire. William really wanted to punch Walker, this guy with an overly active imagination. The worst part was that Walker had not only imagined William as his dad, but as a dad who was already dead, which made it even more uncomfortable. "I think your dad threw you into the river because he felt he couldn't take care of you," William said. "As for whether he's dead or not, haven't you looked for him over the years?" "Why would I look for him?" Walker said with a smirk. "The moment that bastard threw me into the river, our father-son relationship was over. So, are you trying to talk to me about your bleak childhood?" "What bleak childhood?" Walker said through gritted teeth. "Don't you get it? I'm trying to tell you that I have a powerful lineage, and I've received a mysterious inheritance. That flying knife has a weapon spyri." "Oh," William nodded. "That expression of yours. Ha ha, then you really are impressive." William burst out laughing, but his smile lasted only 5 seconds before his expression froze again, and he asked, "Is this the kind of expression you need? Isn't your dismissive attitude a bit too obvious?" Walker's mouth twitched fiercely. Damn it, he had never seen William be so dismissive. "Is it that obvious?" William retorted. Damn it, Walker felt he would never live to see the day William was truly shocked. "So why are you telling me all this? I'm really going to die of frustration because of you." Walker had secrets in his heart that he didn't want to share with others, but when he tried to share them with William, William's expressions and tone made it impossible to feel any joy in sharing secrets. William had also realized that Walker was trying to hide his strength in front of others, and the fact that Walker was willing to share these hidden things with him meant that he truly regarded William as one of his own. "Now can you tell me your secret?" Walker finally voiced his thoughts. "My secret is..." William pondered for a moment and then said, "I am invincible." Ha ha ha. Walker was stunned for a moment before bursting into unstoppable laughter. William's expression remained unchanged, not getting angry over Walker's laughter. After all, Walker had asked him, and he had answered truthfully. Whether Walker believed him or not was his own issue. "You really do sound convincing when you brag." After his laughter subsided, Walker leaned against the wall and said, "Do you even know what invincible means?" William raised an eyebrow at him. Like my master, who has a formidable physical body, can manipulate the forces of space, mysteriously move through space at will, and can destroy a planet with a flick of his hand. That's what being invincible is, Walker said with a chuckle. But your bragging skills are pretty invincible too. William's eyes narrowed slightly. Moros. He looked quite good when he danced as a bird. Just when Moros had obtained the corpse of a god and was ecstatic, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, causing his body to shiver violently. Achoo! Moros sneezed 3 times in a row, feeling that something was off. Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, then let it be. Who doesn't have secrets, right? Walker felt that William didn't want to share certain secrets with him. William gave him a glance and didn't bother to say more. Alice's master must have taught you a few things. You should be able to protect yourself, Walker said as if he had seen through everything. It's your business if you want to hide your strength, but now that you've come to Arcane Village, if you don't show some skills, you'll definitely be challenged by many, which can be quite annoying. Yeah, I know. William certainly understood that being too strong wouldn't allow him to live a peaceful life, but being too weak would always attract foolish challengers. Hugo was one such example. This is just a friendly reminder. Do as you see fit. I'm going to study my flying knife now. If you run into any trouble, just let me know. I've got your back. After saying this, Walker left the room. Watching Walker leave, William smiled, sat on the bed, and sent a video message to Alice. After all, she was his wife, and he wondered how Alice was doing now. William, you finally remembered me. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? That huge lion. Alice rambled on for over 10 minutes, and William just listened as she spoke. He could see on the video that a huge lion had already fallen. Clearly, Alice had survived the ordeal. The last time we video chatted, your dad was there too. My dad? How is he doing now? Alice had only seen her father once after waking up from a meditative state before William took her to the divine realm. Life there had been quite fulfilling. She hadn't thought it possible to video chat before. The divine realm seemed too far from Earth. In her view, the two worlds might not even be on the same planet. She never expected that video chatting could really work. You really didn't notice your dad was there, huh? William smiled and said, Don't worry, he's fine. He seems to have found his true purpose in life now. I'll look after him. You keep on with your adventures. You're not with me. Alice pouted and said, Don't you miss me? Don't you want to be with me in bed? New life. Everyone on their own. Being together all the time gets boring, William said. You do your thing, I'll do mine. Figures, bored already. Alice's pout intensified. William nodded. Bored? Can't you just say you're not bored? Alice was exasperated. Talking to William always felt so suffocating. She really didn't know what she liked about him. Bored? Hanging up? Go find your dad yourself. William said this, but he didn't hang up the video call. Just hang up then. Alice huffed. Hang up. William raised an eyebrow. Can we not hang up? William casually ended the call. He didn't want to keep dragging it out. After hanging up, William said quietly in the room, Dolly, come out and let's chat. As soon as he finished speaking, William's consciousness had already locked onto Dolly. Sensing the terrifying aura, Dolly quickly appeared in the room. Mr. Johnson, did you want to see me? Dolly looked up at William with an innocent expression, more adorable than Amy when she was a child. What's this about the purple-haired weirdo? You owe me an explanation, William said, his tone slightly unfriendly. He now understood the relationship between cosmic entities and the universe, and he was confident that even if he erased Dolly, the 13 universes would remain unchanged. Dolly wrinkled her nose and replied, You mean Zephyrion the Violet, that kid? He brought it upon himself. What does it have to do with me? Being killed by Mr. Johnson should be considered an honor for him. I think you're playing with fire, William said, his gaze fixed on Dolly, who felt completely immobilized. Dolly knew all too well how powerful William was. In the battle of the cosmic entity guardians, the strength William displayed was terrifying. Erasing her would be no difficult task. If she didn't provide a satisfactory explanation, she feared today might truly be her end. Chapter 733 You don't seem worthy. Chapter 733 You don't seem worthy. Dolly felt that William probably wouldn't harm her, especially since she was so adorable. From a human perspective, a powerful being like William should theoretically be indifferent to everything. By transforming into the childhood appearance of Amy, how could William possibly bring himself to harm her? Mr. Johnson, that Zephyrion the Violet guy came from his own world. It really has nothing to do with me, Dolly said with a smile. You should know, I don't have the ability to monitor your presence. William chuckled. But you can monitor me through other beings, right? Indeed, Dolly lacked the ability to directly monitor William. Or rather, if she dared to do so, she would certainly be destroyed. However, she was capable of monitoring through the senses of other beings. Otherwise, why would everyone previously connected to William through the law of cause and effect have suffered divine retribution? Simply put, before understanding William's strength, Dolly hadn't deliberately avoided the cosmic law's punishment falling upon those around William, involving beings beyond her control. Now, however, having realized how powerful William was, she naturally didn't dare to offend him to death, yet she continued to test his limits. Such behavior wasn't really about humanity, but rather the strong desire for control inherent in a cosmic entity. Even if William was powerful, this was her domain, and William should ideally act like a mere tool, just as he did in the battle of the cosmic entity guardians. Mr. Johnson, you really have a way with words, Dolly said, her smile unwavering, showing no sign of panic. From her previous interactions with William, she believed he wasn't the type who enjoyed slaughter. I'm curious, what would this universe be like without cosmic entities? William's eyes narrowed slightly, and Dolly's obstinate behavior was really getting on his nerves. Isn't she just a dormitory manager? And not a very responsible one at that. Without cosmic entities, this world would be in chaos. Dolly sensed a murderous intent from William. That murderous intent made her feel afraid. Even when she had realized how strong William was, she had never felt fear. Instead, she thought more about turning William into a weapon in her own hands. Try it then, William said coolly. Survive my punch, and I'll leave you alone. But if you're destroyed, don't blame me. He smiled and added, I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. Holy crap, Dolly nearly fell apart on the spot. William was truly harboring a murderous intent this time, the kind that left no room for negotiation. She didn't want to waste any more words and immediately vanished from the spot. As an incarnation of a cosmic entity, she too needed to adjust her power. If someone else had said, take my punch and we'll call it even, Dolly would have spat in his face. But this was William the Obliterator. Even the cosmic entity of the third universe was obliterated by William in one move. What chance did she stand? As a cosmic entity, Dolly set the rules in the 13 universes, manipulating the fates of all beings. Were the twilight of the gods, the Great World War, and the current resurgence of Earth's energy not all schemes played out by Dolly? After disappearing, Dolly's first thought was to hide in Nebulopolis, the center of the universe, protected by the supreme cosmic truths of the cosmic sovereign. Even a cosmic entity couldn't misbehave in Nebulopolis. But based on her understanding of William, if he wanted to kill her, no matter where she hid, William would find her and erase her. Nebulopolis operated strictly according to the rules of the supreme cosmic truths, and its enforcers were powerful, but she wasn't naive enough to think they could overpower William. William waited in the room for a while. His threat to kill Dolly was no joke. He always felt there were realms he hadn't yet touched, and he wanted to see how Dolly would react to his pursuit. The killing was inevitable. Let Dolly run for a while. I actually forgot. William simply can't be measured by ordinary human standards, Dolly thought stiffly. Is William even human? He certainly isn't human. The 10 seconds passed quickly, and William did not lock onto Dolly's aura. At this moment, in the 13 universes, the threads that invisibly connected all beings had been severed. Dolly had actually returned to the black hole where William had first found her. Waiting to die, William appeared directly in front of the black hole. Soon after, a beautiful woman with a shapely figure, draped in a robe of colorful feathers, appeared in front of the black hole. This was the previous Dolly, the 13 cosmic entities. Although her appearance had changed, her essence was unmistakable. It was Dolly, a clone. William squinted at Dolly. The aura was indeed hers, but it was even weaker than before, clearly not intending to fully resist William's attack. I indeed have other clones that have hidden away, Dolly said sincerely. I can abandon the 13 universes, even give them up. Whether you choose to pursue and annihilate me, that's your decision. Given up resisting? William nodded. Dolly had essentially given up, but she believed that William wouldn't go to the extent of completely annihilating her. If she couldn't win, she'd lay her cards on the table and admit defeat. Think what you will. Dolly looked at William calmly and said, "Come on, show me your strongest strike." William pondered and said, "You don't seem worthy." Dolly. After speaking, William directly raised his fist, and with a punch, he struck directly at Dolly's face. Dolly didn't even have a chance to react. The energy of her incarnation dissipated, and the colorful feathered robe turned into ashes, scattering into the vast cosmos. In the 13 universes, all the chief gods were stunned. They could feel it. They had lost the restraint of a cosmic entity. Had the cosmic entity disappeared? What exactly had happened? Why had the cosmic entity just vanished like that? After the disappearance of the cosmic entity, many rules ceased to exist. For instance, those who had sworn oaths to the cosmic entity could now break their promises without facing any repercussions. They no longer needed to worry about the law of cause and effect either. The entire universe plunged into a state of disorder. Previously, parallel dimensions were not allowed to wage war against each other, but now they could act as they pleased, exemplifying the law of the survival of the fittest to its fullest extent. This is what true chaos looks like. William, however, did not pursue the complete annihilation of Dolly's clones. In this regard, Dolly had guessed correctly. William was merely annoyed by her and wanted to punch her, which was not a big deal in the first place. William wasn't that petty. After Dolly made her concessions, her clones could continue to exist as long as they didn't appear before William or engage in any schemes against him. After obliterating Dolly with a punch, William returned to his room at the Arcane Village base, thinking it was time to find something else to do. This is indeed a question worth pondering. Chapter 734a. William had lived through many eras since the birth of cosmic civilization, always participating as an observer. Though an observer, he still sought a sense of involvement. Like the time he went to school as a student or worked in a bar, it was all about experiencing and participating. He believed that without Dolly's interference, this chaotic era would soon pass. Since the end of World War II, there has been an unprecedented cohesion among civilizations worldwide. People from all countries aspire for peace and are reluctant to initiate wars easily. Civilization was advancing once again. War and suffering only served to make humanity stronger. William opened the door of his room, and there was Walker, leaning casually against the doorway, looking quite dashing. "So, figured out what you want to do yet?" His demeanor was just like that of an older brother guiding someone through life. William pondered for a moment and said, "I've got it." "What do you want to do?" Walker asked. "I know you've got some skills, but life needs some planning." William grinned and said, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to live off women." Walker almost lost his balance, slipping and nearly falling. I mean, should Walker say that this plan was a bit too audacious? Are you sure your body can handle it? Walker decided he needed to correct William's misguided life direction, scoffed, and said, "I'm going to take a leak. Dare to compete with me?" "Oh." William squinted at Walker, noticing the kid seemed quite confident. "Let's see who can pee farther." William decided to teach this naive kid a lesson. The two looked around and saw no one. "That tree over there." Walker pointed to a large tree on the right, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Having been single for 27 years and being a soulmancer, Walker was naturally very strong. He intended to visually impress upon William that, when it came to pleasing women with a man's robust physique, he had the assets too. Compared to him, William would definitely fall short. As the older brother, he too had the means to please women with his body, and he was still striving hard on his own efforts. Under the tree, Walker pulled out his penis, a strange smile on his lips as he glanced at William. William was in a good mood today, and despite finding it a bit distasteful, he went along with it. "What?" Walker's gaze shifted downward, his eyes widening in shock. "You mutated?" "You're the one who's mutated," William retorted with a cold laugh. "There's a reason I chose to be kept by women." Walker took a deep breath. A gigolo of such caliber was indeed terrifying. Could it be that his natural abilities were meant for this line of work? Walker shook himself off, pulled up his pants, and cleared his throat, saying, "Although being kept can be sweet, if you try to juggle too many at once, you might choke." William looked at Walker expressionlessly and said, You speak as if you have experience. I mean, Walker was so angry his face turned red and his neck swelled. Why did William have to be so infuriating when he spoke? Do you really think I don't have women? Walker gritted his teeth. Think about when I was 18. I was already surrounded by girls. So you were still a virgin then? Maybe you're not physically up to it. William's eyes were full of doubt. How did you know? Walker got excited, realizing his attempt to boast might have failed, but still unwillingly said, Who said I'm a virgin? William pondered for a moment and then said, Should be an old virgin, right? Walker had many swear words he wanted to say, but if he said them, it might just confirm it. 27 years old and still a. It was really too embarrassing to admit. I can tell just by looking. William was truly merciless, leaving Walker no room to stay silent or unexplained. Walker suddenly felt a sense of powerless defeat. That bastard William, despite not being very powerful, had a way of speaking that just made one really want to punch him to death. Let's go? Weren't you going to take me to register my information? William didn't continue with a stern face. Instead, he showed a friendly smile. Walker was a bit crude and somewhat childish, but William could feel that this young man truly considered him a friend. William was always kind to his friends. Walker said weakly, Haven't you already decided to be kept by women? Why bother registering? That's where you're wrong. William began to earnestly educate Walker. To be well kept, one must be in good physical condition. I'm not just talking about physical attributes, William continued as they walked. If it were only about physical satisfaction, toys and fingers could suffice. You also need a charismatic personality. Walker looked as if he didn't recognize William. Something seemed off with him. William didn't bother explaining further. He said, Although I'm not very powerful, I'm also willing to contribute my part to the world's revival. Hearing this, Walker couldn't help but smile with relief, gritting his teeth and saying, Young man, you should have ideals. Saving the world is the right path. That makes a lot of sense. William nodded. Trying to contain his excitement and appearing nonchalant, Walker asked, So, are you planning to show your true strength now? William tilted his head up and laughed. A novice soulmancer, strong enough, right? Walker almost spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Well, a novice soulmancer. A novice soulmancer. Are you planning to save the world with your face? Walker gritted his teeth as he glared at William. He knew William was hiding his true strength. But what happened to contributing to saving the world? How could he save the world if he continued to hide his strength? With a tilt of his head, William said, Who says saving the world is off limits just because I rely on my looks? I'm well versed in strategic tactics. I've studied many classic battle scenarios. I can provide guidance on strategy and tactics for you all. Isn't that contributing to saving the world? Walker took a deep breath to ensure he wouldn't die from anger, nearly crushing his teeth. If you're so good at animal languages, maybe you could go chat with those mutated creatures. I bet you'd be quite lethal. I actually do speak animal languages. Oh really? Say something in animal language. Let me hear it. At ###. #0 alpha iota smiley face asterisk and asterisk %. Oh hashtag. What does that mean? Walker looked at William, utterly baffled. William said, I was complimenting you as a handsome gentleman. Why do I feel like it wasn't anything nice? That means you're smart. William patted Walker's shoulder and said, See, even if I only have the strength of a novice soulmancer, I can teach you animal languages. Once you learn animal languages, you can negotiate with mutated creatures. Walker's facial muscles twitched. Previously, William barely interacted with him, and there wasn't much conversation. Now, it felt like their relationship had somewhat improved, but the experience wasn't exactly pleasant. Chapter 735, Please don't go too hard on him. Chapter 735, Please don't go too hard on him. At the Arcane Village base, Wes announced Hugo's death, but didn't mention anything about William. Zephyrion the Violet appeared over Mount Olympus and was suddenly killed, a feat credited to the intervention of the deity of witchcraft. With 12 deities of witchcraft gathered, the fall of an unknown god seemed almost normal. Hugo's death didn't cause much of a stir. These days, too many powerful individuals had perished at the hands of mutated creatures. Hugo, having ventured out of the city on his own, could hardly be called a hero. Well, William, did you say you're here to register for testing? Wes was somewhat panicked upon seeing William. According to reports, the main servers in New York City had already crashed twice. With someone of William's immense power coming in for testing, how could the servers possibly not burn out? Can't I be tested? William asked assertively. I recall the law states that every citizen has the right to test their ability level. This law was a recent development. Every citizen has the right to test their ability level, but generally, you have to demonstrate some superpowers first. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of public resources if all those ordinary people went to test their ability levels? But William's true strength completely exceeds the maximum limit of the testing equipment. A super god like you coming to play with ability level testing? You're practically asking to fry the servers. You want to be tested? Of course, no problem. Please go ahead. What else could Wes say? Faced with a request from a super god like William to test his abilities, even if the server exploded, they still had to conduct the test. But then again, it might be a good thing. But come to think of it, if Arcane Village has William in charge. No. If all of humanity has him protecting us, what do we have to fear from mutated creatures? William followed Wes into a room constructed of metal, having already adjusted his state of mind. Various rays scanned over his body. The comprehensive testing began. First, they measured his height, weight, and body fat. Then they measured his heart rate, blood pressure, lung capacity, and vascular activity. In the room, there was also a human-shaped target. A voice came from the metal ceiling speaker. William, please attack the target in front of you with all your might. Wes's voice trembled as he spoke. He was asking for a full-force attack from someone capable of killing deities with a single strike. What was he even saying? If William truly punched with all his might, who knew if the base would even remain standing? Full force. Upon hearing this, William also took it seriously. He never found being too strong particularly amusing. Destroying everything with one punch took away much of the fun. Now, he reminded himself that he was merely at the novice soulmancer level. William clenched his fist and slowly closed his eyes, gathering his strength on the spot. His recent battles had been fierce. If he wanted to pulverize the entire earth with one punch, that would be relatively simple. But to deliver a punch that was just right, one that matched the full force of a novice soulmancer, required a bit of calculation. Outside the testing chamber, Arcane Village's highest-ranking officer, Samuel Reed, saw Wes and Amy watching the monitor and couldn't help but walk over. What are you looking at? The monitor displayed all the data from the recent tests on William's physical state. He glanced at it and said, Who is this guy? Based on the data, he seems to be only at level D. Wes, overhearing this, didn't quite know what to say and could only manage an awkward cough. D level? Yes, according to the data, William was indeed D level. But have you ever seen a D-level superhuman who could kill a deity with a thrown knife? Yet, from the data William had shown, did William not want to get involved in saving the Earth? Thinking this, Wes's mood grew heavy. He didn't dare preach to William about the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He couldn't bring himself to seek protection from others while acting so self-righteous. That just wasn't Wes. Samuel, being an S-level superhuman himself, had only this to say about D-level superhumans. They're okay, I guess. In a real crisis, they could serve as cannon fodder, and even the necessity of leaving the city to rescue them was debatable. So he really didn't understand why Wes, along with Amy and Walker, would stand here for a D-level superhuman testing his strength level. Walker, who studied witchcraft under Moros, might not be as famous as Amy, but he was still a person of considerable strength, and Samuel knew him. Why were these three glued to the screen? And that guy in the testing chamber, was he just testing his strength level? He had been brewing with his eyes closed for quite a while. Did he think that with his D-level strength, he could punch at an S level? Commander Samuel, this man is William, my good brother. His abilities are all focused on agility, so his future performance is still promising. Walker couldn't help but interject. He felt that Samuel ought to give him some face. Amy didn't quite understand what the data on the big screen meant, just blinking blankly without speaking. All in on agility? Samuel almost laughed out loud. Was this some kind of online game? Could you really just allocate points like that? With such weak physical strength, how fast could he possibly be? But since Walker had spoken, and the man inside was his good brother, Samuel decided to give Walker some face and didn't say much more. William had finished his calculations, loosened up his muscles, and lowered his stance, suddenly gathering strength in his waist. Boom! The sound of his punch filled the air as William's right fist swung out fiercely, striking the human-shaped target hard. Bang! Samuel glanced at the data on the display screen and couldn't help but frown slightly, remarking, "Not bad. 3,000 pounds. Sea level." Before the global anomaly, the famous boxer Mike Tyson's right punch was tested at 1,796 pounds of force, while his left punch reached 1,123 pounds. Now, the standards were set such that a punch strength of 2,000 to 10,000 pounds was classified as sea level, and 1,000 to 2,000 pounds as D level. William's punch reached 3,000 pounds, thus meeting the sea level standard. However, such a level wasn't particularly notable among superhumans, let alone impressive. William swung his left fist again. Bang! 2,100 pounds. Sea level. This was followed by 2 tests for each of his legs. Bang! 3,900 pounds. Bang! 4,100 pounds. Wes looked at the data, his heart sinking to the depths. As expected, William did not intend to help save the world. Samuel also noticed that William hadn't used any soul energy from within his body. Was this just pure physical strength? Isn't he a soulmancer? Samuel asked. Walker paused for a moment before responding. He's at the novice soulmancer level. Would he be stronger if he used his soul energy? Samuel looked at Walker and continued. You said earlier that he put all his points into agility. Does that mean he's especially fast? Walker nodded. Yes, he's quite fast. How fast? Samuel squinted his eyes. The punches William had thrown were all exact numbers. Could this test really be all exact numbers? It was clear he was putting on a show. Samuel chuckled. Why don't we test just how agile he really is? Wes slowly turned his head to look at Samuel and swallowed nervously. Commander. Samuel, please don't go too hard on him. Samuel nodded. I can control myself. Wes wanted to say, if you go too hard and anger William, and he ends up killing you, that would be a difficult situation to handle. Chapter 736, I told you I have good endurance. How could Samuel have guessed that the guy inside, who seemed to be only a sea level, would actually be the strongest boss around? He figured it was pretty simple. The kid inside was clearly hiding his strength. Coming all the way here for a test, and still hiding his abilities, what was that about? Samuel was determined to see just how much strength this young man was concealing. Pretending to be weak in his presence, just how strong was this formidable person? Shouldn't he teach him a lesson? Walker didn't stop him, watching as Samuel entered the testing room. The testing room itself was about 2,000 square feet, plenty of space for a physical showdown. William was in the middle of an intense test session when suddenly someone walked in. Young man, I hear you're fast. Shall we test that? Samuel smiled and said, Let me see how fast you really are. William stared at him and responded, Who said I was fast? I'm more about endurance. Samuel's face darkened as he said, Is that what I meant? What else? William frowned. I mean, agile moves. Samuel clenched his fist, barely holding back from throwing a punch right then and there. Huh. William laughed. I see. How do you want to test? Samuel eyed William and said, I attack, you dodge. What if I don't dodge? Asked William. Samuel's expression turned cold as he replied, Then you might die. If you take a hit from me, at the very least you'll be severely injured or crippled. So don't think about hiding your strength. Hiss. William's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing he needed some acting skills to appear as a novice soulmancer. He didn't want to be too famous, nor did he want to exert too much effort. He just wanted to participate in everyday society in an ordinary way. It was that simple. His strength couldn't be too strong, but it couldn't be too weak either. It had to be just right. It would be ideal for others to bring him along when fighting mutant monsters. He could just coast along, watching, which would be quite delightful. Samuel thought William was intimidated by him and chuckled lightly, saying, Don't worry, as long as you show your true skills, I won't really hurt you. But if you keep hiding your strength in front of me, let's try. William stretched a bit and beckoned Samuel with a flick of his finger. Seeing William's frivolous and arrogant demeanor, Samuel couldn't help but frown and said, You really have a death wish. After all, he was an S-class fighter, and with some equipment from the base, he could go toe-to-toe with a demigod-level fighter. Although he was likely to lose, he had stooped to personally test this seemingly minor C-class superhuman. And yet this guy was still so brazen. It seemed he had no choice but to teach him a harsh lesson. With that thought, Samuel reached straight for William's neck. The gap between an S-class and a C-class in terms of strength was immense. If William truly was just a C-class superhuman or soulmancer, Samuel's strike would surely be successful. But Samuel had no idea what kind of formidable being he was dealing with. As his hand, accompanied by a whooshing sound, reached towards William, William simply tilted his neck, and the strike missed completely, without any suspense. Samuel hadn't expected this guy to dodge his strike so easily, and hummed lowly as his right hand swept horizontally towards him again. His speed was undeniably fast, but in the next moment, William had already slipped 5 feet away. Agile movements. Phantom step. This was a simple secret technique related to movement that William had created himself back when he was acting as a vigilante to blend into society at the time. It looked elegant and light, but not outrageously so. After all, at that time, the gods had already fallen, and there were no super-strong humans. William certainly didn't want to be treated as a deity by ordinary people. Your reaction speed is indeed quite fast. Samuel smiled and said, "That must be your superpower." "If you say it's a superpower, then let's just call it a superpower," William said. "Actually, I'm just really fast. Do you think I'd believe that?" Samuel moved swiftly and struck again. Inside the small testing room, Samuel chased after William, leaving a trail of afterimages. Walker, watching the situation on the big screen, laughed and said, "It looks like William really has some skills. Even Officer Samuel can't catch up to him." Wes glanced at him sideways. Some skills? What was he talking about? Samuel was strong, but he was just an S-class superhuman. His physical strength was nowhere near that of a true demigod-level fighter. William's strength was definitely above the demigod level, the kind that could casually slay various deities. If Samuel could catch William, that would indeed be a joke. "Kid, I want to see how long you can keep running today." Samuel was somewhat frustrated. This kid's speed was ridiculously fast. If he hadn't seen the test data himself, he would never believe that the person in front of him was a C-class superhuman. Have you ever seen an S-class powerhouse unable to catch up with a C-class Esper? Even with superpowers, this was too much. Samuel thought that for a C-class superhuman to maintain this speed, the energy consumption must be enormous. Although the superpower allowed for great speed, it surely couldn't last for too long. "What do you care?" William retorted. "Catch me first, then talk." "Hey, you cheeky kid, I don't believe you can keep this up for long." Samuel was also getting heated up, especially now under surveillance. Walker and Wes were watching from outside. If he couldn't catch a C-class superhuman, what would that say about him as the highest officer of the base? Should he step down and let someone more competent take over? "Try me," William chuckled. "I told you, I have good endurance." Samuel simply couldn't believe in this so-called endurance. The two continued their chase around the room. In such a small room, they managed to run for over an hour. Samuel was always just about to catch William, but always just a bit short, which was infuriating him to the point of exploding. "No way. Is this what Samuel called a test?" Walker was so bored he was almost falling asleep. "Damn, they're just playing tag in there." He said this forgetting his mic was still on, and both Samuel and William heard him. Samuel couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Chasing a C-class superhuman for over an hour without even touching a hair was indeed quite humiliating. "Hey, kid, let's stop for a moment." "Why stop? Are you running out of stamina?" "I told you I have good endurance. If you can't keep up, just say I give up." "Damn it." Samuel cursed and sped up again, but no matter how fast he was, William was faster, and he still couldn't touch him. 2 hours later, Wes finally couldn't help but say, "Officer Samuel, why don't you just let him stand still, and then you attack him to end this? How much longer are you going to run around in there?" He knew very well that it was completely impossible for Samuel to exhaust William's stamina. In the end, it would only be Samuel who couldn't keep up. As an S-class fighter, he was strong, but were they really going to watch William and Samuel run around the testing room for half a month? Chapter 737 I really didn't move. Chapter 737 I really didn't move. Damn it, stop running. Samuel cursed and came to a halt. Huh. Looks like you finally ran out of steam. William also stopped, standing 15 feet away from Samuel, and chuckled coldly. He had always been good at provoking others. Just shut up. I don't want to talk to you. Samuel glared at William fiercely and said, You're fast, huh? I wonder if you're faster than my throwing knife. Fast am I? William glanced at him. Let's find out, Samuel said, as a throwing knife appeared in his hand. Walker, watching from outside, thought, oh, this I know. But a regular thrown knife and one thrown using the celestial blade art are not even on the same level. A knife thrown without using any special techniques would lose force due to Earth's gravity and air resistance. Even if thrown with great speed and accuracy, that would at most be considered a low-level martial skill in this world. However, a knife thrown using the celestial blade art harnesses the thrower's soul energy. Not only does it not lose power due to gravity and air resistance, but it can also tear through space and other properties, making it a divine skill in this world. William squinted at Samuel. Are you good at throwing knives? Not really, Samuel replied solemnly. But I throw fast and accurately, which is enough to deal with you. Fast and accurate, is that really useful? William raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you can't really use throwing knives? How can you say that? Samuel smirked. Ever seen a Marvel movie? With my strength and accuracy, my throw is definitely stronger than bullseye. If you can't dodge it, you might really die. Samuel's eyes were filled with a fierce light. Outside the testing room, Walker and Wes were very tense. Walker felt that Samuel had a point. Even as an S-class fighter, throwing a mere stone could cause serious damage to William if it hit him, let alone a throwing knife. And Samuel was using a throwing knife. Wes silently prayed in his heart, hoping William wouldn't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously, William. Was Samuel, that fool, really using a throwing knife in front of William? A casually thrown knife from William could slay gods. Whoosh. Samuel's gaze sharpened, his wrist flicked, and the knife turned into a silver arc. Thud. The knife embedded itself in the metal wall behind, the handle sinking deep into it. Samuel couldn't help but praise. You dodged that really fast. William, expressionless, said, I didn't even move. Young man, don't push it too far. Samuel, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, became agitated. Walker facepalmed from outside, damn. It. Samuel, claiming to be more accurate than Bullseye, missed by such a margin within 15 feet. If Bullseye knew, he'd probably jump out of the TV screen to throw a knife at him. An S-class fighter, the highest-ranking officer at the base, and he was embarrassing himself like this. William said, I really didn't move. Samuel, face red, said, I was anticipating your movement. It's just that you anticipated my anticipation. William turned around, pulled the knife out of the metal wall, and said, I just anticipated that you would miss. How about you try again, and I won't move? William handed the knife back to Samuel. Samuel, holding the knife, scoffed. Kid, are you asking to die? William stood about 15 feet away from Samuel, watching him with a composed expression. From outside, Walker was getting anxious. Who was testing whom here? Was William testing Samuel's accuracy with the throwing knife? Wasn't it supposed to be a test for William? Frustrated, Samuel threw another knife. Clang. The same sound, the same accuracy. Samuel's eyes widened as he began to doubt himself. He had aimed seriously this time. William looked at Samuel with a sympathetic gaze and asked, Shall we continue testing? Samuel stepped forward, pulled out the knife, and said through gritted teeth, I'll try one more time. Such stubbornness. William shook his head helplessly, like indulging a petulant child. Wes felt relieved, recalling the days he had spent with William. He seemed to be a very calm person. As long as Samuel didn't go too far, William probably wouldn't do anything to him. As the head of Arcane Village Base, Samuel was desperate for talent. Given the extraordinary speed William had shown, Samuel would surely focus on cultivating William. It seemed like nothing serious would happen next. Kid, what's your name? After 10 throws with a 100% miss rate, Samuel finally gave up. He realized he didn't even know the young man's name. My name is William Johnson. You can call me William, he replied, ever so eloquently. William? That name sounds familiar. Samuel furrowed his brows in thought. William hinted. The most famous man kept by a woman on earth? That's right. Samuel's eyes lit up as he looked at William. Is that you? It is me, William confirmed. No mistake. William, are you really a C-class? Samuel felt it was somewhat impolite to say this in front of others, so he coughed lightly and added, You're not hiding your true strength, are you? William responded, Actually, I could kill you with one move. Ha ha. All right. No matter what your level is, your speed just now was impressive, Samuel laughed, not really believing William could kill him in one move. As long as you're willing to help save the world, I'll provide you with all the resources I can. Ha ha. Seeing your sincerity, I guess I'll join you, William chuckled. With your speed, you could be a scout. Samuel had already figured out a role for William. Today there was a beast tide, but those mutated creatures hadn't attacked the base. Only Hugo, who didn't follow the rules, had died. A scout, William said. I'd rather be a teacher. A teacher? Samuel's eyes sparkled. Do you mean to teach everyone here that secret technique for moving quickly? A C-class superhuman with that speed technique could outpace him. If others learned it, their overall combat effectiveness would skyrocket. My technique isn't something just anyone can learn, and it's not something you can master overnight, William explained. I can teach you beast language. Beast language. Samuel frowned. The language of those mutated creatures outside. Yes. What do you think? Samuel was silent for a moment. Learning beast language wasn't entirely useless. If they could understand the language of those beasts, it could be advantageous at times. But if they faced a beast tide, those mutated creatures wouldn't care whether you understood their language or not. Just because you know beast language, does that mean the mutated creatures won't eat you? Or are you planning to negotiate with the mutated creatures after learning their language? You must be joking. Okay, Samuel said. I'll select 10 scouts to learn beast language from you. As for you, keep working on improving your strength. Even though you're fast, believe it or not, I could stand here and let you hit me for a year, and you wouldn't hurt me. William narrowed his eyes at Samuel. Wes clenched his fists, nervously watching the situation inside the testing room. Chapter 738: The Construction of the New City Experiment. Of course, William didn't actually punch Samuel. Samuel walked out of the testing room with a smile alongside William. The two of them chatted and laughed. William, I'll leave those scouts to you. Thanks a lot for teaching them the animal language. If you're willing to teach them some quick movement secrets, I'd be really grateful. No need to thank me, William chuckled. Don't worry, I won't teach them any quick movement secrets. Samuel's smile stiffened slightly, a touch of awkwardness in his expression. Man, this guy really can't do small talk. Even if you won't teach, can't you exchange a few pleasantries? William, that rapid movement technique of yours is really something. Walker stepped forward, clapping William on the shoulder. With that technique, even if you can't beat someone, escaping is no problem at all, unless you run into a powerhouse like my master. William chuckled. If he encountered someone on Moros's level, he wouldn't need to run. At Moros's level, anyone who recognized William the Obliterator would bow down or kneel as a basic courtesy. Commander Samuel, is our accommodation arranged? Walker, technically a direct subordinate of Stephen, but with formidable strength and a deep background, would definitely receive VIP treatment. In Arcane Village. And Amy, needless to say, although few knew who her master was, her test data from 6 months ago had placed her 11th in the human rankings. No one would underestimate her. It's all arranged, you can be assured, Samuel replied, then suddenly asked, What brings you and Amy here? Is something expected to happen in Arcane Village that you've come to support? Samuel's reasoning was straightforward. Every base had its powerhouses, and Arcane Village was no exception, housing the 3rd and 6th ranked humans. With Mount Olympus above and Pantheon Academy, it seemed unlikely for Walker and Amy to visit without an urgent reason. He also wondered if there was a major issue at the New York City base, and if Walker and Amy had come seeking assistance. But whether through communications with the New York City base or judging by Walker's demeanor, there seemed to be no issues there. Otherwise, Walker wouldn't have the time to watch him and William circling around inside the testing room. Oh, it's nothing. I just brought Amy out to see the world, Walker said, of course not mentioning that he and Amy were actually looking for a place to fight, eventually settling on Mount Olympus. Wouldn't Samuel chew him out for this? Strangely enough, why would Stephen agree to let Amy and Walker go out for a one-on-one? Walker was now a bit puzzled. Could it be that they intentionally let Amy out to gain some experience? See the world. Samuel pondered. We are indeed planning to use Arcane Village as a test site for a new city on Earth. Samuel blinked and said, You guys are here to observe, right? Walker nodded repeatedly. Yes, here to observe and learn. He had no idea about any new city experiment. With Samuel saying this, he just went with the flow. And he was somewhat curious about this new city experiment. Now that he was here, why not check it out? Then come with me to the meeting and feel free to give your input, Samuel suggested. A meeting? Walker felt he probably couldn't offer any input, since he had no clue about this new city experiment. Amy. Walker acknowledged Amy's strength, but when it came to these matters, asking Amy was as pointless as getting a dog to bark a few times. Let's bring William along too. Meet some of the officials from Arcane Village. You're planning to stay with us in Arcane Village, right? Samuel smiled. William, we've hit it off so well. You wouldn't go back to New York, would you? Walker suddenly realized something was off. Damn it, Samuel, this shameless guy was actually poaching right here. A man in his 40s or 50s, shamelessly poaching people. Commander Samuel, that's not very honorable. William is my good brother. What do you mean by poaching him? Walker frowned, showing his displeasure. How about you come over too? Samuel said. Send Amy back to New York, then come back here, and the two of you can fight side by side. Wouldn't that be great? Walker snorted and chuckled. Why don't you keep Amy here too? Samuel replied. Each base needs to have 1 or 2 strong fighters to hold the fort. If I kept Amy, wouldn't that significantly weaken the New York base? Plus, Stephen would definitely come after me. Walker clenched his teeth and said, I'm also a key fighter for New York. If you take me away, Stephen will come after you just the same. Without another word, Samuel pulled out his phone, called Stephen, and put him on speaker. Stephen, I'm thinking of transferring Walker over here. Is that okay? Stephen responded, Go ahead and take him. That kid is a handful. Handle it as you see fit. But make sure he sends Amy back. Amy might not know the way back. Walker, Samuel continued, and I want William transferred to me as well. William? Well, Stephen hesitated for a moment and then said, You'll have to discuss that with William himself. If he's willing, then it's fine, but don't force him if he's not. Walker was so frustrated he almost ground his teeth to dust, finally bursting out. Stephen, what do you mean by that? From your tone, am I less important than William now? Stephen, cough, cough. Samuel, you still have me on speaker, right? Yes, it's still on, Samuel replied unabashedly. Oh, then that's settled. I'm hanging up now, Stephen said, and then ended the call. The message was clear. Walker was incredibly frustrated, now feeling the urge to rush back to New York and give Stephen a piece of his mind with his fists. All right, that settles it. Come with me to the meeting. Samuel picked up his phone, shouted into a work group chat, and then led them to the conference room. The construction of the new city experiment. This was a crucial matter proposed after the global anomalies. In these chaotic times, as humanity embarked on the path of evolution, the evolution of beasts was even more exaggerated, and human nature became increasingly complex, amplifying the darker aspects of humanity. The existing legal system struggled to restrain people, to save the world, revive human civilization, and even advance further. It was necessary to establish new rules and regulations, mobilize human powerhouses to resist mutated creatures, protect the vulnerable, establish schools, and cultivate humans suited for this era. It was a time of great renewal. Arcane Village, as the first base city established by the original 13th Bureau, had a solid foundation. The staff in the town were mostly rigorously selected, with mostly positive and upward thinking attitudes, making it the most suitable base for experimentation. William, who had initially wanted to witness the revival of Earth, was very interested in this matter and could probably offer some suggestions at the meeting. Chapter 739 Human Nature ultimately cannot withstand the test. In the conference room at Arcane Village Base, William and the others entered a high-tech meeting room under Samuel's lead. Feel free to sit there and listen in. Samuel pointed to a row of chairs behind the long table. If you have any opinions, you're welcome to share them freely. Don't hold back. Walker's expression was sour. They didn't have official seats, just side ones. What right did they have to offer opinions? In reality, even though he was transferred here, he held no official position, was unfamiliar with the place, and had nothing much to say. Samuel bringing him along today was just to familiarize his face with the others. Samuel's invitation was clearly just a formality. They had no real say. "Mr. Johnson, can I stay here and play for a few days before going back?" Amy, sitting next to William, asked in a pitiful low voice. William responded, "Walker can't beat you, and if you don't want to leave, who could possibly drag you away?" Walker glared at William with wide eyes. "It does seem that way." Amy considered, looking at Walker, and decided it was true. Since she was out, she might as well enjoy herself. The big dogs outside the city were so well behaved, she'd go feed them some bones later. Samuel, overhearing William and Amy's conversation, kept silent. Amy had a special status. Unless Stephen came to pick her up, he couldn't really interfere. From what he knew, New York City had many powerful shapeshifters on the side of humans, and in terms of combat power, it was definitely the strongest among all bases, so it was unlikely to fall. 10 minutes later, the conference room was filled with people. "Everyone's here. Previously, we discussed the proposal for the new city experiment site construction. Does anyone have anything to say?" Samuel sat in the center, fingers interlaced, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone in the room. "Commander Samuel, what opinions could we possibly have? Militarized management, building underground cities, centralizing resources, always ready for battle." A middle-aged man in black battle armor lifted his eyelids, his tone harsh. "In these critical times, how else should we construct this new city?" Samuel's fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Does anyone else have something to say? Although Samuel was appointed as the highest commander of the base, establishing the new city wasn't a decision he could make alone. Today's meeting content still needed to be reported to Washington, where the Supreme Commander of the Human Alliance would then call an alliance meeting to discuss and decide. "Commander Samuel, given the current apocalyptic situation, we believe there's no need to waste more manpower and resources to rescue ordinary people," a man with a scarred face said. "Humanity needs to continue to survive. The mutated creatures outside are evolving too quickly. We can use the newly developed annihilation bomb to attack them. At the same time, we need to seal off the base," another grim-faced young man added. "This is the ultimate fortress, a level 5 base. If we seal off the base, no mutated creature can break in, and we won't need to listen to Washington's orders anymore. Why bother building a new city? Isn't surviving hard enough?" As these two spoke, more bizarre opinions surfaced. "We must build the underground city quickly and move the ordinary people in. Why should those ordinary people do nothing and still enjoy food and resources? I think we can separate the awakened superhumans from ordinary people. For the continuation of humanity, the superhumans with awakened abilities should reproduce among themselves. As for ordinary people, to save more resources, we should limit their reproduction as much as possible." Samuel's position here was merely that of the highest commander of the Arcane Village base. The matter of establishing a model new city was a directive from Washington, which Samuel had brought up 3 days ago, asking the senior leaders of the Arcane Village base to think it over and then make suggestions. The first speaker was relatively reasonable, but the rest of the comments were increasingly outrageous. William could see that human nature ultimately couldn't withstand the test. Not everyone was like Walker, who, in these chaotic times, gained great power and thought of saving more civilians, saving the world. The comments from the others clearly aimed to close off the Arcane Village base and categorize people into different classes. No. They even wanted to restrict the reproduction of ordinary people. This was no longer treating ordinary people as human beings. As for building the underground city, William thought that if they really did as they suggested, the Arcane Village base might indeed survive. But those ordinary people would become nothing more than slaves. Over time, the descendants of ordinary people would become a permanent lower class, while the descendants of superhumans would become natural-born nobles. Class distinctions would become increasingly pronounced. Similarly, the Arcane Village base would become a closed, isolated city, existing solely for the propagation of humanity. Saving the world would have nothing to do with this city. Samuel's expression grew darker, but a smile appeared on William's face. He probably knew what kind of ideals Samuel and Walker shared, but every great dream inevitably faces obstacles. In specific times and environments, some powerful individuals prefer to become a privileged class. What the hell are you all spouting? Walker finally couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up furiously and started cursing, pointing at the guy who suggested limiting the reproduction of ordinary people, his spit flying. Bastard. With that ugly mug of yours, you want to limit others' reproduction? What do you mean by ordinary people? You, a mere B-level superhuman, are just an ordinary person in my eyes. You're worse than a dog. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses, Specky, turned cold and glanced at Walker, then asked Samuel, Samuel, who is this guy? Why does he have the right to sit here? Samuel suddenly stood up, and in the next moment, he was in front of Specky, slapping him across the face and sending him flying into the wall. How dare you speak to me like that? I specifically transferred Walker here from the New York base. Your earlier remarks were truly worse than a dog's. After cursing a bit, Samuel's gaze swept over the others present, and he sneered. So you want to create a special class, treating ordinary people like slaves, like dogs? Is that it? Commander Samuel, that's not what we meant. Aren't we all just trying to ensure the better survival and propagation of humanity? Scarface's voice was very low. They had almost forgotten that this usually amiable Commander Samuel was an S-level powerhouse. Propagation? You are abandoning the world, engaging in acts that would destroy our race. Samuel shouted loudly. We are humans. Those without awakened abilities are our kin. We are all humans. Humanity is indeed facing a huge crisis right now, but these crises are not insurmountable. Samuel gritted his teeth. I don't want to hear any more talk of dividing classes. In these apocalyptic times, when the survival of humanity is at stake, we must unite and work together to overcome these challenges. Chapter 740 Walker's New Position. The meeting room fell silent. William sat quietly on the side, not speaking. He didn't believe that Samuel's simple words could convince everyone present. Dreams? Passion? A savior complex? Not everyone possesses these. Moreover, often these so-called sentiments are far outweighed by tangible benefits that are within easy reach. A middle-aged man sitting opposite Samuel spoke in a deep voice. Commander Samuel, what can you do if we don't cooperate? Kyle, what do you mean? Samuel stared intently at the middle-aged man, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The Jones family was among the founders of the 13th Bureau. Even before the resurgence of energy, the head of the Jones family was already a demigod-level powerhouse. Zoe was quite dominant back in the day, but it was the Jones family that truly intimidated the world's superhumans. Kyle Jones was the representative of the Jones family at the Arcane Village base. In terms of power, although Kyle Jones was an A-level superhuman, his family background and status were much deeper than Samuel's. It was said that the current head of the Jones family had surpassed the power of a true deity. What I mean is, the new city needs to be built. Kyle slowly stood up, sneered, and said, However, how we build it should be a matter of discussion among us all, a bit more democratically. Why don't we vote on each issue that's been raised? Commander Samuel, this isn't a place where you alone get to decide, Kyle said with a smile. I know you're extraordinarily powerful, Commander Samuel, but you can't just kill us all, can you? In these chaotic times, every superhuman is incredibly valuable. If Samuel were to kill them, who would protect the base? Samuel is an S-level powerhouse, true, but facing so many people at once without getting hurt is impossible. The Arcane Village base also couldn't afford too much internal strife. Upon hearing this, Samuel clenched his fists. He said bitterly, Kyle, can you represent the Jones family? If this was just Kyle acting on his own, Samuel could easily eliminate him as a warning to others. But if this represented the entire Jones family's stance, Kyle raised his eyelids and said, This is the will of our new leader. New leader? What about Milo Jones? Samuel referred to Milo Jones, the previous leader of the Jones family, a powerhouse comparable to a deity. Kyle replied indifferently, My great-grandfather has retired to seek a breakthrough in power. The current leader is my nephew, Landon Jones. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. Milo Jones choosing to step back at this time, ceding the leadership, essentially endorsed the actions of the Jones family, didn't it? Jones family, that's it? Are they that powerful? Walker scoffed coldly. Kyle, cut the crap. My master is Moros, the deity of witchcraft, and he's not afraid of you. Kyle glanced at Walker and said, so what if your master is Moros? Today we vote. Democratically. Nonsense. Without another word, Walker threw a knife. It was the one given by William. The blade flashed coldly, and in the next moment, Kyle was on the ground with the black throwing knife lodged in his throat, dead. To his last breath, Kyle's eyes were wide open in disbelief that someone had dared to strike him directly. He was a member of the Jones family. After all, more words were useless. Walker's move was lethal. Except for William, everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Samuel had never expected Walker to be so fierce. Walker flicked his finger, and the knife flew back into his hand. He shook off the blood from the blade and asked, what level was he? A level. Samuel was somewhat agitated. He couldn't afford to act himself, because if he did, the powerful members of the Jones family might come for him, and he might not be able to handle them. And the representative significance of the Jones family was too great. Just an A level, no big deal. Walker now had control over the power of the throwing knife, and to a soulmancer like him, an A-level superhuman was really weak. William couldn't help but applaud, saying, nice act. Walker's mouth twitched into a smirk, feigning indifference. Go ahead, kill us all. Scarface stiffened his neck, glaring at Walker. Walker raised his hand and threw another knife. Thwack! Blood splattered on the spot. Even Samuel was taken aback by this. Anyone else? Walker's grip on the throwing knife was like the grim reaper holding his scythe. The entire meeting room fell silent. Heh, I thought you all weren't afraid of death. Walker sneered, then turned to Samuel. Commander Samuel, why bother reasoning with these fools? Instead of letting them cause trouble, it might be cleaner just to kill them all. Samuel's face was stern. Stephen had said that Walker was a troublemaker, but now it seemed that this was a good thing. He needed someone with no reservations like him. A disciple of Moros from the deity of witchcraft, Samuel had heard about him before. Even if the Jones family members were arrogant, would they dare to challenge a disciple of the deity of witchcraft? It turned out to be a good decision to keep this thorn around. If no one else objects, let's have the body removed, clean up, and continue the meeting. Samuel also noticed Amy's pale face. Although the young girl was powerful, she probably hadn't seen such a bloody scene before. Such a young girl had potential for the future, but compared to someone as ruthless as Walker, she still had a way to go. Now, who would dare to object? They dared to speak those words, banking on the fact that Samuel would consider the bigger picture and not take action, right? Samuel didn't make a move, but Walker clearly had no qualms about killing. He had just killed an A-level powerhouse from the Jones family without blinking an eye. Any more useless talk from them would just add another ghost to the count. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what Commander Samuel said? Hurry up and carry these two bodies out, Walker said as he sat down, his face ashen. At his command, people hurriedly carried the bodies out and cleaned up the blood. William glanced at Amy, whose face was frighteningly pale, her lips turning purple, but her eyes were wide open, as if she was forcing herself to watch the murderous scene. Her mentors were Zeus and Poseidon, so her training was exceptional, but her life experience was still lacking. To contribute to humanity, she had to face many things. Some fears had to be confronted. The blood was quickly cleaned up, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy, leaving everyone lost in their thoughts. Samuel's gaze swept over those present again, a fierce glint in his eyes, as he said, the construction of the underground city must proceed. It is meant to provide housing for more people. No one should use their power to oppress the ordinary people. Anyone found doing so will be executed without mercy. Starting today, we will establish an inspection team, with Walker as the team leader. Samuel was making full use of his resources. With someone as ruthless and well-connected as Walker, it was best to establish order and rules in the city first. How could this city contribute to saving the world if its thoughts and actions were not righteous? Hearing his appointment, Walker let out a cold smirk. He liked this position very much. As he smiled, the others felt a chill run down their spines. Damn, having this guy as the head of the inspection team was terrifying. Chapter 741. Was there really a need to dodge bullets deliberately? First of all, I want to say that the establishment of the new city is to nurture more outstanding young people, Samuel said solemnly as he sat in his chair. The purpose of this base is to serve as humanity's last bastion, preparing for the salvation of all mankind and welcoming back the light. Those of you present, if you harbor any other intentions, please leave now. The sudden change of heart within the Jones family had indeed caught Samuel off guard. However, the documents he received from Washington had clearly outlined how to handle certain special situations. For those harboring ulterior motives, intending to split the human alliance, there would be no mercy. Walker's approach of using strength to intimidate everyone also made Samuel resolve to be more ruthless. To hell with the Jones family. If their intent was to divide the world and engage in acts that harm their own people, then they would be eliminated. Everyone present understood that Samuel was serious. Being expelled from the base. What did that mean? Without the protection of the base, even an average S-class superhuman would struggle to survive outside, and death would likely be their only fate. The construction of the underground city must prioritize the safety of the people, not create different social classes. Samuel took out a document and said, "Everything that happened in today's meeting will be reported truthfully. If you are still willing to protect this base together and aim to save all of humanity, I am willing to overlook past transgressions. These are extraordinary times, and many places need people. If everyone were killed, who would save the ordinary people? Indeed, we cannot afford too much internal strife now." Those present had once been full of passion, standing on the front lines to save the world, and had made significant contributions. Sometimes people change, but they should at least be given a chance. With these words from Samuel, the remaining people expressed their intentions to reform and serve the base faithfully. Being expelled from the base, they were well aware of what that meant. The idea of special class privileges was indeed very appealing, but first, they needed to survive. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Wes spoke up. "Commander Samuel, please continue." When Kyle had spoken about treating ordinary people differently, Wes had felt a strong urge to eliminate him right there and then. However, he only fantasized about it in his mind, never daring to actually make a move. Now that things had calmed down, he wished he could step into Walker's shoes and stand up against such extreme statements. Due to his reserved nature, Wes couldn't be as bold as Walker, not to mention the differences in strength and background. Walker's power and background allowed him to kill Kyle without a second thought and without considering the consequences, something Wes wasn't capable of yet. Although he couldn't do it himself, seeing Walker take such actions was still thrilling for him. Next time for sure. Next time, he would be able to do it too. Samuel continued. "First, we need to properly construct the internal facilities of Arcane Village, providing a stable living environment for all the original residents and refugees. The war with the mutated creatures won't end quickly. It might take generations of effort to restore our former civilization, and we need to be prepared for that," Samuel said. "That's why we need to establish correct values for our youth and also help them awaken their superpowers. Therefore, we need to establish schools to nurture a strong next generation." No one was naive enough to think that we could quickly restore peace in the face of powerful mutated creatures. This was destined to be a prolonged war. Cultures around the world have deep historical roots, and although there have been beliefs in deities since ancient times, most cultures primarily venerate their ancestors. Peace has always been bought with the blood of our forebears, and no matter how long the war lasts, it will eventually return to peace. During this meeting, no one raised any objections. Until Samuel introduced, "I would like to introduce a new colleague to everyone here, William. He is very agile and proficient in the language of beasts," Samuel said. "He will serve as the head of our base's reconnaissance unit and as our base's beast language instructor." Hearing his appointment, William smiled and waved to everyone present. "William." The previously sullen-faced young man glanced at William and said, "Is that the William who's kept by a woman?" Samuel narrowed his eyes and responded, "I know there might be some misunderstandings about William, but he truly has genuine skills. I've tested him myself." "Tested?" The young man laughed loudly. "Commander Samuel, when you say tested, do you mean in bed?" "Ivan, what are you implying?" Samuel was on the verge of exploding. Ivan was not intimidated by Samuel and said, "Commander Samuel, since we're speaking openly, I'll serve the base without seeking any privileges. If you want to kill me, go ahead." Samuel quickly calmed down. Ivan was Hugo's older brother. Hugo had left the base with William, and his body was never recovered. It was natural for Ivan to have issues with William. Are you questioning William's abilities, or are you trying to blame Hugo's death on him? Samuel didn't beat around the bush and addressed the issue directly. Hugo left the city on his own, and he didn't die by William's hand. If you're looking to seek revenge on William, I won't allow it. Seek revenge, Ivan said coldly. I'm not that petty. But what exactly is William's skill level? What qualifies him to be the head of the reconnaissance unit? And this beast language, can he really speak it? Commander Samuel, have you verified this? Ivan was confrontational. Why don't you send him out to talk to those mutated creatures? Maybe convince them all to commit suicide. As for the beast language, I haven't verified that, but I have witnessed his agility. Samuel was tired of arguing with Ivan. People looking for trouble was inevitable, and no amount of talking would be as convincing as William demonstrating his skills himself. I'll test it, Ivan declared, and suddenly, a large handgun appeared in his hand. Bang! He didn't intend to give William a chance to react, raising his hand and firing the gun. The gun was aimed right at William's forehead. The next moment, a huge dent appeared in the metal wall behind William, who hadn't moved an inch from where he sat. A throwing knife was now embedded in Ivan's throat. Walker had made his move. Ivan had intended to kill William with a single shot, but Walker ended Ivan's life with one swift throw of his knife. William's expression remained unchanged. He didn't need to make any move. By the time Walker's knife struck, Ivan's bullet was already off course. Was there really a need to dodge bullets deliberately? Such amateur marksmanship. Does anyone still have doubts? Walker didn't waste words. He had said he would protect William. Although he wasn't sure if William could have dodged the bullet, he decided to intervene anyway. The meeting room fell silent. A meeting that ended with 3 people dead. Walker was a madman. And William, the guy who was supposedly kept by a woman, even had Walker protecting him. His connections must be really deep. It was just the position of head of the reconnaissance unit. Let him have it. Besides Hugo, who else would dare to challenge that? Chapter 742. You. Are you sure you're not joking? After the meeting dispersed, everyone went their separate ways. Whether it was building a school or an underground fortress, more manpower was always needed. Walker becoming the head of the inspection team was good news for the entire base. Walker, thanks for earlier. Samuel looked at Walker and smiled. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known how to wrap things up just now. Walker grinned. When dealing with those reactionary forces, iron-fisted measures are necessary. I can handle the dirty work that you can't. Samuel replied. That's fine, but try to kill less. It's not easy to train skilled people these days. I know my limits, Walker said. I won't kill unless absolutely necessary. Listening to that, well, it was probably best just to listen. Finally, Samuel's gaze landed on William. He asked, William, if Walker hadn't intervened just now, could you have dodged that bullet? It wouldn't have hit me anyway, so why dodge? William responded confidently. Samuel gritted his teeth. What I mean is, if Walker hadn't acted and Ivan had aimed and fired, could you have dodged it then? Talking to William was really exhausting. Did he need everything spelled out clearly? I wouldn't need to dodge that either, William replied with the same confidence, and as if it were obvious. Hit him? How could that be possible? Samuel had thrown so many knives before and never managed to hit him. Was it because Samuel was just bad? Even for an S-rank fighter, with a target distance of 15 feet, missing 100% of the shots seemed unlikely. William's agility and dodge stats weren't just high, they were exceptional. As long as he wishes, anyone who attacks him from a distance will miss by just a bit, as if tracing an outline around his body. It was almost like a curse. Are you trying to infuriate me to death? Samuel wasn't sure if William really understood the language of beasts, but he was certain that talking to William could shorten one's lifespan. All right, the claim that you understand beast language still needs verification. Since you want to start a course on it, you should at least prove to us that you really know it, Samuel insisted. He acknowledged William's agility, but understanding beast language needed proof. Otherwise, teaching a class on it would just be a joke. William explained, Understanding beast language doesn't necessarily mean speaking it. Most mutated creatures can infer human intentions from their actions, and we can also interpret the creature's intentions from their behaviors and calls. You don't think I'm going to make strange noises like a mutated creature, do you? William chuckled. Each species has a different vocal system. There are at least 10,000 types of mutated creatures out there, and it's impossible for a normal human to mimic their sounds. So what exactly do you want to teach? Samuel asked, his expression turning serious. Indeed, the physiological structure of mutated creatures was different from humans, and their way of conveying messages wasn't necessarily through making sounds. If so-called beast language was just about making noises, that clearly wouldn't work. Even if one could use sounds to convey intentions to mutated creatures, the practicality was limited. It's not like humans could negotiate with creatures. What I intend to teach are the habits, attack methods, and weaknesses of these mutated creatures. If you want to call that beast language, that's fine too. Are you sure you're not joking? Samuel swallowed hard. What William described hardly sounded like beast language. Do I look like I'm joking? William responded. The content is extensive and complex. It's not easy to teach. How could you possibly know the habits, attack methods, and even the weaknesses of these mutated creatures? Samuel frowned. If it was just some basic understanding of beast language, that would be one thing. But to claim knowledge of all aspects of mutated creatures, lives and vulnerabilities, that's incredible. William chuckled. It's a secret. A secret, Samuel exclaimed excitedly. Well, I do like people who have secrets. Samuel then asked, can you organize everything you know for us? Sure. William wasn't planning on using brute force to solve humanity's current crisis, but he could provide some intelligence. Come with me to the Institute. Right now. Samuel could hardly contain his excitement. If Walker helped him handle the immediate crisis, William's arrival could be a crucial asset in the grand project of human revival. Of course, that was assuming everything William said was true. No problem, but I'll need a house, William said. Consider it payment for the information I provide. What do you think? A house? Samuel's mouth twitched. Don't just talk about a house. I'd give you my life if you asked. What would I do with your life? William replied dryly. I just need a place to live. It doesn't have to be big, but it must have a kitchen. No problem. Samuel truly felt this was a small price to pay. If William could indeed provide information on the mutated creatures, he would agree to any terms. Then let's go. William didn't waste any more words and followed Samuel out of the meeting room. Walker was stunned. How could William possibly know about all the habits of the mutated creatures? He understood the significance of what William had said. To revive human civilization, a united human effort was necessary. With this information, they would have more leverage against the mutated creatures. You've kept it well hidden. Walker had always sensed that William had secrets. Initially, he thought William was just concealing his strength, but he hadn't expected this. But if William knew this information, did it also mean that William's true strength was formidable? Otherwise, how could he know all this? Walker followed behind, not asking further questions. No matter what William was hiding, as long as his actions were beneficial for saving the world, it was all good. The deeper the secret, the better. That's what Walker thought. William followed Samuel into the base's research institute, and soon Samuel had arranged a computer for William. Here we go. This is the information on mutated creatures that we've collected and organized. See if there's anything you'd like to add. Samuel didn't fully believe William knew all about the mutated creatures just from a few words. Asking him to add information was also a way to test him. Some statements, with just a little thought, could reveal their truth or falsehood. William sat in front of the computer and smiled. What? Don't believe me. Samuel didn't feel awkward at all and chuckled. How could I not believe you? Let's get started. While they were talking, an elderly man wearing thick glasses approached and asked, Samuel, who allowed you to use my computer? Bringing unrelated people into the research institute. What are you thinking? Chapter 743 about a fish's ability to fly. William glanced up at the elderly man, recognizing his attire immediately. The old professor. Such individuals typically displayed their academic talents during their studies and devoted themselves entirely to research. Apart from their specific topics, it was difficult to engage their interest in anything else. Social niceties? To them, these were utterly irrelevant. It wasn't that their approach was bad. After all, human energy is limited. Once they focused on something, it was hard for them to be distracted by other matters. Only through such dedication could they achieve perfection in their academic research. Dr. Sanger. This young man, named William, understands various habits and weaknesses of the mutated creatures. I've asked him to organize some data, Samuel explained, his usually good temper helping him maintain a careful smile, especially since he had used the computer without permission from such a respected scholar. Frederick Sanger had only stepped away for a short rest when he heard from his assistant that Samuel had brought someone to access the main computer of the data library. This was unacceptable. Frederick stormed back into the lab, only to find a young man sitting at his computer. He knew his computer contained numerous research materials, the results of countless hours of work and the sacrifices of many. He could tolerate personal attacks, but tampering with the data on his computer was absolutely off limits. If Samuel wasn't the highest commander of Arcane Village, Frederick would have already called security to remove him. He understands the habits and weaknesses of the mutated creatures. Frederick paused for a moment, pushed up his glasses, and asked, "Which mutated creatures are you referring to?" William looked at Frederick and said, "All known mutated creatures." Others might respect the elderly, but William only had additional regard for Frederick because of his dedication to scientific research. "Then hurry up and organize the relevant data." Upon hearing William's statement, Frederick's eyes lit up. There was no hint of skepticism, as if it was perfectly natural for William to know all this. "Let's get started then." Samuel knew Frederick's temperament well. He wouldn't be upset knowing that William had more information about the mutated creatures. Without wasting time, William booted up the computer and quickly located the database on mutated creatures. Currently, the Arcane Village base had just over 500 documents related to mutated creatures, categorized by different levels from SSS to D, with each level having its own folder. He casually opened the first folder labeled SSS. It contained a photograph taken from the sky. The photo showed an immensely large monster bursting through the surface of the ocean, creating terrifyingly high waves, with its sharp, enormous teeth looking ferocious and dreadful. Demon whale with bloody teeth. Suspected mutation from a bride's whale. Length, 4,000 feet. Weight, about 11,023 short tons. Strength, unknown. Danger level, SSS. That was all the information available. Seeing this, William asked, "This information about the demon whale with bloody teeth was deduced from satellite surveillance, right?" "Of course," Frederick replied. "The demon whale with bloody teeth merely surfaced, and the resulting tsunami submerged 3 coastal cities, causing 13 million deaths. It's probably the most powerful mutated creature we know of so far, and its detailed data is hard to control. But based on our assessment, the demon whale with bloody teeth should still retain the living habits of a bride's whale and would not come onto land." William nodded and said, "Generally, it retains the habits of a bride's whale, but after mutation, it has developed a preference for blood and has become more murderous. Importantly, it has now acquired the ability to fly." Frederick furrowed his brow. "The ability to fly? What makes you say that?" "If the demon whale with bloody teeth just lived at the bottom of the ocean, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to creatures on land," William explained. "But if it has the ability to fly, that changes everything. I won't explain further. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do," William said. He was there to provide information, and with tens of thousands of pieces of data, most of which were unknown to humanity, it would be impractical to explain each piece in detail. Science demands rigor, Frederick insisted. Without relevant evidence, making unfounded claims is unacceptable. William responded with a smile. Science at best explains phenomena that have already occurred. For what science cannot explain, we turn to theology. Now, with soulmancers everywhere, you talk to me about science. Frederick stubbornly shook his head. Even though there are many soulmancers in the world today, it doesn't mean that science cannot explain how one becomes a soulmancer. Theology isn't beyond scientific explanation either. Dr. Jin once said, "There's nothing that science cannot explain." Jin was Dr. Lopez from the 13th Bureau, who had researched how to combat soulmancers. William had some interactions with him, and Jin greatly admired William. William also held high regard for Jin, who had tried to challenge divine beings with mere human inventions. His creation, the space ion cannon, had once blown the head off a powerful demon, a being nearly as strong as a nature deity. As a pioneer in using science to challenge theology, Jin was revered by countless scholars. All right, let's move on to the next one, William said, his consciousness already reaching into the deep sea, where he found a demon whale with bloody teeth asleep. You? Fly for me. Keep it quiet. Slowly ascend to the sky. I don't want to see anyone die, or you will. William's consciousness conveyed this message to the sleeping demon whale with bloody teeth. The demon whale with bloody teeth shuddered in fright, causing countless fish to flee in panic in the deep sea. As the dominant creature of the deep sea after its mutation, it was acutely aware of how terrifying the consciousness that had just communicated with it was. If it didn't comply, it faced certain death. Can't a single human die? The demon whale with bloody teeth slowly made its way from the deep sea towards the surface. Its movements were a bit slow. William was somewhat dissatisfied. Are you sleepwalking here? Hurry up. It had to be fast, yet not a single human could die. The demon whale with bloody teeth felt conflicted. It could only swim towards the sea areas far from land, continuously using sonar to skim the surface of the water. What if there are humans on the surface of the sea? If a human died, wouldn't it mean death for it too? However, its concerns were clearly unnecessary. Since the global mutation, the seas had become even more dangerous than the lands, and no one would risk crossing the sea. Finally, the demon whale with bloody teeth reached the surface and slowly poked its head out. The massive head appeared, immediately detected by space satellites. Almost instantly, all the bases around the world received the information. Demon whale with bloody teeth spotted at the center of the Pacific. At the same time, the bases also received live video feeds. Nowadays, with major cities around the world isolated from each other and researchers dispersed, many pieces of information had to be shared online. Chapter 744. You're here talking science to me? William was opening the file on a second mutated creature, discussing some of its characteristics with Frederick and the others. A woman in a white protective suit shouted, "Dr. Sanger, the demon whale with bloody teeth has surfaced." What? Where did it surface from? Frederick's voice became sharp with excitement. They had just been discussing the demon whale with bloody teeth, and now it had appeared. It was almost too terrifying. The appearance of the demon whale with bloody teeth. Did that not mean a storm of blood and violence was coming? Dr. Sanger, calm down. The demon whale with bloody teeth appeared in the Central Pacific. It's not a threat to the continental areas. Frederick sighed deeply and commanded, "Quick, turn on the big screen." The Research Institute had a large screen for projecting information received from satellites. The clearer these pieces of information, the better. Facing powerful mutated creatures, humans still knew too little and needed to analyze more details to avoid being caught off guard in future encounters. "William," Walker asked curiously, glancing at William, "do you think this demon whale with bloody teeth could actually fly?" William had claimed he could speak with beasts, and Walker believed him. In the Mount Olympus jungle, he had seen William sitting on a large rock while the mutated creatures deliberately avoided attacking him. From this, it was clear William had many secrets. And then there was that so-called swift movement. Damn, could any secret technique be that fast? Could a novice soulmancer really outpace an S-class fighter? William looked back at Walker and countered, "What do you think?" Walker smacked his lips twice and said, "I think, such a big guy, without wings, it might be a bit difficult to fly." William chuckled, "And you're here talking science to me?" Walker paused for half a second, then looked back at the big screen and said, "It should be able to fly, right? Wings are not necessary for flight. What about all those soulmancers who fly through the air, or the witches riding brooms? Do they have wings, or do their artifacts have wings?" Walker, as a soulmancer himself, naturally believed that such powerful creatures could fly in the sky. "I don't buy it." Frederick shook his head. "That's not scientific." Walker felt that, since William was his bro, no matter what secrets William was hiding, he should support him. "Dr. Sanger, how about we make a bet? If the demon whale with bloody teeth doesn't fly, I'll eat my computer monitor," Walker said, watching the big screen where the demon whale with bloody teeth was clearly slowly poking its head upwards, looking like it was about to take off. "You'll eat your computer monitor? If it doesn't fly, I'll eat a hammer." "Holy crap. Do we need to bet that big?" Walker was shocked. This old guy was really something. Being a soulmancer, eating a computer monitor wasn't really a problem for him. He could even digest it afterward. But this old man was actually willing to eat a hammer. Was he lacking iron in his body? Humph. Frederick gave Walker a disdainful look, then focused intently on the big screen, telling the people around him, "Quick, record all the data on this demon whale with bloody teeth." At times like this, he didn't want to waste words with Walker. The video transmitted by the satellite also revealed some characteristics of the demon whale with bloody teeth, such as strength analysis and even weakness analysis. If a person always lives in a comfortable and easy environment, they might fail when faced with real crises and difficulties due to a lack of ability to handle challenges. With the cultural depth of several bowls of Earth civilization supporting them, people around the world prefer to take precautions against potential problems. Mutated creatures are not to be feared, the unknown is. Frederick believed that even the most powerful creatures had their weaknesses. Humans on Earth, although not as physically strong as many animals, excel in using various tools and leveraging their intelligence to solve crises. Dr. Sanger, this demon whale with bloody teeth is 4,750 feet long and weighs over 22,023 short tons. Based on its size and strength analysis, the force of its impact could exceed 551,155 short tons. It's flying. The woman in the protective suit was so shocked, she lost her voice. Frederick remained composed and said, "I see it. Record its flight speed." On the big screen, they could see the demon whale with bloody teeth slowly emerging from the sea and then gradually ascending into the sky. Its flight speed is about 10 feet per second. 10 feet per second. What kind of speed was that? Frederick commented, "It seems it can fly, but its flight speed isn't fast. After all, it's a mutated marine creature, not a bird." Continue recording. Walker stood by, silently pulling a household hammer from the storage space in his underwear, and said, "Dr. Sanger, I have bigger ones. Which one do you want?" Frederick adjusted his glasses and asked, "How big can you get?" "Not a small appetite," Walker exclaimed, pulling out a hammer with a 2-foot-long handle from his storage underwear. This hammer weighed at least 550 pounds, especially good for replenishing iron in the body. Seeing the hammer, Frederick couldn't help but take a deep breath. But his expression quickly returned to normal as he said, "I am a scientist, and a scientist's words must be precise." So eat it then." Walker was curious about how the old man would manage to swallow the hammer. Could it be that he now relied on the power of technology to enable his stomach to digest any metal? That would be quite impressive. Indeed, as Frederick had said, theoretically, there is nothing in the world that cannot be explained by science. If there is, it's merely temporarily unexplainable. Does that mean, in other words, that science can achieve all things unimaginable? Enough said. If a soulmancer can do it, science should be able to achieve it too. After all, Walker's physique, enhanced by witchcraft potions, allows him to swallow that hammer. I am a meticulous scientist. In our hometown, when I say eat a hammer, it means I won't eat it. Frederick was really fed up with this person. Didn't he understand the concept of speaking figuratively? Forced explanation, huh? Walker was baffled. Still using hometown expressions. Are you really a master of language? That's unreasonable. Excessive. Samuel couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. "Walker, that's enough. Shut up. Don't disturb Dr. Sanger. Can't admit you lost the bet, huh?" Walker muttered, putting away the 2 hammers. Frederick finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Continue monitoring the movements of this demon whale with bloody teeth. See what its speed really is, and whether it could potentially threaten the land." Samuel said, "I wonder if Washington will launch an attack on it." Frederick replied, "They probably won't. This demon whale with bloody teeth is far from our land. For now, it doesn't pose a threat to the continental area. A rash attack might provoke it instead. This creature seems to possess a certain level of intelligence. If attacked, it will surely retaliate." Chapter 745, The Space Ion Cannon. Do you know about it? Frederick was right. The location where the demon whale with bloody teeth appeared was too remote, with no humans or cities nearby. so there was no intention to attack it. The demon whale with bloody teeth slowly ascended into the sky, attracting the attention of many powers. Prometheus was collecting some plants in the forest when he sensed something and glanced towards the Pacific Ocean. It was that kind of creature again, but not very strong, only possessing the strength level of a nature deity at most. If it dared to set foot on the continental area, he would simply slap it dead. Moros and other deities of witchcraft glanced in that direction. The fish in the ocean seemed to be getting stronger, Moros joked. Do you think some of the fish down there could evolve into beings with the strength of supreme deities? Probably not. To give birth to such powerful beings, time is needed. There are still many powerful monsters hidden in the underwater world. Haven't you noticed that the divine soul energy in the prime world is abnormally abundant? No matter how much divine soul energy there is, we can no longer ascend. In the 13th universe, the cosmic entity Dali had used the power of over 100 divine halos she had won to transform the Earth into divine soul energy, which was undoubtedly a terrifying act. In the past, creating the divine realm only took the power of 5 divine halos, and Archangel Amenadiel had absorbed just 1 divine halo to become one of the high-ranking god kings. Now, the power of over 100 divine halos had been transformed into divine soul energy to alter the creatures on Earth. This also made some of the already gigantic creatures even more terrifying. Although they lacked top-tier divine artifacts and hadn't undergone long-term strength enhancement, given time, their physical bodies would become incredibly formidable, and predicting how strong they could get was nearly impossible. It seems that's about the speed of the demon whale with bloody teeth. After more than an hour, the demon whale with bloody teeth was still slowly ascending into the sky, maintaining a steady speed of 10 feet per second. It seems to have no special abilities, just a massive size, strong aggression, and the ability to fly, but its speed is extremely slow. Analyzing the muscle tissue of the demon whale with bloody teeth, its only weakness appears to be its eyes. If we use the space ion cannon now, we might be able to kill it in one strike. Even if it doesn't kill it, the demon whale with bloody teeth definitely won't be able to attack the Arcane Village base. At most, it could reach the Hawaii base, so it might be worth a try. It has been half a month since the last human city was attacked by the demon whale with bloody teeth. Facing such a terrifying beast still leaves people deeply unsettled. If we could just try attacking it. If it dies, that would certainly put our minds at ease. If it doesn't, it seems there wouldn't be much loss. Before the apocalypse, many wealthy individuals and officials vacationed in Hawaii. After the apocalypse, the Hawaii base was established due to its surrounding seas, which provided a sense of ease. It also required many soulmancers to risk their lives transporting supplies. In fact, many bases around the world are not too pleased with the Hawaii base. If we could really cause them some trouble, forcing them to relocate to a mainland base, or if this base were accidentally destroyed, that wouldn't be such a bad thing. Upon hearing such remarks, Samuel immediately said, "How can we do such a thing to our fellow citizens? With the global anomalies, it's not just us suffering. There are also many ordinary people at the Hawaii base, perhaps even family members of residents from our base. All the surviving humans at bases around the world should work together. Even if we dislike the greedy faces of those officials and wealthy people, that should be dealt with after resolving the issue with the mutated creatures, not by these means." In the 6,000 years of recorded human history, we have almost always been undergoing the trials of war, but people from all countries yearn for peace after war. The launcher for the space ion cannon is currently in Washington, and whether or not to fire it is not for them to decide. However, according to the usual practices of the higher-ups in Washington, it's unlikely that they would decide to abandon the Hawaii base. You're William, right? You mentioned earlier that you know all about the habits and even the weaknesses of these mutated creatures. What do you think about the data analysis for the demon whale with bloody teeth? Frederick suddenly realized something. William had previously mentioned that the demon whale with bloody teeth had the ability to fly, and now that it was actually flying, did that mean they could trust this young man? First off, I need to correct something. This thing doesn't weigh 22,023 short tons. It weighs 44,046 short tons. Its methods of attack aren't just ramming and biting. It can manipulate water, as well as control temperature and create lightning. William spoke calmly. Also, this thing's flying speed should be able to reach 800 feet per second, not 10 feet per second. Of course, it originally being a marine creature, it can move at 2,000 feet per second underwater. The research facility fell silent, and the female assistant recording the data was so surprised that she forgot to type. Everyone was staring blankly at William, until Frederick said, "Let's record what he said for now." Got it. The data recording assistant hurriedly followed and recorded William's words. She didn't understand why Dr. Sanger would have her record this man's seemingly baseless claims. These data had no foundation to speak of. At least, according to the data they had monitored via satellite so far, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Frederick stared at the big screen. If what William said was true, then this demon whale with bloody teeth was terrifyingly powerful, considering that many missiles only travel around 1,000 feet per second. If the demon whale with bloody teeth was really that fast, wouldn't it be difficult to deal with? The space ion cannon, do you know about it? Frederick didn't even know why he was asking William. Do you think the space ion cannon could take this thing out in one shot? William confidently said, "Of course. Just hit it right in the head, and it's a one-shot kill, no question about it." This demon whale with bloody teeth is merely at the level of a nature deity, which is far below the angels and demons that previously descended upon Earth. The demon that was taken out by a single shot from the space ion cannon was at least at the destroyer deity level. That's reassuring. Frederick felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, but he still felt that things that hadn't been verified were somewhat unreliable. However, this young man named William said the demon whale with bloody teeth could fly, and indeed, it could actually fly. Even without verification, without having seen it, he decided to tentatively believe it. The demon whale with bloody teeth, flying mid-air, was trembling with fear. It didn't know if its flying posture was correct. It just felt that many eyes were watching it, hidden yet observant. Those gazes were truly terrifying, especially the first one. It wondered if some great deity might kill it for not having an elegant enough fin movement while flying. "All right, fly up, as fast as you can." Just then, a message like this echoed in the brain of the demon whale with bloody teeth, frightening it into suddenly soaring upwards. Indeed, it accelerated abruptly mid-air. Back in the research facility, Frederick swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, What's the speed now?" The female assistant next to him, calculating based on the video feed, also opened her mouth wide in astonishment and said, 2,090 feet per second. Chapter 746. The outside world was just too terrifying. 2,090 feet per second. Upon hearing this data, William's brow furrowed slightly. Hadn't he just said that it could reach up to 2,000 feet per second? Was this demon whale with bloody teeth specifically here to prove him wrong? In that instant, the demon whale with bloody teeth felt its body stiffen and it froze in midair, as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed it. This hand only needed to exert a little more force, and it would be shattered to pieces. 2,000 feet per second. Do you understand? While conveying this message, William also took the opportunity to educate the demon whale with bloody teeth about how fast 1 foot per second actually is. The demon whale with bloody teeth was in agony. Who just said to make him fly faster? Just now, it was flying at full speed, burning all its energy and even its vital essence to reach that speed. But who could argue when such a powerful deity had spoken? 2,000 feet per second. Dr. Sanger, it just stopped in midair, which means the demon whale with bloody teeth has the ability to hover, Frederick noted. Its flight seems to be powered by some mysterious force, not its fins. The fins are too small. If it were just flapping through the air, they couldn't possibly support the massive body of the demon whale with bloody teeth, Frederick explained. It must be like the soulmancer, using a mysterious energy to fly. With current science, the soul energy inside a soulmancer can only be described as a mysterious energy. Any further explanation would seem more like charlatanism. William, you just said that a hit from the space ion cannon to its head could kill it, right? Frederick asked. So, its weak points should still be the head, the eyes, and other fragile areas, right? William chuckled. Dr. Sanger, this is a mutated creature. You're identifying its eyes as a weak point because you can't find any other weaknesses, right? Frederick nodded. That's right. The body of the demon whale with bloody teeth is likely covered with a very thick layer of fat, and its skin is also very tough. Even if we use the newly developed annihilation bomb on other parts, it would likely only cause severe injury, not death. William added, the eyes of the demon whale with bloody teeth can emit attacks similar to laser beams, so they're hardly a weak point. With the current human arsenal, aside from using the space ion cannon on its head, it's very difficult to find a way to kill it. Ordinary weapons, even if they hit its eyes, would at most injure it, and are not enough to be lethal. Frederick was curious about how William knew all this, but he didn't ask. Instead, he turned to look at the large screen and asked, "What's the speed now?" 2,000 feet per second. The speed is very stable. The female assistant recording the data gave William a deep look, as if he had predicted everything correctly. Who exactly was he? It was known that the demon whale with bloody teeth had only appeared once before, and the data about it was derived from various analyses of that one video. And this information was not something the average person would know. What he had mentioned was even beyond what their research institute had discovered. Hearing the assistant's comment, Frederick took a deep breath and turned back to look at William. His combat value might be low, but his memory was certainly not lacking. Everything William had said matched up, and the thought of the demon whale with bloody teeth's attack methods was indeed terrifying. Huge in size, fast in flight, with incredible defense capabilities, able to manipulate water, temperature, and even create thunder and lightning. With the current human capabilities, aside from the space ion cannon, there were no other options. What kind of destruction would such a creature cause if it reached land? If it appeared near certain cities, using the space ion cannon might destroy the city along with it. As for deploying nuclear weapons, would that give rise to more mutated creatures? Would it push Earth further towards destruction? The atmosphere in the research institute was tense. Frederick clenched his fists, staring at the large screen. If the demon whale with bloody teeth showed any tendency to move towards land, surely Washington would order the firing of the space ion cannon to kill it. Yet Frederick knew that firing the space ion cannon required a tremendous amount of energy. Even the great weapons created by science still obeyed the law of conservation of energy. The energy required to kill such a massive beast was immense. Now, with large areas of Earth occupied by mutated creatures, gathering resources was extremely difficult. The space station could fire at most 2 more times. That was the limit. Walker stared at the demon whale with bloody teeth on the large screen, wondering if he could kill it with his throwing knife. What would be the cost to himself? Ultimately, he was too weak. Perhaps with all his might, he could inflict a serious injury. Could he kill it? That was uncertain. William, looking composed, said, "Don't worry, this big fellow prefers to stay in the sea. Under normal circumstances, it won't come onto land. It's about its habits. The seabed makes it feel safer." Frederick murmured softly, "I hope that's the case. The seabed makes it feel safer?" Could such a creature even feel fear? It seemed unrealistic, and perhaps William's words were just meant to comfort everyone. "Dr. Sanger, the demon whale with bloody teeth has returned to the seabed. I see it. I wonder why it flew out of the water just now. It seemed like it just wanted to fly for a bit. Maybe it was stretching its muscles, or just getting some air. Whatever the reason, let's hope it never comes out again." The demon whale with bloody teeth cautiously submerged into the sea, barely causing any splash upon entering the water, more adept than many Olympic divers. Seeing the demon whale with bloody teeth return to the seabed, many people breathed a sigh of relief. What terrifying scene had they just witnessed? No one knew how frightened the demon whale with bloody teeth had been just now. The ruler of the seabed, forced to fly out, and even having its speed strictly regulated, it felt the gaze of many eyes upon it. Those eyes carried a murderous intent, and it swore to itself that it would hide in the seabed, the deeper the better, never to venture out again. The outside world was just too terrifying. Once everything had calmed down, William asked, "Can I continue modifying these documents now?" "Yes, go ahead." Frederick chose to trust William without hesitation this time, and asked in a pleading tone, "Mr. Johnson, may I sit beside you and watch? I'd like to learn." Even the way he addressed him had changed. He now called William Mr. Johnson. William nodded and smiled at Frederick. Of course. Frederick reminded William of the retired principal of Hudson University, Edward On the path of pursuing scientific truth, it was always these individuals who tirelessly studied and then passed on their life's knowledge, thus contributing to the progress of human civilization. Chapter 747 Recipe Book. Are you sure the data you wrote is accurate? William had lived far too long. In every era, he always found something to do. Otherwise, life would be too dull. Get a job, do some work. Preferably something he had never done before. And this job in front of him, he had truly never done it before. Similar to a data entry clerk, but requiring him to investigate each case individually. But think about it, this was quite an interesting task. I'll start by completing the data for the demon whale with bloody teeth. William's eyes lit up. What might seem tedious to others was incredibly fascinating to him. Carefully observing each mutated creature, then documenting their parameters. Demon whale with bloody teeth. Mutated from Bride's whale. As a juvenile, approximately 2,000 feet long, weighing about 20,000 short tons, as an adult, can reach up to 5,000 feet, weighing about 200,000 short tons. Special abilities: control over water, ability to generate lightning. Danger level, SSS. Up to this point, everything still seemed normal. Frederick and the others stood behind him, glued to the computer screen. They couldn't understand how William knew all this data, so they were somewhat skeptical. Since what William had previously said matched up, further doubt seemed foolish. Do they really need to eat a hammer before they'll believe it? Skin thickness approximately 3 feet, fat layer about 15 feet. Blubber is greasy, meat is tough. The meat can be sliced into fillets, marinated for 15 minutes with a bit of salt, cooking wine, cornstarch, and an egg white. In a clean wok, add 3 times the usual amount of oil for cooking, heat the oil, then add 3 big spoons of garlic sauce for fragrance, followed by ginger, scallions, Sichuan peppercorns, chili powder, and dried red chilies, and stir-fry over medium heat. Huh? Mr. Johnson, what are you writing there? Frederick's glasses nearly fell off his nose. William's fingers didn't stop. He continued typing on the keyboard. What he was writing now was clearly a recipe. It's data, William said as he typed. After all, it's a fish, so I need to be thorough with the information I provide. Just moments ago, William had locked his psychic senses onto the demon whale with bloody teeth that had just fled into the deep sea, carefully observing its body structure. Merely locking it with his psychic senses had frightened the demon whale with bloody teeth into fainting. Indeed, the demon still reached out its wicked claws toward it, and even in the deep sea, it couldn't escape its fate. After observing for a while, William noted that not only was the creature enormous, it also wasn't very tasty, what with all that blubber. TSK, TSK. The thought alone was enough to lose one's appetite. Especially the texture of the meat. It's very tough, so much so that even making it into a fish fillet salad is a stretch. With such a large creature, probably only the taste of its head was decent. Frederick and the others were on the verge of a breakdown. What on earth was he thinking? That's the demon whale with bloody teeth. Why turn a perfectly good set of data into a recipe? Was he trying to pad out the word count? He couldn't possibly think he was one of those old-time novelists who got paid by the word, could he? Could he really be just filling in words randomly? You don't actually think this demon whale with bloody teeth is edible, do you? Frederick's chest heaved with emotion. He was truly infuriated by William. Why can't it be eaten? William glanced at Frederick and said, the meat of this fish is edible. What if one day, a dead demon whale with bloody teeth ends up right in front of you? What then? Frederick's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, you preserve it as a specimen for research. You're not seriously thinking about eating it, are you? That big a creature, how would you study it? William pondered for a moment and added, besides, the meat of the demon whale with bloody teeth isn't tasty anyway. Hold on a second. What are you guys even talking about? Samuel was on the verge of a breakdown. You don't actually believe that a dead demon whale with bloody teeth would just end up in front of you, do you? William, didn't you say you know the weaknesses of these mutated creatures? What's the weakness of the demon whale with bloody teeth? Samuel asked. It can't just be its head, right? That doesn't really count as a weakness. William raised an eyebrow. In his view, the demon whale with bloody teeth was all weaknesses. One wrong move could kill it. But with current human technology, there seemed to be no real weakness to exploit against the demon whale with bloody teeth. Except maybe a space ion cannon, nothing else would do. Of course, if Walker's power reached the demigod level, using that flying knife might give him a fighting chance against the demon whale with bloody teeth. Amy, with any one of her fully unsealed divine artifacts, could also manage to kill it. William countered Samuel, an SSS-level mutated creature. What kind of weakness are you expecting? Find a weakness and then kill it with one shot. Samuel could only cough and offer an awkward smile. It seemed to make sense. Without another glance at him, William finished writing the recipe. No. After finishing the data on the demon whale with bloody teeth, he immediately started on the second one. The second was also SSS level, a gigantic jellyfish. Enormously large, weighing about 150,000 short tons and capable of spraying deadly toxins. Sashimi slices? Frederick's mouth twitched violently as he saw William finish writing the data. Was William's brain filled entirely with recipes? This one should taste good. William had already observed a tempest jellyfish very seriously. It had an exaggerated name, but the flesh of that giant jellyfish was truly excellent, far superior to the demon whale with bloody teeth as a culinary ingredient. The difference in deliciousness was immeasurable. If it weren't for all the people watching, William would have teleported there and sliced off a piece for sashimi. This creature had amazing abilities. It also had the ability to regenerate its body tissues. That meant, if you chopped off a piece of the giant jellyfish to eat, it wouldn't be long before it grew back, essentially serving as a mobile, living sashimi. If the demon whale with bloody teeth could only be classified as a lower-grade ingredient, then the tempest jellyfish was a top-tier ingredient, incomparable. Tastes good, my foot. Didn't you just write that it's highly toxic? Frederick was about to lose his mind. William's data was detailed, but why did it always end with a recipe? Was he one of those online novelists who used to pad their word count? Or did he have delusions? Ever heard of pufferfish? They're also highly toxic, but it's all about how you handle it. If processed correctly, it's a delicacy. Do you get it? William had already decided to write a global mutated creature recipe book. After finishing it, he'd switch up his meals every day. And really, after the global mutations, the variety of gourmet options had indeed increased. All right then, are you sure the data you wrote is accurate? Frederick looked at the detailed data on the tempest jellyfish, did some comparisons, and combined it with his research analysis. It mostly matched. He chose to trust William. Of course, the data is accurate. Next, William's eyes narrowed, a smile spread across his face, and he gradually started to get excited. Chapter 748, Does no one know how to respect a superior anymore? William wasn't slow in organizing the data, but he wasn't in a rush either. Work should be done at a leisurely pace. He wasn't one of those online novelists desperate to churn out words for quick cash. Frederick and the others were glued to the computer screen, utterly astonished. William had not only added information on 5 SSS-class mutated creatures, but had also included 3 new SSS-class mutated creatures. These 3 SSS-class mutated creatures didn't have photos because human satellites hadn't captured any images of them yet. William suddenly exclaimed, "Get me some brushes and paint." Brushes and paint? Frederick asked, "Do you know what these 3 mutated creatures look like?" "Of course," William replied. "You don't have photos, right? I'll paint them for you." Samuel frowned and said, "Wouldn't it be faster to do a pencil sketch? Plus, the drawing tools on the computer should be able to handle this." After reviewing the data William had added, they were inclined to believe him, as the information seemed too detailed to be made up on the spot, unless William was a novelist who specialized in crafting stories. But to depict the appearance of those mutated creatures, wouldn't pencil sketches be more suitable? William slowly turned his head and locked eyes with Samuel. Frederick told Samuel, "Samuel, go get the brushes and paint." Damn it. Samuel was utterly frustrated. He was the highest commander of Arcane Village, the highest-ranking officer at this base. Why did he feel so belittled here? It was baffling. After Frederick spoke, he didn't even glance at Samuel again, but excitedly said to William, "Mr. Johnson, please first update the data on these common mutated creatures." The SSS-class mutated creatures they were currently documenting were marine mutations, which, barring special circumstances, posed no immediate threat to human life. Frederick was more interested in learning about the weaknesses of the mutated creatures they commonly encountered. No problem, William responded, not seeing any issue. It was like ordinary people asking about the weaknesses of deities. When there's such a vast difference in power, and they're not even on the same level of existence with little interaction, what's the point of knowing their weaknesses? Of course, the data on these SSS-class mutated creatures needed to be compiled, but currently, they should be more in need of information on terrestrial mutated creatures. William was quick to act, not wasting any words. He got straight to work. On Earth, mutations in animals and plants had resulted in creatures like gigantic mantises, which could literally slice a person in half with a single swipe. There were also previously gentle animals, such as cats and dogs, that had become bloodthirsty following their mutations. The database already contained quite a bit of information, which William edited and updated, even adding recommended culinary uses. Mr. Johnson, can you skip writing about culinary uses? Time is money. Frederick seemed anxious seeing what William was writing. Why insist on writing about culinary uses? Dr. Sanger, don't you think that with the current food shortage, it would be a waste to just discard the bodies of these mutated creatures after killing them? William said earnestly, I know what you're thinking. In times like these, the obvious choice is to eat the mutated creatures we kill, regardless of the taste, right? Yes, exactly. As long as it's cooked, it's edible. What does taste matter at a time like this? William shook his head. After mutation, some parts of these mutated creatures are not fit for human consumption. Eating them incorrectly could lead to poisoning or even cause mutations in humans. But letting these bodies just rot also seems like such a waste. With the proliferation of mutated creatures, humans had long lost their homelands. There used to be agricultural bases and farms, so food was never an issue. Now, however, it was different. Bread, rice, and noodles had almost become luxury items. When superhumans ventured out of the city, their goals were not only to kill mutated creatures, but also to find food. Can't the bodies of mutated creatures be eaten? Are they toxic? When people are desperate, they'll eat anything. After mutations, there have been superhumans trapped and left with no choice but to survive by consuming the bodies of their companions. William's intention to create a comprehensive global cookbook of mutated creatures wasn't just for fun. He believed this book would be of great help to humanity. Go ahead and write it. Although Frederick was primarily focused on research, he understood that their ability to stay alive and study mutated creatures in science was because others had sacrificed their lives for them. In the Arcane Village base, countless people were still starving. Mutated rat meat had become a delicacy for them. If humans continued to consume mutated creatures over a long period, their physiques would change. William's documentation would be greatly beneficial to humanity. William added some information about Class B mutated creatures, and Samuel finally managed to bring the brushes and paint. Get the easel and canvas ready for me. William slowly stood up, habitually giving instructions. It seemed that over the years, whenever he painted, someone would always set up his easel and canvas for him. It had become a habit, not because he was trying to act important. Cough. Samuel cleared his throat and said, Walker, you do it. Walker glanced at him and said, I don't know how. You don't know how to do such a simple thing? You should just. Why don't you just set it up yourself if you know how? Walker retorted. Time is so precious, and you want me to do it? You do it. Damn. Samuel could feel his status rapidly declining. Great, a Class C superhuman like William was making him a Class S powerhouse. Organize his painting supplies. And Walker's attitude. Sigh. Life is tough. Does no one know how to respect a superior anymore? Being the highest commander of this base was proving to be incredibly difficult. Samuel didn't waste any more words with Walker. He directly started setting up the easel and securing the canvas. Once Samuel had everything ready, William took up his oil paintbrush and completed the painting in one go. Initially, Samuel was worried that William might not paint well, but when he saw William's first piece, he was completely stunned. Was this mutated creature about to jump off the paper? The skill was simply too exquisite. The painting looked like a photograph taken by a camera, so lifelike. William had now fully mastered control over his power, at least to the extent that he wouldn't cause disturbances in the surrounding energy or provoke natural phenomena that could scare off a horde of mutated creatures after finishing a painting. But as for his painting skills, There was absolutely no one in this world who could match him. William, if this were peacetime, wouldn't you be considered a master painter? Samuel was internally shocked. How old was William? His painting skills had already reached such a high level. It was almost unbelievable. Frederick stared at the painting and said, "You're focusing on the wrong thing." He didn't specify what the problem was. William's paintings were exquisite and vivid, even more so than the photos taken by their satellites. But why could William paint these SSS-class mutated creatures? It was known that even satellites hadn't captured these beings. And according to the information William had written, the creature in the painting, named the blue-tailed shadow beast, lived in the deep-sea area of the Mariana Trench at 30,000 feet. Had never explored such regions before, let alone in a world now overrun with mutated creatures. Yet, William not only knew of this mutated creature's existence, but could also depict its appearance. It was terrifying to think about. Painting skills? That seemed to be the least astonishing part now. Chapter 749. Samuel, are you moving out? William, did you come up with the name blue-tailed shadow beast? Frederick, although primarily a researcher, could become sensitive about certain matters, and he was now even contemplating secretly plucking a strand of William's hair for testing. Yes, I named it. But if you want to give it a new name, that's fine by me, William replied casually. Naming a mutated creature was no big deal, after all. Aren't all animal names given by humans? There's no need for that, Frederick said, looking at William with a somewhat rapid breathing, like a starved old bachelor who had just seen a stunning beauty. His chest heaved as he finally couldn't resist asking, "William, could you give me one of your hairs?" William realized that Frederick was beginning to doubt his identity. "Sure," William said with a squint and a smile, plucking a hair and handing it to Frederick. "Take my hair and check it out. See if I'm human or not." "So, are you actually human?" Frederick asked, holding the hair, with neither of them making any attempt to hide their intentions. Frederick stared straight at William, almost as if he was interrogating him. "The hair is already yours. Why don't you check it yourself?" William's smile remained. His hair had been treated, a trick of a top-level magician, and those present wouldn't be able to tell. At that moment, Wes was also standing by. He knew how formidable William was, but he wasn't sure if William was human. William could very well be a god, but he seemed not to want to reveal his true identity. "Dr. Sanger, if William were a mutated creature, why would he help us?" "I think your suspicions are quite hurtful." Wes expressed his thoughts more directly. The matter couldn't have been made clearer. Frederick suspected that William was a mutated creature who had transformed into a human form after reaching a certain level of power, which is why he wanted a strand of William's hair for testing. It was as simple as that. Samuel also harbored doubts about William's identity, but in his view, William was genuinely trying to help them. If Wes could think of these issues, how could he not? William somehow knew about mutated creatures that humans had never seen before, and he even had detailed data on them. Moreover, as a sea-level superhuman, Frederick couldn't catch up to him, and even after throwing numerous throwing knives, he couldn't hit William. There were just too many strange things. Even Samuel began to suspect that William might be some kind of powerful mutated creature in disguise. "Dr. Sanger, your thoughts really aren't good. Doubting one of our own like this. It's only because William is magnanimous that we can pretend this never happened, right? Let's continue organizing the data," Samuel said as he took William's hair from Frederick's hand and casually tossed it on the ground. He was well aware that if William truly was a powerful mutated creature in disguise, it wouldn't be wise to antagonize him. At least for now, William was on their side. He even began to imagine a mutated creature who loved peace, betraying its own kind to stand with humanity, hiding its true identity, changing its appearance, and providing humans with information about mutated creatures. Damn, he was moved. What a huge decision that must have been. How much blame must that creature be willing to bear? And they were still doubting him. That was just inhuman. Frederick fell silent for a moment, then said to William, "Mr. Johnson, I apologize. It was wrong of me to offend you." Perspective. What is perspective? Regardless of what kind of being William actually was, at least for now, he was helping humanity. Even if, hypothetically, William really was a mutated creature in disguise, did Frederick plan to dissect him for study? Frederick forcefully calmed his excited heart and apologized to William. William didn't make a big deal out of these suspicions. Besides, the hair they took wouldn't reveal anything significant. Even if it did show that his genes were powerful, what of it? He wouldn't offer his help unless he felt like it. His assistance was entirely at his own discretion. Without saying anything, William continued to compile the next mutated creature's data. After finishing, he started drawing another picture. This time, his movements were slow, taking 3 hours to complete the drawing. To the average person, this speed would seem incredibly fast, but William was actually deliberately slowing down. "Mr. Johnson, what would you like to eat?" Frederick showed the minimum respect due to William, as he had gained a lot of unknown information from him and had acknowledged his human identity. "I'll cook for myself when I get off work," William replied as he finished organizing the current data and turned to Samuel. "Commander Samuel, what about the house you promised to arrange for me?" In this era, the food at the base wasn't very well prepared, so William naturally preferred to cook at home. "I want to go too," Amy exclaimed upon hearing that William was going to cook at home. She had no plans to return to New York anyway, and staying with William seemed like a much better option. "Let's go?" "Mr. Johnson, I'll take you to your place." Samuel also felt that they couldn't keep William here just to organize data all the time. William's requests were modest, just a place to stay. It would be unreasonable not to fulfill such a small request. William and Amy followed Samuel to the base's residential building. "William, there's only one apartment left now, and it's on the top floor," Samuel explained. "Housing is tight right now, please understand." Leading William into the residential building, Samuel continued, "The top floor apartment was mine, but since you don't have a place to stay, I'll let you have it for now. I'll squeeze in with another friend." William laughed and said, "I've just arrived and already taken over your place. How embarrassing is that? How about I squeeze in with you?" Samuel blinked, curious about William. Living together might also give him a chance to learn more about him. William didn't even look at him as he said, "Commander Samuel, you promised me the apartment as a gift, and now you want to live in it too? Isn't that a bit thick-skinned?" "Damn." Samuel was incredibly frustrated. Damn, who just said they were embarrassed? He just wanted to live together, and William rejected him so bluntly. Really, who was being thick-skinned now? Standing in the elevator, Samuel truly didn't want to say a word. In the base's residential building, the higher the floor, the more dangerous it actually was. In the event of a mutated creature attack or a building collapse, those living at the top were in greater danger. Generally, the more powerful individuals lived on the higher floors because they could escape quickly if something unexpected happened. Walker also remained silent, following behind until they entered the apartment. Then Samuel began to pack up his clothes and personal belongings. "The apartment is yours now. As for organizing the mutated creature data, I'll leave that to Mr. Johnson," Samuel said. "I'll be living next door. If you need anything, just let me know." Those living on the same floor, all strong members of the Arcane Village base, were a bit stunned to see Samuel moving his things. What did this mean? "Samuel, are you moving out?" Chapter 750, "I'm quite interested in this, William, myself." "Samuel, where are you moving to?" A big bearded man next door saw Samuel moving and looked at him curiously. "You're not planning to run away, are you?" "Run away? I'm moving into your place." Samuel shot a glance at the big bearded man, pushed past him with his suitcase, and said, "Move over. I'm borrowing your couch." The big bearded man's eyes bulged in surprise, and he exclaimed, "What the hell? Why are you moving into my place? Did you even ask me? Do I need to ask to move into your place? I've crashed on your couch before," Samuel retorted, already stepping inside. The big bearded man hurriedly followed him in, leaving the door open as he asked, "What's going on here? Who are these 3 young people?" Samuel giving up his place for someone else meant these 3 young people must be extraordinary. "Ever heard of Amy?" Samuel said, "The girl with the sword." "Oh, I know her." The big bearded man glanced back, closed the door, and asked in a low voice, "Did you poach her from the New York base? Is there some big move happening? Bringing over such strong people. You think too highly of me. Could I really poach Amy?" "She just came here to hang out," Samuel explained. "They've come all this way. The least we can do is give them a place to stay. I did hear about it. Besides Amy, the other 2 are William and Walker." "Right. You know and still ask." Samuel lay down on the couch and said, "Walker really showed his mettle today. Having a guy like that around is a good thing. Huh. You dared to agree to build a test city, even daring to kill Kyle. Looks like you're serious this time. Even though Arcane Village base had been expanded, it wasn't very large, and news spread quickly within it. The meeting about building the test city and the discussions there had already spread. However, the incidents that occurred in the research facility hadn't been leaked, yet due to the short time frame. Walker did the killing. What can the Jones family do? Samuel said fearlessly. Walker is a favored disciple of Moros from the deity of witchcraft. Even if the Jones family is capable, could they really storm the base and kill Walker? At this point, Samuel's gaze grew cold as he said, "The current stance of the Jones family is very troubling. They seem intent on taking over the base, aiming to split the human alliance and divide the world. Such actions will not be tolerated by our higher-ups. Any force that intends to divide the world will inevitably face opposition from the entire population, and their end will certainly not be good." Jin had his reasons for wanting to use technology to counter the Soulmancer back in the day. Now, human technology is advanced enough to slay gods. If the Jones family does anything out of line, they will definitely be sanctioned. "This is a good start," the big bearded man said, pausing before asking, "But what's the deal with that William? A reconnaissance company commander? Is he up to it?" "Ha, I knew you'd ask that. What do you think? Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me." The big bearded man never expected that Samuel was actually waiting here for him. "That William, his rapid movement techniques are so fast that even I can't catch him. Is he an S-class fighter? I don't know." Samuel's expression turned serious when he talked about William. Suddenly sitting up, he pulled a throwing knife from his waist and stared at the big bearded man, saying, "Stand there, let me throw a knife at you." "Are you crazy?" The big bearded man's mouth twitched fiercely. The room was so small, and at such a close distance, an S-class fighter would hit the target 100% of the time with a throwing knife. If he stood there as a target, wouldn't that be insane? Try it. Samuel gripped the throwing knife and threw it towards the big bearded man's head. "Damn it, you really are crazy." The big bearded man couldn't help but curse, dodging to the side as the knife embedded itself in the wall behind him. Clearly, if the big bearded man hadn't moved, the knife would have hit his head. Samuel took a deep breath and said, "Believe it or not, I threw knives at William standing there 65 times, and not once did I hit him." "What do you mean? Were you going easy on him? Or was his dodging speed so fast that he avoided them all?" "He just stood there, didn't move a finger, didn't even tilt his head." Samuel furrowed his brows. At that moment, I even doubted whether I knew how to throw knives anymore. The big bearded man was silent for 3 seconds, then asked, "You thought you were no good anymore?" Samuel said, "I'm not joking with you. That feeling. It was like some mysterious force was controlling me, making it absolutely impossible for me to hit him." Reflecting on it now, Samuel found it very strange. That mysterious power would make him throw his flying knives even before he could achieve a precise aim. It gave him a feeling that it was absolutely impossible to hit the target. The big bearded man mused. "Could it be protagonist armor? Have you been reading too many web novels?" Samuel said, "What I mean is, this William guy is mysterious. He looks like he's only C-level in strength, but he somehow knows all the data on mutated creatures, including their weaknesses and how to eat them." "Eat? How to eat them?" the big bearded man asked. "You should ask him how to make that mutated rat taste better." Samuel gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing here? He knows all the data on mutated creatures. Do you get what I'm saying? All of them." "Oh." The big bearded man hummed thoughtfully. "Then he might be one of those gods who want to help humanity through tough times, but for some reason doesn't want to intervene directly." "That's not impossible," Samuel said. "It could also be that he's a powerful mutated creature in disguise." The big bearded man scoffed at this. How could a mutated creature stand on the side of humans? And the mutations haven't been around that long. If you say he's a mutated creature in disguise, it's more likely he's some ancient being who's lived for tens of thousands, maybe even millions of years. Think about it. An immortal who's witnessed Earth's civilization from its inception to now. That must be so boring. Seeing the global mutations, maybe he wanted to find something to do and then ran to our base." "Your imagination really is rich," Samuel interrupted. "Anyway, no matter what kind of being he is, As long as he's on the side of humanity, we should show him respect. Tell your guys to be careful around William, never to offend him. Samuel's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. Hugo went out with William and never came back, and Amy seems quite close to William too. William might be Amy's master. Got it. My guys won't offend anyone without reason, the big, bearded man chuckled. But I'm quite interested in this William myself. Chapter 751, Do Octopuses Have Ears? After William and the others entered the room, Walker straightforwardly announced, I'm living here now too. The base's dormitory was originally designed for single occupancy, with just one bedroom, though it did have a kitchen and bathroom. Housing 3 people would definitely be cramped. William wasn't keen on sharing a bed with other men. He actually preferred his yard in New York, where he could enjoy the sun, read books, and sip tea comfortably. It wasn't that he had high standards, it was more about lifestyle habits. Like those wealthy heirs who think spending thousands of dollars on a piece of clothing is normal because, to them, that's just everyday life, not extravagance. Of course, William could adapt to any environment. You're the head of the inspection team now, find your own place, William said. The bedroom is Amy's, I sleep on the couch. William just needed a place to stay. Before Amy went to New York, he had given her the bedroom. However, William wasn't actually going to sleep on the couch. When it was time to sleep, he would teleport back to his big bed in his New York yard. Wasn't that much better? Walker didn't argue with William or ask him anything further. Instead, he asked, Are you planning to stay here long? Stay for a while. After all, resisting mutated creatures is the same anywhere, isn't it? That's true. Well, you rest up. I'm going to check on the inspection team and find some more hands. When Walker was in New York, he had some people under him, but after coming to Arcane Village, it wasn't appropriate to transfer people from New York. Now that he has decided to be the captain of the inspection team, what he needs to do is to perform his duties well. With his current abilities, it seemed he didn't even need to sleep. Whether or not he had a place to stay didn't really matter to him. Go ahead. William was waiting for Walker to leave so he could cook. If Walker tasted his cooking, he might never leave, and that would be problematic. Over the years, William had encountered too many freeloaders. As Walker reached the door, he turned and gave William a deep look. He had overheard the conversation between Samuel and the big bearded man in the next room. Separated by just a wall, and with poor soundproofing, it was impossible for a soulmancer like Walker not to overhear. Samuel and the bearded man might as well have been speaking directly in front of them. After hearing their conversation, Walker naturally started to wonder, was William really that formidable? It seemed entirely possible. Upon reflection, William did have many secrets. But Walker didn't ask further. He simply closed the door and left. As Samuel had said, as long as William was on the side of humanity, what did it matter what kind of being he was? Walker, though a bit blunt in his actions, chose not to reveal what he knew. Mr. Johnson, are you about to cook? Amy asked, clutching her sword and sitting on the couch, her eyes sparkling brightly. What would you like to eat? William asked. Amy had watched him while he wrote the comprehensive Global Mutated Creature Cookbook. Although she was only 10, her memory was much better than other children's. She had learned almost all the English words and could understand the text in the cookbook. Can it be anything? Amy asked tentatively. Of course, William never skimped when it came to preparing food. How about blue-striped devil octopus sashimi? Amy pondered for a moment, almost drooling at the thought. She was referring to the blue-striped devil octopus sashimi that William had written about. Sashimi typically involves slicing fresh fish or shellfish and eating it raw with condiments. But the blue-striped devil octopus sashimi William mentioned was made from a giant mutated octopus. Sure, I'd like to try that too, William said. Wait here, I'll be right back. With that, William walked into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. The next moment, he appeared in the deep waters of the Pacific Ocean. A massive mutated octopus lazily floated in the water. Its genetics mutated to be many times stronger and its brain significantly smarter. Previously dull and sluggish, the octopus had suddenly awakened its spiritual intelligence, even developing a consciousness that allowed it to scan its surroundings in a complete 360-degree sweep without any blind spots. It now felt invincible in this part of the ocean. With a body mass of 550,000 short tons and regenerative abilities similar to those of the Tempest jellyfish, who could possibly kill it? Suddenly, it felt a slight pain in one of its tentacles. Why would it hurt? It seemed like a small section of a tentacle was missing. When it extended its consciousness to investigate, it found nothing. William didn't need much, just the tips of the tentacles from the blue-striped devil octopus, enough for him and Amy. There was no need to kill the entire octopus. The blue-striped devil octopus observed its minor wound with its consciousness. The injury was small, akin to a human being nicked by a sharp blade of grass, insignificant given its massive size. Finding nothing amiss, it continued to lazily drift through the ocean. William had been in the bedroom for barely a minute before he reappeared, seemingly by magic, holding a piece of smooth, plump meat. Some people might find the sight of octopus meat repulsive. Amy was one of those people. Having barely eaten seafood in her life, she shivered involuntarily at the sight of the translucent octopus meat with vivid blue stripes in William's hand and asked, "What is this? Can you really eat it? Didn't you say you wanted to try octopus sashimi? Is this really octopus? With such bright blue stripes? Isn't it poisonous?" Amy knows many words, but the sea god Poseidon taught her more about powerful secret techniques. As for octopuses in nature, she actually doesn't know what they are. As for the blue-striped devil octopus, she only knew it from William's cookbook, which mentioned that its meat made delicious sashimi. "Do you not know what an octopus is?" William asked. Amy looked at William with confusion. "Aren't octopuses supposed to be as cute as rabbits?" "No. Do octopuses eat carrots?" William realized that communicating with naive children could be really challenging. "Are you going to eat the octopus sashimi or not?" "Yes." Amy said, "Do octopuses have ears? If you keep asking these kinds of questions, I'll make you rat meat instead." William, holding the octopus meat, went to the kitchen to start slicing. Sashimi is one of the simplest dishes to prepare, especially with such a large octopus. After slicing, all it needed was a dab of wasabi and soy sauce to be delicious. The piece of blue-striped devil octopus tentacle tip that William had chosen was non-toxic, so it was safe to eat. However, William glanced at Amy standing beside him, wrapped a thin slice of octopus sashimi around a dollop of wasabi, and said to Amy, "Open your mouth. I'll feed you." Amy opened her mouth with some anticipation. William then stuffed the wasabi and the slice of octopus sashimi into Amy's mouth. Chapter 752: Deep Affection. In Amy's experience, the meals William prepared were always delicious and fragrant. She had never imagined that William would stuff a whole tube of wasabi into her mouth. Just as the thin slice of sashimi entered Amy's mouth, she bit down hard. Amy only felt a sharp, intense flavor shooting straight to her brain, causing tears to stream down uncontrollably. As William continued slicing the octopus, he asked, "How is it?" "Tasty." With tears streaming down her face, Amy swallowed the wasabi-covered sashimi, her voice filled with crying and pain. She asked, What is this?" "Oh." She swallowed it. That was unexpected for William. Shouldn't she have spit it out immediately after tasting it? Apparently, she wasn't very bright. "It's octopus sashimi, didn't I tell you?" William no longer wanted to discuss what an octopus looked like with Amy. "It's not tasty," Amy said as she wiped her tears. "Can you really eat this stuff?" William replied, "You should have seen the information I wrote. The blue-striped devil octopus is highly toxic." Amy's tears hadn't stopped yet, and hearing William say this, she recalled the information William had typed on the computer. Blue-striped devil octopus, its blue blood contains potent toxins, and if not properly cleaned before consumption, it could poison a demigod-level soulmancer. Clearly, Amy hadn't seen how William cleaned the octopus meat, and although she hadn't seen any blue blood, that intense flavor. Could it be that she was poisoned? Amy pouted, her face filled with sadness as she looked at William, then asked, "Mr. Johnson, do you have a pen and paper?" William, still slicing the octopus, asked, "What do you need a pen and paper for?" "I need to write a will, to give to my mom after you go back." "Oh, there's some on the table." William glanced at the living room table, and suddenly, a pen and a piece of paper appeared out of thin air on it. Amy, still shedding tears, walked over to the table to write her will. One could only imagine how deeply hurt this little girl was feeling. Meanwhile, William acted as if nothing had happened. After finishing slicing the octopus, he took a small dish, placed some soy sauce and wasabi in it, and arranged the octopus slices into the shape of a flower. 5 minutes later, William walked over to Amy with the plate in hand and looked at the will she was writing. "Dear Mom, I'm going to die, and you won't see me anymore. I was greedy just now and ate some octopus meat, which wasn't tasty at all. Please take good care of Serafina. Also, you must never eat octopus meat. My teddy bear goes to Serafina, and my hair clipped to my best friend Lucy. Don't let the cake in the fridge go bad." Seeing this will, William asked nonchalantly, "Aren't you going to leave me anything?" Amy's tears dripped onto the paper. Hearing William's comment, she burst into tears. "You knew the octopus was poisonous, and you still fed it to me. You're a bad person." William popped a piece of the octopus sashimi shaped like a flower, dipped in a bit of soy sauce and wasabi, into his mouth and said, "I ate it too. Let's die together." Amy stared at William with a face full of surprise, tears continuously falling, her eyes wide open and mouth agape, unable to utter a word. William then stuffed a piece of octopus meat without soy sauce or wasabi into Amy's mouth. "Since you've already eaten it, might as well have some more." Amy had initially thought that the octopus meat would taste as bad as before, but to her surprise, this time it was tender, smooth, and delicious, a true delight. She had never tasted sashimi as good as this. With a slight chill, each bite felt like swimming in the ocean, bringing waves of happiness over her. How can this sashimi taste so good? Amy wondered, her small head filled with big questions. Does it have to be shaped like a flower first? William explained, "The piece you ate before was poisonous. These aren't." Amy felt a sudden sense of injustice. Why hadn't she waited a bit longer before eating? At this moment, she had already forgotten that it was William who had fed her the first piece. William placed more octopus sashimi in front of Amy and asked, "Want more?" Without any hesitation, Amy stuffed piece after piece into her mouth. If she was going to die anyway, why not enjoy more? She cleaned out the entire plate of octopus sashimi, and William, after the first bite, didn't eat any more. After finishing, Amy lay motionless on the couch. "What are you doing?" William asked. "I'm going to die," Amy declared, lying down. William touched his nose, thinking how under the tutelage of Poseidon and Zeus, this child really hadn't gotten any smarter. He casually pulled out a blanket from his spatial storage ring and covered Amy with it, saying, "Sleep now. If you don't die tonight, you won't die tomorrow." "Really?" Amy's eyes brightened, then she closed them, pondering whether she would actually die. William patted Amy's head and said, "Sleep." These words seemed to carry a magical calmness, quieting Amy's mind. She stopped worrying about when she might die and drifted off to sleep. Watching Amy sleep peacefully, a slight smile appeared on William's face. Living to a ripe old age sometimes makes you fond of children. Although Amy wasn't his child, William had come to see the little girl as a daughter. This made him think of Alice. Thinking of his daughter naturally led him to think of his wife. William finally remembered that he still had a wife training in the divine realm. After tucking Amy into bed in the bedroom, William returned to the living room to video call Alice. Alice answered immediately, her smiling face popping up on the screen. "William, you finally decided to call me first. You missed me, didn't you?" "Yes," William said, and then he abruptly ended the call. When Alice called back, he hung up again. How dare you hang up on me?" Alice was furious. Just when she thought William missed her, he hung up so quickly and wouldn't even pick up her calls. "Why aren't you answering the video call? Don't you miss me?" "I told you I do miss you." "Then why did you hang up so quickly?" "I didn't want to interrupt your training. I'm actually quite free right now. Nothing much going on." "Oh." Seeing that question mark, a bad feeling suddenly arose in Alice's heart. She was free. With a thought, William sent a message that reached all the major powers in the divine realm. "I want to put Alice through special training. Make her endure as much hardship as possible." William the Obliterator commanded, and the Divine Alliance, Ultimate Force Alliance, shapeshifters, demons, undead, countless powerful beings set their sights on Alice. Chapter 753, Could eating rat meat make someone gain weight? William has always been very affectionate towards his wife. Even though Alice was far away in the divine realm, she could still feel the deep love William had for her. After sending a blessing to his distant wife, William contentedly returned to his home in New York City to sleep. Even though William didn't live there, the presence of shapeshifters lords guarding East 62nd Street kept the mutated creatures at bay, ensuring the safety of the local residents. Two shapeshifter lords even took it upon themselves to provide food for the entire street, effectively becoming guardians of the area. This part of the city, although technically an old district and considered part of the outer city of New York, was still stable and unchanged from usual. The next day, the Arcane Village base began a new city-building plan. Firstly, they planned to construct an underground city to provide shelter for more people. With the outside world overrun by mutated creatures, direct expansion was too difficult, making the creation of an underground city a more feasible option. Additionally, building schools to educate the next generation was also essential. In the face of disaster, traditional currency had lost its value, and bartering became more common, though this was mostly limited to superhumans and soulmancers. Ordinary people could only rely on relief to survive, having little to offer in exchange. Class distinctions and inequalities persisted through every era. Achieving absolute equality was more of an ideal than a reality. Nearly 100,000 people lived in the Arcane Village base, including over 10,000 superhumans and soulmancers, as well as some non-powered military personnel. Overall, ordinary people still made up the majority. While the defense of the base was indeed entrusted to superhumans and soulmancers, the construction and infrastructure largely depended on ordinary people. Of course, when soulmancers and superhumans lent a hand, the efficiency was much higher. The entire base was bustling with activity all day as the refugees tirelessly worked on building their new homes. In the past, when technology was not as advanced, people managed to construct a 57-story building in just 19 days. Now, despite the global mutations, human technology has advanced significantly, allowing for the rapid construction of underground cities. The speed of building schools was even more remarkable. A university was constructed in just 23 hours. Samuel named this institution the School of the Future. Recruitment for teachers and related staff was also proceeding vigorously. Nowadays, both superhumans and soulmancers can absorb energy crystals found inside mutated creatures. Every D-class mutated creature contains a crystal similar to a soul core, which can also be used to power technology. As such, these energy crystals from mutated creatures have become a valuable commodity, far more precious than precious metals like gold. Teachers' salaries were paid with these energy crystals from mutated creatures. Arcane Village base had previously withstood a beast tide, and after that victorious defense, the base had stored a considerable amount of these crystals. William, regarding the beast language course, start teaching after you've organized these materials. You can also compile these materials into a course, they suggested. The recruitment of teachers for the school was equally swift. Whether they were soulmancers or superhumans, they all wanted to become stronger. The energy crystals from ordinary mutated creatures were still quite tempting to superhumans below a level and soulmancers below intermediate level. Okay, William agreed. In 2 days, he had organized information on over 100 types of mutated creatures. Now on the 3rd day, he planned to first sort out the data on mutated creatures near Mount Olympus. Mutated creatures were animals that had undergone mutations, and Mount Olympus already had a significant number of mammals, not to mention birds, insects, and reptiles. Additionally, some plants had mutated and gained intelligence. There was indeed a lot of information to record. Frederick had been following William around these past 2 days, and he was greatly shocked by the detailed information William had compiled on these 100-plus mutated creatures. Mr. Johnson, do you think we can defeat the mutated creatures? Frederick now addressed William as Mr. Johnson every time he spoke. His doubt about William's identity perhaps made him more convinced by William's opinions, as if William's assurance of victory meant it was certain. How should I put it? William said while working on the documents. A complete victory would definitely be a long-term battle. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. William wouldn't intervene, and deities like the deity of witchcraft and Prometheus wouldn't excessively interfere unless absolutely necessary. Zeus and Poseidon had their hands full in the divine realm and naturally didn't have time to attend to Earth's affairs. The consensus among the gods was clear. Unless it involved deities from parallel dimensions descending, they wouldn't interfere too much. If humanity wanted to progress, they had to endure disasters on their own. A prolonged battle. Frederick exclaimed. As long as we can win, that's all that matters. Earth had endured many wars, various conflicts, but people around the world were never afraid of prolonged battles. The men of Earth were known for their endurance. So, this was not a problem at all. William just smiled. He wasn't afraid of a prolonged battle either. After all, things would eventually settle down. The current pace of human development was quite terrifying, and the most terrifying aspect was not the superhumans or soulmancers, but the technology. 5 years ago, they were capable of using space ion cannons to kill beings with the power of a nature deity. Now, with sufficient energy, they could surely do even better. The mundane days passed quickly. William's daily life consisted of compiling data on mutated creatures, cooking meals at home, and sleeping. Half a month passed, and the construction of the new city was gradually completed. The underground city was finished, capable of accommodating 50,000 people, which eased the housing crunch at the base. William had almost finished compiling the data, and he was set to report to the school the next day. "William, I heard you finished writing up the data on the mutated creatures?" Walker, the captain of the inspection team, held a high status in the new city. Both superhumans and soulmancers treated him with great respect. When he learned that William had completed the data on the mutated creatures, he immediately came to see him. "Yes, I've finished," William replied, lounging at home and playing on his phone, unsure of why Walker had come to visit. Walker glanced at Amy, who was nearby, and said, "It's about time for Amy to head back to New York. Amy, what have you been eating these days? You seem to have gained weight. You look rounder." Amy had been staying at William's house for half a month, and her belly had indeed become quite round. Walker, seeing that the superhumans in the city mostly ate mutated rat meat, assumed Amy had been eating the same. Could eating rat meat make someone gain weight? "I'm not going back to New York." Amy felt truly content here. Mr. Johnson didn't force her to constantly train and enhance her abilities. With delicious food every day, she was living blissfully. William suggested, "I remember there's a Doors of Terror around here. Let's take Amy there for some fun." Chapter 754, Suspicious Target Detected. Amy cleverly didn't tell Walker that her daily meals were specially provided. Over the past half-month, she had indulged in many exquisite dishes she had never seen before. She feared that if she told Walker, he might come over to share her feast. Is the Doors of Terror fun? Amy had planned to visit the Doors of Terror last time, but Serafina and Stephen had stopped her. Before Walker could respond, William chimed in. "It's quite fun." Walker glanced at William, thinking, "Fun? Really?" But, since it was about taking Amy there, it probably wouldn't be a big problem, especially now that he was sure William was hiding his true strength. His offer to take Amy to the Doors of Terror at least indicated that William could ensure her safety. "It is quite fun," Walker said, not really seeing any safety issues for Amy. With the sword in her hand, she was nearly invincible, perhaps only lesser than the gods themselves. "Then let's go." Amy, hearing it was fun, didn't think twice. William and Walker had both been to the Doors of Terror before, and they had come out just fine, hadn't they? Plus, Serafina and Stephen hadn't mentioned any dangers, only that she might get lost and be unable to find Mr. Johnson and the others. Now that they were going together, there was nothing to fear. After agreeing, they headed straight for the void gate of the Doors of Terror. There, guards were stationed. It had been a while since this Doors of Terror had descended. The Doors of Terror that Dolly had previously conjured up seemed more like creating alternate worlds for the humans on Earth. If not for William's intervention, the Doors of Terror wouldn't have been so terrifying. Although there were dangers inside, completing certain tasks could yield rewards. The death rate wasn't nearly as exaggerated as when William had entered. People entering had to register, and in this era of labor shortages, any dangerous endeavor required thorough preparation. "Walker, you're going into the Doors of Terror?" Wes stopped William and his group at the entrance. "Can't we go in?" Walker asked. "The three of us together shouldn't face any danger, right?" Wes stole a glance at William and gave a wry smile. "Of course, there won't be any danger. But if you're going in, it would be best if you could bring something out. With William going in, how could there be any danger? In fact, the people from Arcane Village Base had already explored the Doors of Terror multiple times and had some understanding of what was inside. What kind of things? Walker hadn't expected Wes to stop them to ask them to bring things out. You don't know what's inside this Doors of Terror? Walker replied. I heard it's like a parallel world of the future with future technology. Wes said, it is indeed like a future world, but it's filled with radiation from post-war chaos. Ordinary people going in would surely die, and even A-class powerhouses can only venture about 30 miles deep. Beyond that, even they dare not go. You might have heard, many of our technologies at Arcane Village Base come from this Doors of Terror. I haven't heard that. Walker shook his head. Wes gritted his teeth. Anyway, if you're going in, bring out whatever you can. Just bring out anything related to future technology. Previously, many scientists had proposed that the Doors of Terror was an alternate space aiding human evolution. Thus, besides being called the Doors of Terror, it was also known as the Doors of Evolution. As animals and plants began to mutate and strengthen, if humans wanted to reclaim their dominance on Earth, they needed to become stronger. This could be achieved through intense training to become a soulmancer or through mutations, or by exploring the doors of evolution to acquire powerful weapons or embark on a path of even more formidable evolution. Got it? Walker asked. Why not let those elite squad members explore it? Wes replied. The elite squad needs to guard the base. If something happens to them inside, wouldn't the whole base be thrown into chaos? Damn, so you're sending us in to take the risk? Walker got worked up. You don't think of us as humans, huh? Phew. Wes almost cursed too. Isn't it you guys who wanted to go in? True. Walker chuckled and scratched his head. Enough talking, we're going in. William didn't want to waste time with Wes and walked straight through the Doors of Terror. Walker quickly pulled Amy along with him, leaving Wes alone, puzzled. What was William doing in the Doors of Terror? As far as he knew, although the Doors of Terror were somewhat dangerous, for someone as powerful as William, it was like playing house, hardly meaningful. Could there be something inside that would interest William? Impossible. Walker was also going in this time to try and figure out William's capabilities, which he hadn't managed to discern in previous visits. Could he still not figure it out this time? But after he and Amy entered, they lost sight of William. All they saw was a scene of devastation, filled with the scars of war. Where did Mr. Johnson go? Amy wanted to find William as soon as she entered. Walker looked ahead and said, Let's not worry about William for now. Look ahead. Of course, Amy saw it too. Less than 1,000 feet ahead, the area was filled with silver robots, and various flying machines dotted the sky. Suspicious target detected. Attack. Upon seeing Amy and her group, the robots and flying machines lit up with red lights and shouted attack in a mechanical, synthesized voice. Boom. Rat-a-tat. Bullets sprayed everywhere, and missiles were launched. Watch out, Walker shouted, his energy surging as he bulked up, his muscles swelling and his body growing slightly larger as he shielded Amy. Amy was strong, but she seemed to rely solely on her secret arts. Her physical body wasn't very robust, and a bullet could seriously injure her. Walker, having long enhanced his body through witchcraft potions, was virtually immune to ordinary bullets and physical attacks. Got it, Amy responded, and around her, within a 10-foot radius, layers of golden glowing energy streams appeared. The seemingly ethereal energy streams fluctuated but effectively blocked all incoming attacks. Walker finally snapped back to reality, realizing Amy was no ordinary person. Rumored to be a disciple of a high-ranking god king, her background was even more significant than his. Her secret arts also appeared extremely powerful. Let's go find Mr. Johnson, Amy said, holding the sword of the abyssal guardian and stepping forward. Robots that reached them and touched the energy stream were shredded into pieces. Amy moved like an unstoppable crushing machine. William watched from the shadows. Amy's current strength allowed her to roam freely in this place without any danger. Moreover, with Walker protecting her, it was time to introduce some new twists to their adventure. Chapter 755 slightly increased the difficulty a bit. Amy, do you feel uncomfortable at all? Walker could sense an invisible force trying to affect his body. This force must be the radiation, Wes mentioned. His body, strengthened through witchcraft, was robust and naturally resistant to such radiation, but Amy was different. No matter how powerful Amy was, she was still just a child, and Walker felt a need to keep an eye on her. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Amy continued walking forward, her energy vortex barrier still invincible. The robots charged at her like moths to a flame, all being shredded upon contact with the energy vortex barrier without exception. Walker didn't even get a chance to act. Amy, who exactly is your master? Walker finally couldn't help but voice his inner doubts. He had heard rumors that Amy's master was one of the high-ranking god kings, but it had never been confirmed. One of my masters is Zeus, and the other is Poseidon. My God. Walker's facial muscles tensed as he said, "Are you serious? Why would I lie?" Amy didn't quite understand Walker's reaction, and similarly, she didn't realize how renowned her two masters were. How can you possibly be a disciple of two high-ranking god kings at the same time? Walker thought his own background was deep, but Amy's was simply outrageous. Both high-ranking god kings were her masters. "I am their disciple," Amy stated, not mentioning that it was William who had arranged for these two masters. Walker's question had implied she was boasting, and she didn't see anything boast-worthy about this fact. "What's the name of your sword?" Walker stared at the sword in Amy's hand, suddenly realizing that it must have an extraordinary origin. Poseidon said this sword is called the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Burp. Walker was genuinely startled. The Sword of the Abyssal Guardian. During his time studying with Bryant, he had heard about various powerful artifacts, and the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian was indeed the weapon of the sea god Poseidon. And now it was given to Amy. Well then, now he understood that his worries about Amy were completely unnecessary. This child's background was terrifyingly significant. If Poseidon had given her the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian, how could she possibly be in any danger? The two continued walking, having covered a mile already. By now, no more robots were charging at them. After all, at least 1,000 robots had been destroyed earlier. Warning! Warning! Do not proceed further, or you will bear the consequences. Suddenly, a mechanical synthesized voice rang out. Walker heard the warning, but didn't take it to heart. With Amy wielding the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian, nearly invincible, what warning needed to be taken seriously? Amy simply said, "We're just going to find our companions." Just then, a robot coated in black emerged from the ground. This robot was recently created by William, and its actions were controlled by his mind. It was made of highly durable material and was agile. The all-black robot, wielding a samurai sword, moved swiftly and charged at Amy in the next moment. Amy didn't care much. Her master's energy vortex barrier was still active around her, and in her view, the robot couldn't penetrate it. Clang! The black robot thrust its sword, and it actually managed to break through Amy's energy vortex barrier. It broke through with a single strike. Walker was shocked. What the hell is this thing? Logically, Amy's energy vortex barrier should have been invincible, yet it was breached by a single strike. With the energy vortex barrier broken, Amy's face turned pale. She drew the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian and engaged in combat with the black robot. The swordsmanship taught to Amy by the sea god Poseidon was formidable, but the robot was controlled by William. The moment the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian thrust forward, the black robot's samurai sword followed the motion of Amy's sword to slice downward and then swiftly flicked upward, its movements quick as it aimed to strike at Amy's throat. Amy gripped her sword with both hands, and a sudden burst of energy erupted from her, forcefully repelling the robot's samurai sword and causing her to slide back several feet. After the robot's samurai sword was deflected, it clawed towards Walker's heart. Damn it, trying to take on two at once. Walker punched out, colliding with the robot's claw. Boom. Kill. The robot's eyes emitted a red light. It retreated 6 feet, then immediately charged forward again. It's still fine. Walker frowned. Was this thing made of some exceptionally high-quality material? Its samurai sword clashed hard against the Sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Its mechanical claw clashed against his punch and showed no signs of damage. What the hell was this robot made of? 3 throwing knives hovered around Walker, their blades casting cold light as they struck at the robot's head. But the robot seemed indestructible. Even Walker's throwing knives couldn't leave a mark on its head. William stood in the shadows, smiling as he watched the two youngsters. They thought they were so strong, didn't they? Both Amy and Walker were actually quite weak. If they were in the divine realm, they would be at the very bottom. No matter how excellent or powerful a person is, there is always someone who can surpass them, someone stronger. William intended to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, Amy might still think that just relying on her energy vortex barrier would allow her to dominate the world. Fight. William watched from the shadows. The material of the robot was obtained from the battle with the cosmic entity's guardians, and in terms of quality, it was definitely not inferior to the material of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Even the throwing knives in Walker's hands couldn't possibly shatter this robot. If you two can last 3 days without dying, the robot is yours. A mechanical synthesized voice rang in Amy and Walker's ears. William continued to control the robot from the shadows, which meant that Amy and Walker were essentially fighting against William himself. How could they possibly win? Even with Amy's exquisite swordsmanship, it wasn't long before she sustained several wounds. Walker was no exception. His throwing knives did no damage to the robot, and he had already been struck 3 times. These wounds were non-lethal, but highly insulting. For instance, Amy's superbly executed god-slaying sword strike was dodged by a robot with a slight sidestep. The samurai sword then performed a flourish, leaving a scar on her arm. And Walker, trying to destroy the robot with brute force, was punched in the chest and stabbed in the stomach with the samurai sword. In the outside world, they might be considered S-tier fighters, but in front of this robot, they were like children, constantly being manipulated and only able to defend without any ability to counterattack. Amy, just run, don't fight it anymore. There's something off with this robot. Walker said, split up and run. He couldn't care less now. Amy should be able to protect herself, and he could sense the wonder of Amy's swordsmanship, but in front of this robot, it amounted to nothing. Damn it, if this robot had a power level, it would definitely be crushing them. If they couldn't beat it, their only option was to run. Chapter 756. Keep hitting. If you're capable, kick me to death. Could Amy really not see the situation they were in? It was clear they were outmatched. Run. Amy quickly chanted a spell, her body shimmering with starlight as she activated the sanctuary pendant given to her by Zeus, effectively vanishing into thin air. The sanctuary pendant was a protective artifact specifically crafted by Zeus for Amy. If Amy hadn't been assigned to him as a disciple by William, Zeus would never have given her such a powerful item. Amy could only use the most basic function of the sanctuary pendant, but even this invisibility was enough to hide her from almost anyone on Earth, except perhaps a few major deities. Walker felt this most acutely. He was worried about Amy's safety, but then she just shouted and disappeared. With Walker's abilities, he couldn't see through the secret technique Amy used. She was gone. Walker realized he had been wrong. He had actually been worried about Amy's safety. Damn it. A disciple of the sea god Poseidon and the king of gods, Zeus, she had so many powerful artifacts it was unimaginable. And how many unseen secret techniques could she use? Even though Walker's master was the deity of witchcraft, Moros, he couldn't compare. From the shadows, William saw Amy use her invisibility magic and couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for him controlling the robot, Amy's invisibility technique would indeed have made her undetectable. However, William decided to pretend he couldn't see Amy, directing the robot to chase after Walker instead. Damn it, why are you following me? Walker was incredibly frustrated. After Amy disappeared on the spot, the robot started chasing him, wielding its sword in a way that seemed too skilled for a mere robot. Walker's skill with his 3 throwing knives was impeccable, but each attack failed to harm the robot in the slightest. Instead, the robot's speed was astonishing, and Walker found himself unable to keep up. In just a short time, he had accumulated more wounds. 3 days. Walker didn't think he could last 3 days. Just then, William changed into a white robe, donned a bronze mask, and wielded a gross messer. With a swift motion of the gross messer, he blocked the robot's sword strike that was aimed at Walker. William's swordplay was incredibly fast, pushed to the extreme. Who are you? Walker stared at the figure in front of him, his mind flashing back to a similar figure he had seen in a mysterious space. He asked loudly, somewhat dazed, "Are you my dad?" "My good son," William said. "Watch closely and learn well." This makeshift son of his was not too bad. Walker had been studying witchcraft under Moros and was physically strong. His celestial blade art was effective at long range, but in close combat, Walker was somewhat lacking. Just by that call of Dad, William decided to teach him a set of sword techniques. Damn it, old man. If you dare, take off that mask and let me see what you really look like. At this moment, William was glad he wasn't actually Walker's father. Otherwise, he might have struck down this disrespectful son with a single blow. William said coldly, "Pay attention and learn." Walker finally got a chance to catch his breath and stood aside, using his witchcraft to heal his wounds. At the same time, he watched intently as William fought the robot. The gross messer in William's hands moved like a storm, weaving a tight web of steel, while the robot's samurai sword strikes were sharp and aimed at vital points. Is this really a robot? Walker could see the finesse in William's swordplay, but the robot's swordsmanship was also fiercely precise. A man and a robot, locked in combat that was hard to separate, looked perilous but resembled two knights teaching him the art of swordplay. Previously, when Walker was being chased by the robot, he just felt that it was troublesome. Now, standing to the side, he began to see some tricks to it. In ordinary combat, who has the time to learn someone else's sword techniques? The robot's swordplay was too sharp and fierce. In a real battle, even S-tier fighters or even demigod-level fighters would likely perish by its hand. William didn't care how well Walker was learning. He was engaged in a sophisticated exchange of blows with the robot. How much Walker could learn from it was up to him. Walker strained to find any flaws in the robot's sword technique, but realized that with his current level of skill, he couldn't spot any weaknesses. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Damn it. Walker glanced at the robot, then back at William. Both wielded their swords, their blades flickering rapidly around them, each strike laden with lethal intent. Walker was mesmerized by the sight. Such a display of power between strong fighters was rarely seen on ordinary days. The exchange between William and the robot grew faster, to the point where only sparks of starlight could be seen in the air. It looks like my damn dad is really strong. Walker squinted slightly, and in his mind, he began to visualize the sword techniques of both fighters. William moved like a shadow, his aura of energy overwhelming, his unmatched power tearing through space with a single slash, engulfing the robot in a spatial rift. Holy shit, Walker exclaimed, channeling all his energy into his blade, a space-tearing strike that seemed tailor-made for him. Walker didn't dare claim expertise in many areas, but he was still a virgin, his vital essence intact, further enhanced by witchcraft to maximize his soul energy. This move he could execute perfectly. Unfortunately, he didn't have a quality sword in hand. He would have to speak to Moros later to see if he had any fine weapons. Although Moros might not compare to the two high-ranking god kings, as the deity of witchcraft, he surely had a few magical artifacts at his disposal. Clang! Just as Walker was pondering these thoughts, William casually tossed his gross messer, which landed right beside Walker's foot. This sword is yours now. Train well with it. Over the years, William had accumulated numerous top-tier artifacts, so parting with a single sword was no big deal to him. Now, with no cosmic entity interfering in the 13 universes, William could give away items as he pleased, and Walker wouldn't face any repercussions from the law of cause and effect for accepting William's sword. Huh? You expect me to learn just because you say so? If you're really my dad, then take off that mask and let me see your face. Walker looked at the sword by his feet, swallowed hard, but still stiffened his neck, acting as if he wouldn't accept it. William suddenly appeared right in front of Walker, his eyes cold beneath the bronze mask. What are you staring at? You want to fight me? Walker scoffed. Even if you are my dad, you never raised me. Do you expect me to be grateful? A mere broken sword? I am a disciple of Moros, the deity of witchcraft. What treasures don't I have? William didn't waste words. He kicked out swiftly. Walker tried to dodge, but when William made a move, was there any chance for him to evade? The kick landed solidly. Although it wasn't very painful, it knocked him to the ground. You old fool. You really dare to hit me. Walker exclaimed as he was flipped over, his soul energy sealed, making him no different from an ordinary person at that moment. William followed up with several more kicks, leaving Walker with a bruised face. Keep hitting. If you're capable, kick me to death. Walker lay on the ground, protecting his head, his face still flushed, stubbornly refusing to submit. William kicked him a couple more times, then pulled the sword from the ground and aimed it at Walker's head, bringing it down in a swift chop. Chapter 757. You are not allowed to hurt Walker. Seeing William raise his sword, Walker was terrified. He had just witnessed William's battle with the robot, where the robot's katana could even break through Amy's energy vortex barrier. Yet, this gross messer had clashed with the katana hundreds of times without a scratch, speaking volumes about its quality. Such a sword could easily decapitate him with a single strike. Bang! Just as William's gross messer was about to come down on Walker's head, a golden sword shadow flew out, striking William's blade off course. The sword landed just an inch away from Walker's neck, sending dirt flying into his face. Amy, who had been hiding, couldn't stand by and do nothing. She couldn't just watch Walker be killed. Underneath his mask, William gave a slight smile, pleased that Amy had decided to stop hiding. Invisibility? William stepped to the left, and with a mysterious force, he easily revealed Amy, who was standing about 10 feet away from them, looking somewhat panicked. The sword of the Abyssal Guardian returned to Amy's hands. Holding the sword with both hands, she pointed it at William and shouted with wide eyes, "You are not allowed to hurt Walker." William had never intended to kill Walker. He kicked Walker away and, holding the gross messer, slowly turned to face Amy. Amy had indeed learned a lot following the two high-ranking God Kings, but her actual combat experience was still too limited. William wanted to see just how well Amy had mastered her swordsmanship. God-slaying sword formation. The sword of the Abyssal Guardian in Amy's hands surged with unparalleled energy. With her shout, a blood-red giant sword appeared in the sky. The Godslayer sword. 5 years ago, Alice had also learned this technique from the sea god Poseidon. To wield this sword, one needed not only a high level of strength, but also the ability to mobilize all the soul energy within one's body. Alice only began learning swordsmanship after she turned 20, and even then, it was under the direct tutelage of William, who possessed her to provide personal instruction, leading to her significant achievements in the art of the sword. Yet, the power of Amy's strike now was far stronger than Alice's had been 5 years ago. The moment William looked up, the sword shadow in the sky was already descending. Was this a high-level skill being unleashed instantly? However, it seemed she had forgotten that Walker was nearby. If William hadn't blocked it, the powerful strike would have surely endangered Walker as well. Raise the sword. One strike. Amy's secret technique, the Godslayer's sword, was instantly broken by a single move. Yet, this strike was powerful enough to instantly kill a demigod-level warrior. Having reached such a level of strength at only 10 years old, William was quite satisfied. Poseidon and Zeus indeed seemed better at teaching disciples than he was. Amy's face flushed red as she held the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, staring intently at William. This was her strongest move. But, it was broken just like that with a casual swing? Hadn't her masters said that this sword was invincible? Where was the invincibility? It was so easily neutralized. Liars. Big liars. Tears shimmered in Amy's eyes. The grand move she had just released had nearly drained all her strength, but she couldn't rest yet. She quickly began to use the skyline surge technique taught by Zeus, rapidly restoring her soul energy. If one sword doesn't do the trick, then bring on a few more. Thunder rumbled in the sky as lightning flashed, and a series of sword shadows fell like rain. William couldn't help but laugh. Amy's current soul energy storage was only at the level of a high-ranking soulmancer, not even reaching the demigod level. Her ranking as the 11th strongest human was due to her secret techniques for enhancing strength, which were exceedingly profound. Being personally taught by 2 high-ranking god kings, her ability to overpower peers and even those above her level was as easy as drinking water. Just being a high-ranking soulmancer and yet able to wield the powerful secret technique, Godslayer's sword, already marked her as a super genius. 8 consecutive swords fell from the sky, and even though Amy was running the skyline surge taught by Zeus, frantically absorbing energy, she was still struggling to keep up with the consumption. If she were facing just a demigod-level warrior or any S-class warrior on Earth, under such an onslaught, Her opponent would likely be dead, without a place to be buried. But she was facing William. Not just her. Even if Poseidon and Zeus themselves came, their combined full-force strike would end the same. Execution. Amy's face turned pale, seeing that even such powerful swordsmanship couldn't harm this masked man. In desperation, she chanted a spell, and a drop of blood flew from her forehead, merging into the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. The sword emitted a dazzling red light. Energy converged, and the seal on the sword of the Abyssal Guardian was broken by her. Going all out. William squinted at Amy. This child was really going all out to protect Walker, using her own blood to break the seal on the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. No. Amy also removed the golden hairpin from her head and wielded the Tide Warden bangle in her hand along with a Stormcore orb and the magical artifact, the Sanctuary Pendant, causing all the artifacts to orbit around her. Each of these magical artifacts, gifts from her two masters, was a top-tier artifact. The Tide Warden bangle contained the essence of the sea god Poseidon. The Stormcore orb wrapped in blue light emitted a terrifying murderous intent, also one of Zeus's strongest artifacts. With these top-tier artifacts summoned, even if Amy's own strength was somewhat lacking, she was powerful enough to slay an ordinary absolute deity. So what if her power level is a bit low? Would adding the divine power of the sea god Poseidon be enough? What about adding the power of Zeus's strongest artifact? If Amy were to go to the divine realm, just showing these top-tier artifacts would be enough to make all the powerhouses there treat her with utmost respect. The strongest artifacts of two high-ranking god kings are simultaneously in possession of a young girl. Does she even need to lift a finger? Just by revealing these top-tier artifacts, no one should dare harbor any ill intentions towards her. A sword capable of slaying an absolute deity. William squinted and smiled. Poseidon and Zeus really did favor Amy. A mere high-ranking soulmancer, yet carrying so many top-tier artifacts. It was simply outrageous. Bang! William still used just one strike. A single strike that sent the sword of the Abyssal Guardian flying back at her. All the power gathered from the top-tier artifacts, enough to kill an absolute deity with one sword strike, was shattered by this one blow. Amy had already used her last resort, and when she saw the sword of the Abyssal Guardian flying back to land at her feet, and the figure in front of her becoming blurry, she no longer had the strength to pull the sword from beside her foot. Is that all? William's blade pointed at Walker lying nearby. He spoke indifferently. If that's all, then he can only die here. Amy's legs began to tremble, her hand still reaching desperately towards the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. I can't. Amy suddenly lunged forward, her palm sliding towards the blade of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Blood smeared on the sword of the Abyssal Guardian, and the pain brought everything into focus for Amy. Sword spirit. Amy refused to fall. She growled, trying to awaken the sword spirit within the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. The sword of the Abyssal Guardian, having accompanied the sea god Poseidon for many years, possessed a sword spirit whose power far exceeded that of ordinary deities. If she could awaken the sword spirit, she felt there was still a chance. The sea god Poseidon had already gifted the sword of the Abyssal Guardian to Amy, and she had become its master. The sword of the Abyssal Guardian was now linked to Amy's life essence. Feeling its master's life threatened, the sword spirit within the sword of the Abyssal Guardian finally emerged. A figure stepped out from the sword of the Abyssal Guardian and coldly shouted, "Who dares harm my master?" Chapter 758. Mr. Johnson, help. William just stood there, his eyes fixed on the sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. He didn't reveal any of his own energy aura. Otherwise, if the sword spirit sensed the presence of William the Obliterator, it might have knelt down on the spot. William the Obliterator, after all. Even Poseidon would call him master. How could a mere sword spirit dare to speak loudly? But now, not sensing any terrifying aura from William, the sword spirit thought he was just an ordinary deity. How many deities had the sword of the Abyssal Guardian frightened to death? You? State your name, for I do not slay the nameless. The sword spirit of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian haughtily declared, casting a disdainful glance at William. William lifted his gross messer with a smile and said, "Little sword spirit, don't you find your words a bit laughable?" Little sword spirit. The sword spirit of the abyssal guardian laughed in anger, empty bravado. Amy pointed at William and shouted loudly, "Sword spirit, beat him up." The sword spirit's eyes widened, the surrounding air filled with murderous intent, and energy surged around, condensing decades of accumulated killing intent into one sword strike. The sword of the abyssal guardian, when it strikes to kill a god, does not need a second blow. This sword was silent. With one strike, all other sounds were stilled. The sword spirit of the abyssal guardian even attempted to seal and lock the soul energy within William, aiming to obliterate him with a single strike. Having been the personal sword of the sea god Poseidon, the sword spirit of the abyssal guardian was formidable. With years of accumulated killing intent, once it locked onto someone's aura, it could easily execute them. Had it been anyone else, the sword spirit of the abyssal guardian might have indeed killed them instantly, leaving no chance for retaliation. But this was William he was facing. A sword spirit actually intends to seal off William's use of the soul energy within his body. Isn't that just a joke? If the sword of Soulbreaker were present, the sword spirit of the abyssal guardian would definitely kneel immediately, not daring to make a move. As the sword of the abyssal guardian thrust towards William's heart, in a flash, it was struck and sent flying, landing again beside Amy's feet. The sword spirit was forced back into the sword, too scared to come out. Buzz, the sword of the abyssal guardian trembled beside Amy's feet, emitting a mournful whine. "Sword spirit? What's wrong with you? Come out and beat him up." Amy, nearly in tears, cried out to the sword at her feet. But the sword of the abyssal guardian just kept trembling, and the sword spirit dared not emerge. It couldn't come out anymore. With just one strike, William had instilled fear in the sword spirit of the abyssal guardian. It wasn't just the strength of the blade itself, but William's terrifying power that chilled the sword spirit to the bone. He was certain that the person before him was at least one of the high-ranking god kings. Although he had served the sea god Poseidon for many years, facing such a formidable opponent, he could only hope for mercy. William, holding his blade towards Amy, said, "Little one, if you have any tricks left, use them now." Amy stared at William, stunned for a second, then suddenly shouted loudly, "Mr. Johnson, help." William hadn't expected this kid to be so straightforward, calling for help when outmatched. "Dad, if you have any issues, come at me. What skill is there in bullying a child?" Walker now really didn't know if this masked man was his dad or not. If he wasn't his dad, why would he teach him such powerful sword techniques? And if he was, why treat him this way? Playing the hero, huh? William, who had only intended to give Amy and Walker some real combat experience, saw Walker's reaction, turned his head, and smiled. "Do you think your head is harder than my blade? If you dare, let me go and see the prowess of my flying knife." With the soul energy inside him sealed, Walker now lay on the ground like a lump of mud, using reverse psychology as his only tactic. He still had a throwing knife at his disposal. "I haven't tied up your hands and feet. So what do you mean by let me go?" William said. "How about you kneel and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your life." "Kowtow?" Walker snorted coldly. "Only if you also spare that little girl's life." "Her life?" William glanced at Amy and said, "Her life isn't something that can be saved with just a kowtow. Are you really my dad or not?" Walker asked again. William responded, "I've already told you, I don't have a son like you." "Fuck. Then if you have the guts, experience the fierceness of my flying knife." Walker scrambled to his feet, continuing to use his straightforward taunting tactic. "Do you dare to release the seal on the soul energy within me?" William chuckled, and Walker suddenly felt his injuries heal and strength surge through his body. "Do you dare to come over here?" Walker stared coldly at William. At that moment, William was standing between Walker and Amy. If Walker tried to strike at William and missed, he might accidentally hurt Amy. Naturally, that was not something Walker wanted to see. William scoffed, "You sure do have a lot of demands." Though he said that, he still moved to the side. What was Walker thinking? Did William not know? The quality of the throwing knife William had given him was indeed ridiculously strong, but with Walker's abilities, even using that knife wouldn't match an attack launched by the sword spirit of the abyssal guardian. Thinking of turning the tables in such a situation, William stood there, tossed his gross messer to Walker's feet, and said, "To deal with you, I don't even need a knife, lest it be said that I'm bullying you." Walker almost laughed out loud. He loved it when his enemies were so arrogantly confident. No knife needed. Such arrogance. Did he not know that even the mightiest lion could have a moment of negligence? Walker sneered, a black throwing knife appearing in his hand. His body's soul energy converged, enhanced by the secret technique celestial blade art, and the understanding of blade intent he had gained from watching William fight that robot. Everything hinged on this one strike. As the throwing knife was released, the space around it became unstable and began to collapse. The world in front of Walker turned dark, all light swallowed up by the collapsing space. William stood opposite Walker. The collapsing space engulfed William's figure. Walker's throw seemed strong, and if William wanted, he could have caught the knife between two fingers. But he chose to disappear instead. That's enough. Should they continue fighting? Would he really end up killing Amy and Walker? Moments later, the world regained its light, but in front of Walker, there was now a massive chasm several thousand feet long. The ruined buildings reduced to nothing. Is it over? Walker looked ahead, controlling the throwing knife to return to his hand. Had that mysterious masked man died? Walker grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, that'll teach you to be arrogant. After cursing, he took a deep breath, looked at the black gross messer at his feet, slowly picked it up, and after a moment's hesitation, knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the chasm. Whether you're my dad or not, I have to thank you for teaching me the way of the blade. Walker had a feeling that the masked man wasn't dead. He knew the reputation of the sword of the Abyssal Guardian. Its sword spirit hadn't been able to harm the masked man at all. Could his thrown knife have really obliterated him? It seemed somewhat unlikely. Could it be that the masked man was just giving them a way out, and his real intention wasn't to kill them? Chapter 759 Go All Out. After William disappeared in his guise as the masked man, Walker thought everything was over. Such a brutal battle just now. It couldn't possibly continue, right? Whether it was that robot or the masked man, both were incredibly strong. Any normal person coming here for training or treasure hunting would surely end up dead. What about the doors of evolution? Even a demigod-level powerhouse might find it difficult to leave this place intact. Amy, are you okay? Walker got up and hurried over to Amy, not even bothering to pick up his knife. Amy had fought desperately to protect him just now, which truly moved him. He also knew that Amy's desperate efforts had come at a significant cost. If something had happened to Amy here, he really wouldn't know how to face himself in the future. A golden light flickered at Amy's forehead, the sanctuary pendant of Zeus realizing that its master was depleted of power, and quickly began to supply her with a continuous stream of energy. In just a moment, Amy's injuries had healed. Walker was stunned. Wow, could it really work like that? Amy was covered in top-tier artifacts. If it weren't for encountering such a freakishly strong opponent just now, who could kill her? I seemed to be okay. Amy's complexion had also returned to normal, her physical condition now definitely surpassing Walker's. Always being by William's side, her diet was now something even Alice couldn't compare with. How much time could William have previously spent cooking for Alice? But Amy was constantly eating, 3 meals a day without missing a single one, and each meal was different. Her physical condition had improved in half a month to a level that ordinary soulmancers couldn't reach. Walker had spent 5 years in grueling training in witchcraft, enduring countless hardships, yet he still couldn't match Amy, who had been eating at Williams for just half a month. This was probably the difference between people. The starting points were completely different. You're really okay then. Walker wasn't the type to feel jealous. He was just glad Amy was all right and hoped she could go even further. Amy glanced at the chasm created by Walker's strike and said, Walker, I didn't know you were this powerful. In Amy's eyes, she had used all her skills and still hadn't been able to inflict even a slight injury on the masked man. But Walker had taken him down with a single strike. Didn't that mean Walker's black throwing knife was more powerful than all her artifacts? Hearing this, Walker couldn't help but smile proudly and said, that move just now was invincible. How could he miss an opportunity to boast? Being admired felt pretty good. Amy looked up and said, when we get back, I want to spar with you again. My 2 masters also said the god-slaying sword formation they taught me is unbeatable. That giant sword that falls from the sky. Walker coughed lightly, turned his head, and said, "Your secret technique is indeed powerful, but as you saw, no one can survive the strongest strike of my throwing knife. I really wouldn't want to hurt you." Walker knew very well who was stronger. Was the god-slaying sword formation of Poseidon weak? Besides, with Amy's top-tier equipment, Walker admitted he probably couldn't beat her. "Oh," Amy said. "Then thank you, Walker." "Thank what?" Walker waved his hand grandly. "Would I really bully a kid?" "That's true." Amy picked up the sword of the Abyssal Guardian and said, "Let's go find Mr. Johnson." Only then did Walker go back to pick up the black knife William had thrown, playing with it in his hands. The more he held the gross messer, the more he liked it. Could it be that the mysterious masked man was really his father, whom he had never met? The old guy had quite the heart. Thinking back, both he and Amy seemed to be in great danger, but in reality, neither of them had suffered any substantial harm. Instead, Walker had learned 2 sets of secret blade techniques and even obtained a divine blade. The robot's blade technique was decisively fierce, while the masked man's was elegant, yet carried an unmatched dominance. Both were incredibly powerful techniques. They continued walking forward, heading straight into the ruins of the city ahead. "You finally made it," William said, standing calmly at the corner of the ruins. Walker was taken aback when he saw William. "When did you get here?" "I've been here since the beginning," William replied. "Did you see us fighting over there?" Walker asked, growing more intrigued by William. He and Amy had been attacked by robots as soon as they entered, yet William had been in these ruins for so long without any trouble. William nodded. "I saw everything clearly. You handled yourself well." "You didn't get attacked?" Walker looked around, noticing not a single robot in sight. "I've already walked around this area and didn't see anything," William said. "Is it because your agility or evasion stats are high?" Walker also used his psychic sense to scan the area, confirming there were indeed no robots nearby. But they had already ventured 4,000 feet into the doors of evolution. Walker could feel the intense radiation. If it weren't for his robust physique, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Yet William seemed unaffected. This inevitably raised Walker's suspicions. Logically, to have reached this point, one must at least possess A-level strength, which is above a mid-level soulmancer. And William was still considered a novice soulmancer? That was truly hard to believe. "I've invested some points in agility and evasion." William smiled, not really caring whether Walker truly knew his real strength. Although he didn't tell Walker that he was the masked man, occasionally playing the role of Walker's cheap dad was quite enjoyable. Even if his real strength was discovered, he didn't think it was a big deal. It was just one of those things. Previously, William had told Walker that he was very powerful, but Walker didn't believe him. Walker chuckled. "So, did you also put a lot of points into your physical attributes?" "Pretty much," William replied. "I added points here and there. My strength isn't too great, but my defense is decent." William knew what Walker was thinking. "How about you show me your full strength next time?" Walker